Armchair Detective, and today I'd like to tell you about the case of the unlikely suicide. Ken Swift's good-looking young face was troubled, which was strange, for he had an excellent job, and above all, he'd recently become engaged to a fair charmer named Glynis Ryder. So why the frown? Well, Ken was remembering the jealousy of his best friend, Ted MacArthur. Poor old Ted. He was something of a moody misfit, one of life's also-rans. Despite this, the two men had been firm friends for over 12 years. Then both fell in love with the same girl, and as usual, Ted proved the also-ran. At this point, Ted and Ken had their first serious quarrel, ending in Ted stamping off in a violent rage. That was 3 months ago. Now Ken and Glynis were to be married in a few weeks, and Ken had just come out of the local hardware store where he'd been buying a garden hose. Absent-mindedly, he threw this onto the back seat of his car, and thinking of the quarrel and wishing the rift in the lute could be mended before the wedding, drove off. A little way out of town, his headlights picked out a solitary figure tramping through the early evening gloom. And who should it be but Ted? Ken, of course, pulled up and offered him a lift. Ted hesitated a moment and then mumbled his thanks and climbed into the car. The next morning, a passing motorist came upon a sedan parked by the side of the road. Its only occupant was dead. A small length of hose, obviously cut from the coil on the back seat, had been attached to the exhaust and fed through the back window, which had been left slightly open. Ken Swift had obviously met his death by carbon monoxide poisoning, and seemed, in short, to have committed suicide. The police searched the car and the surrounding area thoroughly, but apart from a few cigarette stubs, several road maps, and the hose, found nothing. Yes, it certainly looked like suicide. But Inspector Manners, who was in charge of the case, was positive it was murder, as he looked at the length of cut hose. Why? The inspector believed in logic, and reasoned that if Ken Swift had taken his own life, where was the knife he'd used in cutting the length of rubber from his garden hose? Soon he learnt of the quarrel between Ken Swift and his friend, Ted MacArthur. Then a local farmer came forward to say he'd seen Ken give MacArthur a lift on the evening he was murdered. And it was at this point that Ted MacArthur broke down under questioning and admitted to the killing. A cold-blooded murder inspired by jealousy. Ted MacArthur was hanged on November the 18th, 1944, the very day on which Glynis Ryder was to have married the friend he had so callously killed.
Johnny Dollar.
This is Frederick Keeley at Masters Insurance and Trust Company.
How are you, Mr. Keating?
Why, fine, thank you, but that's rather beside the point. I have a bit of a problem, Mr. Dollar.
Haven't we all?
Huh? Beg your pardon?
Nothing, sir. Just go on, please.
Well, Mr. Dollar, one of our claimants, that is to say the beneficiary of a small insurance policy, apparently never received the check for $3,000 we sent him.
I'm afraid I don't get it, Mr. Keeley. Why call on me?
What do you mean, sir?
Well, all you have to do is call the bank, stop payment on that check, and issue another.
I'm afraid not, sir.
Why not?
I said apparently never received it. I use that word advisedly.
Well?
Because it so happens the check we sent him has been cashed.
Oh.
Yes, properly endorsed and apparently cashed by the claimant, the beneficiary himself.
Apparently.
Yes, and again, I use the word advisedly.
Well, then it kind of means one of two things. Either this beneficiary is trying to collect the money twice,
yes,
or somebody else got to that check first. In which case, we have a little matter of forgery on our hands.
Which, of course, should exact the fullest possible penalty of the law. Will you look into it for us?
Sure, Mr. Keeley. Why not?
CBS Radio brings you Bob Bailey in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar. To the Masters Insurance and Trust Company, Home Office, Hartford, Connecticut. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the double exposure matter. Expense account, item 1, $1.20 for a cab to Keeley's office on the 10th floor of the Star Record Building. He's a man of about 60, I'd say, short, stout, and rather pompous in his manner. Or maybe self-important is more like it.
No, I'm sure you realize as well as I do that a $3,000 claim is relatively small, relatively unimportant. I use that word advisedly.
Well, that means I can't expect much of a commission.
What's that?
Nothing, sir. Go ahead, please.
Yes. The fact remains that if the claimant, the beneficiary, thinks he can get away with collecting twice on the policy...
Seems to me he'd have to be pretty stupid to try a thing like that.
Oh, you're right. You're entirely right, sir. Exactly the way I feel about it. And Peter Upman is not a stupid man, so far as I have been able to determine.
Upman?
The beneficiary. In other words, it becomes evident, and I use that word advisedly, that someone else got hold of that check, endorsed it with Peter Upman's name, signed the receipt, of course, and, shall we say, left for parts unknown. In other words, we are faced with a case of forgery.
Yeah, I think I suggested something of that sort.
Why, yes, of course you did. And forgery is a serious matter, sir.
I'll go along with you on that.
Not only in this particular instance, because of the relatively small amount involved, and I use that term advisedly.
Oh, I'm sure you do.
But because it could lead to other attempts where perhaps much larger amounts could be involved.
So you want me to see if I can run down this forger for you?
No.
No? Why do you say that?
If we are to believe the People's National Bank over in Milford.
Milford, Connecticut?
That's right. If we are to believe them, the personnel concerned, their actual photographic record of the transaction, there was no forgery.
But I thought you just finished saying... What's that?
Mr. Dollar, according to them, and I have no reason to doubt them in the least, Peter Upman himself appeared, endorsed that check, cashed it, and left with the money. However...
Yeah?
I have here a properly signed deposition to the effect that Upman not only never cashed that check, but that he never saw it.
Oh, no, this doesn't make sense.
We have no reason whatsoever to question the validity of this deposition.
You're sure of that?
I am certain of it.
But you can't be.
That is why I have called upon you. Somehow, Mr. Dollar, you must bring the criminal, whoever he is, to justice. Will you do it, sir? Well...
Yeah, sure. Why not? And I use that term advisedly. Naturally, my first move was to drive on down to Milford. On the expense account, that rings up item 2, $5.25 for a tank full of gas for my own car. The People's National Bank was closed for the day, so I registered at the Milford Arms, ate some dinner, that's item 3, another $5.25. That is, including a couple of drinks beforehand. Then I drove over to the address of Mr. Peter Upman. Pete, living alone in a small apartment on East Willow Drive, turned out to be about 33. He was tall, husky, good-looking. The football type with a big shock of red hair. Very nervous, though. The kind who doesn't stay put anywhere for very long.
Yeah, sure. Come in, darling. Sit down, sit down.
Okay.
How about if I pour us a drink or something? How about it?
No thanks, Upman.
Upman? Sure you don't mean Mr. Upman? Now, don't be so formal. Just call me Pete. Sure you couldn't do with a little drink just to sort of celebrate. How about it, huh?
Celebrate what?
Celebrate what? You said the insurance company, didn't you?
That's right.
Then produce, man, produce. Just don't keep me hanging here. Only I'll sit down, too. Come on, man. Come on, let's have it, huh?
What are you talking about?
The check. What else? Old Aunt Lizzie's insurance. Don't tell me you came all the way down here from Hartford without bringing me another check for all that lovely money, that $3,000. Now, don't tell me that.
Oh, another check, huh?
Why, sure. What else? Hey, now, look. What I mean is...
Yeah. What do you mean, Pete?
I mean another one to take the place of the one the company was supposed to send me, but I never got it. That's what I mean. They said they sent it to me, but, man, I never saw it.
Oh, they sent it all right, and they got a receipt for it.
That's what they say, man. That's what they've been saying to me ever since I put in that claim for it. Now, look. Maybe the Upmans are kind of funny about some things, but they aren't liars, see? And I'm telling you, I never got that check.
Pete, that check...
You don't believe me? You asked that lawyer, that Alfred R. Price. He took my statement and made me swear to it. And I don't swear to something unless it's true, see?
That's all very well,
Swear to something isn't true is a one-way trip to the jailhouse. And, man, that's not for me.
I'm beginning to wonder...
Sure, that's the fastest way to get yourself into trouble, but... Look, Dollar. You be careful what you say.
Yeah?
I'm a nervous man, Dollar, and sometimes I got a pretty quick temper, and if somebody's trying to pull a fast one on me, well, don't try it. I don't care who you are, just don't try it, Dollar. Maybe it wouldn't be very healthy for you. See what I mean?
Is that supposed to be a warning, Pete?
Warning? No. No, man, I don't fool around. That's a threat.
Pepsi-Cola refreshes without filling. Why? Because it's truly light.
Charlie, you're forgetting something.
Wait, Kay, there's more. Yes, ice-cold Pepsi is the delicious refreshment that goes great at a picnic or a party.
But, Charlie...
And Pepsi goes fast. People like it, so keep plenty handy. There.
Oh, you did fine, except for one thing.
Well, I mentioned lightness and how Pepsi refreshes and how fast it goes.
You left out Pepsi sociability. You know the Be Sociable song.
But, Kay, I can't sing.
I can. Listen. Be sociable, look smart, keep up to date with Pepsi. Drink light, refreshing Pepsi. Stay young and fair and debonair. Be sociable, have a Pepsi.
Well, at least I can say this. Pick up an extra carton of Pepsi today.
Please do.
And now, Act Two of yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Trying to reason with Peter Upman didn't work. He was much too anxious to use his fists. And from the looks of him, he might have done very well with them. He maintained he'd never received the insurance check, that he wanted the money, wanted it fast, and that's all there was to it. That I had my choice of getting it for him or else. He made it plain that if I didn't like his attitude, he'd be perfectly willing to pound some sense into my head. So why stick my neck out when I figured I could get all the information I needed from the lawyer, Mr. Alfred R. Price? And Price, living in a lonely home on the north side of town, was somewhat different from his hot-tempered young client.
I'm afraid you just have to forgive Peter his somewhat belligerent attitude. He comes from a very wealthy family over in New Haven. I was their attorney for many years. They tried to spoil him, make him the same lazy, indolent sort that his sister and his two brothers are.
One of those things, huh?
But Peter would have none of it. He was determined to make something of himself entirely on his own.
I see.
As a result of his stubbornness, his defiance, and his father's unreasonable attitude, well, his father blandly told him he was cutting him off without a penny.
Well, how do the other kids feel about him?
Well, there's no love for him, believe me.
But how's he made out?
Very well, Mr. Dollar. He owns a little electronic shop. More important, he's the only member of the family who has any real knowledge of the value of money, simply because he's the only one who's gone to work for it.
Which explains, I suppose, why he's so anxious to get his hands on the $3,000 insurance that his aunt left.
Oh, he can use it, too.
That is, if he hasn't already got it and is simply trying to bluff his way into another $3,000.
No, don't you believe it, Mr. Dollar. Peter could no more think of such a thing.
Well, you seem pretty sure of that.
Yeah, I've known him since the day he was born, and have liked him in spite of his hot temper. And I'm absolutely certain he would never attempt anything out of line.
Well, you're pretty convincing, Mr. Price.
Well, after all, I'm a lawyer, Mr. Dollar.
But the fact remains the company sent him a check. It was properly endorsed. The money was paid out.
But not to him.
Well, how can you be sure?
Because he says it wasn't. And that's good enough for me.
But in that case...
Have you talked to the people at the bank, to the teller who made the payment?
No, I haven't.
Have you seen the photograph of the actual transaction as it took place?
See, you're the second one to mention such a photograph.
Very ingenious device there at that bank. I suggest the first thing in the morning you go down there, see it, talk with the president, Mr. Oliver, and then see what you think.
So first thing in the morning, I was at the bank talking with Mr. Barton Winfield Oliver, the president.
Yes, a very ingenious device, Mr. Dollar, when it works properly.
Oh, what do you mean by that, Mr. Oliver?
It's called a photo register, one of the very first models to be installed in a place of business. Actually, it was an experimental model.
Well, just what is it? What does it do?
Comparable devices, much improved, of course, are in use throughout the whole country now.
What does it do, sir?
It automatically takes a picture of everyone who steps up in front of the teller's cage.
Oh, yeah, I think I've heard of such things.
Of course.
Yeah, aren't they used in a lot of supermarkets, places like that, to make a photographic record of people who cash checks in them?
Yes. And as a result, the incidence of bad checks in those places, why, they're almost a thing of the past.
All this means that you have a picture of the man who cashed that insurance check.
Yes, I have.
May I see it, please?
Well, yes.
Because if it is a picture of young Peter Upman, I don't care what his lawyer says.
Here you are, Dollar.
This is photographic proof it was he who... Huh?
Yes.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
Well, that was an
you
early...
mean to say this is the best that fancy machine of yours can do?
It was an experimental model.
Why, this could look like almost anybody.
In the beginning, it was very good. Made very clear pictures.
Well, it certainly doesn't anymore.
But only the head cashier and I know that.
Huh?
The general public don't. They think it operates as well as ever. So it serves its purpose.
Yeah, how?
Because anyone thinking of trying anything is scared by it.
Oh, great. Then this photo doesn't really mean a thing. Oh, sure, in a way it does look somewhat like Peter Upman. Same build, same general sort of face, even the same shock of hair. But it's so blurred, so indistinct, like a double exposure.
Yes, I know. But when Mrs. Eberhardt says that it was Peter...
Who's Mrs. Eberhardt?
She's one of our oldest, most trusted employees. The teller who waited on him.
Oh, let me talk to her, please.
Certainly. Mrs. Eberhardt, will you close your cage for a moment and come here, please?
Certainly, Mr. Oliver.
That's the one?
It is. She's been with the bank much longer than even I have. Almost from the beginning. She knows more about the people here in... Mr. Dollar, what does this mean?
I casually pulled my gun out of its holster, and I held it casually in front of my chest, waiting for Mrs. Eberhardt to come over. Because I'd had a real good look at her when she turned to answer Mr. Oliver. And suddenly I began to see things a lot more clearly.
About best-selling records. Here's a familiar tune about America's best-selling filter cigarette, Winston. Winston gives you real flavor, full, rich tobacco flavor. And you know, that's because only Winston has filter blend up front. Choice, flavorful tobaccos, specially selected and specially processed for filter smoking. No wonder Winston tastes good, like a cigarette should. Smoke Winston.
And now, Act 3 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar and the Double Exposure Matter.
Dollar, that revolver.
Just take it easy, Mr. Oliver, and don't mention it to her when she comes over here.
But good heavens, man.
Wait now. Here she comes.
Yes, Mr. Oliver, you wished... Oh, I'm so sorry, Walter.
Okay, Abby. Only I'm not Walter, I'm Jim.
Oh, yes, of course, Jimmy.
Right over here, Mrs. Eberhardt.
Oh, I know, Mr. Oliver. I can... Oh, dear, these chairs are all over the place.
Abby, I want you to meet my friend, Mr. Johnny Dollar.
Oh, Mr. Johnny... Oh, I am so sorry. I didn't mean to bump into you, Mr. Dollar.
That's all right.
But how do you do? Oh, and I see you smoke a pipe, too, just like Mr. Oliver does.
Yeah, you'd better take a real close look at this, Mrs. Eberhardt.
What?
The way you look real close at all the money you handle there at the counter, at the deposit slips and so forth. A real close look, huh?
Oh, why, it's a pistol.
Yeah.
But good heavens.
How long since you've had a new prescription for those glasses of yours?
Oh, look here, young man, if this is a holdup...
How long?
Shall I cry for help, Mr. Oliver?
No, Abby.
Better answer my question.
Young man, I don't see that it's any of your business.
I thought so.
And if you're here in the bank for any nefarious...
And this is the person who identified Peter Upman for you.
Now, look here, Dollar.
Yes, you look here, young man.
Look, huh?
That's right.
Mr. Oliver, Hasn't this bank of yours got a nice, generous pension plan for an old and faithful employee who's blind as a bat? Item 4, 10 cents for a telephone call to the lawyer, Mr. Price. Item 5, $1.50 for a leisurely lunch at the hotel, after which I wandered around the town a bit, then drove on over to the lawyer's office.
I tried to call you at the hotel, Mr. Dollar, but they told me you'd left.
Yeah, no, I was out taking a little walk.
Look here. Do you think these will be of any help to you?
Who knows, but I certainly hope so.
Now, this is Janet Upman. I believe she's about 31 now.
Oh, quite a dish.
Yes, she's quite a dish.
I bet that mink set her back a lot of money.
Now, this is Edward, Peter's older brother. Not very bright.
Kind of bald, isn't he? But there is a family resemblance. And this is Peter.
Oh, no, that's Paul. A couple of years younger than Peter.
They dislike Peter, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Because he had the guts to go out on his own, huh?
Partially, perhaps.
Because he didn't take a hunk of the family fortune? Well, that wouldn't make sense.
Now, wait. You mean didn't I tell you of the hidden bequest?
The what?
Peter never knew about it, but the others always have.
Known about what?
Well, because of the way Peter had renounced his family, his father wanted to punish him.
By cutting him off without a cent.
So he said. But in a late codicil to his will...
Oh, Peter will get some money, huh?
Over $1 million, Mr. Dollar, in a few months, when he's 35.
I see.
Provided he keeps out of any serious trouble.
The money the others were left.
Millions, Mr. Dollar.
I'll bet they've been going through it like a tornado.
Yes, I'm afraid so.
All right, then, Mr. Price, if I can bluff my way with this picture from the bank, and if you're any kind of an actor, well, let's get busy. I telephoned to Peter, told him to come over. Mr. Price called the others. They didn't care particularly about seeing Pete again, but Price told them some of the as-yet undistributed money was at stake, and they quickly changed their minds. So, about an hour and a half later, there was a gathering of the Upman clan there at the office of the old attorney.
Now, look, Dollar, Mr. Price says you're okay and all that, but I still don't like your company's stall on the insurance payment.
Just keep your shirt on, huh, Pete?
And another thing, I didn't like your attitude when you came to see me.
Now, look, you may be a little bigger than I am, but I've decided you'd be very foolish if you tried to take me on.
Oh, yeah?
It might even cost you $1 million.
Well, all I care about is Aunt Lizzie's $3,000.
Okay, just take it easy, huh?
Take it easy. You say that to a
redhead?
redhead?
Then shut up. Okay, now, all of you, listen to me.
Yes, Johnny?
I'm sure you all know that Pete here inherited a few $1,000s from his Aunt Elizabeth, I guess it is.
Yes, and we've heard about how he's tried to collect it twice over. Well, if you ask me, Johnny...
Thank you, Janet, but I am not asking you.
Well, if you ask me, Pete ought to be locked up for trying such a silly, childish thing.
Yeah? Paul, with all the time in the world on your hands, it was real easy for you to pick up that insurance check over where Pete lives while he was at work, wasn't it?
What's that?
What?
And forging a signature, well, after all, you're his own brother.
Just a minute, please.
And there at the bank, why, dear old half-blind Mrs. Eberhardt couldn't tell which was which.
Now, look here, Dollar.
But a little machine put the finger on you, Paul.
Absurd.
Yeah, a little device at the bank that photographs everybody who goes up to a teller's cage.
Dollar, you mean that...
Oh, now, Johnny, you've been taken in.
Have I?
That whole thing is just a bluff. It hasn't worked right in years.
Oh, what makes you think that?
I know. Because the cashier is a boyfriend of mine.
Oh, that bank had better check its books.
What?
He didn't tell you it's been fixed recently?
Fixed?
No, he didn't. I mean, Paul.
Now, wait a minute.
Like to see the picture it took of you, Paul, collecting that money? Here, Mr. Price, see what you think.
Why, yes, Mr. Dollar. It's about as clear as it can possibly...
Okay, Paul, you dirty...
No, stop him. Somebody
Stop me, and not you, Paul, or anybody else.
Good heavens, Mr. Dollar. Peter will kill him.
Oh, I doubt it, Mr. Price. Can you think of a better way for justice to be done? Yeah, Peter paid Paul on this one, but I mean royally. And I must confess it did my heart good to watch him. And Pete, bless his fighting Irish heart. Yep, he'll be a millionaire one of these days. He's earned it. Expense account total, including hotel and food, $17.20. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Our star will return in just a moment.
Constipation is something people don't talk about much, but it can be a problem for anyone, even doctors. And when constipation occurs, it's interesting to see just what doctors consider important about a laxative they might use or recommend. Well, a majority of the doctors we heard from had this to say.
A laxative should be effective, gentle, close to natural acting. A medicine that can be used with complete confidence.
Now, X-Lax has been popular with many doctors and millions of people over the years because pleasant-tasting chocolated X-Lax is effective. Overnight, it helps you toward your normal regularity. X-Lax is so gentle, so close to natural acting, there's no upset. That's why many doctors and millions of people use X-Lax with complete confidence. X-Lax, the laxative that helps you toward your normal regularity gently, overnight.
Now, here is our star to tell you about next week's story.
Next week, a story of a deadly swamp and 4 dedicated killers. Their intended victim? Well, join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, originates in Hollywood and is written, produced, and directed by Jack Johnstone. Heard in our cast were Marvin Miller, Peter Leeds, Jack Moyles, Ralph Moody, Bartlett Robinson, Eleanor Audley, and Sandra Gould. Be sure to join us next week, same time and station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is John Wall speaking.
Silent death stalks a ship's corridor as suspense follows on the CBS Radio Network.
One more pitch may do it. Judy Wood has been pitching a great game all afternoon. She's just about the best softball pitcher in the Women's League. Okay, she's ready. Strike 3! Man, oh, man, what a pitch! Man, oh, Manischewitz, what a wine! At the ballpark, not everybody gets the big cheers. But at home, everybody's wine is always cheered. It's Manischewitz. Man, oh, man.
Man, oh, Manischewitz, everybody's wine because it tastes so good.
Have you tried new Manischewitz fruit wines? It's just like drinking fruit itself. Serve them any time. Manischewitz fruit wines, 100% pure, specially sweetened.
Blackberry wine, cherry wine, Loganberry wine.
Man, oh, Manischewitz, everybody's wine because it tastes so good.
Manischewitz Wine Company, New York.
Radio 59, WROW, Albany, New York. New York. New York. New York.
And now, True Detective Mysteries. In cooperation with the editor of True Detective magazine and the Mutual Broadcasting System, True Detective Mysteries, brought to you by X-Lax, America's largest selling laxative.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, $1,000 reward is being offered for information leading to the capture of a dangerous criminal. A complete description will be given later on this True Detective mystery, which follows in a moment.
You probably know what you're going to do every minute you drive, but do the other drivers know what your plans are? In other words, do you signal your intentions to other drivers every time you want to turn, stop, or do anything else that might not be expected of you? Well, the law says you must. Your own common sense must tell you you should. Most cars today are equipped with mechanical turn signals. Use them, but be sure to use them correctly. If you use a turn signal for indicating your direction at the fork in the road, and you should, remember that the turn may be so gradual that the signal may not turn itself off as many do after a 90-degree turn. Be sure your signal is off after it has served its purpose. There is probably nothing more frustrating and dangerous than following a car with turn signals flashing away and the driver blindly driving straight ahead. The National Safety Council urges every driver to use turn signals correctly, safely, at every turn. This message is brought to you as a public service. Now the voice of the editor of True Detective magazine.
The case history you are about to hear is the actual report of an actual crime. When she was a little girl, she told police they used to have a saying that what you didn't know would never hurt you.
I've kind of changed my mind about that. I didn't know John Nasser until a few hours ago, and even then I didn't know his name. But he hurt me. He hurt my husband more than anyone else ever did, and I hope more than anyone else ever will again.
This is Grace Hospital.
Again?
The young woman, Mrs. Mary Ann Webster, slim but athletic, brunette and pretty, courageous.
Being in that trunk, air all
Very
right up
courageous,
and
as you shall hear. Grace Hospital, room 18, emergency ward. In her own words, detectives, police steno near bedside, Mrs. Mary Ann Webster coming fully out of sedation now.
Robert and me, we've just been married a year. Robert's an engine mechanic in the Air Force. For the holidays, he managed to wangle a 10-day leave, so we started out for a Christmas visit with his people. And then my folks, and it was swell seeing them, both sides, his and mine, and the presents and food and happiness and all. And then we got ready for the start back. I was wearing shorts and a sweater and a sports coat. Robert stepped on the accelerator, and we waved goodbye to the folks. I snuggled up to Robert, put my head on his shoulder. If I'd had any idea of what was about to happen, believe me, I not only couldn't have slept, I'd have run to the nearest police barracks. It was early in the morning, about 2 a.m.
Oh, hey, honey. Hey, Marianne. Hey, there's a hitchhiker. Shall we pick him up?
Oh, well, there's not much traffic. He might have to stand all night.
Yeah, you got room, folks? I'm going down the line.
Oh, hop in.
Oh, fine. What's your names?
Robert Webster. This is my wife, Marianne. What's yours, mister?
What's in the name? We're only ships that pass in the night.
I didn't hear you.
We're only ships that pass in the night. Were you kids just married? Hey, has anybody got a cigarette?
We've been married almost a year.
Here. Thanks. Somehow you remind me of a couple of honeymooners.
This sort of flattered me because we've been married a long time. Well, not long, I guess, but it seems like a long time. We've had arguments and everything already. If that sounds like Robbie and me didn't get along, I don't mean it that way. It's just that we weren't a pair of flighty lovers. We'd adjusted to marriage and felt like an old settled-down couple. We drove along for about 150 miles. John smoked and didn't talk. I must have fallen asleep again on Robbie's shoulder.
Oh, hood latches come loose.
Oh.
I guess we're near Sulphur Springs. That's about 60 miles this side of the city.
What are you doing? John, the hitchhiker beside me, John, had pinched me. I turned around shocked. I saw he had a gun in his hand, and I was terrified. Terrified. Robbie came back, and as he got in behind the wheel, John, the hitchhiker, pushed across me before I knew what he was doing.
Hey, what are you doing? You flipped?
Robbie,
hey.
I didn't. Robbie, not me. Robbie, he's got it.
She didn't give you that love tap, Buster.
Oh, hey, put that away. You out of your mind?
But you'll flip if you're not careful. Now do as I tell you, or the long honeymoon's over, kid.
I tried to say something I couldn't. I stared at the gun in front of my eyes. The gun he was aiming across me at my Robbie. I was paralyzed.
Oh, now listen, we don't want any trouble. My wife's going to have a baby. If this will hold up okay, I got about $15. Now take it. And leave us alone. And take all the presents in the back seat. They're worth something, too.
It's not exactly a stick-up.
Well, take the car, too. I don't want my wife harmed. Did you hear what I said? I don't want her harmed.
It won't do. Traffic along here. Somebody'd pick you up and you'd have the cops on my tail in 20 miles. Just keep driving. Slow. Perfect. Like you're right out of driving school. Find a nice, quiet country road.
No.
Start the car up. Start her up! Go, I said!
Back to True Detective Mysteries in just a moment. One of the popular magazines coined the phrase, never underestimate the power of a woman. Well, to paraphrase that, saying, never underestimate the power of a man to help a boy. For the past 50 years or so, the Big Brother movement has been proving how true that is. A Big Brother is not a trained social worker. He's simply a man who's willing to give some of his time and energy and ability because he's concerned about the welfare of young people. He knows how much the genuine friendship of an adult can mean to a boy who's been emotionally battered and bruised because there was no one for him to turn to. And he knows, too, that there are few satisfactions greater than that which comes from helping a youngster over the rough spots. So if you believe that we should never underestimate the power of one man to help one boy, and if you would like to become a Big Brother, then please contact your local Big Brother agency or write Big Brothers of America, Philadelphia 3, Pennsylvania. That address again, Big Brothers of America, Philadelphia 3, Pennsylvania. This message is brought to you as a public service. Now again, the editor of True Detective magazine.
Continuing now in her own words, the true statement of Mrs. Mary Ann Webster,
We were in
room
the car.
182,
Robert, my
Grace
husband, was
Hospital.
driving again. My heart was pounding something terrible. I couldn't talk. I couldn't scream. I tried to once when another car flashed past us, but no sound came. I prayed.
All right. In there. In there, I said. Straight in ahead. Turn into it. Yeah, it's a bumpy road. Mile or so, you kids can get out.
If you'll get the gun out of my eyes, maybe I could see.
How are we going to get to the city?
I was going to drive the car to the city and leave it at the railroad depot. Now you started arguing.
Who's arguing?
I changed my mind. All right. Out, soldier. I said out! Out of the car! Walk! Now you just stay in here and keep your mouth shut. Maybe that way you won't get hurt. Walk, soldier!
I watched them.
Do what he says, Marianne. He's not going to kill Marianne.
Oh, Robbie. Robbie.
He's going to let us live. Marianne. Do as he says.
What's he going to do?
He swears he'll kill us both. No, obey him. Better obey him. I think he's insane. He just as soon kill us. No, let's not give him a chance.
Come on!
The trunk. We were locked in the trunk, but the car didn't start.
You
let her alone.
I'll give it to you right now, soldier, to you both. Then I don't even have to carry bodies. You, I said!
Me?
Out!
Robert in the trunk. I forgot my own terror. My Robert locked in the trunk. This man we'd been generous enough to give a lift. This madman with the gun.
Get it. Now drive.
No, I don't care what you do. I'm not going to.
Get in the car. Drive me.
I want to be with Robbie.
All right.
Get in, hon. Just get in. Hon. Oh, hon. Please. Please, hon.
Jam. loved. We were jammed, Robbie and me, jammed up against each other. Robbie kept telling me to do exactly as that monster said, and eventually he'd let us go, but I don't think Robbie believed it. He was just saying it to make talk for my benefit. Robbie put his arms around me and held me close. Oh, it sounds mushy now, I know, but we told each other how much we loved each other. It was the real thing for us. We prayed, and Robbie tried to keep me from crying.
He's stopping. He's stopping for gas. He got my money. He said he'll shoot us and the gasoline attendant if we make any noise. Honey, easy.
He left the motor run. The exhaust fumes came into the trunk. It was choking me. It was unbearably hot. Then he started up.
Back to True Detective Mysteries in just a moment.
More families, far more families, use X-Lax than any other laxative. X-Lax is the preferred laxative for one important reason. X-Lax helps you toward your normal regularity, gently, overnight. Today, many doctors recommend trusted X-Lax for youngsters as well as grown-ups.
That's because X-Lax gives you the relief you want, the gentle way that nature wants, without upset, without embarrassing urgency. When you take chocolated X-Lax at night, it does not disturb your sleep. And X-Lax is so effective that the next morning you'll be well on your way toward your normal regularity. Seldom, if ever, will you need X-Lax the next day.
Little wonder that of all the laxatives made today, tablet, powder, or liquid, X-Lax is the most popular. Next time, any time that you or any member of your family needs a laxative, make that laxative pleasant-tasting chocolated X-Lax. Introductory size, only 15 cents.
Now again, the editor of True Detective magazine.
Continuing the statement of Mrs. Mary Ann Webster.
Robbie was bleeding badly where he'd been smashed with the gun barrel, his head and his face. He tried to stop the bleeding with an old pair of trousers that he found in the trunk, but he couldn't make a very good job of it. There was a lug wrench in the trunk. Robbie got hold of it and tried to force the lid up a little so that we wouldn't smother. After a while, using the wrench and pushing his feet against the lid, he managed to spring the lid up a little, and fresh air trickled in, and it was like champagne. Up until then, we hadn't had any hope of getting out alive. When we could see it was getting daylight, I twisted around and stuck my fingers through the crack under the lid, hoping, oh, how I was hoping somebody would see them, my fingers. Robbie tried to hold the crack open, but he was weak from the beating he'd gotten, and the lid closed down tight again on my fingers. Oh, my fingers got pinched so badly they bled. Once the car stopped for what must have been an hour. Again, he kept the motor running. And the heat and the exhaust and the fumes.
Open up, Will. Open up, Will.
I could tell from the sound of the tires that we left the highway. Then from the tires, I knew we were back on the highway again. I didn't know what that meant. Robbie was unconscious, his head bobbing an inch from mine. His mouth was open. I could see his tongue, and every so often his eyelids flickered when we hit a bump, but that was the only sign I had that my husband was still alive. And the thoughts that ran through my mind of the many times I'd been mean and selfish and good. Oh, how so very good a man my husband was, and how, oh, Lord knew how. And I prayed, but how I would be good and never nag and pick. Oh, Lord, if we could only get out alive. But I'd given up hope.
Do as...
Oh, yes, hon, yes.
Don't...
Yes, lover, yes.
Mary.
Oh, I can't get my fingers out again.
Here.
I'll try again, Robbie. You try to sleep. I tried. Oh, I tried. I was so cramped. Robbie was lying now against me. His weight, he was unconscious again, and his weight on me, please the other cars, people. Please. Someone see my fingers sticking out there, please. Please.
Hey, you, slow down. Pull over the curb.
Help! Help us inside.
What?
Oh, he's got a gun. Get his gun. Get his gun. He'll shoot you. Please don't let him.
Oh, easy. Lady, easy. Easy, young lady. That's better.
My husband's here.
Is he alive?
Then an ambulance clanged down the highway. Robbie was still alive, but I heard the ambulance doctor say something about severe loss of blood and possible monoxide poisoning because of the blood loss, and I must have passed out, too. But then I was here in the hospital, and you all are treating us so well, and I'll be all right now that I know Robert will live. Really, I will. You are the policeman, aren't you?
Well, yes, Mrs. Webster. Yes, lady.
I don't know how to
Well,
say.
just you relax now. You lie back.
Could I ask you what you and all you detectives...
Sure. Well, his name is, he's a killer named Nasser. The John part was correct, ma'am. He escaped from State Prison Farm about 33 days ago, overpowered a guard, then he robbed and unnecessarily stabbed him. He's been serving a life sentence on a first-degree murder conviction, yes, ma'am, since January 1947.
A murderer.
Yes, ma'am. See, I was actually out on a parking meter checkup, ma'am, and a man I know, Hal Fisher, he runs a tire store. Now, I was stopped there, talking to Mr. Fisher. He's the one who actually spotted your fingers sticking out the trunk of your car. I appreciate you worrying at the time about him having a gun, ma'am, but you see, when I came up close behind you and I saw your fingers were running blood, I knew this was trouble, so I had my own gun out and pointing right for his head when I gave him the siren and pushed him over to the curb.
Thanks. Thanks again.
Oh, you betcha, ma'am.
Except for the use of fictitious names and places, this has been a real story of a real crime, solved by real people with a real criminal brought to justice. But be on the alert. A vicious criminal is at large and may be in your neighborhood. As editor of True Detective magazine, I offer a $1,000 reward for information leading to the capture of Thomas Francis Connolly, Jr., 1 month from the date of this broadcast and as a direct result of listening to this broadcast. But first...
Planning a trip? Unexpected trouble can occur anywhere. Did you know that you can receive immediate, confidential help wherever you are throughout the nation at Traveler's Aid? Friendly, experienced Traveler's Aid workers will assist you with any difficulties you may have while you're away from home. Traveler's Aid is a non-profit, non-sectarian organization located on the piers and in transportation terminals in over 100 cities in the United States and Canada, and supported entirely by voluntary contributions from the public. Among its services are protective care for children traveling alone, the aged and the handicapped, and guidance and counseling for individuals and families on the move, as well as help on any job, personal or family problems related to travel. Remember, if ever you are in trouble, away from home, contact Traveler's Aid. A good suggestion. If you're in trouble away from home, contact Traveler's Aid. This message is brought to you as a public service.
And now, here are the details regarding the wanted criminal. Thomas Francis Connolly, Jr. is being sought by the Federal Bureau of Investigation on a charge of bank robbery. He is alleged to be one of 4 men who held up a branch of the Chase Manhattan Bank at Woodside, New York, early on the morning of April 6, 1955. Thomas Francis Connolly, Jr. is 32 years of age, 5 feet 9 inches tall, and weighs 175 pounds. He has blonde curly hair, blue eyes, and a fair complexion. The fugitive has the following marks of identification: a diagonal scar on the right side of his forehead, a scar under his chin, and another below his left jaw, a 2-inch vertical scar on the back of his left wrist. His previous occupations include steam fitter, floor waxer, bricklayer's helper, and merchant seaman. Connolly may be armed with a machine gun and a pistol and should be approached with caution. If located, notify Director J. Edgar Hoover, Federal Bureau of Investigation, Washington, D.C. Do not call your local radio station, but notify Director J. Edgar Hoover, Federal Bureau of Investigation, Washington, D.C. Then get in touch with the editor of True Detective for the $1,000 reward.
True Detective Mysteries has been brought to you by Chocolated X-Lax, America's largest selling laxative. London, England. A woman notifies Scotland Yard she has nightmares in which she sees her friend walled up in a closet. Upon investigation, the dream is found to be a reality. The dead woman's husband is charged with murder. Read the complete story, The Corpse in the Cupboard, in True Detective magazine, now at your newsstand. And when you're getting your copy of True Detective, be sure to buy Sport magazine, the magazine for sport fans. Look for Carmen Basilio on the cover. Silos, haylofts, corn cribs. A farmer certainly knows how important it is to store food for the future. And when he has extra crop money, a farmer buys United States savings bonds regularly, too. He stores away bonds to protect his family's future, as well as the future of his farm through this safe, systematic way of saving. Today, Series E savings bonds are a better investment than ever. The interest rate's been raised to 3.25%. And you get back $4 at maturity for every $3 invested. Savings bonds mature faster, too, in just 8 years and 11 months. Savings bonds also come in a new convenient punch card form. They're smaller, about the size of a bank check. Don't put off putting something away. Enjoy a more secure tomorrow. Buy improved United States savings bonds today. True Detective Mysteries is written, directed, and produced by Peter Irving. The part of the editor is portrayed by John Griggs. Also heard were Pat Hosley and William Redfield. This is Ed Ladd speaking.
The Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective. The people who make 76 gasoline and Triton Motor Oil, Union Oil Company, present The Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective, starring Wally Mayer and Kathy Lewis. Excitement and danger are the salt and pepper in Mike Shayne's recipe for life. But at this particular moment, Mike seems fresh out of spice and seasoning. Life is very dull for our detective friend. So dull, in fact, he almost yawns right in the very pretty face of his secretary, Phyllis Knight.
10 minutes to 4. You've had that poetry book propped under your nose since lunch.
Well, certainly. If I'm going to write poetry reviews, I've got to read them.
Exactly. 3 people have walked through that door today. 1 bill collector and 2 guys asking where they could...
Mike.
Where they could comb their hair.
3 + 1 = 4.
You, sir, are Monsieur Michael Shayne, the private detective?
If it's all right with you, ma'am.
I am Madame Jolene Toulot.
Once again?
Madame Ghislaine Toulot. But of course I shouldn't expect a detective to know and the
Ghislaine Toulot, the opera star, of course. Won't you have a chair, please?
The other one, Phil. It's strong. More comfortable.
Young man, I weigh 230 pounds. If this chair won't hold me, I'll let you know.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
A big voice means a big body. Did you ever hear a voice from one of those little musical comedy whiffets? No? No more voice than a sick grasshopper.
Madame Toulot, you wish to see Mr. Shane about some problem, a case?
Of course. What did I come here for? It's in my purse. Here, read this letter.
Thank you. Madam, this is your last warning. If the book is published, you will not be here to enjoy the pain it causes. That's all. It's unsigned.
This is the second one I've received in the past 2 weeks.
Well, what on earth does it mean, the book?
My memoirs. Oh. Everybody knows I am writing them. A lot of famous people will lose sleep when they read what I, Madame Ghislaine Toulot, has told about them. But I want to live, to enjoy it.
You wish me to investigate who's sending you these notes?
I do.
I'm sorry, madam. I'm not a press agent. Writers have tried this publicity stunt before.
Why, you young cochon. Very well. I'll go to a good detective.
I wish you luck, madam.
I like you, young man. You talk back to me and don't apologize.
Only in months spelt with an R.
I admit I like publicity, Mr. Shane. I love to see my name in print, but not in the obituary. If you will take the case, I'll give you the names of the people that might have written these notes.
Go ahead, Mike. We wouldn't want anything to really happen to Madame Toulot.
Thank you, my dear. What is your name?
Phyllis Knight. I remember hearing you sing Carmen when I was a little girl.
You're older than I thought. You like opera?
Oh, I love it, yes. I've got record albums at home of Aida and Carmen, Rigoletto, Cavaliere Rusticana. Wait a minute. Didn't I see in the papers that you were singing that tonight? The benefit series.
Yes, my 5th farewell appearance.
Coming back to business, madam, you were going to give me some names.
Yes. The first one is Roderick Mackenzie of the Newport Mackenzies, an old suitor of mine.
Would he threaten to kill you?
He's come clear out to the coast just to keep his name out of my memoirs. He wants to buy his letters back from me.
Oh?
My dear Ghislaine, he says, I was a wild and foolish boy, but that was long ago. There is my family, my circle.
You're writing this down, honey?
Yes.
Then there's my ex-husband, Edwin Buck. He's got political ambitions which my book might sour. And Leonora Baril, Madame Baril. To think I have to sing tonight with that Hungarian hoot owl. And one other, Savadal, our maestro.
They're all in your memoirs?
Any others?
Yes. Savadal, our maestro, he hates the air I breathe because I won't let Helen marry him.
Helen?
My secretary, Helen Smith.
Oh.
The girl thinks she's in love with him. She's too young, too good for him.
You might add the secretary to the list, honey.
Mm-hmm.
Helen? Impossible. She couldn't. No, never.
Well, we've got 4 names here. Now, where do I find these people?
Come to the opera tonight, the Figaro Theatre. I will have them all there for you.
Figaro Theatre, okay.
It's a double bill, Pagliacci, then Cavalleria. I sing in the second half. Let us meet in my dressing room during the intermission.
One thing more, madam. Do we have to listen to the opera itself?
Of course. Someday you can tell your children you heard Madame Ghislaine Toulot. You will never forget tonight.
That's what I'm afraid of.
I wanted to hear the end of Pagliacci.
Yeah, so do I. It can't end quick enough.
Oh, you're just being childish. You like music and singing.
Yeah, sure, darling, but when guys get up on the stage and insult each other, I want to enjoy it in English.
Oh,
Yes?
Oh, we thought this was Madame Toulot's dressing room. I'm sorry.
It is. Madam is no come here yet.
Oh, well, we were to meet her here in her dressing room. Can we come in and wait?
I am waiting to see her.
Okay, we'll make it a threesome. The names are Miss Knight and Mike Shane.
So? I am Savadell.
The maestro? But I thought you were conducting...
Cavalleria only, madame.
Oh.
Diavolo, she's late. Excuse me. Hello? Hello? Madame, the time. I wait and wait and wait. So? See, they are here. You, Mr. Shane. She wants to talk.
Oh, thank you. Hello?
Monsieur Shane, I am going to be late. A certain person has been here at the house trying to tear up my memoirs.
What? Who?
I'll tell you when I get to the theater. Come back to the dressing room after the performance. Au revoir.
Goodbye.
I want to talk to her.
I'm sorry, Maestro. She hung up.
Oh, that woman, that pig. I will not stand to this. I warn her. No, we're doing it.
Do what?
Hey, just a second there.
That, my dear, is what we artists call temperament fortissimo.
Yeah, well, I've got a plainer name for it. Come on, darling. Let's go back to our seats and join the other sufferers.
Mike.
Hmm?
Hey, that man conducting the orchestra, he doesn't look like Sabadell.
Yeah, you're right. It's the same bald head who umpired the first opera.
Yeah, but Sabadell said he would. Wonder what it means.
Don't ask me, darling. The only thing I know about Grand Opera is the price of our tickets.
Hey, that's awfully funny.
Yeah.
Well, this is the last part of the prelude, and right now the tenor's supposed to be singing off stage.
The curtain's going up.
There's nobody on the stage.
Somebody's coming out from the wings now.
It's Sabadell.
Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen.
Quiet.
Please. I am regret to announce there will be tonight no Cavalleria Rusticana. I have to announce there is a tragedy. Our soprano, Madame Turlot, is dead.
We'll return to Mike and Phyllis in just a moment. Many motorists blame poor mileage, sluggish pickup, and inferior engine performance on wartime gasoline. Now, it's true that all civilian gasoline must be restricted in quantity and quality due to government regulations. But if you've been having trouble with a rough motor, or your gas coupons don't seem to go quite as far as they used to, ask yourself this question. How long has it been since my spark plugs were checked? You see, spark plugs have a lot to do with engine performance. If they're old or burned or dirty, they won't fire properly and they waste gasoline. In fact, engineering tests show that defective plugs can waste 1 tankful of gasoline out of 10. Now, there's no reason why anyone should put up with this condition when it's so easy to have your Union Oil Minuteman check your spark plugs. Union Oil spark plug inspection is scientifically performed. The condition of each plug is carefully measured on a special machine, and you can see the results for yourself. If your plugs are dirty, the Minuteman will clean and adjust them. The cost of this service is only a few cents per plug, and you'll soon save that in extra mileage. You'll find Union Oil Minuteman ready to serve you wherever you see the sign of the big orange and blue 76. The sudden death of Madame Turlot has been announced from the opera stage. It's a few minutes later. Mike and Phyllis are at the home of the dead singer. As they hurry through the entrance hall, Inspector Faraday is explaining.
Well, for once, Mike, I beat you to the scene.
Yeah.
The old lady started to phone the police, but never completed the call. One of our operators heard gunshots over the phone.
So you hightailed it right over?
Yeah, when somebody at the opera phoned for her, I gave him the news. Well, this is the living room. The bodies, well, you can see for yourself.
But Inspector, there are 2 of them.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. As bloody as Grand Opera itself.
Oh.
And when she came to our office, I thought it was a publicity stunt. Mike Shane, you're a hero.
Oh, Mike, you couldn't possibly know.
I haven't had time to identify the other body. It's a woman of, I'd say, 25 or 26.
That's probably Helen Smith, the secretary. Only we knew who was here with Madame Turlot when she telephoned you at the theater.
Yeah. The somebody who had just tried to destroy her manuscript.
So that's what it was, a manuscript. One of my boys found a pile of paper over there in the fireplace. A lot of it was burned up.
Uh-huh. Looks like some old photographs and letters, too.
Oh, maybe that's the coroner. Be right back, kids.
Okay.
Look at these, Mike. Here, These pages didn't burn.
Chapter 5, My Husband. There never was a more dashing, gallant figure of a man than Edwin Buck. There's something screwy here. She's giving him a gold-plated Oscar, unless it's supposed to be sarcasm.
Her desk looks as if she'd been working on a manuscript, Mike. A lot of typewriter paper and carbon sheets. Only used a couple of times.
Oh, good. You know what to do with them.
Mike, what are you staring at?
Bloodstains on the carpet. They trail from the phone over here to the piano where she died.
Oh. Well, she must have clutched at the music rack as she fell. There's music all over the floor.
Uh-huh. She's got a couple of sheets crumpled in her hand. Looks like they were torn out of something.
Let me see. That's part of an opera score. An aria from Rigoletto.
Court I-G on I Vial Z.
Mike. Corsigiani Vilrazzi. It's a baritone aria.
I thought she was a soprano.
Helen, Mamma Mia, Helen.
No, Sabadell, no, don't touch her.
I don't know who these men are, but they all insist they're special friends of Madame Turlow. What's your name, sir?
Edwin Buck. I was once her husband.
And you?
Roderick Mackenzie. I've known Ghislaine for, a long time.
I was supposed to meet all three of you gentlemen this evening about certain threatening letters sent to Madame Turlow.
So I understand.
Have you got those letters, Mike?
I have one, Inspector, here in my purse.
Maestro Sabadell, when we were in the dressing room with you, you blew your top about Madame. You said you had warned her, and now you would do it. Do what, Maestro?
I was a meaning for Helen. Madam, she say we cannot marry. I'm say Madame Turlow have no right to stop us. Tonight I'm decide. No more talk. We do it.
And where did you go when you slammed out?
First I go for a walk. Get over my temper. Then I phone Madame. She's very late. They say she's dead.
Mr. Buck, you came here for some reason, but you're very quiet.
Yes, Oh, it's so horrible. And
how long ago were you divorced from Madame Turlow?
About 18 years.
I understand you have political ambitions. Is that right?
I hope to run for Congress.
And what your ex-wife wrote about you might do your opponents more good than you.
Why, no. From all Ghislaine told me, she wrote rather well of me.
From all she told us, that wasn't her idea.
Can you tell us, Mr. Buck, where you were during the past hour?
Why, certainly. At the opera to hear Ghislaine.
Mr. Mackenzie, I believe you made a special trip here from New York to keep your name out of these memoirs.
There's no crime in that.
You tried to buy your letters back from Madame.
I did. I have my family to think of, my social standing. Some of my letters were, full of youthful enthusiasm. I was afraid Ghislaine would distort them.
Mr. Mackenzie, where were you during the past hour?
I was at the opera.
No, that is one lie. He was here. I'm see him.
All right, Mackenzie. Drop the innocent act. What were you doing here?
Well, if you must know, I came to talk to Ghislaine's secretary.
And?
I was going to bribe her to steal my letters for me, but nobody answered the door. I never got in. You can't prove anything on me.
Except that you're a poor liar, sir. That goes for all of you. Any one of you three could have sneaked up here from the opera and killed these women. Inspector?
Yes, Mike.
Madam has some of the musical score in her right hand. I want to borrow it for an hour or so.
But, Mike, that's evidence.
Nothing's going to happen to it, Inspector. And, honey, if you'll give me the keys to your apartment, please.
What? I'll go with you.
No. I want you here to sort of observe proceedings.
Mr. Shannon, please. I want to talk with you. It must be private.
Inspector Faraday will be glad to hear anything you have to say, Maestro. I'll be seeing you, children. Oh, Angel, you dropped your handkerchief.
Oh, thanks.
All right, Mr. Sabadell. What was it you wanted to tell Mike?
No, it's like I say, it's a private.
Okay, I suppose it's private why you came here earlier and saw Mackenzie.
I'm already tell. I come to see Helen and say to Madam that we get married, but nobody's opened the front door. They're already dead.
Inspector.
Now what?
This isn't my handkerchief. It's got the initials L.B.
Mm-hmm.
Of course. Leonore Beryl, the singer. Her name was on our list, too.
Then she must have been here. We're knee-deep in suspects.
Well, maybe this one is the fish we're really after. See you later, Inspector.
Hey, Phil, where you going?
Where do you suppose? Right, Inspector?
I hope you will excuse my appearance, but I am so unstrung from this shock.
Yes, I understand, Miss Beryl.
Ghislaine and I we were such good friends. She was like a mother to me.
Yes. Did you see her today?
Today? Oh, no. Oh, my eyes. Mascara.
Oh, here, use this hanky.
Oh, thank you.
You buy very expensive handkerchiefs, Miss Beryl.
What?
That handkerchief. It's yours. You dropped it in the living room. Ghislaine Turlot's living room?
Oh.
You did see her today, didn't you? In fact, this evening.
How did you know?
I didn't. It was a shot in the dark. I see you use a typewriter.
What are you doing?
Just checking something. Will not be... Yep, it's the same.
It is the same what?
The letter E on your typewriter, exactly like the E in the note threatening the life of Ghislaine Turlot.
All right. I was trying to scare her. She had me in her memoirs. I am trying to get my husband back. But if Sabadell reads the malicious way she twisted things...
Sabadell? He's your husband?
And our divorce became final last month. But I am going to get him back.
Oh. He was going to elope with Helen. So you got rid of the girl, then you had to kill the other woman.
Get out of here. Get out of here!
Gladly. I think you've told me
That
all
is
we
the
need to
trouble
know.
with women. They tell it too much.
Oh, Sabadell.
How did you get here?
The inspector, he's turned loose everybody but Mr. Mackenzie. Now, I talk to you.
No, you don't.
You stay. Sabadell want to talk.
You let go of me.
Diavolo, she bite me.
Stop her. Stop her. She's getting away.
Sister, I am away. She was lying every minute of the time because everything that she said...
Please, Angel, please give it to me slow. I can't get it all at once.
Well, listen, all right. Faraday has turned everybody loose except Mackenzie. He's holding the wrong man.
Well, it could be, but Inspector Faraday must have his reasons.
But the handkerchief. Leonore Beryl admitted she was with Madame Turlot tonight, and she was married to Sabadell.
So you said.
Well, doesn't all this mean anything to you? Sabadell tried to keep me in that apartment.
Mm-hmm. Men try that occasionally.
Oh.
By the way, did you check Madame's carbon paper?
I did not. I found more important things to do.
Phyllis, I told you
Mike, stop fiddling with that phonograph and listen to me. Leonore Beryl sent those threatening letters. She wanted Sabadell back, but he was going to elope with Helen. Don't you think Leonore would be mad enough to kill her and Ghislaine Turlot?
If you think that, why were you so scared of Sabadell?
Because they're in it together.
Mm-hmm. Oh, by the way, honey, have you got some extra phonograph needles? This one's getting scratchy.
Oh, Mike.
What's the matter? Something wrong?
Yes, you.
Huh?
I beat my brains out trying to help you on this case. You just stand there gawking at sheet music and phonograph records.
Excuse, please, but the doorbell.
That's the apartment phone, stupid. Down by the mailboxes.
Oh, I'll get it. It's probably Inspector Faraday. Hello?
Please, Miss Phyllis Knight.
Well, who is it and what do you want?
Senor Sabadell, I must see her at once.
Look, mister, look, this is Mike Shane, and if you come around here to pester Phyllis, I'll
No,
punch you...
no, please. I want to talk to both of you. It's a secret. I have an idea.
Hello? Hello, hello? Hello?
Mr. Shane.
Yeah?
The aria.
Sabadell. Sabadell, what's wrong? Sabadell!
In just a moment, we'll return to Michael Shane and his adventures. A few minutes ago, we mentioned some of the reasons why clean spark plugs are important to the efficient performance of an automobile engine. Now, while you're having your spark plugs checked, it's a good idea to ask the Minuteman to look at your ignition cables, too. These cables are the small, fine wires which deliver electricity to the spark plugs. If any of them are broken or frayed or the insulation damaged, even brand new plugs won't help your driving. You see, old or damaged ignition cables leak electricity, so that by the time the charge gets to the spark plug, there isn't enough juice left for the rich spark needed for instant firing. So to get full power out of old engines, ask the Union Oil Minuteman to check both spark plugs and ignition cables. Then you'll be sure of more power and better mileage. Just drive in wherever you see the sign of the big orange and blue 76 and ask for Union Oil Ignition Service. Thank you. For the second time tonight, a phone call has been ended suddenly by a revolver shot. It is minutes later. Mike and Phyllis are standing on the sidewalk outside Phil's apartment house. Two men in white are lifting a limp body onto an ambulance stretcher.
Mike, Do you think he'll live?
Well, the doctor says he will if they get him to the hospital quick enough. Even so, we won't be able to question him for days, and that may be too late.
Not a soul in this crowd saw who did it.
Somebody decided Savadell shouldn't talk to us.
Yeah.
Oh, if I had only listened to him when he tried to tell me something at Madame Turlow's. Or you at Leonore Barill's.
Well, if we just knew what he wanted to tell
I
us.
think I have a sneaking hunch, honey.
You have?
Yep. Well, come on, Bright Eyes. We're going to phone Inspector Faraday and send out the invitations.
Invitations?
Mm-hmm. To a midnight reunion at Madame Turlow's. The guest list will be very select and slightly dangerous. Good evening, Inspector.
Hello, Inspector.
Did you round up everybody?
I did. They're in the living room. Come on in.
Okay.
That package under your arm, Mike, what is it?
Patience, me lad, patience. Everything in due time.
Mike, you tell me on the phone that Mackenzie was innocent and to release him. Well, I haven't.
You mean you've got proof on him?
Mackenzie came clear across the continent just to stop Madame Turlow from publishing that book. He admits he was going to bribe her secretary to steal the stuff for him. And Savadell placed him here at the house at or about the time of the killing. That's enough for me.
There's just one hitch, Inspector.
What?
How about the killer trying to remove Savadell, too, at the very time you had Mackenzie at headquarters?
Say, that's right.
Yeah. Unless Savadell's ex-wife did it in a fit of anger.
Oh, Miss Barrill, this is Mr. Shane.
So, I understand I have you to thank for dragging me out at this unearthly hour.
Yes, Miss Barrill. Mr. Buck, how are you?
As well as could be expected.
Phyllis, will you look up those carbon papers now?
Yeah, right away.
I believe Inspector Faraday has told you of the shooting of Maestro Savadell, so the first thing we want to know from both of you is, where were you during the past hour?
Well, I was at home, reading the newspaper story about tonight.
Oh, an incomplete story, I'm afraid. And you, Miss Barrill?
Also at home.
When Miss Knight left you and Savadell, or should I say escaped from you, what happened?
Nothing.
You and Savadell had a fight. He accused you of killing Helen so he couldn't marry her.
I told him I didn't, and it's the truth.
All right. Now, honey, how about the carbons?
All checked. Madame Turlow was still working on the chapter, My Husband.
And?
We were right the first time. She's anything but flattering to Mr. Buck.
Rubbish. She was very kind to me.
Well, here's the carbon sheets. We found them on Madame's desk, and they were used only twice. I just held them up in front of my vanity mirror and read what she'd typed, and it was not flattering.
Well, how was I to know that? I thought it was all favorable to me.
Well, that's a minor issue now anyway. The real key is Helen Smith, the secretary.
How do you mean, Mike?
Madame Turlow was against a marriage between Helen and Savadell. She told us it would never happen. Now, doesn't that strike any of you as a little strange? Employers usually don't have such control over the lives of their secretaries.
Okay, Mike, but get to the point.
That is the point, Inspector. And now you wanted to know what I have in this package.
Yeah.
First, the music score we found in Madame Turlow's hand. A baritone aria from Rigoletto.
The Cortegiani Virazzi.
Pronunciation by courtesy of Miss Phyllis Knight. Thank you, darling. And next we have Phil's record album of the same opera. Angel, will you warm up the Madame's phonograph for me?
If you ask me, this is all very cheap and dramatic.
Operatic is the word, Miss Borrell. You see, when Madame Turlow was shot, she made a dying effort to tell us who killed her and Helen, especially Helen. She tore a very special aria from the score of Rigoletto. In a desperate gamble, somebody would understand it.
Mr. Shane, I don't believe you are the man to give us a course on opera appreciation.
Well, we shall see, Miss Borrell.
Photograph's ready, Mike.
Okay, darling. Now, do you people know the plot of Rigoletto and what this aria means?
Well, of course. I have sung Rigoletto.
I'm afraid I have only a hazy idea.
All right. This is the setup. A gang of the Duke's courtiers have just kidnapped a girl. Now this guy Rigoletto is cursing them. Now he's begging them to give her up, and they won't. Now he tells them a secret. The girl is his own daughter. Well, does that mean anything to you, Miss Borrell?
Not a thing.
You, Mr. Buck?
I can't say that it does.
Okay, then I'll put on the other record. Now, this is the end of the opera, the payoff. Miss Borrell, as an opera star, tell us what's happening on the stage right now.
Why, Rigoletto had planned to kill his enemy, the Duke.
Right. He has the body in a sack, and then he makes a discovery. Now listen carefully, Mr. Buck. Rigoletto opens the sack and sees a girl's body. He cries, "Speak, oh, speak to me, my darling daughter. Oh, awful fate. By my hand she hath fallen."
What?
What's that?
Mike, what?
My child. Helen was my child.
Helen was Shalaine's daughter?
Then Buck is her father?
I didn't know. I didn't know.
Yes, her father. And her murderer.
There you are, Maestro.
Very well.
Are you feeling better?
Mr. Shan, to you, bigger congratulations. Your work, bravo. She's the most brilliant.
Well, thank you, Maestro. I thought it was pretty good myself.
Good. Well, Buck could hardly add anything to his confession. He hadn't seen his daughter Helen since she was 6 years old. Buck says he just wanted to scare Madam out of publishing her book. Helen tried to grab the gun, it went off. Then he had to shoot again.
Mr. Salvador, you had something you wanted to tell me privately. Now, can you talk now?
Yes, I can. Tonight, I see Aria from Rigoletto in a madam's hand.
Mm-hmm.
The ideas have come to me. Maybe Helen is not orphan the way she think. Maybe she is the daughter of Madame and Mr. Buck. The same idea Mr. Shane have, but I must tell in private.
Well, why under the sun would Jelaine Terlot keep such a secret from her husband and her own daughter?
We in the opera are strange people. Madame Terlot live and breathe opera. She's a very dramatic. She's in the joy secret, just like a storybook.
Speaking of operas, Angel, I noticed you got another record album up at your apartment. Maybe if I studied it, I might get the answer to another problem.
Mike, not another crime.
Well, a different sort. It's The Marriage of Figaro. Catch on, Miss Knight?
Then, Mr. Shane, you must translate it better than your Rigoletto.
But just a minute ago you were complimenting me about...
See, only your thinking. But the aria, no. I have never heard such a bad translation.
Oh, Mike. Dear, I was so proud of your learning and your culture.
Well, what about you? You didn't correct me. You're supposed to be the highbrow in this partnership.
Oh, I am.
Opera, music, books, poetry, reviews. Climb down off that pedestal, you fake.
Why, Michael Shane...
Bill, there's only one book a man wants a woman to review.
I know. A cookbook.
Right.
Tune in again next week at 8:30 for another adventure with Michael Shane, Private Detective, starring Wally Mayer and Kathy Lewis, with Joe Forte as Inspector Faraday. Tonight's story was written by Richard DeGraff and based on the character created by Brett Halliday. Music was composed and directed by Bernard Katz. This is John Lang saying goodnight for the people who make 76 gasoline and Triton Motor Oil, Union Oil Company. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Johnny Dollar.
Mr. Dollar, this is Timothy Hanley.
Hanley.
That's right, Amalgamated Life Association.
I see.
I need your services.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Hanley.
Will you run down here and see me right away?
Well, Mr. Hanley, I was just about to leave here and grab a plane for New York.
Fine.
From
Then
there,
you
I'm
stop
heading
in
south to one of my
at
favorite
what?
fishing spots in South Carolina where I... What was that?
I said fine. I'll expect you in a couple of hours then.
Well, no, I'm going fishing. I'm on my way to South Carolina.
We're at 500 Fifth Avenue.
Mr. Hanley.
I'll be here waiting for you, Mr. Dollar.
Now, listen, will you? Mr. Hanley? Hanley? Hello? Oh, fine.
The CBS Radio Network brings you Bob Reddick in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Amalgamated Life Association, New York City office. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the morning after matter. I wasn't kidding. After breaking my neck over more than my share of tough cases during a long, hard winter, I felt entitled to a few days of relaxation, of fishing, at the old Arundel plantation down near Georgetown, South Carolina. So what if this Timothy Hanley did have some problem requiring investigation? Important enough to call off a well-deserved fishing trip? Not for me. Okay, then, expense account item 1 is $11 for a cab to Bradley Field and a plane to New York. Item 2, when I got there, is $5.85 for a taxi into Penn Station for my train to South Carolina. But then, sucker that I am. Well, item 3 is $1 even for another cab. This one to 500 Fifth Avenue in the office of Amalgamated Life.
Go right in, please, Mr. Dollar. Mr. Hanley's expecting you.
Well, thanks. All right now, Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Dollar, good. I'm glad you got here so promptly. Sit down, please.
Yes, but as I told you over the phone, Mr.
Mrs. Bronberg should be here any moment now. In the meantime...
I'm just passing through, Mr. Hanley.
In the meantime, I can tell you why she insisted I call you in on the case.
Look, I am on my way south to go fishing. And with all the other insurance investigators available, Bronberg, did you say?
That's right. The wife of Thaddeus Bronberg. You remember the case, don't you?
Bronberg?
He disappeared about 7 years ago. Of course you remember.
The flyer, wasn't he?
He flew his own private plane, if that's what you mean, and heaven knows he could afford to. He was quite wealthy for a while.
Yeah, I remember now. Made a big pile in Wall Street and then suddenly lost it, or most of it, and then took off in his plane and was never seen again.
Precisely. You omitted only the fact that he suffered complete amnesia, complete loss of memory just before his sudden departure. No doubt a result of his staggering losses on the market.
Yeah.
His plane was found some days later on a ridge on the far side of the Alleghenies. But as for Bronberg himself...
Yeah, as I recall, they never found his body or any sign of it.
Exactly. In other words, lacking any definite proof of death, well, payment of the insurance has been held up all these years.
How much insurance?
Something over $600,000.
Wow. And the beneficiary?
His wife, Lita Spencer Bronberg, who should be here any minute.
Well, Mr. Henley, did you get him?
Mrs. Bronberg?
Is this man Johnny Dollar?
Yes, this is Mr. Johnny Dollar.
How do you do, Mrs. Bronberg?
Sit down, young man, and let me tell you something. Sit down.
Yeah, Dollar.
All right.
Now then, you've got to find my husband. And you've got to find him before this coming Wednesday.
Oh, why before Wednesday, Mrs. Bronberg?
Well, I was just about to tell Mr. Dollar.
Never mind, Hanley. I'll tell him.
Very well.
It's because of that hearing in court this coming Wednesday. If you don't find Thaddeus, or if he doesn't recover his senses and come back here, you'll be pronounced legally dead.
In which case, I understand you'll collect some $600,000 insurance.
And, well, I can use it. When he went out of his head and didn't even know his own name that night. Do you know there was less than $100,000 in our joint bank account? That I've had to scrape and skimp ever since? Oh, if our lovely home in Upper Montclair hadn't been in my name so I could sell it. I just don't know how I could have got along all this time.
I see. Real tough, hmm?
Terrible. Just terrible.
Well, this may sound a little out of order, Mrs. Bronberg.
Well?
Well, things won't be nearly so distressing for you if the court says he's legally dead, will they?
How can you talk like that? Do you think for 1 minute that money could ever take the place of my beloved Thaddeus?
But if you've asked the court to take action...
I have not. That's the doings of this cold-blooded insurance company.
That's
if
not
I hadn't
precise.
found out about it, about demanding this court action...
You've told us many times you'd like the money, Mrs. Brownberg.
Well, of course I would.
Yeah, and we don't like to keep these open obligations on our books any longer than necessary.
Cold-blooded, that's all.
Yeah, and when it's become obvious there's no longer any hope, any chance whatsoever...
If the police haven't been able to get anywhere after all these years...
Is that any reason why you can't find Thaddeus, Mr. Dollar?
Well, it's a pretty good indication.
It's an indication of nothing. I know all about you, Johnny Dollar.
Mrs. Brownberg.
About the almost miraculous way you solve these cases.
Mrs. Brown...
Here is a picture of Thaddeus.
Yeah, as you can see, Mr. Dollar, he was a rather younger man.
I beg your pardon?
What?
Is that a snide implication that Thad was younger than I am?
Well, I didn't say that, Mrs.
He
Brown.
was 54 when he disappeared. And now you have to find him, Mr. Dollar, before Wednesday.
Oh, now wait, please.
Mr. Hanley can tell you where to bring him to me.
Wow.
Yes. And yet, Mr. Dollar, if there's anything you can do, that is...
You mean to save your company from having to pay out all that money?
Well, of course, we'll have to pay it out sometime, but it's our duty as an insurance company to... Huh? What is it?
This picture.
Yes.
I wonder.
You mean you might have some idea where to look for him? Dollar?
I said I wonder, that's all.
Mr. Dollar.
Just, let me think about it, huh?
Repeat after me, please. What do you want when you need brand?
What do you want when you need brand?
Reliability.
Reliability.
Now, what do you get in Kellogg's All Brand?
What do you get in Kellogg's All Brand? Reliability.
Right. Hi, this is Dennis James to explain why Kellogg's Way is the reliable way to get the effectiveness you want from brand with just half a cup a day. See, Kellogg's All Brand is the real Battle Creek formula, the one that millions of people depend on. And they depend on it because Kellogg's All Brand contains more vital brand bulk to help you keep regular. It's low in calories, and it's mighty pleasant eating, too. Kellogg's All Brand comes in crisp, toasted shreds that have a wholesome brand muffin taste. I think you'll like it. So be sure you remember, for the effectiveness you want from brand, get reliable Kellogg's All Brand.
That's what you get in Kellogg's All Brand. Reliability.
Well, what about that snapshot of Thaddeus Bronberg? Well, sir?
But I'm not sure, Mr. Hanley. Would you call it a good likeness of him, as of the last time you saw him?
Yes, excellent. Despite the costume, the surroundings.
I wish that background looked familiar. But the face.
Well, you've seen it somewhere? Recently?
Well, there's something very familiar about it. At least, well, I don't know. After all, Mr. Hanley, with all the traveling I do from one end of the country to the other, all the people I meet, and if this was taken over 7 years ago... Look, where does Mrs. Brownberg live now?
533 East 52nd Street.
All right. Call and tell her to stay there. Then I'll be able to see her in a little while. Meantime, if you need to get in touch with me, I'll be at police headquarters, 18th Precinct.
Hey, now, wait, Mr. Dollar.
Hey, what for?
The police who'll know the most about this case are those over in New Jersey, in Upper Montclair. They're the ones to go to for help.
Not the kind of help I want. Item 4, a buck. Or a cab, the 18th Precinct. As usual, my old pal, Lieutenant Randy Singer, was ready and willing to give me a hand, regardless of what my problem might be. And as usual, I told him it was none of his business. But I only wanted one of his men in photo identification, a fellow named Billy Cross. I had him make some blow-ups of the face on the picture I had. I had him touch up that face to make it look the way it might look if it were 7 years older. Add a beard or a mustache or both, make the hair look gray instead of brown, make it longer, shorter, parted differently, worn in every conceivable way that it could be worn. Well, hours later, we were bushed. And I'm afraid I stared a little stupidly at the pile of over 50 variations on the face of Mr. Thaddeus Brownberg.
Not one of them, Johnny?
No, Billy, I'm afraid not. Except maybe for one of these with a beard, like this one, for instance. I'd almost swear that I've seen a man like this somewhere in my travels.
Where?
I wish I knew.
Oh, Johnny, why don't you give up? Nobody else thinks that Brownberg is still alive, or if he is, he's still suffering from that loss of memory, so he's not the same man he was. What good would it be if you did find him? When the case comes up in court day after tomorrow, they'll call him dead, the case will be closed, and that'll be that. Why don't you give up?
Because I'm stubborn, I guess.
Don't you see? The cops over in New Jersey, all over the country for that matter, did all they could to find him after his plane cracked up.
I promised the insurance company and his wife.
What? Did you perform a miracle?
Forget it, Johnny. Run along on your fishing trip.
Speaking of his wife, what time is it?
It's nearly midnight.
Holy smoke, I've got to get over there and see her.
Johnny.
Thanks, Billy. Thanks a lot. Even if it didn't get us anywhere. Item 5, another buck for another cab. Well, poor Mrs. Bronberg. That apartment of hers turned out to be a penthouse, full of expensive furniture and draperies and rugs a couple of inches thick. While a sleepy-eyed maid hung my topcoat next to a chinchilla wrap and a full-length mink coat, Mrs. Brownberg poured a much-needed drink. And then we sat down in the luxurious living room, and she yammered away about her poor, dear, sorely missed Thaddeus, and gave me just exactly no helpful information whatsoever about where and how to start looking for him.
Oh, yes, Mr. Dollar. I just knew he was going to lose his mind someday, working as hard as he did to make money in the market all the time. The only recreation he ever had was his fishing trips now and then.
About the background on that picture you gave me, do you know where he went fishing?
No. Thaddeus never told me. He'd just take off in his plane and go. Oh, but in the hope that the dear, dear boy might still be alive, that he'd recover his memory and come back here sometime. Well, look, let me show you the den I've had waiting for him. It's in here, Mr. Dollar.
You see, if I had some idea where he liked to go when he was away.
All over the country, I suppose. He never told me. But now, here's the den with all his...
Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
This fish on the wall, the stuffed one.
It's from one of his trips. The last one before he disappeared.
Well, do you know where he caught it?
I told you, Mr. Dollar. I haven't the least idea.
Well, I do.
You do?
Yes, I'm sure of it. And believe me, it's a place he'd surely go back to if he could.
Mr. Dollar.
Let me use your phone. Mike All got Tim Hanley out of bed, and I'm still not quite sure that he really understood me.
What did you say?
Do I have to spell it out for you, Mr. Hanley?
No, not at all. And you're leaving?
That's right. I'm leaving right now. And believe it or not, I'm going fishing.
Welcome aboard. Try new king-size Philip Morris Commanders. New because the tobacco in them is vacuum cleaned. And the cleaner the tobacco, the better it tastes. Yes, the cleaner the tobacco, the better it tastes. Philip Morris Commanders are made by a new kind of machine, the Mark 8, that takes rich, full-flavored tobacco and first gently vacuum cleans it, then rolls the cigarette fully, evenly, cuts the ends clean and firm. The result is new Philip Morris Commanders with the cleanest tobacco ever rolled in a cigarette. Try a pack. You'll get a full, round, king size of solid smoking pleasure because the cleaner the tobacco, the better it tastes. Noticeably better. The Commander. Welcome aboard.
That mounted fish, that nice big lunker bass, could have come from only one place that I know of that I myself had fished. It was certainly a place that Thaddeus Brownberg, if he was still alive, would go back to. Item 6 is $206.50 for a cab to the airport, a jet to Los Angeles, and a plane from there to Las Vegas, Nevada. Item 7 is $50 deposit on a rental car. And shortly after noon, Pacific time, I pulled into Lake Mojave Resort, just above David Dam. I parked and tore on down to the dock just in time to keep Ham Pratt, the manager of the place, from stepping into his powerful outboard and taking off up the lake. Ham! Wait a minute. Ham!
Johnny Dollar, glad to see you again.
Well, how are you, Ham? I'm glad I caught you.
Well, how are you, boy?
I'm great.
Only where's your fishing tackle? Or, who are you looking for this time?
Well, now listen. Look here at this picture. No, this one. The one with the beard painted on it.
So?
Now, Ham, I've seen this man before. Maybe somewhere on this lake. You know, on one of my fishing trips out here.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if you have.
You know his name? I mean, what he calls himself?
Calls himself Ted Benham.
Benham?
Nice old guy. Been fishing around here some 6, 7 years.
6 or 7 years, huh?
Yeah, I don't know much about his background, where he came from. And I've heard people say that he doesn't know much about it himself.
Because of amnesia.
What?
He's here at the resort?
No, he stays at the Cottonwood Cove at Bob Cole's place. Kind of permanent resident, I understand.
And he's there now?
Well, no, I don't know, but there's one way to find out.
Right. Crank her up and let's go. As always, that drive up the lake made me want to be there for only one reason. To fish. For one of those big, beautiful fighting bass. But I had to find Thaddeus Bronberg if he was here. And sure enough, when Ham had dropped me off at Bob Cole's place on Cottonwood Cove, there about to enter one of the modern trailers that served as cabins. Mr. Bronberg! Oh, wait a minute, Mr. Bronberg!
Are you speaking to me, young man?
You bet I am.
My name is Benham. Ted Benham.
No, it isn't.
I'm a sort of guide hereabouts.
Well, let's go into your trailer where we can talk.
Oh, wait. Now, I've seen your picture, and your voice is very familiar.
Yeah, you've seen me here on the lake. Maybe heard my voice on the radio.
Your name is Dollar. Johnny Dollar.
That's right.
I suppose I was more or less expecting you sooner or later.
Let's go inside and talk. He poured us a drink, and we talked. He was a real decent sort, the kind of a man I like. And far too good for that shrew of a wife. But he stubbornly maintained that he was Ted Benham. He also claimed he remembered nothing of his life before he came to Lake Mojave. That is, until I suggested maybe I should take a set of his fingerprints to the police back in New York.
All right, Mr. Dollar. Suppose I tell you that I knew this Thaddeus Bronberg. But I knew him very well.
Now, that's better. Now, go on.
Suppose I tell you that he never suffered from amnesia at all.
You mean it was a bluff?
And that he lost most of his fortune deliberately.
Well, why?
Another drink?
Thanks.
True, he had the knack of making money, and he hoped to build up a measure of security for his later years. But his wife, extravagant, spending everything she could get her hands on, kept demanding and getting because he thought she loved him. Kept demanding more and more and more. She didn't want him. She only wanted his money.
I see.
Your drink.
Thanks. Now, go on, Mr. Go on.
Drink is all right?
Yes, fine. But please go on.
Her only reason for wanting him around, Mr. Dollar, was so that he could build up another fortune for her to go through. He finally realized this. Realized that she didn't love him. And realized that he could be free of her, free of the nerve-wracking fight to make money for her. And at the same time, provide well for her.
By a disappearing act.
Well, look at it this way. If he were legally dead, as he will be after the court hearing tomorrow, he'd no longer exist. Thaddeus Bronberg would no longer exist as far as she's concerned, as far as he himself is concerned. And nothing would be really lost. She'd be well off. He'd have his freedom.
Now, look.
And so if he could be let alone until after that hearing tomorrow, don't you see, Mr. Dollar?
I know. I don't blame you. I'm sorry, old man, but I got a job to do. And before that here, well, what did you put in this drink?
Plenty, Mr. Dollar. Plenty.
Well, you're not going to get away. I remember waking once, my throat burning with thirst. I remember his giving me another drink and passing out again. And then, years later it seemed, the smell and taste of hot, strong coffee. And I came to slowly but completely.
A little more coffee, Dollar, and how about some food now? After all, it's breakfast time.
Breakfast time?
It's also Thursday.
Oh, my head.
I'm sorry, but that was necessary.
Now, look. Listen, Mr. Bronberg.
Only it is Benham now. Ted Benham.
Yes, well, you call yourself whatever you like. And after what you told me about that woman that you're married to, believe me, I don't blame you. I honestly wish that I could legally help you stay away from her.
That won't be necessary now.
But I know that, well, you're really Thaddeus Bronberg. And my job is to get you back there before. You said Thursday? Today is Thursday?
Yes, Thursday. I checked the New York papers last night by long distance, Mr. Dollar.
What?
And the hearing took place yesterday. And Thaddeus Bronberg is now legally dead.
But even so,
Oh, yes. And now, if you're feeling better, if you want to talk some more about it, well, let's get out of this stuffy trailer. Let's get out onto the lake.
Out onto the lake? To talk?
Well, yes.
No talking. Let's go fishing, Mr. Benham. And so we fished. And it was great. All 3 days of it. Right? Wrong? I don't know. Who's to judge? As for the expense account, forget it. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Now, here's our star to tell you about next week's story.
Next week, a case involving a prize fight, in which the only prize to be won is death. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Reddick, is written by Jack Johnstone. Produced and directed by Bruno Zerato Jr. Musical supervision by Ethel Huber. Written in our cast were Gertrude Warner as Lita Bronberg, Carl Frank as Thaddeus Bronberg, Robert Dryden as Timothy Hanley, Bill Sterling as Billy Cross, and Jim Bowles as Ham Pratt. Be sure to join us next week, same time and station, for another exciting story of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Art Hanna speaking. Hear expanded CBS News on the hour, bulletins at once, Monday through Friday on the CBS Radio Network. Radio Network. Radio Network. Radio Network.
Oh, Mary, you can't mean it. What could I do in a musical comedy?
What everybody does in a musical comedy, Blackie. Act and dance and sing. Oh, now, darling, you just have to do it.
Yes, you simply must do it, Blackie. The club is counting on you to do it.
They're counting, are they, Mr. Merriweather? Well, you're director of the show. Direct them to start counting me out right now.
But, Blackie, Miss Wesley says you can sing, and the dance routines are simple, Blackie, but terribly simple. And we're doing Gilbert and Sullivan's Mikado. The dances are hardly more than little toe, heel, toe, kick, toe, heel, toe. Ouch! Well, you know what I mean.
Blackie, you mustn't forget the cause. We're staging the performance for the Orphans Foundation. And,
Yes, what is it?
Also, I have a confession to make. We have already advertised that you will be in the show.
Oh, Mary, sometimes
You'll do it then? Oh, this is wonderful, marvelous, simply superb, Blackie. Rehearsal start at 9 tomorrow morning. At 9 in the morning, sharp, but on the dot of 9.
What time was that again?
Well,
never mind. I'll be there. Only I've got a hunch I'm going to wish I weren't.
And now back to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Roger's.
Yeah, it's mine, Lester. This will have to be the last hand.
Oh? Why?
Well, they're opening this broken-down theater for the first time in a year to do a benefit performance of the Mikado.
You're just spoiled, Roger. Being superintendent of a closed theater must be pretty soft. Well, it looks as if you'll have to work for a while.
Only for a few days. Rehearsal's called in an hour, so this is the last hand.
All right, deal. Maybe I'll have better luck this time.
I'll need more than luck from now on. I'll need money.
What's the matter, Lester? Haven't you sold one of your statues yet?
No. Too many lowbrows in the world. Well, go ahead. Will you deal, Roger?
Oh, sure. Here we go.
And give me something I can play with this time, Roger, will you?
I'll try to, Arnold.
Hey, wait a minute, Roger.
What's the matter?
Let me look at those cards.
What are you talking about?
You know what we're talking about. You've been cheating us, Roger. How long?
No, look, I'll explain later. I've got to get this theater ready for that Mikado.
Now, wait a minute, Roger. I want to see those cards.
Now, let him go, Lester.
But he's been cheating.
Yes, I know.
I've been losing to him for 2 years, ever since the three of us started playing.
So have I, Lester.
Yeah, you're rich. You've got more to lose.
I know, so I lost more. You know, I never thought a lifelong friend would do this to me.
And I never thought I could be tempted to do what I'm thinking to a lifelong friend.
All right, now, I must have quiet. Please, dear people, I simply must have quiet. Now, this is a dress rehearsal, not a garden party. And I insist on having your strictest attention at all times. Now, places, everybody, places. We'll run through the Wandering Minstrel number right now. Miss Wesley! Oh, Miss Wesley!
Oh, yes, Mr. Merriweather.
Now, where is Boston Blackie? I must have Boston Blackie on stage, please.
He's right here trying to get backstage and stay there. Go on out, Blackie.
Now, please, Blackie, you're holding up the rehearsal. We simply must get on with the rehearsal.
All right, Mr. Merriweather. Let's get the rehearsal over with so I can take off these tights. Do I have to wear these tights?
Of course. The costume is as much a part of the role of Nanky Poo as the role itself. All right, now, places, everybody. The Wandering Minstrel number. Ready at the piano? That's enough. Now, all right, Blackie, you know what you're to do while you're singing?
Sure, practice ducking and weaving so I won't get hit too often during the performance.
Oh, now, that's enough, please. That's enough frivolity for now. Now, you're to walk up those stairs past that open trunk at the landing there and around the balcony as you sing.
Uh-huh.
Now, here we go, everybody, and no matter what happens, keep the performance going. The most important thing is to keep up the performance.
Keep up the performance. What about these tights?
Ready, everyone? Splendid. Here we go. Music, please. All right, now, Blackie. Remember, you go up the steps as you sing. The theater is packed with an enraptured audience. Sing.
A wandering minstrel I, a thing of shreds and patches, of ballad songs and snatches, and dreamy lullaby. My catalogue is long through
Hey! Blackie! I said to go straight through the scene, and I meant straight through the scene.
I know, but you see...
Nothing must interfere with the rehearsal. Now, you're at the top of the stairs. Now, continue past the trunk and go on with the song.
But, Mr. Merriweather,
no
I just...
excuses. Simply no excuses. Go on with the song.
All right. You at the piano, pick up from the beginning. There is a body here, it's in the trunk and murdered. A knife is sticking in it, and so it had to die.
What? A body? A murder? Oh, my goodness.
Well, Blackie, this is awful. Is somebody really dead, or is this just a joke?
If this is a joke, Mary, that man in the trunk died laughing. Doesn't he look dead to you?
Oh, my gosh.
Wait till Faraday sees him in the trunk. And oh, brother, wait till he sees me in these tights.
Sure, I'm here on a murder case. But you in tights, Blackie. I can't stop laughing. You ought to see yourself. Boston Blackie in tights. Who are you supposed to be?
Me? I'm Nanky Poo.
Yeah. Nanky who?
Pooh. And as Mr. Merriweather would say, pooh to you.
Merriweather? Who's Merriweather?
Our beloved director. Wait till you see him.
Oh, that was Merriweather. The little fellow who kept screaming, "The show must go on."
Well, that's him. Look, he's the boss. I've got to...
Inspector.
Yeah, Rollins?
They're the things we found on the dead man, Inspector. We just identified the body.
Yeah? Whose is it?
It's a man named Roger Knowlton. He's superintendent of this building. His wife identified the body.
His wife, huh? Where's she?
In her apartment. Down these steps, backstage toward the front.
Thanks. I'll have a talk with her later. Now, let's see what you found on Knowlton's body. Put that in here on the table, huh?
Yes, sir. Here you are. It's papers, coins, playing cards, and a lot of junk.
Wonder why anyone would kill a theater superintendent. It's a funny thing to find in a man's pockets. A deck of playing cards.
Let me look at those. Well.
What do you mean, well?
Well, for one thing, I can tell you that the reason Knowlton was a marked man is that these are marked cards.
You seem to feel a little better, Blackie. Is that why you're going to talk to Mr. Knowlton's wife?
I feel better because I'm out of those darn tights. But I want to talk to Knowlton's wife because of that deck of cards Rawlins found in her late husband's pockets.
Why? What was it? Uh-oh.
Mrs. Knowlton?
Yes.
I'm Boston Blackie. Could I speak to you for a moment?
Yes, if you'd like.
Yes, I know. It's your husband's death I want to speak to you about.
Oh, I see. Then come in, of course.
Thanks. Oh, Mrs. Knowlton, this is Miss Wesley.
How do you do? How do you do? Well, come in and sit down, both of you.
Thank you. I'll close the door, Blackie.
All right.
Oh, look what I've done. I tore the sleeve of my dress.
Oh,
that's a shame.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I should have warned you about that nail on the door. I'll be glad to mend your dress for you.
Oh, no, thank you. I'm afraid anyway, even mended the tear will show.
Oh, no, it won't, really. Look, see here on my dress, a tear is mended and it scarcely shows.
Why, you sew beautifully, Mrs. Knowlton. Doesn't she, Blackie?
Yeah, she does. Mrs. Knowlton, the police found a deck of playing cards in your husband's pocket. Marked cards.
Marked? They think my husband cheated at cards? That's impossible. People who cheat usually win, don't they? And if he had won, he'd have given me money. Yet he's never had money to give me, as you can see by my home, by my clothes.
Then perhaps the cards weren't his. Perhaps he was being cheated, Mrs. Knowlton. Do you know with whom he played?
Yes, I do. 2 men. Arnold Grimes and Lester Boswell. But I don't think either one of them would cheat my husband. They were his close friends.
They were? Well, maybe one of his close friends got near enough to him to put a knife in his back.
Oh, wrong English. Wrong English.
Grimes? Arnold Grimes?
Yes? What are you doing in this club? You're not a member.
I'm Boston Blackie, Mr. Grimes. Sorry to have to interrupt your billiard game, but I'd like to talk to you.
What about... Now, there's a billiard shot I've been trying to make for 6 years. Know anything about 3-cushion billiards, Blackie?
Not much, but I know a lot about murder. Did you know Roger Knowlton was dead?
Yes. Now, if I give the ball that kind of
How'd
English...
you know?
How'd I know what?
That Knowlton was dead.
Heard it on the radio. You ever seen this shot made?
Once. How well did you know Knowlton?
What business is that of yours? Look, can you make this shot?
I can try. And I can also try to find out how well you knew Knowlton.
I'll go ahead. Here's a cue. Let's see you make the shot.
All right. You played cards with Knowlton? Did you know Knowlton cheated?
Sure. Let's see you make the shot, will you?
I didn't say I'd make it. I said I'd try. You knew Knowlton cheated, and still you played with him.
Why not? No law says I can't be cheated if I want to be. Well, can you make that 3-cushion shot?
Maybe, if I do it like this.
Huh. You even made it look easy.
It was. If Knowlton cheated you, why did you play cards with him?
Because I could afford to lose. I'm rich, you see. He was broke. And he wouldn't let him a dime. Give me a chance to help him. Say, show me again how you made that shot, will you?
Sorry, Grimes, I haven't time. The next shot I make won't be at a billiard ball. It'll be at Lester Boswell, the 3rd member of your card-playing trio.
Go away. I told you I'd pay the rent next week. Go away, will you?
I don't want you to pay me the rent, Boswell. I just want to pay you a visit. I'm Boston Blackie.
All right, just
Come in. Thanks. Say, what is this place anyhow? A stone quarry?
I'm a sculptor. This is my workshop. I'm busy working. What do you want?
Just a little information about Roger Knowlton.
Look, Boswell, did you know Roger Knowlton was found dead this afternoon?
What?
You dropped your chisel. Now drop the act, Boswell. You knew he was dead when I came in here. He was murdered.
Murdered?
Yes, for cheating at cards. For cheating you at cards.
Well, yes, he did cheat, but he cheated Arnold Grimes, too. Grimes had as much reason as I to kill him.
Oh, no. Grimes had less reason because he has more money. You're handy with a chisel, Boswell. Maybe you were just as handy with a knife. And maybe your fondness for marble prompted you to leave Knowlton stone dead.
And now, back to Boston Blackie. While rehearsing for a benefit performance of The Mikado, Blackie finds Roger Knowlton knifed to death in an open trunk. A deck of marked cards in the dead man's pocket indicates the dead man was cheating both wealthy Arnold Grimes and Lester Boswell, a poor sculptor. As we return to our story, Arnold Grimes, who allegedly lost money purposely to the dead man, comes to see Knowlton's widow.
It's very nice of you to call, Mr. Grimes. I really didn't expect you to.
What did you expect of your husband's lifelong friend, Mrs. Knowlton? Now, Mrs. Knowlton, let's not pretend with each other. Your husband died a rich man, you know, but before he died, he unfortunately made me a poor one.
I don't know what you mean.
I mean he won so much money from me with those marked cards of his that I'm broke. Almost ruined. Now, you should be satisfied with half, don't you think?
Half? Half of what?
Half of the money he won. Now, I'm perfectly willing to get back only half and let you have the rest.
I think you'd better leave, Mr. Grimes. Maybe my husband did cheat. I don't know about that. And how much he won or what he did with the money, I don't know about that either. He never gave me a penny of it.
You're lying, Mrs. Knowlton.
Am I? Do I look like a woman with money? Does my home look like money? My clothes, my hands, my hair?
Look, your husband won thousands of dollars for me. Tell me what he did with that money or I'll...
Oh, you'll what, Mr. Grimes? Kill me, too?
I didn't kill your husband.
Oh, didn't you?
No, Mrs. Knowlton, I didn't. But I have a pretty good idea who did. This is Grimes, Arnold Grimes. Open the door, Lester, will you?
All right. The door is open. What do you want, Grimes?
I want to talk to you.
About what?
You know very well about what.
Some other time. Right now, I'm busy.
How come, Lester? Put down that hammer and chisel and quit making those stupid shapes out of that rock.
You pig.
You murderer.
You're the murderer. You dare to accuse me? I could kill you for that.
Put down that chisel, Lester. Won't do the job on me that a knife did on Knowlton. I said put it down.
Oh, you're breaking my arm.
I'll snap your arm in two if you don't drop that chisel.
All right, all right. There. Now, are you satisfied?
No. No, Lester, I want to know what you did with the money you took from Knowlton after you killed him.
I'm sorry I dropped that chisel.
I'm sorry you did, too. I could kill you now and claim self-defense.
Don't you come near me.
No. I'm getting near enough to get my hands on you.
No, you won't.
Put down that statue, Lester.
Sure, I'll put it down like this.
You don't throw as fast as I can move, Lester. Don't try that again. You might have killed me.
Don't give me any ideas about killing. Because it wasn't Knowlton I've always hated. It's you.
Well, I guess Mrs. Knowlton isn't at home, Blackie.
Well, she is, Mary. She's allergic to doorbells. Now, I'll try once more.
Oh, why? We tried for 5 minutes. Let's go. Mrs. Knowlton can't tell us anything anyway.
No, I suppose not. Well, come on, we'll go. Hey, what's this in the trash can?
Looks like a rag.
An expertly patched rag, Mary, that yesterday was Mrs. Knowlton's dress.
Well, what about it? Looks as if it needs throwing out. Look at that tear on the side of it. That's a new rip.
Yes, and the dress in this trash can gives me a new angle on this case. Where's the telephone?
Oh, there's one right over there on the wall by those steps leading to the stage.
Good, come on. I'm calling Faraday.
Or?
I'll tell you at the same time I tell Faraday. Eavesdrop and learn.
Oh, goody. I've done some of my best learning that way.
I've taught some of my best lessons that way.
Blackie, does that dress in the trash can really mean this much to you?
It means I have Knowlton's killer. Isn't that a lot?
Faraday speaking.
Inspector, this is Blackie. I have Roger Knowlton's killer.
Well, stop wasting my time, Blackie. Goodbye.
Instead of goodbye, be a good boy and listen to me a minute.
All right. 1 minute, that's all.
Faraday, arrest Mrs. Knowlton for killing her husband. I have found her dress in the trash can.
A dress in the trash can? Well, what does that prove?
Proves plenty, Faraday. It's a dress with a small tear in it that's going to rip this case wide open.
Yeah? How?
I'll tell you how. It's little things like a lost button, a paperclip, a speck of dust that spoil the most carefully worked-out murder plots in the world. This torn dress is another killer's little innocent mistake.
What's a mistake about it? The dress was torn. Maybe it had to be thrown out.
Oh, no, Faraday. Mrs. Knowlton has been mending and patching her torn and worn-out clothing all her life. Why? Because she had to. She seldom had money enough for new clothes. The dress I found in the trash can wasn't badly torn. But she threw it out. Why?
All right. Why?
Because all of a sudden she has money. Her husband's money, the money she killed him for. Faraday, she suddenly gave up the habit of a lifetime, and only because she suddenly had no reason to keep it up.
Hey, this is beginning to make sense at that.
Well, you'd better make time and get down here. Mrs. Knowlton's not here, but she'll be back.
I'll be down in 10 minutes.
Make it 5. Come on, Mary. Let's go out in the theater.
Okay.
We're going to look for the money Roger Knowlton won from Grimes and Boswell.
Have any idea where it is?
No, but I know where it isn't. In a bank. Oh, the police would have found it already. He obviously hid it somewhere.
Where?
I don't know where, but his wife knows. I think it's in the theater somewhere. That's my bet. Let's get our hands on that money, and then Faraday can get his hands on our murderer.
Theater, boys. Pull up in front of the place.
Right, Inspector.
Rollins, you take a squad of men around to the back. I'll go in the front way here.
Yes, sir. Come on, men.
Hey, where'd those shots come from?
Inside the theater, Inspector.
I think they did, too. Get around back on the double, Rollins. I'll block this exit.
Right, let's go, fella.
Hey, what's going on in here?
Faraday, is that you?
Yeah. Who's that, Blackie?
Yes.
What's it so dark in here for?
Somebody turned out the lights.
Well, what's the idea of the target practice in the dark? Hey, what's the idea of shooting at me, Blackie?
Turn off that flashlight, Faraday. I'm not shooting at you. Arnold Grimes is.
Arnold Grimes? Well, what's he...
Turn off that light. Turn it off.
All right, it's off. Who screamed?
Mary did. I told her to duck down behind a row of seats and keep quiet. And you better keep quiet, too, or keep moving around.
I'm all right. Don't worry about me.
Okay, but what's this all about? Where are you, Blackie?
Over here. Oh, wow. That was close.
Well, what's Grimes shooting at you for?
Mary and I were looking for the money Mrs. Knowlton stashed when we saw Grimes across the theater doing the same thing. I yelled to him, and he ran up on the stage. Then the lights went out, and he started shooting.
And you thought it was Mrs. Knowlton who killed her husband, huh?
Well, I'll admit this. Wow. Gee, that was close. Throws my theory haywire, but I can't be right all the time.
Boy, is this a laugh. You send me on a chase for Mrs. Knowlton and run right into the real killer. Blackie, you're not so smart. You're just a... Yipe!
I'm not so smart. You're not going to be even alive if you don't keep moving.
Oh, no? I'm waiting for a chance to get a good look at the flash of Grimes' gun. Then I'm going to let him have a shot or two from mine. I saw it that time. Here goes. Hear that? I got him, Blackie.
Hey, Inspector.
Yeah, Rollins?
I found the light switch.
Well, turn it on.
Yes.
Oh, it's good to be able to see again.
And look up there on that stage. I got Grimes, all right. See the body?
Nice shooting, Inspector.
Come on. Let's go see if he's still alive.
All right.
Blackie, may I get up off the floor now?
Yes, it's safe, Mary. Come on.
Ooh. Thank goodness.
Yeah, it's safe, Miss Wesley. Thanks to me. Our pal Blackie didn't even have the right killer. But I got him. So it was Mrs. Knowlton, was it, Blackie?
Well, that's what I thought till I saw Grimes. The lights went out and the shooting started. Up these steps here, Mary. Watch out.
Right.
Well, Blackie, looks as if I've... Hey, this isn't Grimes. Look, it's a woman. There's a gun in her hand.
It's Mrs. Knowlton. But it was Mr. Grimes who ran away from us.
Maybe, but it was Mrs. Knowlton who did the shooting.
If Grimes was here, he won't get far. I've got men at every exit. I'm lucky this woman's alive. And maybe she'll talk.
No. But, Blackie, if it wasn't Mr. Grimes who shot at us, where is he?
I don't know, Mary. He must have ducked out of the theater.
Never mind Grimes. All right, Mrs. Knowlton. You killed your husband, didn't you?
You might as well tell us, Mrs. Knowlton. We know the truth already.
Do you? Well, all right. I shot at you. And I killed him. Are you satisfied?
Satisfied? Sure. But why did you kill him?
Because he was leaving me. He was caught cheating at cards. I followed him. I saw him get the money. He had it hidden. I took it from him after I killed him and hid it myself.
Where did you hide it, Mrs. Knowlton?
She'll never tell anybody anything anymore, Faraday. She's dead.
Blackie, please come up to the stage. We simply must get on with the rehearsal.
Sure, Merriweather, but we simply must find the money that Mrs. Knowlton hid in this theater, too.
Blackie, I was just thinking of something. I know where that money is.
Of course you do. What's the matter with you, Miss Wesley? Hanging around Blackie? You faking your mind?
No, Inspector, no, I don't think so. Unless you mean improving it.
You know better. Well, I gotta get back to headquarters. Question that guy Grimes.
Why must you? Just because Rawlin caught him running out of this theater? He was probably only looking for Knowlton's money, just as we were when he spotted us. We scared him off.
If both of you would just stop for a minute, I'll get you that money. It's right here in this seat.
Just like that, huh, Mary? Right here in this first seat in the last row.
That's right.
Oh, Blackie!
In just a minute.
Neither one of you believe me, do you? Well, all right then. Just watch what I find when I tear the seat cover off. There you are.
Hey, Blackie, look what's falling on the floor. Money. Lots of it.
I see it, but I don't believe it. Mary, how did you know it was there?
Well, it was Mrs. Knowlton's seat, for one thing. You see, we gave her and her husband a pair of complimentary seats for the first performance. And then while we were standing here, I happened to see that the cover on this seat had been ripped and very neatly sewed up again.
Of course. That's where Mrs. Knowlton would hide the money. Her own seat in the theater was the safest place. Only she would be sitting on it.
Now, Blackie, please, we simply can't wait any longer.
Okay, Merriweather, I'm coming. Nice work, Mary.
Thank you. See that you do as well with your song.
And look as good in those tights.
And keep out of trouble, Blackie.
I've been in trouble before, Mary, but this time I'm really going to be in a tights spot.
Calling all detectives. When a wounded man was taken to a hospital, all he could say was 4 words, each the name of a different fruit. And from that, I had to solve a murder case. That is the problem on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. When you're a private detective like me, Jerry Browning, you really have to know your groceries. I'd done my good deed for the day. Brought a big basket of fruit to an old client who was in the Douglas Hospital being separated from his appendix. I'd stayed longer than I'd intended, and I was late for my luncheon appointment with Lieutenant Dawson. But I met Dawson sooner than I expected, right in the hospital corridor.
Jerry, so you did get my message.
What are you talking about, Dawson? I didn't get any message from you.
But, Jerry, I called your office, left word for you to meet me in the hospital cafeteria. I'm on a case that has me stumped. Even the doctors can't explain it. How's about lending a little of that high-gear Browning brain?
Well, how can you refuse a guy who asks like that? Okay, Dawson, I'm listening.
Thanks, Jerry. Here it is. This is a murder case. Only maybe it isn't. Prowl car was passing Shady Lawn Greenhouse over on Somerville Avenue. The boys notice a door open. They go in, find one guy dead and the other one... Well, come on, see for yourself.
Dawson led me into a darkened room. On the narrow bed lay the figure of a small man. Next to the bed stood another figure. Dawson whispered that was Dr. Shane, head of the hospital's neuropsychiatric department.
No change, Lieutenant. He's still completely irrational. Keeps saying the same thing over and over again. Listen, he's saying it again. Pear, berry, prune, plum, pear, berry, prune, plum.
Is that what he keeps repeating? Pear, berry, prune, plum?
Yeah. And, Jerry, unless you help me figure out what he means by that fruit salad, I'll be in the soup.
When the police brought a man to the hospital, all he would say was pear, berry, prune, plum.
His name is Fisk, Clarence Fisk. He owns Shady Lawn Greenhouse, built it himself, never has had any help on the place. Folks in the neighborhood insist that the guy's a miser with a pile of money buried out there.
What about the other fellow, Dawson, the dead man your boys found in the greenhouse?
Well, that guy's well known, been on the wanted flyers for a long time. Name is Lee Madden.
I knew the name. Madden was one of the trickiest jewel thieves in the country, strictly a solo boy who pulled off some daring robberies single-handed. You think Fisk killed Madden?
I don't know what to think, Jerry, and that's a fact. Madden was poisoned by an insecticide he used in the greenhouse. We found the stuff in an old whiskey bottle. But whether Fisk fed it to him or Madden just up and took it is anybody's guess. But Fisk has a terrible bump on his head, like maybe Madden gave that to him. But it still doesn't add up. Fisk may be odd in his ways, but he is a respected member of the community. Anyhow, neither of these guys, straight or crooked, ever worked with anybody else. Only thing I can figure is that Madden came to rob Fisk.
Madden didn't operate that way. He was a jewel thief and a smart one.
But, Jerry, there has to be some angle. Hey, what do you make of that goofy stuff Fisk keeps saying? Think maybe pear, berry, prune, plum is a clue?
I don't know, Dawson. Let's find out. Dawson and I drove out to Somerville Avenue. We reached the greenhouse. Walked past the cops on guard and looked around. I hope you're long on botany, Dawson, because what we have to recognize is pear and plum trees and berry bushes.
That's easy, Jerry. Won't find them in here. Looks like all Fisk ever grew was geraniums and some zinnias. Oh, yeah, and those couple of scraggly cactus plants. Crown of thorns, I think they're called.
They were called right. I touched one, yelped, and I jumped away fast. Come on, maybe we'll find the fruit trees outside. But we didn't. Shady Lawn Greenhouse had neither a lawn nor landscaping. Next, we tried investigating the miserable hovel that Clarence Fisk called home. It was a little shack at the back of the lot. The furnishings, bed, table, a rickety cook stove, and 2 tattered chairs. What his larder yielded was a loaf of stale bread and a can of beans. Don't see a fruit bowl or basket anyplace, do you, Dawson?
Nope, Jerry, I don't. But here's something that might be even more important. Look. Dawson held out a stack of gardening catalogs. We leafed through the gaudy pages of each until we came to the sections marked shrubs and fruit trees. And all they did for us was to whet our appetites for the lunch we'd missed. We studied every word, but one by one we flung down the catalogs in disgust. Jerry, this case will drive me plumb to... Well, Jerry, why are you staring at me like that?
Repeat that, Dawson.
Why are you staring...
I don't mean that. I mean that business about plum, too. Dawson, we've been thinking of pear, berry, prune, plum as varieties of fruit. Dawson, those words are homonyms. Words that sound alike but have different meanings. Come on, I'll show you. I rushed him back to the greenhouse, pointed at the two viciously sharp cactus plants. Dawson, that's a pear. Only you spell it P-A-I-R.
I get it. And berry, instead of being something to eat, is B-U-R-Y, like in treasure. Well, that's it, Jerry, that's it. We just assumed that those words are all kinds of fruit, because that's how they sounded. Well, the third word is prune. What do you make of that?
I showed him. With the pruning shears, the two crown-of-thorns plants gave up the fight.
Now we can work around him, Jerry. Should we just pull him up by the roots?
This is where the plum comes in, remember? That can mean only one thing, a plumb line. We rigged up a plumb line with a long piece of cord and a lump of lead. We dropped the line from a point directly between the pair of plants, and then, because the plum pointed to a section of the greenhouse floor, we dug that up. It took quite a lot of digging, but finally...
Jerry, this box is full of diamonds and rings. Fisk really did have buried treasure.
Yeah, and I think I know where he got it. We checked insurance company and police files for the rest of the story, and a few days later, by the time Fisk came out of his delirium, we had the entire case solved. Fisk and Madden were partners. Fisk, as a greenhouse keeper, got entry to fine homes, drew the layouts for Madden, who later did the actual robberies. Except that they fell out, as all thieves finally do, over the division of loot. Fisk offered Madden a drink of deadly insecticide. It didn't act fast enough to keep Fisk from getting one savage blow from the dying man. A blow hard enough to send him into the ravings that finally earned him a death sentence. Like I said, in my business, you have to know your groceries. And sometimes, even the way a man uses a word is plenty of food for thought.
Somebody get this to the bedroom.
Who's got this phone?
I've just sent that order to Brown and...
All right, I'll be there in a minute. Here I am. On the phone all morning. It's a good story. Why don't you...
This is a newspaper office. A newspaper is an organization that stands for freedom, liberty, and justice. Ever adhering to the newspaper creed, the public be served.
Yes, all right, coming. I'll be there in a minute.
Hello, Henderson. Lock it up. Put it to bed. Deadline.
Oh, wait a minute, Chief. Say, did you tell Henderson to lock it up?
Well, what have you got?
Oh, it's a pretty good yarn, Chief.
Well, spill it.
Well, it's this way. See, I'm kind of out of breath.
Hurry up, hurry up. Can't you see the Chief and I are waiting for your yarn? What is it, a stolen lead pencil?
Oh, shut up, you little pest. Listen, Mr. McFarland. There's a new show opening at the Rialto Theater. It's a new play, all about crooks and confidence men. Very smart stuff, see?
Well, what about it?
Oh, I know that show, Chief. It's no good. Nobody gets killed.
Pipe down, buddy. Well, Chief, I was talking to the manager, and he said the show had a front-page story. It's this way. It shows that crime doesn't pay. And the manager of the show, it's called, Riding the Rackets. He thinks we ought to run a front-page story, see, explaining why everybody should go see the show.
Naturally.
Free publicity. That's hooey.
Yeah, but it seems to me
Oh, nothing doing, Carter. The manager's smart enough to chisel front-page space for publicity. That's all he wants. I'm surprised that you fell for it.
Kiss for shame on Carter. Carter pulled a boner. Say, Chief, I bet he gave Carter some free tickets.
Well, come to think of it, he did offer me some passes. A whole lot of them.
Oh, forget the story, Carter.
That's kind of tough, though. We haven't had a good confidence story for a long time, Chief.
No, not since Gaston Monroe, the great international detective, was in town.
Gee, I've heard of Gaston Monroe. Say, he's caught some of the slickest crooks in Europe.
Sure, he could look you in the eye and tell you that your shoes needed half stolen. That's the kind of a gink he was.
Well, our Gaston Monroe story was something sensational.
Oh, boy. Did he catch some crooks and dips and con men? Huh?
Did you see the great Gaston Monroe, Chief? Was the detective here in this office?
No, not exactly. Lee J. Mason runs the Surfside Beach Hotel. He called me up to tell me that he had an unusually celebrated guest in the person of the great Gaston Monroe.
Oh, baby.
Was he here on a case?
That's what none of us could find out. If he was, we wanted the story. But Gaston Monroe had his own methods, and none of my staff could pry a word out of him.
Well, couldn't Buck Jackson get next to him?
No, he and Buck didn't hit it off at all. Gaston Monroe always played the lone wolf. He seldom confided in anyone, and he seemed to have a horror of newspaper reporters. So we didn't hound him for news, but instead we just stood by to see what was going to happen.
Gee whiz, I wish I'd met him. Say, I bet I could have gotten an interview out of him, Chief.
Oh, horse feathers. Carloads of horse feathers. Go on, Chief.
Well, we felt that Gaston Monroe must be on the trail of somebody, but we didn't have anything more definite than that. Well, after he'd been at the Surfside Beach Hotel for about 2 weeks, there was a dinner dance given in his honor. It was quite a social event. I sent Helen Mowbray out to write it up. Buck Jackson went out also. Mrs. Reginald Landfield was the hostess, and the cream of the 400 was there. Buck Jackson struggled into his soup and fish and stood around on the outskirts of the party, talking to Lee J. Mason, who runs the hotel. Well, Lee's a good scout, and he and Buck were looking the party over and talking to each other.
Bliss like this is almost inconceivable.
Well, where's the guest of honor, Lee? I don't see him. Why, he's dancing with Miss Sandra Van Alstyne, the pretty little debutante. See him? Over near the music. Oh, yes, I see him. Say, he might be a great detective, but he's a better heartbreaker. Look at him, whispering sweet nothings into her ear. Yeah. I wonder what he's saying to her.
My dear, you're the most perfect dancer I've had the privilege of holding in my arms.
Oh, Mr. Monroe, you can say the cutest things.
Cute? Oh, no, not at all. I fear that exposure to the criminal element has ruined my, what shall we say, savoir-faire.
Oh, dear, no. Mr. Monroe, it must be thrilling to think that you're the one man who is able to bring to justice hundreds of lawbreakers.
Oh, my poor talents are of no consequence. I'm certain that it's merely that I've been very fortunate.
But they say that no criminal has ever been able to escape you. No case is too baffling for your magnificent powers of detection.
Come. Someday I shall meet the master criminal, and perhaps meet my Waterloo. Waterloo? Who knows?
Impossible. Quite impossible.
So his Nibs has finished another dance. Yes. You see, Buck, he must dance with every young lady who is present, so as not to disappoint anyone. Yeah, it's a tough job. I wonder why I never thought of being a super detective. Well, Gaston Monroe is the real stuff. He solved the Gardner murder mystery in 5 minutes. Other detectives have been working on it for 2 months. Well, I'd like to know what he's doing here. If he's working on something now, I want the story. Gaston Monroe has something up his sleeve. You may be sure of that. Stand by, Buck, and when the story breaks, you will have a knockout. Well, there we go again. They're sure keeping him busy. Yes, but I think Monroe enjoys being lionized. Who's he with now, Lee? Why, that's, well, who is that? Oh, yes, that's Charlotte Canfield, the novelist.
Miss Canfield, you're the most perfect dancer whom I've had the privilege of holding in my arms.
Mr. Monroe, you say that so well, I wonder if you've never said it before.
When my heart speaks the truth, I'm not believed. Ah, such is life.
But I can't forget that you're a great detective, a man who is capable of assuming many disguises, and perhaps deceiving many people.
My dear, do you think my poor talents are capable of deceiving a lady of your profound vision?
I'm sure of it.
No. I've read your novels, and I know how well you're acquainted with human nature. The art of detection is purely deductive. But your art is creative.
Not creative, only reflective. And to prove that, Mr. Monroe, I shall put you in one of my books.
In one of your... Oh, I'm overwhelmed.
The great Gaston Monroe is having too good a time to tend to business. I'll bet he's giving all of those women the same line.
Maybe so, but they all seem to like it.
It may be a lot of fun for somebody, but as for me, I'm getting sleepy.
Look, here comes Sandra Van Alstyne. Let's see how she likes the great detective. Good evening, Miss Van Alstyne.
Mr. Mason, I've been robbed. I've been robbed.
What? When?
A robbery? Great!
Oh, I don't know when. My diamond bracelet, it's gone. It had a perfect clasp and couldn't slip off my wrist. Somebody has unclasped it. Oh, Mr. Mason, what shall I do?
Great Scott! A thief at this dinner dance? A thief in my hotel?
When did you discover the loss?
Just now. Oh, dear, I'd give anything if I could only get it.
There, rest assured, young lady. Your bracelet will be found. The great Gaston Monroe will find the thief. Where is Monroe? Go get him, Buck.
Yes, but we better call the police and make an announcement.
Mr. Mason, I've lost my pearls.
You too, Miss Canfield?
My pearls are gone. They've been stolen. Call the police, Mr. Mason.
Great Scott. Please be calm, ladies. Your jewels will be restored. We have Gaston Monroe with us. He can catch any thief.
But my pearls.
And my diamond bracelet.
Oh, there. Please be calm. We'll catch the thief. Why, now, ladies, we'll find your jewels. Please, I beg of you.
So that was the sudden change in the state of things at the Surfside Beach Hotel.
Gee, Buck had a story after all.
What happened next, Chief?
Plenty of things. Buck got to a phone, and he called Sam Norton, who was here in the office. Buck wasn't sure of his story, but he wanted to warn Sam that he was on the trail of something sensational.
Sam Norton speaking.
This is Buck Jackson, Sam.
How are you, Buck? Listen, I heard a good joke. It goes this way.
Shut up, Sam. Don't talk. Listen to me. There's been a big robbery at Surfside Beach. Jewel thief and society dinner dance. Get it?
Yeah, but I want to tell you.
Shut up! Gaston Monroe, the great detective, will solve the case. Be set for a rewrite when I phone it in.
Listen, Buck, you're a sap.
What? Well, what do you mean?
I've been trying to tell you, but you keep saying shut up. It's a good joke. Gaston Monroe, the detective, is in Paris. He's not in America at all.
Great Caesar! Are you sure?
Sure, I'm sure. We just got an AP wire. Monroe just solved a murder case in Paris. That's somewhere in France, in case you've forgotten. You've been a sucker for some big four-flusher at Surfside.
Oh, boy, it's a knockout story. Stand by, Sam. We've got a scoop. I'll call you back.
Yeah? Hey, but why don't you be careful the way you tear a guy's ear off when you hang up? Well, gee whiz, I can hardly hear out of it. Be reasonable.
So that changed the story. Buck got Lee J. Mason and told him the truth. The dinner dance at the hotel was in a turmoil. Everybody expected Gaston Monroe to rise to the occasion and display his genius. But the fake detective had already disappeared.
Did they get him, Chief?
What did Buck do next?
Nobody could find the imposter of Gaston Monroe. But a couple of bellboys saw him hurrying toward the boathouses on the bay. Buck knew that he was making a clean getaway with the stolen jewels upon him. He grabbed Mason and told him to handle the situation at the hotel while he went to the telephone and told his wife.
I've got it all, Lee. Gaston Monroe is a fake. He's not the real detective. The real Gaston Monroe is in France. This bird is a four-flusher, and he's the thief. Say, is there a speedboat in the bay?
Yes, there is.
Then he's taking it for a getaway.
But there are two speedboats. Let's go after him. He can't be far away. He'll head for Lighthouse Point across the bay. Maybe we can catch him.
You go get the speedboat. I'll be there in a minute. I have to phone the paper.
Meet me at the boathouse, Buck.
Give me 2 minutes and a telephone. That's all I ask. I'll get Sam Norton on the line and we'll scoop this thing around.
Sam Norton speaking.
Sam, get Police Inspector Davidson and drive to Lighthouse Point across the bay. The jewel thief is going there in a speedboat. Head him off. Maybe you can grab him. Step on it.
Ow, my ear. Say, why don't you be careful the way you hang up that receiver? I won't be able to hear for a week. Boy, that hurts.
So that was the way Buck Jackson tried to intercept the getaway of the thief.
Oh, boy. Did they get him, Chief?
Did Buck go after him, too?
In a big way. Buck and Mason sped across the bay in one of the powerful speedboats, and as they went scheming across the water and turning the lights in every direction, trying to pick up the...
Well, it can't be far now.
He's just ahead of us, Buck. Turn that spotlight on him.
I see him. I see his lights.
And there's Lighthouse Point. He's going to beat us to it. He'll get away, Buck.
No, he won't. Give her some more speed, Lee.
Oh, he's landed. I think he's made the shore. He'll get away in the underbrush.
No, he won't. We're almost there.
Jump clear, Buck. Jump. Here goes.
Throw it in reverse. Throw it in reverse, Lee. We're in. We're in, I tell you.
Hey, who's there?
It's Buck. Is that you, Sam? Hey, turn that spotlight this way, Lee.
Hello, Buck. I'm here.
Sam, where's the thief? Did you let him get away?
Thief? Thief, did you say?
Where is he? What have you done with him?
I'm sitting on him. Hurry up, Buck. He's liable to get ornery.
Good boy, Sam. You got him.
Hurrah for Sam Norton.
Gee, you must have beaten him up.
Well, he's a hard baby, all right, and he'd have gotten away from me. But the big bozo, he had the tough luck to hit me on my sore ear. So I got mad and I knocked him for a loop. The next time you hang up a telephone, be careful the way you hang up that receiver. I got a busted eardrum.
Great stuff, Sam. We've got a thief. Oh, what's that?
That's a siren. Inspector Davidson is on his way. I drove out alone. Oh, gee, that hurts my ear. Hey, you guys. Hey, cut it out.
Oh, what's the matter, mind your ear? We've got the thief, boy.
So that ended the career of one impostor and jewel thief. He was no more the great Gaston Monroe than I am. He had been Monroe's secretary about 5 years previous, and he tried to pull the old personality racket. But thanks to Buck Jackson and Sam Norton, he wasn't quite fast enough. Now see how fast you fellas can get to work on the morning edition. Go on, scram.
Copy, boy, copy. Who's got this phone?
Just a minute. Hurry up with this, please.
Rewrite.
Have you sent that wire to
Hey, boy.
Get away from my telephone.
Hey, where's Dorcas?
What's the matter? What is it?
It's another case for Nick Carter, master detective.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction, Nick Carter, master detective. Presented by the three great Linex home brighteners, Linex Clear Gloss, Linex Cream Polish, and Linex Self-Polishing Wax. Created by Acme, America's great producer of Acme quality paints. Today's curious adventure:
Death in the Pool, or Nick Carter and the mystery of the mink coat.
In just a moment, we'll hear how an expensive mink coat helped Nick Carter solve the mystery of the dead man found floating in the lily pool. But first, here's something you'll want to remember. A home is a place to enjoy. That's why you keep it as lovely as you can. Thousands of American homemakers have discovered that Chemtone, the miracle wall finish, is the way to new wall beauty. Now, renewing the beauty of your floors, Linex Self-Polishing Wax gives a satiny luster without tiresome rubbing. And it resists wear, water, and dirt amazingly, for it contains real carnauba wax. You can actually clean with a damp cloth or mild suds. What's more, Linex Self-Polishing Wax, the non-skid floor finish, resists slip even when water is spilled on it. Get Linex Self-Polishing Wax at your paint, hardware, or department store. Headquarters for all three great Linex home brighteners and Chemtone, the miracle wall finish. And now for today's mysterious adventure with Nick Carter. As our story opens, Nick and Patsy, his assistant, are driving home a girl who is not feeling well.
Where does she live, Patsy?
In the Gray Bar Apartments, Nick. It's the one with the big lily pool in the court.
Oh, that one. She would live in a place like that. All show, nothing else, just like Sally.
I wish you wouldn't talk that way about her, Nick. She used to be one of my best friends years ago.
Well, she's no friend of mine. I've no use for girls that drink the way she does.
She's had a lot of trouble recently, Nick, and she just drinks to make herself forget. Her husband divorced her about a year ago just because she went out on a few parties he didn't approve of. She's been alone ever since.
Funny, you standing up for her, Patsy. Usually you'd be the first to condemn anyone who plays around the way I understand she does.
All right, Nick, think what you like. Just as long as we get her home to her apartment so I can put her to bed.
Who's going to bed? Evening's young yet. Let's go somewhere.
The only place you're going, young lady, is home to bed.
Well, who's that? I don't know him.
Oh, yes, you do, Sally. That's Nick Carter, the man I work with.
Never heard of him.
This the place? Just ahead, Patsy?
Yeah, stop at this first entrance. She lives on this side.
Okay.
Come on now, Sally. This is where you live. I'll get out first and give you a hand.
Get out myself. Don't need a hand. Can take care of myself.
Want me to go up with you?
No, Nick, you wait here. She'll be all right.
All right. But don't let her keep you up there all night.
I won't. I better go after her. She'll fall in the lily pool if she's not careful.
Yeah. She's getting pretty close to the edge of it. You're better.
In heaven's name.
She sounds terrified. Come on.
What's the matter, Sally? What is it?
Man in the pool. A man. He's dead. Dead!
Yes, Riley, over here, by the edge of the pool.
Patsy phoned me that you found a man's body in the pool. Drowned, was he?
Flash your lights this way, Riley.
Okay. Holy smokes, Nick. Look in his back.
Yes, a knife. Right between the shoulder blades.
Did you find the body, Nick?
Not exactly. It was Patsy's girlfriend who found it, really.
What's her name?
Sally Reeves.
Oh, not that one. Where is she now?
Oh, Patsy's putting her to bed. She lives in this house. She's, well, slightly under the weather.
How'd she happen to find him?
Oh, Patsy and I were at a small friendly gathering, having a quiet evening, and then she walked in. Got well lit up and wrecked the party. Patsy wanted to bring her home, so we did. As she went by the pool, she started screaming. I came over here and found this.
Well, let's have a look at him. Nick, that's Arthur Reeves.
What?
That's Sally Reeves' ex-husband. And you say she found him?
That's right.
Very interesting. Maybe she found him because she knew just where to look for him.
Lieutenant Riley seems to think Sally did it herself. He's a dope.
Well, you said she's hated her husband ever since he divorced her, Patsy. Maybe she did kill him.
Oh, Nick.
Well, she certainly acted guilty enough when they questioned her.
That doesn't mean anything, and you know it.
Well, maybe and maybe not. Well, Riley will find out.
Oh, Nick, you can't leave it to Riley.
Well, that's certainly what I'm going to do. This is none of my affair.
Nick Carter, you've got to make it your affair.
Now, Patsy.
But I'm not going to see Sally put in jail for something she didn't do. You've got to help her, Nick.
And why?
Because I asked you to, that's why.
Oh, Patsy.
Oh, Nick, will you do it?
Well, I suppose I'll have to if you put it that way.
Oh, Nick, I knew you would.
But it's against my better judgment.
I don't care why you do it, just as long as you do it. Now, where do we start?
Well, I guess the best thing is to go down and see Riley in the morning. And find out just how the case against her stacks up so far. Then we'll see where we go from there.
Good morning, Nick and Patsy.
Hi, Riley.
Well, Lieutenant, have you let Sally out of jail yet?
Let her out. I should say not, Patsy. She's in for good the way it looks now. She did it all right.
Riley, do you mind telling us just what the case is against her so far?
Oh, I don't mind at all. Which side are you on in this, Nick?
I'm on the side of the law, just as I always am. You'd know me well enough for that by now.
Oh, sure. Well, here it is. Reeves was Sally's ex-husband. He divorced her for seeing too much of other guys, and she hated him for it. In spite of the $500 a month alimony he was paying her, or supposed to be paying her.
She said he hadn't paid her anything for the last 3 months.
Exactly. You're proving my case for me, Patsy. Now, Reeves' partner tells me that Reeves was having a tough time making both ends meet, let alone paying his alimony.
He spent too much on his second wife.
And here's another thing. Reeves just took out a $50,000 insurance policy in this Sally's favor.
Is that so?
He had to. That was part of the divorce settlement. He should have done it before this.
Yeah, I know. But that insurance policy is another swell motive for Sally to want Reeves dead.
She wouldn't kill anybody.
Well, here's another point then. She says she got to your party about 9:30 or 10 o'clock. Well, the medical examiner says the guy was killed at least by 9 o'clock, so she could have killed him and gone to your party for an alibi.
Where does she say she was from, say, 8 o'clock? Up to the time she got to our party.
She says Reeves called her and asked if he could see her about 8:30. So she said yes and sat in her apartment waiting for him, but he never showed up. So she says. It's a fine alibi, I don't think.
It's no alibi at all. Who was the last one to see Reeves alive?
Oh, his partner, Workman. He said Reeves was at the shop, but left to go to see Sally about something.
Amazing. How everything points to Sally, isn't it?
Oh, it ain't amazing, Nick. It's natural. She did it.
She didn't do it, and Nick's going to prove it.
Oh, is he now, Patsy? Well, how's he going to get around the facts?
Nick's going to dig up some new facts, Lieutenant. Then you'll see how wrong you are.
Well, maybe, but I doubt it.
Look, Lieutenant, can I see Sally?
Oh, sure. I guess it'll be all right. Would you like to see her now?
If I can.
Okay, I'll fix it.
You go ahead with your investigation, Nick. I'll go back to the office and wait for you when I'm through here.
All right. I'll see you then in a little while. Think I'll go down and have a talk with Reeves' partner first. Now, Mr. Workman, you say Reeves was here in the store last night after dinner?
Yes, Mr. Carter. He was checking stock with me. Then he left to see Sally. That was about 8:30. He said he'd be right back to help me finish checking.
Did he say why he wanted to see her?
He said he was going to ask her to let him out of some of the alimony he owed her.
I see. But he didn't come back.
No. I stayed here by myself until about 1 o'clock.
Mm-hmm. I should judge by the type of furs you carry here, Mr. Workman, that you must do a pretty good business.
That's right, Mr. Carter.
Then how do you account for Mr. Reeves having such a hard time keeping up his alimony payments?
Well, Mr. Reeves is a heavy spender. He spent money freely himself, and his second wife was extravagant.
Did Reeves have any insurance of the partnership? The kind, I mean, that leaves you any money if he dies.
Oh, no, Mr. Carter. We talked about it, but decided it wasn't necessary.
Have you and he ever had any trouble?
The slightest. We've always been the best of friends.
Mm-hmm. Well, thanks for your trouble, Mr. Workman. I guess that's all for now.
Anytime I can help you, let me know.
Oh, by the way, mind if I use your phone?
Oh, not at all. It's on the desk over there.
Thanks. Just want to call my office.
I'll be in the back room if you want me.
Thank you. Oh, Patsy, how'd you find Sally?
Well, better than I expected, Nick. She's so mad at Riley for thinking she did it that she hasn't had time to be depressed. How'd you make out?
Nothing new. That is, nothing definite. I'm going to see Reeves' wife. Then I have to drop in on the DA, so I may be tied up the rest of the day.
Oh, that's good, Nick, because Sally wants me to go and stay in her apartment while she's away. She has a cat and a canary, and she wants me to take care of them. And I think that's a swell idea.
What's so swell about it?
Well, don't you see? It'll give me a chance to go all through her things. I bet you I find something to help prove she's innocent.
Or guilty.
Now, Nick, don't be like that. If you'll drop over there around 8 o'clock tonight, I'll show you what I found.
Okay, see you about 8 then. At Sally's apartment. No wonder Sally couldn't afford to let any of the alimony installments be missed. Cost her plenty to live in this place. Right, stop. Patsy! 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 Patsy, where? Patsy. What happened, Patsy? Patsy, can you hear me?
That you, Nick?
Yes, what's the matter?
A man. He tried to...
Patsy.
Well, what started out to be, for Nick at least, a routine investigation has suddenly taken a strange turn. What's happened to Patsy? And what does this have to do with Nick's attempts to find out who really killed Arthur Reeves? We'll see in just a moment. If you have furniture you treasure, you want to keep it handsome. And Linex Cream Polish will protect its beauty effectively. For Linex Cream Polish is designed to restore your furniture's original beauty in one quick, easy application. Yes, Linex Cream Polish actually cleans as it polishes, removing the cloudy accumulation of dust and polish, banishing messy fingerprints, helping conceal ugly scratches. And it dries to a hard, lustrous finish that leaves no oily film to attract more dust. This makes less work for you. Linex Cream Polish, the creamy white preparation that saves you one whole step in your furniture upkeep, is truly the modern way to protect the things in your home. Depend on it to give you added leisure, to give your furniture added loveliness. Ask for it by name. Linex. Lin-X. Linex Cream Polish. One of the 3 great Linex home brighteners. Get it now at your nearest paint, department, or hardware store, where you'll find it together with Linex self-polishing wax, Linex clear gloss, and Chemtone, the miracle wall finish that covers in one quick coat and dries in 1 hour. And now, back to our story. We left Nick trying to revive an unconscious Patsy so he could find out what had happened to her in Sally Reeves' apartment.
Feeling better now, Patsy?
Yes, Nick, I'm all right. Except for that crack on my head.
Well, what happened? Can you tell me?
I don't quite know, Nick. I was standing here in front of the bedroom mirror trying on Sally's new fur coat. Oh, Nick, isn't it heavenly?
Yes, it's certainly a valuable piece of fur. But what happened, Patsy?
Well, as I was trying on the coat, a man came through the door. He was wearing a mask. He told me to take off the coat and give it to him, or he'd kill me. I told him I wouldn't do it.
Did he have a gun?
Oh, I didn't see one.
How'd he talk?
Why, it was sort of funny, as if he were trying to disguise his voice. Sounded as if he might have had something in his mouth.
Probably did. It's an old trick. Without your best friend wouldn't recognize you. Then what?
He tried to jerk the coat off me, so I scratched his face for him.
Good for you.
Not so good, Nick. Look at my fingernails. They're all broken.
Oh, they'll grow in again. Then what happened?
Well, he hit me and knocked me down just as you rang the buzzer. Must have gone out the back door as you came in the front. Then I must have gone out cold.
You were certainly completely out when I found you.
What does all this mean, Nick?
Where did Sally get this coat? You know?
Oh, yes, her ex-hubby gave it to her instead of some back alimony that he owed her. He took it out of the stock at the store about 2 weeks ago and brought it to her.
Took it out of the stock at the store, huh?
Well, does that mean something to you?
I don't know, Patsy. But either this coat is tied up with a murder, or it's an extraordinary coincidence.
Well, how can you find out?
Get the history of the coat, first of all.
Well, how do you do that, for heaven's sake?
I know a man who can tell me. Come on.
Well, I'm glad you phoned him in advance. I'd hate to have made all this trip for nothing.
Hello, Mo.
Nick, how are you? Come in, come in.
This is Patsy Bowen, my assistant, Mo.
How do you do?
Hello, glad to see you. And now, what is this puzzle you say you got for me, eh?
Here's a fur coat, Mo. Have a look at it.
Why, it's beautiful, Nick. Beautiful.
What can you tell me about it?
Well, it's worth at least $4,000.
No, that isn't what I mean. What can you tell me about the coat itself?
So everything I could tell you about it, Nick. But I might have to rip it apart a little here where it's sewed.
Go ahead. I want to know as much as you can tell me.
Sure, Nick, sure. Now, I rip a little of the lining here, and I cut a few of the stitches here, where the skins are so together. Now, look, Nick.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You see this little blue mark on the skin here?
Yes.
That means the coat was sold by Fishburne Brothers. At their mark. The skins were sewed together by Herman Schultz, who works for them. Nobody else in the business stitches like Herman.
Anything else?
Fishburne Brothers make up the coat, they sell it to a retailer. That's all I could tell.
Suppose they could tell me anything else about it?
You can ask them. They got a store right on the block from me. I could telephone them that you are coming, and they should take good care of you right away.
Thanks, Mo. Oh, by the way, that knife there on the counter, is that any particular kind of knife?
All for you who make garments use them, Nick. That is a good knife for trimming the skins. Why do you ask?
Oh, just saw one while ago, and I was curious. Come on, Patsy. Let's go see Fishburne Brothers.
I'm sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Carter, but I wanted to be sure of the facts. This coat was sold by us to Perilon. And Perilon sold the coat to a Mrs. Jackson Moody, who lives in Boston. But 3 months ago, she reported it stolen and offered $500 reward for its return.
$500? Oh, Nick, we can claim that reward. We found the coat.
You found it, Patsy. The reward's yours if you want it.
Is that what you wanted to know, Mr. Carter?
Yes, thanks. That's exactly what I wanted to know. Oh, Patsy, call Riley and tell him to meet us at Reeves and Workman's place.
Well, what are we going back there for?
I want to see if Workman can add anything to what we already know about this stolen coat.
Goodbye.
Oh, goodbye.
Why, Mr. Carter, I didn't expect to see you again tonight.
I just want to ask you a few more questions, if you don't mind.
No, not at all. Come in, all of you.
Working pretty late, aren't you?
Yes, I am. You see, without Mr. Reeves, there's so much more for me to do.
Pretty dark in here for you to be working, isn't it?
No, I can see plenty well in this light.
Well, Lieutenant Riley has to make some notes, so...
Make notes? On what, Nick?
Why, in Mr. Workman's answers to my questions, naturally. Sure you won't mind if I turn on another light, will you, Mr. Workman?
Oh, now, really, Mr. Carter, I don't
Nick,
think...
look. His face is scratched right across the cheek.
Yes, there was a cat sleeping on a pile of furs a little while ago. I didn't see him, and when I tried to move the furs, he jumped at me and scratched me.
What an alibi.
Now, what was it you wanted to ask me?
Well, first, Mr. Workman, I'd like your permission to look around your shop a bit.
Oh, now, see here, Mr. Carter. I don't see what right you have
Riley.
to come in here and...
See that Mr. Workman stays where he is while I take a look around the place.
Now, look here. You can't come in here and do
Sit where
this.
you are, Workman. Nick knows what he's doing.
But I don't understand
Just sit tight. Nick will tell you when he's ready.
Well, this is an interesting package, Workman. Addressed to some firm out in San Francisco. Seems to be full of pieces of fur coats, some odd neck pieces, and other odd pieces of fur. All expensive fur, too, if I'm not mistaken.
That's just some pieces I had left over.
I don't think so, Workman.
What do you think they are, Nick?
I think Workman is a receiver of stolen furs.
Ridiculous.
He cuts them up and ships them to the West Coast. His accomplice out there ships his stuff east. Then they put them together and mix the furs up so they can't be identified.
You're crazy. I wouldn't get mixed up in anything like that.
Riley? Ever see a knife like this one before?
By golly, Nick, that's the same kind of knife that killed Reeves.
You're quite sure?
Of course I am. That same dark-colored handle, the same two metal bands around it, I'd know that anywhere.
That's the same kind of knife we saw at Moe's a little while ago, Nick. Except that the handle is different.
Exactly, Patsy. The knife's a regular furrier's knife. But I imagine at some time in the past year, Mr. Workman had new handles put on all his old knives. Right, Mr. Workman?
Say, now look here. If you're trying to connect me with Reeves' murder, you're all wrong. I didn't kill him.
Ever see this fur coat before?
No.
And I suppose you weren't the man who tried to take it away from Patsy tonight at Sally's apartment.
No, of course not.
Hey, what's that about, Nick? You didn't tell me about anybody trying to rob Patsy.
Reeves gave Sally a very expensive fur coat out of the stock here at the store instead of paying her some back alimony. But Reeves didn't know it was stolen. Then when you arrested Sally, Workman knew he had to get that coat back before you found it, recognize it from the description that's been sent out, and trace it back to him. So he tried to steal it from Patsy tonight in Sally's apartment.
Lies, all lies.
Hey, Nick, I'm beginning to see what you're leading up to.
Do you, Riley?
I'll say I do. Reeves finds out that Workman is dealing in stolen furs. They get into a fight about it. Workman tells Reeves the coat he gave to Sally was stolen. Reeves is sore and starts for Sally's house to get it back. That's where he was headed when he was killed last night. I'll bet that's it.
Go on, Riley. Doing well so far.
But when Reeves leaves, Workman gets scared. He doesn't want Reeves to tell anybody he's selling stolen furs. But the only way he can stop him is to kill him. So he grabs one of his fur knives, beats it up to the apartment house before Reeves gets there, waits for him, and kills him. Why, it's as plain as the nose on your face.
You're crazy, all of you. I didn't kill Reeves.
Where were you between 8 and 10 last night?
I told you I was here in the store, taking stock, alone.
That ain't no alibi. Come on, Workman. I'm taking you down to headquarters. We got ways of making fellas that have nothing to say talk a lot down there.
So I was right, Nick. Sally didn't do it. Oh, Nick, you're wonderful.
Well, thanks for those few kind words, Patsy. Okay, Riley. Take him down to headquarters and wait for me there.
Ain't you coming, Nick?
Now, there's one last bit of evidence that'll clinch this case, Riley, and I think I know right where to put my hand on it. Meet you in your office in about half an hour.
Oh, there you are, Nick.
Well, glad to see the four of you gathered here to welcome me. Riley, Patsy, Sally, and Mr. Workman. Now let's sit down and be real cozy.
What's all this about, Mr. Carter? They won't tell me anything except that you've got some use for me.
Okay, Nick.
Okay, Riley, go right ahead.
Well, Sally, it's like this. Mr. Workman here is the man who killed your ex-husband, Arthur Reeves.
That's a lie, Riley.
Oh, no, it ain't. Selling stolen furs, your knife, Sally having a fur coat that was stolen, and you trying to get it back, it all adds up. Just wait till the jury gets it.
Then, you know I didn't do it.
Of course we know it. And I'm apologizing right here and now to both you and Patsy for being such a dumb idiot as I was. I should have known you wouldn't kill him.
Isn't it wonderful, Sally? You're free. And Nick did it. I knew he would. Now I can collect the $500 reward for recovering the stolen fur coat.
Oh, it's just super, Patsy. You collect that money, and I'll collect the $100,000 on the insurance that Arthur took out for me.
I don't think you will, Sally.
Mr. Carter, why not?
Yes, Nick, why can't she get that money?
Sally,
Yeah?
you told me Reeves never got to your apartment last night. That you didn't see him at all, didn't you?
Yeah, that's right. I waited and waited, but he didn't come.
Riley, got the things you found in Reeves' pocket?
Oh, sure, Nick. Right here. There you are.
Sally, in Reeves' pocket was a bill for women's clothes, addressed to you, postmarked the morning of the murder. It must have been delivered to you that afternoon. Now, if you didn't see Reeves, how did that bill get in his pocket?
Why...
You did see him, didn't you?
Yes, he tried to take my fur coat away from me, but I wouldn't let him.
And you got into an argument about money, didn't you? He was broke and couldn't give you any, so you gave him this bill and said he could at least pay that, right?
Well,
And by the time he left you, you were so mad you could have killed him, weren't you?
But I didn't kill him. Workman did.
Workman didn't kill him, Sally. You did. After he left, you grabbed up that furrier's knife, ran down the stairs, rushed over to where he was still standing beside the pool, and plunged the knife in his back before he knew you were there.
No, I never owned a knife like that. I couldn't have done it.
Ever see this picture, Sally?
Huh?
I found it in your apartment a few minutes ago. A flashlight shot of a tea party you had in your apartment. Dated 3 months ago. And on the table is one of Workman's fur knives being used as a cheese knife. So you did own a knife like that.
All right, I did kill Arthur. I had to have money quick. I got a lot of bills that have to be paid. He wouldn't give me any money. Insurance was all I could get. So I killed him.
Well, Nick, so she did do it. I was right all the time.
I told you I didn't do it.
I knew you didn't do it all along, Workman. But I had to do it this way to break down the case against Sally. Sorry.
You say you knew all along, Nick?
Certainly. I knew Workman couldn't have done it because he'd never have chosen such a public place as the court inside a large apartment house at 9 o'clock on an early fall evening. There's altogether too much chance of his being seen. He'd have picked a much safer spot. Furthermore, he never would have killed him before he got that stolen coat back from Sally. No, Riley, only someone who was so mad they didn't stop to think would kill a man in such a public place.
Well, then I gotta let Workman go?
He was dealing in stolen furs, wasn't he?
Oh, by golly, you're right, Nick. I'll see that he gets his for that, I will. Come along, you. And you too, Sally Reeves. I'm going to put you both right where you belong. I knew it was you right from the very first. And you can't going to show me up.
Well, Nick, I was certainly wrong that time.
You certainly were, Patsy. Completely wrong.
She wasn't like that when I knew her years ago.
Well, times change. So do people. You couldn't know what she's like now.
I'm sorry, Nick. Gee, I suppose I'll never hear the end of this.
You probably won't, Patsy. But don't feel too bad. If it hadn't been for you, we'd never have caught Workman and broken up his racket and stolen furs. And the right person is going to pay for Reeves' murder. Those are the things that really matter. Always.
In just a moment, Nick and Patsy will bring you a preview of next week's exciting case. But before they do, a word to the wise. When you use Linex Clear Gloss on your floors, linoleum, furniture, and woodwork, they look as though you'd spent hours polishing them. And yet Linex Clear Gloss is so easy to apply, so easy to keep clean. Linex Clear Gloss is a durable, protective coating which is brushed on easily, drying without brush marks to a tough, transparent surface that sturdily resists alcohol, perfume, fruit acids, boiling water, and hot grease. The brilliant beauty of Linex Clear Gloss is a constant source of satisfaction to every homemaker, for it wears and wears, keeping its good looks for a long, long time. Linex Clear Gloss keeps dirt on the surface, too, where it's easily wiped away. So protect and beautify every wood and linoleum surface in your home with Linex Clear Gloss. It'll add sparkle to your home and save you hours of housework. Thousands of American homemakers have already learned what a time-saving, labor-saving product Linex Clear Gloss is. Learn for yourself what a household help it can be. Ask for it by name. Famous Linex Clear Gloss. Available at your paint, hardware, or department store. If your dealer hasn't received his supply of the 3 great Linex home brighteners, he'll have them soon. Ask him to save one or all of them for you. Acme will see that he gets them, and you get them, as quickly as possible. And now let's hear from Nick Carter himself. What exciting story have you got for us next week, Nick? Can you tell us a little about that?
Well, Ken, next week I'm going to tell you about a murder in a little country town. Patsy and I had gone there for our vacation. But for that one day, we got very little vacation.
A friend of the sheriff's was shot to death in his home in the early morning, and the sheriff made Nick take over. The sheriff found one big clue that satisfied him, but Nick found a number of small clues that really solved the murder.
What do you call the story, Nick?
I call it Murder in the Night.
Or the mystery of the milkman's discovery.
So long for now.
So long, everybody.
And so long to you, Nick and Patsy. We'll be looking forward to seeing you again next week. Next week at the same time, listen to another curious experience of Nick Carter, Master Detective, entitled
Murder in the Night. Or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Milkman's Discovery.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is a copyright feature of Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. It is presented at this same time and over these same stations by the three great Linex home brighteners. Linex Clear Gloss, Linex Cream Polish, and Linex Self-Polishing Wax. Created by Acme, America's great producer of Acme quality paints. In the Nick Carter Adventures, Lon Clark is starred as Nick. Helen Choate is featured as Patsy. Original music is played by Lou White. The programs are written and directed by Jock McGregor. This is Ken Powell speaking for the thousands of Linex dealers all over America and saying so long until next week. This is Mutual.
Autolite and its 98,000 dealers bring you Mr. Victor Mature in tonight's presentation of Suspense.
Tonight, Autolite presents the story of a cross-country train trip, during which a police officer finds himself torn between his assignment and his personal feelings for the girl in car 32. Our star, Mr. Victor Mature.
This is Harlow Wilcox. Would you like to be responsible for your local church or hospital getting a big share of $100,000 in cash? Well, that's the total which will go to the recognized charities chosen by the 25 persons selected in the Autolite family charity drawing. The top award is $50,000, with 24 others from $1,000 to $20,000 each. To enter is as simple as signing your name and address, and that's all you do. Now, it's our privilege to have you hear what the head of one of America's finest organizations says about this great event. Here is Mr. E. Roland Harriman, chairman of the American Red Cross.
Thank you. The spirit of the Autolite Family Charity Plan is a fine example of the simple slogan of the Red Cross, people helping people. Just a slight effort to register may qualify you to be the benefactor of thousands who look to you for assistance through your Red Cross.
Fill out a registration form at any of the following Autolite family car dealers: DeSoto, Hudson, Plymouth, Studebaker, Dodge, Willis, Nash, Packard, Kaiser, or Chrysler. Remember, there's no obligation, but your favorite recognized charity may thank you for a large part of $100,000. Sign up tomorrow.
And now, Autolite presents transcribed The Girl in Car 32, starring Mr. Victor Mature, hoping once again to keep you in suspense.
Hey, Mahoney.
Bucher?
I can see better from here. How you feel, kiddo?
Okay, I guess. Flying out here from New York last night and taking a train back this morning isn't my idea of fun, though.
Yeah, well, we'll show you L.A. next trip, baby. You got about 2 minutes.
You better tell me what this is all about.
We got a dame who's been living with Fritzie Hollister's sweetheart for the past couple of weeks. You know Fritzie.
Yeah. He's got a trunk full of hot jewelry I'd like to get my hands on.
Well, this is your chance, Mahoney. Now, we figure Fritzie's ducked the old girlfriend and made a connection with a new one. And her name is Genevieve Josephine Johnson. Now, here's the angle. She's heading east on this streamliner today, probably to wherever Fritzie's hanging around. It's a sit-up train. You're right across the aisle from her. So you work yourself in with her. When you get a chance, check her luggage, find out where she's going to meet him.
I know.
Don't look so sad, kiddo. It's an easy job sitting on a train with a doll. Hey.
Oh, that one?
Yeah.
Genevieve Josephine Johnson.
Uh-huh. In the flesh.
I don't know. And I don't mean to argue with you. But to me, she just isn't the type for Fritzie Hollister.
Oh, stop your kidding. No job, for one thing. No family or background we can check. An apartment in Hollywood that rented for $450 a month.
Part of the act, huh? Everything else set?
All set.
All aboard!
Well, so long, kid.
So long.
All aboard!
Good. Have a nice trip.
Bye, Charlie.
Bye.
Bye.
Porter.
Yes, sir. Carry your bag, sir?
The bag's okay. My ticket says 32.
Car 32. Yes, sir. That'd be the next car down, sir. You can board right here. All reserved seats. Yes, sir.
Thanks. Pardon me. Pardon me, please. Oh, excuse me. Oh, I'm sorry, miss.
It's all right.
Careful now. Don't look at her sitting there in her little brown suit and white blouse. Just take off your hat, lay it on the seat, pick up your magazine. But don't look over there. No. Don't reach over and offer to light a cigarette. She can do it. She's okay. Don't lean across the aisle. Got plenty of time. It'll happen soon enough. So just relax and just let it happen. You know what you're doing, boy. That old Mahoney technique.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Oh, hi, Bud.
Hi.
Yes, sir. Well, sir. Hello there, little lady. How are you, huh? Hey, you mind if I take your seat for a minute? I'm on my way to the club car. It's a long walk. Well, that's one way to sit down, huh? Now, what's the matter? Ain't I even human? Ain't I even looked at, huh? Hey. Hey, you. Well, Miss Hi-Hat. Hey.
Please go wherever you were going and leave me alone.
Ah, come on, little lady. Have a nice friendly drink with old Frank Towers. How about it, huh?
Pardon me, miss. Hey, you.
Hey, wait.
Now, just what's the idea, Buster? What are you doing in this car anyway? And what are you looking for? A good punch in the mouth, maybe?
Oh,
No, he's bothering me, yes, but I don't want any trouble about this.
Oh, it's a hassle about, pal. I get off in a couple of minutes. It's something we're doing. I didn't mean to insult anybody. All I thought to...
Yeah, all you thought. Then who asked you to sit down with the young lady, huh? Who wanted you? Why, I ought to...
Please, it's all right. It's perfectly all right. Just don't hit him more.
Where's your car?
It's back there.
Come on, I'll take you. I said, come on.
Just a minute.
Come on.
Don't
Get
hurt
moving.
him. Don't hurt him.
It's all right, miss. Don't you worry. Come on, move on.
Hey, now, wait just a minute. You know who I am?
Yeah, I know who you are.
Okay. You can let go now. Huh. So you're Bright Eyes, huh?
You can leave off the bright eyes.
Yeah, sure. It's your day to be touchy, huh? You look pretty good back in there. You see her wring her hands and wink them big brown eyes?
Where'll you be?
Compartment A next door whenever you need me. Well, she's waiting for you, Mr. Hero.
You know, I wish I had poked you, Dane.
You're a nice big New York copper, Mahoney. You got the jaw and you got the shoulders. I heard all about you. You look like you could do it. Well, I'm just a beefy blot working out of L.A.'s Central Division, but I could whip you, boy. So easy.
I'd better get back.
Yeah, sure. I envy you, Bright Eyes. You two will make a nice couple.
He won't bother you again, miss.
Oh, you didn't hurt him or anything like that, did you?
Oh, no. I just took him back to his car and asked him to stay away from you.
Oh, it was embarrassing. This is the first time anything like this has happened to me. I'm glad you helped out. Thank you very much.
There's no trouble at all. Oh,
What?
I'm out of matches.
Oh, well, I can help you there. I have some in my purse, I think. Yes. Here you are.
Thanks. Would you, grab a cigarette?
Well, Thank you, yes. Why don't you sit down? Thank you. Thank you very much.
Sure. What?
My goodness, it was kind of funny, wasn't it? He was so tight.
Yes. Yes, it was funny. The old razzmatazz. Don't ask, just answer. Don't laugh, but smile a lot. Let her see your teeth. Don't move close, but let her know that you've got shoulders there, boy. And the other trick. Keep your hands open, spread out. Talk. Then stop. Look a while. Watch the orange groves go by. Watch the houses go by. Watch your life go by.
What? Oh, my goodness. You must have money in the bank. You're talking to yourself. What's the trouble?
I think I'll stop looking around out there. It's beginning to worry me. Too big or too empty or too something, I don't know. You, like it, do you?
Oh, it's lovely. The most beautiful country I've ever seen in my life. It's breathtaking. Oh, and people call me Jenny.
Jenny for Genevieve, huh?
Yep, Jenny Johnson.
Well, they call me Mahoney. And some other things sometimes. My name's Harry. Oh, where are you heading anyway? All the way east?
All the way and more. Bayside Hills, Pennsylvania. I work in a dentist's office there.
Now, that's funny. Maybe the suntan threw me. You know, I kind of thought you lived in L.A. And mostly that you didn't work.
Oh, dear. Well, I did live there for 3 weeks in a simply marvelous garden apartment in Hollywood. Right off Sunset Boulevard. Mm-hmm. They had a heated pool. Oh, it was wonderful.
It sounds expensive.
Oh, it was. Terribly. But I shared it with a couple of other girls off and on. Advertised in the papers, you know. Only...
Only? Well, go on. Something happened?
Only maybe I'm funny in some ways. Maybe I'm old-fashioned. But some things I just... Well, there's not much point of going into that part.
I get it. You got stuck with a cute little blonde who always wore your clothes or something.
Cute? Oh, not for my money, thank you. What happened, anyway, was that she got out last week after one of her parties. When I said what I had to say, she got out pretty darn fast, believe you me. My goodness, did I say something? Why are you staring at me?
Who? What? Oh, staring at you. Well, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
Oh, now, that's all right. My goodness. For some reason, it seemed like you were looking at me for the first time.
I seen you go to dinner with her. You're doing okay, Bright Eyes.
Yeah, but it doesn't add up. Too homespun for this trick.
Huh? Well, what's she done? Thrown up a smoke screen? That homespun stuff's all part of the act. She's Fritzy's girlfriend, all right. Remember, you're the operator, boy, not her.
She's going to a place in Pennsylvania.
She told you she's got a little old mother and a little old father waiting for her back home?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a great act. She's just a better actor than you are. Now, there's nothing in her luggage on the baggage car, but Fritzy must have slipped her some little trick in her. Hey, it took a lot of fixing to set this up, getting you the space across from her and all. So keep your eyes on her, Bright Eyes. That's what you're here for. Keep on her.
Hi.
Did you get your glass of water?
Yeah.
Well, it seems to be getting pretty late, doesn't it? Hadn't we better call it a night?
Oh,
What?
Why... Well, couldn't we sit here another half hour and just talk about things? Why couldn't we?
Oh, I suppose we could. That is, if you don't expect...
Oh, I don't expect anything.
Well, we'll talk about what?
We'll talk about you.
Oh, no, we won't. There's nothing to talk about.
That isn't the way I heard it.
Oh, you didn't hear anything about me.
You'd be surprised, sister.
What?
Nothing.
I don't think you want to talk very much, do you?
No, I want to find out something.
Harry, no.
Oh, anything the matter?
No, please. I don't care for that sort of thing. You promised. You said...
Oh.
Please?
Oh, well, I'm sorry.
That's quite all right. The first minute it got dark, though, you had to try it.
I told you I'm sorry.
Forget it.
You know, I'd like to tell you something. I'm not that kind of a guy. I never was. I've had so much of that stupid messing around.
Oh, so much of it? I see. Well, I haven't. And I don't think I'm sorry either. I want it to mean something with me, and it won't be stupid. That's silly, isn't it?
No, it isn't.
It's awfully late, really it is. I'll see you tomorrow.
Kansas City Star. Get your Kansas City Star here. Star here. Kansas City Star.
It's about time. Why didn't you come back last night?
I didn't feel like it.
Did you get anything else done?
I went through her suitcase when she was asleep.
Yeah?
Dresses and things, shoes, bathrobe, some stuff for underneath, that's all. The dress cost maybe $15 at the outside. It was the most expensive item there. And that suit that she's wearing went for $40 at a sale. You know that.
All right, so she's smart enough not only to act it, but to have the right props.
This isn't Fritzie's girlfriend. He wouldn't know one like this, and she wouldn't have one like him.
That's the second time you've said that. How do you know?
I just know. I found out.
You're getting older and you're getting dumber, Bright Eyes. You getting fed up?
She'd never have anything to do with somebody like Fritzie. I told you that once before, too.
Hey.
What?
Fritzie.
What?
Just walked by outside the window carrying a suitcase.
Get your star here. Get your star here.
Yeah, that's him, all right.
Yeah.
Getting on this car. You see the little guy in the overcoat, the cigarette.
You're right. It's Fritzie Hollister.
Yeah, sure, I'm right. He just sat down beside Genevieve Josephine Johnson from Pennsylvania.
Well, you know, look, it could be just a coincidence.
So she's a nice kid, huh? Couldn't have anything to do with a bum like Fritzie, huh?
Come on.
No, stay where you are. We'll make our play when the time comes.
Autolite is bringing you Mr. Victor Mature as star of The Girl in Car 32. Tonight's presentation in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Why, that's the car for me, Harlow.
You mean that new Packard that just passed, Jim?
Yes, sir. That's the popular-priced Packard Clipper with the power and luxury that only Packard can put into a car. And have you seen the Packard Patrician? That's the finest car ever to bear that famous Packard name.
A name we're privileged to salute tonight on Suspense. Packard, an outstanding member of our worldwide Autolite family.
Well, Packard is outstanding in every way. Its ruggedness and dependability have withstood the most tortuous tests that Packard engineers can devise. Packards have proved over and over that they have what it takes under every road and weather condition. Yes, sir, Harlow, when you get an Autolite-equipped Packard, you get real value. And you get a car with one of the most famous of all fine car names, Packard.
Yes, and Autolite is proud of its long association with Packard and with Packard dealers everywhere.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Victor Mature in Elliot Lewis's production of The Girl in Car 32, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Now use your head, Bright Eyes. It's no mistake, no crazy coincidence. Even if she sat there all day and hasn't talked to him once. The little bird in the blue overcoat is Fritzy Hollister. And you were trying to steal his girl. Use your head. She was fast enough and smart enough to spot you right off for what you were. And she handled you last night like a schoolboy. She couldn't warn him from the train. But she's given him a poke in the ribs or an elbow or something, so you played straight here. Sure. She's Fritzy's one chance. She'll work on you again, Bright Eyes. And watch that. Because you don't want to let either one of them slip off the hook.
Asleep?
No.
Cup of water?
No.
I'll drink it myself. I can't sleep. Not with that strange man over there.
What's so strange about him?
What?
Skip it.
Do you feel like talking?
Sure, let's talk. Why not? Sit down.
Thank you. Well, I wonder what this stop is going to be.
I'm glad you wanted to talk. But suppose you drop the rude girl routine, huh?
My goodness. You're all right in the daytime, but at night you come out with the silliest things. Say, what do you mean by that?
Big laugh. Big laugh for you.
What?
For a couple of minutes last night, I was stupid enough to believe you, sister.
What?
Not now, though, and don't you forget it.
What on earth are you talking about?
I said cut the act.
Well, I don't have to have anyone to talk to me like that. I think you're crazy. You must be. You must have something all twisted up in your head, or you wouldn't say things like this. Oh, darn. I've been so thirsty all day. I think I'll get some water.
Stay where you are. I'll get the water.
Now, see
I'll
here,
get the water.
Hi.
Hi.
What's the idea of leaving them together when we come in a station?
I'm sick of it. It happens here or else.
Now, look.
Shut up.
Hey, Fritzy jumped over in your seat.
Yeah.
And he's talking to her.
Yeah, he had to sooner or later. Right now, she's telling him I'm a cop, and they'd better scram out while the scramming's good.
You hit it on the head, boy. There he goes, heading for the door.
He won't make it.
Hey.
Come on. Hey, Fritzy.
What?
I've been waiting for you to try something like this. Your girlfriend's pretty smart.
Look out, Bright Eyes. He's got a gun.
No, you don't.
Stay away from me. Stay away from me.
No good, Fritzy. No good.
Are you okay?
Yeah, here. Hold on to it.
All right. Hey, where you going?
To get his girlfriend. I want to attend to her personally. All right, stand back. Stand back. Get out of the way.
Say, what's all this? What's...
Police officers. Keep these people back.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'll do that, sir.
What on earth is it?
Stow that, baby. This is a pinch.
What?
Come on. Up on your feet. We've got Fritzy in a huddle.
Oh, you're hurting me.
And you're killing me with those big brown eyes.
Why, you just...
Pretty smart you were, only you forgot one little thing. You forgot the first rule of Broadway. Never hustle a hustler. Just who do you think you had anyway? Some clown on a train or Bright Eyes Mahoney? Cut up the tears. Come on.
Now then, what's it all about, Sergeant Mahoney? We can keep the man for carrying a gun.
That'll do for a starter. We've got 1 million charges against him. He pulled the biggest jewelry heist in the country last year.
You can get some papers out here to me?
Sergeant Daines is phoning Los Angeles right now.
All right. Now, what about the lady?
Hold her, too, for disturbing the peace if you have to. She's Fritzy's girlfriend. She'll be named accomplice.
Oh, I see. Well, she sure cries a lot. I'll hold him for you. Anything else you want from me?
Hey, Bright Eyes. We got a mix-up.
What do you mean?
Well, you're a little mixed up, boy. That's what I mean. I've been on the phone to L.A. straightening it out for you. Fritzy's old girlfriend and that other one had the apartment together in L.A., okay? But that's all. She's not tied up with Fritzy. She never was.
Why'd you meet her on the train?
Because Fritzy's girlfriend left an old trunk after her in the storeroom. How was this Johnson dame to know that there was a couple of $100,000 worth of stolen jewelry in the false bottom? Naturally, Fritzy wanted it back, so he found out this tomato you were bright-eyeing with was coming east, so he just grabbed a plane so he could meet her in KC. He wanted that trunk, boy.
Yeah, you mentioned that.
Well, sir, that's it. She's no more Fritzy's new girlfriend than I am. You know, it's funny how things work out. The trunk's been in a hock shop in L.A. all the time. Little Miss Muffet got rid of it to clean up the place when she moved. What's the matter? You sick or something?
I told you she wasn't Fritzy's girlfriend. I told you.
Well, I got that all straightened out for you now, Bright Eyes, so you...
Write out a release, will you, Sheriff, for Jenny Johnson?
Sure. Sure, glad to. You know, I wanted to do just what you did ever since that fella started talking. He bothers me.
The next one will be through tomorrow morning, Jenny.
Thank you.
It's a real nice train, streamliner and all. They have a compartment for you. Jenny, can I say anything? Can I do anything? You know, when I remember what I was beginning to feel in my heart and what I've done to you, I just...
In what? In your heart? Oh, you proved it, didn't you?
Oh, Jenny,
well,
look, I'm
that's
sorry.
all right, Bright Eyes. I heard them call you that. You're very clever with all women, and I'm very stupid, I suppose. I didn't even know the first rule of Broadway. But I know what I want anyway. I want you to leave me alone. I don't ever want to see you again.
Jenny, I know what I want. I found out sitting in that seat beside you.
You just get away from me, the things you said to me and the way you act. Because what? Because you cared for me, I suppose.
Because I cared for you, Jenny. You know something? I'm going to be on that train with you tomorrow morning. Yes, sir, Jenny. I'm going to be on that train with you.
Suspense, presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Mr. Victor Mature.
This is Harlow Wilcox again. Remember, you now have a good chance to do your favorite local or national recognized charity the favor of a lifetime. If you're one of the 25 persons selected in the huge Autolite family charity drawing, you can name any recognized charity you wish to receive a big share of $100,000 in cash. Those charities can be schools, hospitals, churches, the American Red Cross, or any other recognized charity. So if you're 18 years or over, visit any of the following Autolite family car showrooms: DeSoto, Hudson, Plymouth, Studebaker, Dodge, Willis, Nash, Packard, Kaiser, or Chrysler. Print your name and address on the drawing registration form and have the car dealer sign it. That's all. Nothing to buy, try, or solve. So give your favorite recognized charity a chance to share in this huge $100,000 Autolite family opportunity. Visit any Autolite family car showroom and sign up tomorrow.
Next week, the story of a man who found that everything was against him. His wife distrusted him. His best friend had to give him an alibi, all because of a girl, a dead girl. It's called The Guilty Always Run. Our star, Mr. Tyrone Power. That's next week on Suspense. Suspense is transcribed and directed by Elliott Lewis, with music composed by Lucian Morwick and conducted by Lud Gluskin. The Girl in Car 32 was written for Suspense by E. Jack Newman from the story by Thomas Walsh. In tonight's story, Kathy Lewis was heard as Jenny and William Conrad as Dane. Featured in the cast were Herb Butterfield, Joseph Kearns, Roy Glenn, and John Daner.
Victor Mature appeared by arrangement with 20th Century Fox, producers of Prince Valiant in Technicolor and Cinescope, starring James Mason, Janet Leigh, and Robert Wagner.
And remember next week, Mr. Tyrone Power in The Guilty Always Run.
This is the CBS Radio Network. Autolite and its 98,000 dealers bring you Mr. Lloyd Nolan in tonight's presentation of
Suspense. Tonight, Autolite presents a story based on fact. The documented report of a man who lost a jar which contained the destruction of a city. Vial of Death. Our star, Mr. Lloyd Nolan.
Hello. Say, you know today's my birthday?
It is? Well, congratulations, Sheriff.
Yep, and I've covered a good many miles in my day.
And congratulations to every driver who uses those world-famous, sure-firing, fit and fabulous Autolite spark plugs. The spark plugs that are ignition engineered for the finest performance money can buy.
Hello, my car's slow in the pickup.
Not performing up to par? Well, why not take that car into your Autolite spark plug dealer for a spring checkup? If your spark plugs are worn out, he'll recommend a new set of Autolite spark plugs, either standard or resistor type. Then you'll be set for smooth driving days ahead.
Well, how can I find his address?
Just call Western Union by number and ask for Operator 25. She'll quickly tell you the location of your nearest Autolite spark plug dealer, the man with ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs. And remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite presents Vial of Death, starring Mr. Lloyd Nolan, hoping once again to keep you in suspense.
When it happened, you knew nothing about it. The events of that long, frightening night began about the time you were catching a bus or a streetcar toward home. Probably you had dinner that night, played with the children, then went to bed. You slept. In the morning you got up, came to work, and it was just another day. By then it was all over. Many innocent people missed an appointment with death that morning. You might have been one of them. It was 5 o'clock on that particular night as I climbed the stairs of the downtown Central Station. I'm Lieutenant Joe Holloway, acting chief of detectives during the night watch. Most of the men on the day watch had deserted their desks and were climbing into overcoats as I passed them in the hall.
Evening, Lieutenant.
Sam? Hey, weren't you off yesterday?
Yep.
Have a nice day.
I guess so. I stayed up when I should have been in bed. Took the kids out to the zoo. And when I should have been up, I went to bed. Today, instead of going to bed, I was up. But to answer your question, Lieutenant, I enjoyed my day off, but I should have stayed in bed.
Well, I guess I should spend more time with my kids, but I don't. Working nights 6 days a week, I never have time to see them.
I can understand that, Lieutenant, but today...
Yeah, I don't. Maybe next week. There, anything interesting on the hot shot sheet?
Nah, nothing exciting.
Hey, did Ruby come in yet?
On a stakeout tonight.
Oh. Well, might as well make out the watch for tomorrow. Evening papers come in yet?
No.
Excuse me, is this the office of the chief of detectives?
That's right.
Lieutenant Holloway?
Lieutenant?
Yeah?
This is Lieutenant Holloway, mister.
Are you in charge here?
That's right.
I'm Professor Harold M. Froelich. The officer at the front desk told me to see you.
What can I do for you, Professor Froelich?
Well, I'm afraid I'm going to need your help, Lieutenant. You see, my car was stolen a few minutes ago.
Oh, you want the auto theft division. It's right down the hall to your right.
No. You see, I was on my way to the university at Brenton for some lab analysis, and I stopped at a drugstore just a few blocks from here to buy some pipe tobacco.
Yeah?
Well, when I came out of the drugstore, my car was gone, stolen. And I'd left my satchel in the car, too. It contained various instruments and a sizable amount of narcotics.
Oh, I see.
No, you don't. I'm not so concerned about the loss of my car nor the narcotics.
Well, then, what are you concerned about, Professor Froelich?
The vial. That's what worries me.
What vial?
There was a glass vial of bacteria in my satchel, too. You see, my work is developing antibacteriological techniques, protective methods against germ warfare. In this work, I use living microorganisms, bacteria, and the vial contained an extremely large amount of these bacteria.
Oh, I see. Now, what kind of bacteria did the vial contain?
Cholera bacteria.
Cholera?
Cholera? Yes. Enough to start a cholera epidemic throughout this city in a matter of hours, if the thief finds that vial and opens it.
How contagious is it?
Oh, if the slightest amount gets on the thief's hands or clothing, sooner or later he's certain to get it into his food or drinking water, in which case he would undoubtedly develop cholera and then could pass it on to others. Or, thinking the vial is worthless, he might throw it away on the street and break it. Or he could easily throw it into one of the reservoirs around the city, not knowing what it is. Do you understand, Lieutenant?
Yeah, I understand.
Animals and rodents present the greatest danger of all. If they become carriers, an epidemic is inevitable and almost impossible to curb.
Wouldn't the bacteria die if they were exposed to air?
No, they wouldn't become exposed even if the vial were broken. You see, the vial contains a peptone broth, a milky substance. The bacteria are in this peptone broth like bees in a honeycomb. It not only protects them, but it nourishes them as well.
I see.
Lieutenant Holloway, you must find my automobile before the thief has a chance to get at that vial. You can't imagine the horrors this city...
Where was your car stolen?
At the corner of 10th and Main Streets about 15 minutes ago. It's a blue sedan, 4-door.
Get this, Sam.
Right.
What year?
51.
License number?
6N16837.
What about the satchel?
Black, usual doctor's bag with my initials on it in gold. HMF.
Describe the vial.
Oh, let me see. About 8 inches long, diameter 2 inches. A silver pressure cap with a lump on top. It can't be opened without pressing the top. The contents are milky fluid. It's about the size of a baby's feeding bottle.
Sam, get Lieutenant Ruby off that stakeout right away. Tell him to meet me at 10th and Main.
Okay.
I'll put an APB on the car. Radio room, this is Lieutenant Holloway. Broadcast this immediately. To all units, stolen car, registered to a Professor Harold M. Froelich. License number in the 8 column, 6, Nora, 16837. A 1951 blue 4-door sedan. If this car is located, hold and notify Lieutenant Holloway's Central Division immediately. You got that? Yeah. Now, also put out a call for all B units in the 4th, 5th, and 6th districts to report to me at 10th and Main. Code 3. Sam?
Yeah?
Notify the chief. Then call the city health officer and tell him to meet me at 10th and Main right away.
Right.
This is Holloway. Send every available man to 10th and Main. Code 3. I'll be there in 5 minutes. We'll start a search of the neighborhood where your car was stolen. Maybe we'll find the car nearby. Maybe not, but it's a start.
Lieutenant.
Yes, what?
We must anticipate a cholera epidemic should the bacteria get loose. Serums, facilities, doctors...
We'll take that up with the city health officer.
And we must notify all hospitals and emergency wards to report immediately any case that appears with the symptoms of cholera. Then, if a case is reported, we will have something to work on.
Yeah, we will indeed have something to work on. It was 7 o'clock that evening when 120 officers and reserves gathered at the intersection of 10th and Main, where Professor Froelich's car had been stolen. The curious was shuffled off, the press banned. Lieutenant Ruby reported for duty, and I briefed him. At 7:30, the city health officer arrived. Serums were ordered, the Red Cross alerted, doctors and nurses notified to be on call if an epidemic started. Hospitals have been told to notify us if a case appeared with symptoms of extreme intestinal pain, spasms, vomiting, and severe dehydration. Everything was done without attaching the word cholera to the operation. At 8:15, a break, just a small one. Professor Froelich's car was found 10 blocks away.
This is it. This is my car.
He didn't drive it far.
Oh, I hope the satchel is still in it.
Well, we'll soon know.
There's nothing in the front seat. Key's still in it. Oh, Ruby, check the trunk.
Right.
Don't touch anything, Doctor.
No. Maybe it's in the back seat. Oh, nothing. Find anything, Ruby?
Nothing in the trunk, Joe.
Well, I guess he took the satchel with him.
I wonder why.
Pawn it, probably. Ruby.
Yeah.
Get a latent fingerprint man down here to dust this car.
Right.
Tell him to hurry.
Okay.
Now what, Lieutenant?
Now, we try to find that satchel. An hour passed. 2. No progress. The only fingerprints found on Professor Froelich's car were his own. Suspects were picked up, no make. The search for the satchel continued. Midnight, still no progress. I thought about the other parts of the city, quiet, asleep, unaware of the night and what it had produced. At 1:30, another break. One we'd hoped wouldn't come.
When was he brought in, nurse?
A little after 12.
His condition?
Critical. Respiration very low. Severe dehydration.
You're certain about the symptoms?
Quite certain. Also, the lab confirmed presence of live Vibrios organisms.
Who brought him in?
It was an ambulance call. The patient had been in one of those awful bars down the street. He suddenly became ill, delirious, then fell to the floor with intense spasms of the intestinal tract.
Better get the health officer on that bar right away.
Yes, it must be quarantined at once.
In here. I thought it best not to put him in a ward.
Well, Professor Froelich?
Can you visualize this happening all over the city? Your wife, possibly your children.
Any chance of a mistake?
Presence of live Vibrios organisms? There's no doubt now.
Nurse, was there any identification?
Just the wallet there on the stand.
Anything there, Joe?
His name was Al Walker, 8200 Carl Street. Al? Al Walker. Can you hear me? Al, listen to me. I've got to ask you some questions. Try to answer me. Al. Al, did you steal a car tonight?
It's pretty weak, Joe.
Al, can you hear me? Al? Look, Professor, can I do any harm now?
Do what you must, Lieutenant Holloway, but hurry. He's almost...
All right, Al. Al, listen to me. Answer me. Did you take a glass vial out of that car tonight? It was in a satchel, a glass jar in a black satchel. Al!
Glass jar?
Yes. Did you take it, the jar?
I can't breathe.
Al, did you take that satchel out of a car tonight?
Oh, really, Lieutenant?
Keep quiet, nurse.
Can you hear me? What did you do with that glass jar that was in the bag? Did you open it?
Milky stuff inside.
Oh, no. He opened it.
What's wrong with me? I can't breathe.
Al, where is that glass jar now? Where?
I said, throw it away.
Where? Find out where.
Where? Where did you throw it out? Where?
I throw it.
Well, they're loose. Enough cholera bacteria to start this all over the city in the morning.
Autolite is bringing you Mr. Lloyd Nolan in Vial of Death. Tonight's presentation in radio's outstanding theater of thrills,
Suspense. Hey, Harlow, my friend Slim corralled himself a whole herd of wonder workers.
He did, Sheriff?
Yep, he got a set of them Autolite resistor spark plugs. Says they're the finest thing since Texas joined the Union.
Well, they sure are, Sheriff. The greatest advance in spark plugs for automotive use in 25 years. That built-in exclusive Autolite 10,000 ohm resistor makes possible such outstanding advantages as double spark plug life, smoother engine performance, and quick starts. And the Autolite resistor spark plug is only one of a complete line of world-famous Autolite spark plugs, ignition engineered for every use.
So lasso yourself a whole set of them Autolite resistor spark plugs, partners.
They're available at your nearest Autolite spark plug dealers. To locate him quickly, call Western Union by number and ask for Operator 25. And remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Lloyd Nolan in Elliot Lewis's production of Vial of Death, a dramatic report well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Al Walker was dead. Not knowing what the stolen vial contained, he had opened it and exposed himself to disease. Then he'd thrown it away. This is what faced us in our city that night, an epidemic of cholera. Professor Froelich, Ruby, and myself left the hospital. We crossed a sleeping city to the address found in Al Walker's wallet, 8200 Carl Street. It was an apartment house. We woke the landlady, and she led us into Al Walker's room. We searched.
I always said that Al Walker was a good-for-nothing. He never worked, loafed, drank.
You're certain he was here about 7 o'clock?
Positive. I heard him come in and go out.
Well, no vial, no satchel. Nothing but dirty laundry.
Well, what did he do? Steal them things?
Where do we go from here, Lieutenant?
I guess we'll have to go back and start with that bar.
You know, you better quarantine this place and get the health department out here.
What's that?
Anyone who came in contact with Al Walker will have to be vaccinated.
Well, what was the matter with him?
He was, sick.
Yeah, very bad?
Bad enough to kill him.
Al's dead?
That's right.
And you say anyone who was near him might catch what he had?
If they aren't vaccinated right away, they might.
Well, then, Mrs.
There's something you haven't told us.
Well, I don't want to cause anybody no trouble, but when Al was here earlier tonight, he stopped in to see Mrs. Pierce. They were friends.
Where does Mrs. Pierce live?
In 306, the end of the hall. I wasn't snooping. It's just that I like to know what's going on in my place, that's all.
Okay. Now, you better get back to bed, lady.
Bed? Who can sleep with a thing like this in the house? Well, what will the tenants say?
What time is it, Lieutenant?
3 a.m. Here it is.
Be daylight in a few hours. There's much time.
I know.
Asleep?
Wouldn't you be?
Who is it?
It's police. Open up.
Police.
Open up.
Hold it, I ain't decent. What do you want?
You Mrs. Pierce?
Yeah, why?
Do you know Al Walker?
Al Walker? Yeah. You hold it down, my husband's asleep.
When was the last time you saw Al Walker?
Last time? I couldn't say. A week ago, maybe.
Evie, what's going on out there?
Nothing, Klaus. Go back to bed.
Who are these guys?
The police.
Hey, what's the matter?
Now, look, it's very important. We've got to know if either one of you saw Al Walker last night.
Al Walker?
I told you no, we ain't seen him.
Evie, you ain't been seeing that punk again, have you?
I ain't seen him. I told you I wouldn't.
Mrs. Pierce, last night Al Walker stole a car. When he left it, he took some things with him. Among them, a black satchel containing a small glass vial, a jar. This vial was filled with a milky substance. That milky substance would... Well, because of it, he's dead now.
Dad?
He died a few hours ago.
Al? Dad?
Anyone who came in contact with Al last night after he opened that vial can expect the same thing.
Oh, no!
You saw him.
What? Yes.
I thought you promised me you wouldn't see that punk no more.
Shut up, you big ape.
Mrs. Pierce, did Al have that vial when you saw him?
Yes.
What did he do with it?
Well, he opened it here in this apartment. He opened it and smelled it.
Oh, good Lord.
He put the top back on because he said it smelled like rotten eggs. What was it? Will I get it, too? Will I get it?
Hey, Ruby, call downtown. Tell him to get out here fast for vaccination.
Right, Joe.
Now, Mrs. Pierce, what did he do with the vial?
Oh, he took all that stuff with him to a pawn shop at 3rd and Larkin. The old man there is a fence. Al takes all the stuff to him.
Look, you stay here. The health department will be here pretty soon to vaccinate you. Don't try to leave the building.
Am I going to be okay? I won't get it, will I?
I don't think so.
So you've been seeing that punk after all, after what I told you.
Will you shut up?
I hope you get it. Whatever it is, I hope you get it good. Serves you right.
Come on, we'll try the pawn shop. 3:30 a.m. We pulled up in front of the pawn shop at 3rd and Larkin. The shades are down in the windows, but there's a light somewhere in the back.
Someone's coming.
Yeah, he's up late, eh?
Oh, it has to be here. We've got to find it before morning.
We'll soon know.
What do you want?
Open up, police.
Police?
Open up.
What for?
I said open it or we'll break it down.
Well, sure. Whatever you say.
All right, now listen. I want some answers, Pop, and I want them fast.
Oh, sure, fellas. I always cooperate with you boys.
Al Walker was here last night. He sold you some stuff.
Al Walker? Who's he?
Lieutenant, look at this, my satchel. It was on the counter.
Oh, that's yours, mister? You never know where this stuff comes from.
Will you quit stalling? We know Al Walker brought that in here. And there was a glass vial in that satchel. Where's it now?
I tell you, I don't...
Pop! Al Walker's dead.
Al? Dead? From what?
From the contents of that vial.
That milky stuff?
Then you have seen it.
Well, I did have.
Where is it now?
We threw it away. Wasn't worth anything, was
Where'd
it?
you throw it?
In the alley out back.
All right, show us.
Was it open?
No, closed. I didn't know the stuff was solid.
All right,
Honest, I
save
didn't.
it, Pop, will you?
Yeah, out here. There. I threw it in that pile of junk.
I don't see it.
I don't either.
Are you sure you threw it here?
Oh, right up top. I'm trying to cooperate with you boys, honest.
Oh, it isn't here, Lieutenant.
Keep looking, it has to be.
But he threw it there. Threw all the junk out there and... Damn kids.
What kids?
Well, some kids were playing here late last night. Always play here, and they're always picking things up and taking them away.
You say kids?
Do you know any of them?
Oh, I don't know for sure.
Joe, look at this chalk drawing on the wall.
What about it?
Well, them kids drew that there, always doing it.
Under this face it says, Louis is a gooey.
Louis? Sure, I know Louis. He was one of them. He lives over there, in one of them apartment buildings.
Which one?
I don't know which one. I seen him go that way sometimes.
It's nearly 4 o'clock, Lieutenant. Can we get through all those buildings before morning?
Well, we'll have to try. We'd better get Pop here vaccinated before we run him in.
Say, Joe.
What?
Don't you think it would be a good idea if we got vaccinated, just in case?
Well, sure, yeah. But we haven't got time, Ruby. Come on. It was a big block covered with big apartment houses. An additional 60 men were called in, and we started checking from apartment to apartment asking for a kid named Louis and the glass vial. The people half asleep must have thought we were crazy. What they thought wasn't important. What they would wake up to in the morning was 5 o'clock, 6. It got light out. Then 6:30 and 7. It was a bright, beautiful, sunny morning. A few people began to appear along the streets. Buses and streetcars were running. The city was waking up. And still, we hadn't found Louis or the glass vial of cholera bacteria. We still had dozens of apartments to go through.
If we don't find it pretty soon, Lieutenant, we've got to let the city know about it. Warn them to watch for the vial.
No, not yet, not yet. Another hour, maybe.
Here's the next one.
Okay.
Bacon.
Yeah, smells good.
Yeah?
Police.
Police? What's wrong?
Do you have a child here named Louis?
No Louis here. Why?
Well, do you know of a boy by that name in the building?
No, all my boys are good children. They done nothing wrong.
Mama, Sybil's got my jar, and she won't give it to
Tommy,
me.
don't bother me now.
Who'll make Sybil give me my jar?
Lieutenant.
Yeah. Hey, Tommy, where's Sybil?
Hey, you can't come in like that.
Take us to Sybil, Tommy.
She's in the bedroom. I'll show you.
You stay here, lady.
You got a lot of nerve telling me what to do in my own place.
Where'd you get the jar, Tommy?
I took it away from Louis. It's a pretty jar. I'm going to keep spiders in it. Here's the bedroom. There's Sybil in the crib.
Joe, look.
Mama says Sybil's cutting teeth.
Easy does it. If she takes it out of her mouth and lets go of it, it'll fall on the floor.
Oh, careful, Lieutenant. Don't frighten her.
I got it.
Don't drop it, Joe.
Oh, don't worry.
Oh, at last, thank goodness.
There you are, Doctor. One glass vial containing 2 or 3 million cholera germs intact.
What are you doing to my baby? I never heard of such a thing. Coming into a private home and beating my baby and making her cry. You get out of here. You hear me? Get out.
All right, yes, ma'am. We're sorry.
If the people in this city only knew what you boys...
But they won't know, Professor.
No, I guess not, Lieutenant.
Well, Joe?
Beautiful morning, Ruby.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a nice day.
Yep.
You know, Ruby, instead of going to bed this morning, I think I'll have breakfast with my family, and then I'm gonna take my kids to the zoo.
Suspense, presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Mr. Lloyd Nolan.
This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for Autolite, world's largest independent manufacturer of automotive electrical equipment. Autolite is proud to serve the greatest names in the industry. They are members of the Autolite family, as well as are the 98,000 Autolite distributors and dealers in the United States and thousands more in Canada and throughout the world. Our family also includes the nearly 30,000 men and women in 28 great Autolite plants from coast to coast and Autolite plants in many foreign countries, as well as the 18,000 people who have invested a portion of their savings in Autolite. Every Autolite product is backed by constant research and precision built to the highest standards of quality and performance. So remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
Next week, a new and terrifying tale in the suspense tradition. The story of a man who overhears a murder plot and is discovered in his hiding place by the murderers. It's called Pigeon in the Cage. Our star, Mr. Dick Hames. That's next week on Suspense. Suspense is produced and directed by Elliot Lewis, with music composed by Lucian Morovic and conducted by Lud Gluskin. Vial of Death was written for Suspense by Augustus C. Bays. Featured in the cast were Joseph Kearns, Jerry Hausner, James McCallion, Truda Marson, Martha Wentworth, Charlotte Lawrence, Joseph Granby, Naomi Stevens, Clayton Post, and Jeffrey Silver.
Lloyd Nolan can soon be seen in Island in the Sky, a Wayne Fellows production from the book by Ernest K. Gann.
And remember, next week, Mr. Dick Hames in Pigeon in the Cage.
You can buy Autolite resistor or standard type spark plugs, Autolite electrical parts, and Autolite Stay Full batteries at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
The makers of those increasingly popular cigarettes. Sano, the cigarette with far less nicotine. Encore cigarettes that filter the smoke but not the taste present Martin Kane, starring Mark Stevens.
What's your name?
What's that?
Don't try anything. I said, what's your name?
Thompson. Albert Thompson. Why? Something wrong, officer?
You sure this is the man?
He's the one I saw, all right. He did it.
Did what? I don't know what you're talking about. Who are you?
I saw you running out of that store after the shooting. You killed that storekeeper.
I don't know what you're talking about. What store? I haven't done anything.
He's the one. I'll swear to it.
Come along, mister.
Oh, look, officer.
Behave
you're making
yourself.
Officer, please.
I'll need you to.
But you're making a terrible mistake. I never saw this man in my life.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We're all set on our end. Oh, no, nothing's going to happen to that witness. He's in a real safe place. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Anytime you want him for the grand jury, he'll be there. Well, thank you. Yeah, I'll be checking with you right along. Right. Well, the DA's a very happy man. He's got a cinched case against Albert Thompson. Oh, what did you drop in for, Kane?
Congratulations.
Yeah? What'd you do?
Not me, it's you that rates the medals, Lieutenant. You and your department, the way you solved that murder, that's pretty good.
Well, the whole case just kind of walked in here. Fred Wallace, the guy who spotted Thompson at that bus stop, he's the one who gets all the credit.
You got anything new on Thompson?
Well, the identification looks pretty solid, Kane.
You got a smart lawyer, Ed Randall. He could beat you in court, unless you come up with more evidence, including the murder weapon.
Yeah, we're working on it. You know, Kane, the take of that robbery was about $200. When we examined Thompson, he had $207 on him.
Yeah, maybe he saved it up.
Yeah, how? His wife didn't know anything about it.
Look, Lieutenant, when a fellow's planning on buying his wife a new coat for her birthday, he doesn't tell her what he's saving up for.
Tell me, how do you know so much about Thompson?
He's Ed Randall's client.
So?
Ed Randall's a client of mine.
Oh.
He thinks Thompson's innocent. Thinks that your witness made a mistake.
He's a good lawyer.
He's smart, too.
Mm-hmm. Oh. You think the witness made a mistake, too?
I don't know. That's what I'm hired to find out.
Well, you sure picked a tough way to make a living.
Some guys climb mountains.
You won't even get off the ground. Fred Wallace made a positive identification.
By the way, I called his house. You've taken him somewhere. Why?
For his health gain.
Oh, come on, Lieutenant. Thompson couldn't hurt anybody. He hasn't got any mob connections. He's just a little guy that fell in a great big hole. I want to see Wallace.
You're wasting your time, Kane, and that's straight.
You're convinced that Thompson's guilty. I can't be, not yet.
Well, I'm only about 90% convinced because we still haven't found the gun. However, Fred Wallace kind of makes up for it.
I still want to see him.
Well, you'll see him all right. But not alone. I'll be there, too.
Everything all right, Mr. Wallace?
Fine, fine.
Yeah?
Open up, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
How are things?
What did the commissioner say to this guy's food bill? Hello, Kane.
Hello, Jane.
Hello, Lieutenant.
Hello, Mr. Wallace. This is Martin Kane.
How do you do, Mr. Kane?
Hello, Mr. Wallace. Kane's a private detective. Right now, he's working for Thompson's lawyer.
I see.
He'd like to ask you a few questions.
Oh?
Mr. Wallace, you're sure you couldn't have been mistaken in your identification?
No, sir.
What makes you so positive it was Thompson you saw running out of the shop after you heard the shots?
Why, it just was, that's all.
Tell me, was he wearing a hat?
A hat?
Yeah. Hat.
Yes, he was.
Thompson doesn't wear a hat, Mr. Wallace. Never does, never has.
Well, he could have on this job, Kane.
Do I have to talk to him?
Why not, Mr. Wallace? We're both after the same thing, aren't we? The truth?
That's just why I went after that policeman the moment I saw Thompson. It's my duty as a citizen. You think I like hanging around this hotel room, not being able to go about my normal business? Or seeing my name spread all over the newspapers? I have to testify at that trial. It's the right thing to do.
You know, Kane, most people would be afraid to stick out their necks. We could use more men like Mr. Wallace.
Yeah. Civic virtue is a great thing, Lieutenant, as long as it doesn't convict the wrong man.
Why would I do a thing like that?
Just a mistake, Mr. Wallace. A simple, ordinary human mistake. It happens all the time. Every day, just like it happened here. You couldn't possibly seen Thompson run out of that store. He was clear across town at the time.
That's what he says. I saw it.
Tell me, Mr. Wallace, what was the weather that day?
What kind of a question is that?
Would you answer it, please?
I don't see what difference it makes. I think it was a nice day. Yes, it was a nice warm day.
The man who ran out of the store, was he wearing a top coat?
He could have.
Was he?
No, I just told you it was a warm day. He wouldn't be wearing a top coat.
Your logic's good, Mr. Wallace, but your memory is bad. It was a warm day, and Thompson was wearing a top coat. The people at his office will swear to that.
He's just trying to trick me.
Now, I just want you to think and think hard, Mr. Wallace. Isn't it possible that you made a mistake in your identification?
Mr. Kane, I'm not a fool. If I listened to you and changed my story, I'd be a fool. Some people would say I was scared off. Others that I was bought off. No, sir. I said it was Albert Thompson. And Albert Thompson, it stays.
Well, convinced?
Nope. But I got a better chance of talking back the tide.
Albert's in here, Mrs. Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Randall.
Why don't you go right on in, and I'll wait out here for Mr. Kane.
Albert?
Hello, Helen.
You all right?
Yeah, they're treating me all right.
Mr. Randall's here with me.
He said he was coming. He's a very fine lawyer, Helen. He tried to get him to lower the bail.
He's still working very hard.
Yeah, I know. They won't do it. A guard told me that $25,000 is the lowest bail he ever heard of. For a murder.
Mr. Barnes came to see me from the office. He wanted to know if we needed any money.
What'd you tell him?
I thanked him very much. I told him we'd manage. Well, but he said all your friends believe in you.
Helen. Mr. Randall's very optimistic. He thinks this Mr. Kane is sure to find some new evidence. I may not even have to go to trial, Helen.
Oh, Albert, what's going to do?
Helen, I want you to meet Martin Kane.
Hello, Mr. Thompson.
Kane, can you help us?
I don't know yet.
Have you talked to Wallace?
Yeah, I talked to him. He'll make an excellent witness for the state. How do you see it, Ed?
Well, it's not good. It's not bad. District Attorney's Office has been working just as hard as we have.
Has he got enough for an indictment?
Afraid he has. See, Albert, our main problem is your alibi. If we could only prove that you were nowhere near that store when it happened.
No, but I wasn't. I was on my way home. A dozen people must have seen me. 2 dozen.
100 people could have seen you, Mr. Thompson. Nobody ever sees you on a subway or a bus. I'm afraid you have no alibi. Ed, I'll keep right on working, mainly on finding the gun. The big job will be yours in court.
I know. I'll need everything you can get me to shake Wallace in cross-examination. Oh, now, look, let's not give up the ship. You never can tell about juries. Sometimes they go for the strangest stories.
What's strange about Albert's story? That's the truth. Well, he never hurt a soul in his life. Well, he's an honest, decent, hard-working man. Well, what jury would believe he's a murderer?
Yes, I know, Inspector. Yes, sir, I know this isn't that big, but the district attorney's been on my neck all week. Yeah. He says he's got to have the gun that killed Thompson or else. That's right. So I put all the men I could spare on it, sir. No, sir. No, sir, nothing so far. What? Well, Inspector, I think my men know their jobs. I pick most of them myself. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, I understand you. Yes, I certainly do. Thank you, Inspector. Good night. Want some, Kane? Warm out tonight.
Not for a private detective.
What do you want?
I want some help.
Still working for Ed Rendell?
That's right.
Well, come around and see me when you quit.
Maybe that'll be too late.
For Albert Thompson?
No, for you, Lieutenant. You want to find the gun, don't you?
What do you think? I get it, or I get fired. I don't know whether it'll be the inspector first or the DA.
Maybe neither. If you want to help me.
Hey, Kane. Are you holding out on me? Hey, do you know where that gun is?
I know where that gun isn't, and I know a little fella that doesn't know anything at all about it. Albert Thompson.
Now, Kane, say what you've got to say.
All right, you won't find the gun until you find the man who used it, and it wasn't Albert Thompson. You've already proved that.
Yeah, how?
You've had your best men out looking for the gun, and they can't find it. They've questioned every enemy, every friend that Thompson ever had. They've looked every place where he could have bought or rented a gun.
Yeah, and they're going to keep right on looking.
Well, they can keep on looking from now until next year, but they're going to come up with nothing.
Yeah, maybe and maybe not. We'll see.
Look, Lieutenant, stop wasting time.
Now, look, Kane, tell me what you want or take off.
Get me a rundown, a description of every stick-up artist that looks like Thompson.
Oh, for crying out loud.
How many can there be?
50, 100, 500, I don't know, and I can't spare a crew on the files
One
to
of them
find
killed
out.
that storekeeper.
Yeah, well, then you find him, and while you're at it, try and find a witness who saw him do it. Meantime, I'll go along with Thompson. I got a witness for him. Lieutenant Gray. Yes, sir? Oh, she did, huh? Yeah, that's too bad. No, I didn't think of that. Well, all I can do is keep right after it. Yes, sir, of course, as soon as I get anything. District Attorney. They just took Mrs. Thompson to Bellevue. A complete nervous collapse.
Not much you can do about that, is there?
Kane, everything we've got so far says that Thompson did it. You show the DA one solid fact on the other side of the ledger, and Thompson's practically a free man.
Look, will you get me the rundown? I'll try to get that fact, and you show it to the DA.
Did you ever meet Mrs. Thompson? Yeah. Real nice woman.
That's right.
Sergeant, meet me in the photo gallery in 5 minutes. This better be good, Kane. For everybody's sake.
Especially for my clients. If we miss, we get another. He doesn't get another chance, Lieutenant. This is his last time at bat.
Hello there, Mrs. Malone. A carton of your usual?
No, Hap. I've decided to make a change.
My goodness, after all these years, a change?
That's right. You see, I smoke so much, I thought I should try some of those cigarettes they claim have less nicotine. Do you know anything about them?
Well, Mrs. Malone, it just so happens that I do. More and more people are switching to Sano cigarettes for exactly the same reason that you mentioned. Oh, care to have one on the house? No charge?
Thank you. Well, from that sample, I'd say people are switching to Sano cigarettes not just because they contain less nicotine, but because they like them.
That's right, Mrs. Malone. And speaking of nicotine, do you realize that you've never seen any?
Really? But I thought the stain test showed just the amount of nicotine in a cigarette.
Ah, no, you see other substances, but not nicotine. Nicotine is absolutely colorless when it's removed from the tobacco.
Removed from the tobacco? You mean they can take nicotine right out of the tobacco even before the cigarettes are made?
That's exactly what I mean. That's the reason why there's less nicotine in the smoke of a Sano cigarette. The nicotine is removed from the tobacco before Sano cigarettes are made.
Well, that's really getting rid of nicotine.
Yes, indeed. The fact is there's less nicotine in the smoke of a Sano cigarette than in the smoke of any other leading cigarette. Actually, less than 1/10 of 1%.
Hap, that certainly answers my question. As I said before, I don't know when I've smoked a better tasting cigarette. You've just sold me a carton.
All right, Mrs. Malone, you'll never have to change brands again because you can stop worrying about nicotine when you smoke Sano cigarettes.
Thank you for telling me about them, Hap.
You're entirely welcome.
Well, Kane, I hope you pay your taxes. I had 3 men working on that list all night.
Thanks, Lieutenant. Only 9 names, huh?
That's right, out of about 400. We eliminated everyone who didn't correspond at least roughly to Thompson's physical description.
Only 2 possibilities.
3 are in prison, 2 are on the West Coast, 2 were in the hospital at the time, and the other 2 are right here in New York.
Carl Shaw, Larry Spencer.
With a complete rundown on each. Oh, Kane, this isn't a lending library.
If I tag one of these guys, I'll buy you a set of cast iron bookends for your birthday. You'll be hearing from me.
My first possibility, Carl Shaw, was working in the garage. He told me a straight-sounding story about not being crooked anymore. He had a wife and kids now. His past was really behind him. And so on and so on. I thought he'd never stop telling me how he'd become a new man. But all I wanted to hear from him was his alibi for the time of the killing. And he had one. He was working here. The fellow at the next bench could prove it. Carl Shaw was in the clear.
What'll it be, Mr. Kane? A little information, Charlie, on a guy named Larry Spencer. Well?
He comes around.
Regular customer?
He was till a couple of weeks ago. Then last night he showed up again.
How come?
Says he was away, vacation.
He wouldn't have gone away around the day after Columbus Day, would he?
Maybe. What?
On October 13th, the druggist was killed in a heist. Yesterday, they indicted a man named Albert Thompson for the murder. The 28th. Between those 2 dates, Larry Spencer decides he needs a vacation. That's quite a coincidence, isn't it?
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Kane.
Charlie.
I've got customers, Mr.
Yeah, I know you got customers. You got customers because you still got a license. Remember when I proved that those high school kids didn't pick up their booze here?
I remember.
What's Spencer been up to lately?
I don't know. Honest.
You got any money?
Oh, I let him run a tab once in a while. The last one had me worried.
Oh, why?
Well, when he didn't show up this couple of weeks, I figured he was gone for good. And yesterday he came in and settled up.
Okay, Charlie. Thanks a lot.
Who is it?
Hi, Kane. Lieutenant Gray phoned me. Come on in.
Hello, Mr. Wallace.
Well, Mr. Kane,
How are you?
what do you want?
I want you to look at a picture, Mr. Wallace.
What picture?
Well?
Who's this? Where'd you get this?
The guy named Larry Spencer. He's got a police record. He's got a hobby also of holding up storekeepers. Are you sure, Mr. Wallace, this isn't the man you saw run out of that store?
What are you trying to do to me, Mr. Kane?
Never mind what I'm trying to do to you. Think of Albert Thompson. Are you sure this isn't the man you saw run out of the store after the shooting?
No. I told you once before you're not going to make a fool of me. Not now or not on the witness stand. I'm not changing my story.
Lieutenant Gray. Oh, yes, Kane. Say, I'm glad you got my message. Listen, some of the boys down the hall brought in quite a gang of crap shooters. One of them was Larry Spencer. You want me to hold him?
I don't know. Did you get anything on him?
Nope. I was hoping to.
Well, there's no point in holding him. He won't do me any good in the tank.
You think he'll lead you to the gun, huh?
I don't know. I think he's got it stashed away in some nice, quiet place ready for another job.
Yeah, I'll buy that. How's it look?
I made a contact with a friend of his.
A hood?
No, his girlfriend. She works in a dime a dance place. I'm going over there now.
Hey, you don't care how you spend your money, do you? Let me know if it was worth it, will you?
Sandy sure forgot about Spencer fast. She's been dancing with that new guy all evening.
He wouldn't need to give me any tickets. I dance with him for free.
Well, I hope Spencer doesn't come in, that's all. Sandy'd be awful sorry. So would that dreamboat. Spencer'd kill him.
Larry Spencer kill him? Why, you kidding?
You know, I don't get it. What's a guy like you doing in this place?
Maybe I like to dance. Uh-oh, there we go. Here.
Hey, you must own an oil well. Anyway, the next set's on me.
No, you keep him.
Well, I could use them.
You getting tired?
A little.
Want to sit down?
No. I like dancing with you too much. It's not a job. I like it.
Oh, that last one was sure living it up. One ticket. Hey, Sandy's still dancing with that guy.
You blame her?
Maybe somebody ought to tell Larry Spencer about it.
Oh, mind your own business. Say they look nice together.
Make yourself at home.
Thanks.
I'll get some coffee. You're awfully nice. I'm glad you're here.
I was glad to be here, too. But all I had in mind was finding out if Larry Spencer used this flat for a gun drop.
Who's the guy?
His name's Larry Spencer.
The girls told me about him. The guy you're going to marry, huh?
I don't know. You haven't helped much.
Oh, come on, Sandy.
Now, please let me say something. You know, things happen quick. Too quick. If you want something, you have to put out your hand and grab it, or else it goes right by. Larry thinks fast. He gets things. I never wanted to know how, but you get what you want, too, don't you?
I try, Sandy.
Only maybe with you it'd be different. It'd be a chance to stop being scared.
Scared?
I try to tell him every time I see him, but I don't know. Time rushes by and there's never enough left.
What are you scared of, Sandy? What Larry done?
I don't want to talk about him.
What's
You're
he
here.
done, Sandy?
Why?
Tell me.
Well, why? Why do you have to know?
A long story, Sandy.
Hello? Oh, yeah. Yeah, there is someone here. Well, who told you? Hello? You can ask Larry yourself. He's coming over right now.
There is something new under the sun. A filter cigarette that lets you taste what you're smoking. Encore cigarettes. The one filter cigarette that gives you complete taste satisfaction, as well as full filter protection. The secret of this unique advantage can be found in Encore's own open-end filter mouthpiece. It draws so freely and easily. It filters the smoke, but not the taste. Yes, Encore filters the smoke, but not the taste. It gives you the protection you naturally expect, yet it does not diminish the full flavor of Encore's superb tobaccos. And since Encore's filter element is set deep within the mouthpiece, where it cannot touch your lips, you enjoy a neater, cleaner smoke as well. Get Encore in this smart, crush-proof case. You'll agree, Encore is the one filter cigarette with a flavor you can really taste.
What do you want? I'm waiting for you. Who is he?
Friend?
Oh. Get out. If I ever catch you around here again, I'll break your face in. You hear me?
I hear you.
Who is this guy?
Let me go.
I said who is he? Ah. What do you want? I want you to change places with a nice little guy that's being framed for murder that you committed.
You're nuts.
Pretend I went out and came back. Go on, beat my face in.
Let me alone.
I'm going to start paying you off now. Get the gun. Go ahead, get it. Sandy, help me.
Thanks, Sandy, for not helping him.
I couldn't. Not after what you said. I always thought Larry was small time. He killed somebody and hid the gun here. Kane, I told you, didn't I? If you want something, you have to reach out and get it. Will I ever see you again?
If you ever need me, Sandy, if you're ever in trouble. Right now, I want to start the wheels rolling for somebody who is. Lieutenant Gray, please.
The Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective. The people who make 76 gasoline and Triton Motor Oil, Union Oil Company, present The Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective, starring Wally Mayer and Kathy Lewis. Even the busiest detectives can't always be detecting. And on this late Saturday afternoon, we find Mike Shayne and his pretty assistant, Phyllis Knight, driving through the timber country high up near the Nevada border. They're on their way to keep an important date, a date with a wedding.
But no, not theirs. It's the wedding of Betty Harrison, daughter of the timber tycoon, and Mike has been unwillingly dragged along to help Phil carry out her social obligations.
You know, I ought to have my head examined coming way out here to see two people I don't know get married.
Oh, Mike. Betty was my closest friend at finishing school.
Yeah, but I only finished high school. Now, where do I fit into this high society stuff?
Michael, it's a quiet wedding. We're the only guests.
And I'm supposed to hold the bridegroom's fevered head?
Mike, where is your romance?
Romance I've got, Angel, but when it comes to rice and orange blossoms, I'm strictly allergic.
Mm-hmm. You're hopeless. Hey, look. Look, there's the Harrison place.
Place, you say? That, my love, is quite a shack.
And there's Betty. There's Betty waiting for us.
Yeah, say, honey, that guy with her looks familiar.
Huh? Mike, that's Inspector Faraday.
In the flesh, and that spells trouble.
Betty? Betty!
Phyllis! Phyllis, I'm so glad you've come.
Oh, you look wonderful. Me too. Betty, this is Mike Shane.
Hello.
I'm pleased to meet you.
Well, I'll be. Mike and Phyllis.
Say, Inspector, aren't you early with your vacation?
No, I'm here on business, Mike. Mr. Harrison phoned me. Said he was leaving on the second section of 98. But he transferred to his own private trainer for me to meet him here.
Father wasn't planning to come up for the wedding. Then all of a sudden, I get a wire that he is.
Hey, that must be Harrison's train now.
Yes, it runs up to a little station behind the house.
Well, then why don't we walk over and meet it, huh?
Let's. Father will be surprised.
Betty, hey, where's the bridegroom?
Don should have been here by now.
Oh, bridegrooms are always late. Those last 3 hours.
You be quiet.
Oh, there's Don coming now.
Hey, he's a bit of all right.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry I'm late. Had a flat tire.
Oh, Don, dearest, this is Phyllis Knight,
Hello.
Mr. Shane, Mr. Faraday, Don Manchester, my fiancé.
How do you do?
Hello there. How are you?
Well, there she is, a-coming around the mountain.
You know, this is something to see, an engine pulling one coach.
They dropped the lumber cards off at Camp Junction.
Is that what they
Hey, look. There's somebody getting off.
Oh, that's Mr. Oliver, Father's business associate.
Oh, that's Mr. Miller getting off the back platform.
I still don't see Mr. Harrison.
No. Oh, Mr. Oliver,
Oh, hello, Betty.
where's Father?
Oh, as usual, in his private compartment. Hasn't even stepped out since we left Northwood City.
He's probably napping again.
He certainly was fine company. Well, I'm going up to the house.
That's one happy character.
Let's climb aboard and get Father.
Sort of like a welcoming committee, huh?
Okay. Inspector, watch your lumbago on these steps.
Never mind my lumbago, Mike. Watch out for those fallen arches of yours.
Oh, get him.
Man.
Here's Father's compartment. I'll sneak in and shout boo. Father!
Something's wrong. What is it? What is it?
It's Harrison stretched out on the floor.
Betty's fainting. Here, put her on that couch, Don.
Wait a minute.
Rub her wrists.
Wait a minute, I'll get some water.
Well, Inspector, how's Mr. Harrison?
He's dead, Mike. Looks like a heart attack.
Uh-huh. Maybe so, Inspector, but this heart attack has had a little help.
What are you talking about?
About murder, Inspector. Froth on the lips and dilated eyes don't spell a heart attack. Somebody slipped Mr. Harrison a nice big slug of poison.
Oh, there you are, Mike. Get Betty up to the house all right?
Yes, Inspector. Phil and Don are taking care of her.
You still think Mr. Harrison was poisoned?
I know so, Inspector. Look at his neck, stiff, and his jaws locked, eyes wide open and staring.
Mm-hmm.
I've got a little plan, Inspector. Would you like to try it?
You know me, Mike.
Well, look. No one knows we suspect murder, and whoever pulled this job figured on a local doc calling it a heart attack.
So?
Now, you take Harrison's body into Northwood City along with that thermos of coffee we found by him. While you're checking for poison, Uncle Shane here will keep his big ears open here. All right, honey, how's Betty?
Oh, she's a little better, Mike. She's sleeping now.
Oh, the poor kid. Say, what was that Betty said about her father not coming up for her wedding?
Well, originally he didn't like the idea of her marrying.
But she was going to go through with it anyway?
Yes. Then Mr. Harrison changed his mind, that's all.
Maybe it is, maybe it isn't.
Mike, when you start double-talking, I get worried.
Angel, look, there were 3 men on that private train making a 50-mile trip. Now, come to the end of the line, what happens?
Well, I'm listening, Mike.
Miller gets off the back platform and scoots. Oliver hops off the front and goes away mad.
And we go aboard and find Mr. Harrison dead.
Uh-huh, that's it. This Mr. Harrison is the big boss, honey. You'd think those other 2 would wait for him, sociable-like.
Oh, it's probably just a coincidence, Mike.
And is it a coincidence that Faraday is here? On business?
All right, mastermind. So what do you make of it?
Angel. A good detective works from facts, so let's go get some.
Facts? Where? Where, Mike?
Mr. Miller's room is at the end of this hallway. Let's stop in and say hello, huh?
Oh, I hope you know what you're doing.
Yeah, me too. Here's his room. I'll knock.
There's no answer, Mike.
So, being friendly people, we'll go in and wait.
Well, you can't just barge into somebody.
Why not? The door's not locked. Come on.
Mike, I don't like this.
Well, now, don't you worry your pretty head. Wow, the remains of a fire in the fireplace. I always love to poke around ashes. Now, let's see.
Those look like letters.
Mm-hmm. Letters they were. Letters to Betty.
Well, she's asleep in her room.
While someone conveniently burns her mail.
Mike, let's get out of here.
What's the matter, Angel? There's just us two.
That's where you're wrong.
Mike.
Huh? Well, Mr. Miller. And with a nice shiny gun.
We don't like snoopers around here. Get going.
Just a mistake, Miller. Just a mistake.
That kind of mistake isn't healthy. Get out while you're still lucky.
Sure. By coincidence, we were just leaving. Come on, Angel.
Right away.
The gentleman doesn't like our type. And I'm afraid the feeling is very mutual. These couple of scraps I took from Miller's fireplace don't help much, honey.
Well, I can't understand why anyone would burn Betty's letters from her father.
Oh, well. Plenty of books around.
Michael, after all, this room is the library.
Encyclopedia. Modern timbered methods. Look, honey. Here's a book. Famous Scotland Yard murder cases.
Well, that ought to help you, Mike.
And here's a bookmark. In the section on poisons.
Mike, here comes Don. Mr. Oliver's with him.
Huh?
Mr. Shane.
Well, what's up, Don?
I told Mr. Oliver you're a detective. He wants to talk to you.
Yes, something quite confidential.
Miss Knight is my assistant.
Never mind. I'll go look up a sandwich.
Okay, dear. All right, Oliver, now what's the trouble?
Mr. Shane, I want protection.
Protection from what?
Miller. He threatened my life on the train.
Oh, what happened?
Well, shortly after Miller came aboard Mr. Harrison's private train at Northwood City, I discovered him going through some of Mr. Harrison's private papers.
Then what?
We had an argument, and he drew a gun on me.
What is Miller's position in the company?
Frankly, I don't know. He's on Harrison's personal payroll.
Betty's been rather worried. She felt that Mr. Miller had some sort of a hold on her father.
Yes, that's it exactly. There was a very suspicious relationship.
And you want me to do what?
Watch Miller every minute. He's dangerous.
Mike?
Yes, honey?
Mike?
Yes?
A telephone call for you here in the den.
Oh, okay.
Inspector Faraday.
All right. Okay, Phil, close the door.
All right.
Hello, Faraday. Well, what's the dope? Yeah? Well, that might help. Oh, sure, they're all here. Don't worry, I'll be careful. Okay, Inspector, hurry back. So long.
What'd he say, Mike?
I was right, honey, 100% right. Harrison was loaded with strychnine.
Well, then it was murder.
And that's not all. I heard the click of an extension phone.
There are extensions all over the house, Mike. Someone listened.
We're keeping company with a murderer, honey. And the trouble is, we don't know who he is. But he knows we're looking for him.
In just a moment, we'll rejoin Mike and Phyllis in their adventures. Dirty or burned-out spark plugs can cost you a lot of gasoline. In fact, as much as 1 tankful out of 10. Now, that's a serious loss in mileage, particularly so when it's unnecessary. Your neighborhood Union Oil Minuteman is equipped to give you complete spark plug service. The performance of each plug is accurately measured on a special tester, and you can see the results for yourself. If your plugs are dirty, the Minuteman will clean and re-gap them to the proper setting. If they're burned or worn out, he can furnish you with correct replacements. Then you'll not only save gasoline, but your engine will run smoother. Union Oil spark plug service takes but a few minutes and costs but a few cents, a cost you'll soon save in extra mileage. So, friends, if it's been 3,000 miles or more since your spark plugs were checked, or if your engines seem to be rough and listless, drive in wherever you see the sign of the big orange and blue 76 and ask for Union Oil spark plug service. It will make driving easier. Gas coupons go farther. It is a few minutes later. Mike and Phil have learned that what started out as a happy wedding has turned into a grim case of murder by poison. We find them walking rapidly towards the station behind the Harrisons' house. The murdered man's private coach is still there on its siding, made almost invisible by the tall trees which turn the weak moonlight into gloomy shadows.
Come on, honey.
I'm hurrying as fast as I can.
I want to see if that briefcase is still in the car. Inspector Faraday remembered that Harrison mentioned some important papers he was bringing up with him.
Well, then whoever was listening on the extension, they know about it, too.
Right, and I won first crack at that briefcase.
Hey, maybe you do, Mike, but so does someone else.
Yeah, a flashlight. In Harrison's private car.
Maybe it's the murderer.
Hang on, honey. We'll find out.
Mike, there he is at the end of the car.
Hey, honey, look out!
Mike, did he hit you?
No, a clean miss.
Oh, he got away out the front.
Could you see who it was?
No, a flashlight in my eyes.
Well, we'll catch up with him sooner or later.
Oh.
Let's go look over the compartment. Here it is, the briefcase.
Oh, what a break for us. We frightened him away without the case.
Sorry, honey, bad guess. The lock on the briefcase has been forced open.
Oh. And whoever was here opened it and got what he wanted.
Correct. Now, here's some papers. Business letters, checkbook, some kind of a report. Honey!
What's the matter?
This report. It's from the Atlas outfit.
Atlas?
Uh-huh.
The detective agency in Los Angeles?
Sure. Listen to this. On the basis of our completed investigation, you have sufficient grounds to instigate criminal action against Z.
Z?
Evidently, Harrison didn't want the name mentioned.
Well, Mr. Harrison was certainly checking up on somebody.
And getting ready for the kill. I'll bet that's why Inspector Faraday's here.
Mike, this is the motive for the murder. All we have to do is find out if Miller or Oliver is the Z in that report, and we've got the murderer.
Partly right, Angel, partly. But I'd say it was better this way. Find out which one of them is Z, and the other guy is the killer.
Huh? I don't get it, Mike.
Look, Angel, look. The murderer listened in on my telephone conversation with Faraday.
Yeah.
He heard the inspector tell me about this briefcase, and he knew it held evidence that could hang him.
Well, of course. That's why he dashed down here.
Right, Angel. He beat us to the briefcase, and yet this report is here for us to find.
Oh.
You see? Mm-hmm. He wanted us to find this report, and that means the killer isn't Mr. Z. As soon as we get back to the house, I'll send a telegram to the Atlas people.
Okay, but these high heels don't go very well with forests.
Yeah.
Mike.
Yeah, I heard.
There's someone on that other path.
Freeze behind this tree.
Right. Whoever it is, he's walking fast. He's going past.
No, he isn't. Hey, you hold it. Hey, what the...
Mike, it's Miller.
I say, what's the big idea of roughing me?
I just want to ask you a few friendly questions, pal.
Oh, now look here.
First, about a gun that took a couple of shots at us.
Oh, you're off the beam. I'm not carrying a gun.
No? Well, don't mind me. I'll just search.
Oh, go ahead.
Well, Mike?
No gun. But you could have ditched it easy enough.
Oh, Miss Knight, Mr. Shane.
It's Don.
Well, what's the hurry, Don?
I was out for a walk. Is something wrong?
Plenty. I'm glad you're here.
I don't understand.
Yeah, Shane. How about you doing some explaining?
Okay. Mr. Harrison was murdered.
What? Murdered? But why? Who?
That's what we're finding out. Miller, you're on the spot, and it's plenty hot.
Are you saying I killed Harrison?
He was poisoned on that coach, and you and Oliver were the only ones aboard.
Oh, that doesn't prove a thing.
It proves there's a 50-50 chance that you're it.
Listen, smart guy. Your mathematics aren't so good. There were 3 of us on that train.
Sure. But only you and Oliver walked off.
I don't mean Harrison. Somebody else got on that coach.
Oh, now we have the ever-present mysterious third party.
Oh, not so mysterious. He's standing right next to you.
All right, Don. That means you.
Well, as a matter of fact, Mr. Shane, I did get on Mr. Harrison's train at Mill Junction.
Well, Shane, guess I can be running along while you turn the heat on him.
Not so fast. I still think you know some of the answers.
You know, maybe I do. And maybe I might just do a little talking. To the right party. And when it will do me the most good.
You're sticking your chin out a mile. This is murder.
Well, I'll be around, resting in my room.
No, I don't trust him at all.
Yeah? But you're still right in the middle of this, Don. You were on that death train.
Oh, but I only stayed a minute. You see, Mr. Harrison was asleep, and I didn't want to disturb him.
Which still doesn't explain why you drove out of your way from Northwood City to meet the train at the junction.
Oh, it's a very personal matter.
Look, Don, look, a man has been murdered.
Wait, why should I want to kill my future father-in-law?
Harrison wasn't too happy about you marrying his daughter.
But he changed his mind. That's why he sent me a telegram this afternoon, asking me to meet his train.
Oh, and what kind of a telegram might that be?
Well, I have it right here. Read it for yourself.
Here, honey.
Huh?
I'll hold the flashlight.
All right, Mike. Wait a minute. Don. Have changed my mind. Happy to have you as son-in-law. Meet my train at Camp Junction. We'll ride in together, much to talk over. Harrison.
Sounds all right. Let me see it, Angel.
Here.
Yeah, from Northwood City at 3:20 today.
Yeah, I wish I could help in some way.
Yeah, sure, but... Hey, what was that?
It's a window. Someone lowered it.
That's Mr. Oliver's room.
Mike, he must have heard everything.
Yeah, something tells me we'll be hearing his little story very soon. That's right. The telegram is to the Atlas Detective Agency, Los Angeles. This is it. Please advise immediately. Name of Z. Yes, Z, the last letter in the alphabet. Name of Z in report to Harrison. Right. Sign that Michael Shane. That's right. Send it right out, please, and phone the reply here to me at Harrison's place. Thank you. Goodbye.
Well, the answer to that telegram should mean a lot, Mike.
Well, it'll help, darling, but there's some angles I don't get. Miller is a mysterious employee of Harriet Harrison's, all very hush-hush. Oliver's scared stiff of Miller, and Don goes walking around in the moonlight right after somebody takes a shot at us.
Oh, you can't blame him for that, Mike. Here the night before his wedding and his future father-in-law is poisoned.
Yeah, sure, but there's one thing we do know. There's a killer here.
Well, there's a car outside.
That must be Inspector Faraday, and in a big hurry.
It's too bad you haven't the murderer all signed, sealed, and ready to deliver.
Now, Angel, now sarcasm doesn't become you.
Well, Mike, Phil, how goes the home front?
Oh, quite a few interesting details for you, Inspector.
Whatever you're figuring, Mike, forget it.
Oh, that means the inspector knows something.
Plenty. While you two were taking it easy, I cracked this case wide open.
Yeah? Well, give. Who's the murderer?
Miller.
Miller?
Sure. I thought his face had a familiar profile, so I checked on him with headquarters.
And found what?
He's got a record a mile long.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'll be willing to wager it's for blackmail.
That's right. But how did you know?
Inspector, are you forgetting? Mike is smart.
All right. I hope Miller's still around.
He said he'd be in his room.
Good. Let's go pick him up.
Okay, let's go.
Well, Mr. Shane, it looks like Faraday beat us to it this time.
Oh, he's just a good man, honey.
Yeah.
Tell me, what's the line on Miller?
Oh, the usual stuff. Hires out as a private investigator and then turns the information he picks up into blackmail.
Wow, cute boy. That racket should put him in clover.
Yeah, but this time, Mike, it'll put him right in the middle of the lethal chamber at San Quentin.
Ooh.
Here's Miller's room.
Yeah, no need to knock, Mike. Just open it up.
Okay, here goes.
Miller, we want you...
Say, what? Well, there's your man, Inspector. You can take him in, but unfortunately, he's very dead.
We'll return to Mike Shane and his adventures in just a moment. It's true that clean spark plugs make a difference in engine performance and gasoline mileage. But it's also true that even the finest spark plugs cannot fire properly if the ignition cables are defective. These cables are the small, fine wires which carry the electricity from the distributor to the spark plugs. They should be carefully inspected whenever your spark plugs are checked, because old or damaged ignition cables leak electricity, which means that only a thin, weak spark reaches the plugs. So to get new performance out of old engines, ask the Union Oil Minuteman to check both spark plugs and ignition cables. Then you'll be sure of more power and better mileage. Just drive in wherever you see the sign of the big orange and blue 76 and ask for Union Oil Ignition Service. Thank you. Phyllis, Mike, and Inspector Faraday have just burst into Miller's room, only to find him dead, shot through the heart. This new development has put quite a crimp in the inspector's plans, and Mike is pointing this fact out to him.
Looks like you were wrong about Miller, Inspector. At least wrong about his being the murderer.
Miller could still have been the one who bumped off Harrison, then somebody took care of him.
Well, that would leave us with 2 killers. Well, could be, but it doesn't stack up that way.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, I'm going to take Oliver in and charge him with murder.
Okay, so you charge him with murder. But how are you going to make it stick, Inspector? How about motive? What evidence do you have?
Oh, 2 and 2 make 4, Mike. Harrison must have been poisoned on that private train, so it had to be Oliver. There's Miller lying there, absolutely eliminated.
All fine and good, but it leads us to one other little item. Don was on that train, too.
Don? Betty's fiancé?
Mike, you saw the telegram Mr. Harrison sent him. Don couldn't have been the murderer.
In this business, honey, we've got to figure every suspect guilty until we know they're innocent.
Yeah, Mike's right. Oh, Phil, would you step into the other room and phone the coroner down at Northwood City?
Yeah, sure, Inspector. I'll give him your compliment.
You know, this business is beginning to make sense. The one who poisoned Harrison had to get rid of Miller because he knew too much. Miller said he might do some talking when the right time came.
Well, Mike, for my money, Oliver fits into the picture. He's our man, and I'll get some evidence out of him.
Oh, I'm sure he knows plenty, but...
Yeah.
Inspector, I tried to call the coroner, but the telephones are dead.
Uh-oh, the wires have been cut.
Well, that don't make much difference.
Oh, yes, it will, Inspector. You see, I'm expecting a reply to a telegram I just sent. A very important telegram.
About this case?
Yes, sir, in connection with the detective agency's report to Mr. Harrison. The answer to that wire might be just what we need.
Oh, now that the phones are dead, what are we going to do?
Do? Simple, darling. The inspector will sit tight here while you and I go for a nice moonlight ride back to Northwood City.
There it is. There's the telegraph office just on the other side of the tracks.
Okay, I'll park the bus here. Now, watch it. Easy crossing these tracks, honey.
Oh, thanks for the tip, old boy, but you could have carried me.
Huh?
More trains.
Yeah, this is the main line from San Francisco.
Isn't this the place where Harrison transferred to his private train?
Correct. Well, here's the telegraph office.
Hey, folks, can I help you?
Yes, I'm Mike Shane. I'm expecting a wire from Los Angeles.
Shane. Let me see. Yeah, your telegram's coming in now. I'll have it for you in just a minute.
Okay.
Look, Mike.
Hmm?
There's another. The train just pulled in.
That's 8:20, miss. Only stops for a few minutes.
8:20? Well, it's late. It's 8:35 now.
Nope, train's on time. That there's the second section of the 8:20.
Oh, so many people traveling, huh?
Yep, too many. That's why they run 2 sections. Like this afternoon, the second section of 98 came in at 3:40 with a whole passel of folks.
Is that right? You know, honey, that's interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah, of course it is, isn't it? What are you staring at me that way for?
Well, here's the telegram, mister.
Oh, swell.
Oh, come on. Who was Mr. Z in that report?
Well, this does it, honey. This does it. That Z is nobody else but Oliver.
Oliver? Then Faraday's right.
No, Angel. Faraday isn't right. Oliver wasn't Harrison's murderer. But come on back to Harrison's place for a little meeting of the minds with Inspector Faraday. All right, is everybody coming?
Yeah, they're coming, Mike.
I told Betty and Don, Oliver.
Good girl. Now to open these French windows. There. Okay, Faraday. Now out on the porch with you.
Right, Mike.
Phil, drape that beautiful body in that chair.
Oh, thank you. Yes, my Lord Master. Well, here comes Betty and Don.
Oh, hello. I'm sorry it was necessary to bother you.
Don and I understand.
I'm glad to help in any way, Mr. Shane.
Thanks, Don. Come over here. Stand by me out of range.
Certainly, but... out of range? I don't understand.
Now, what is all this rigmarole about in the middle of the night?
There's nothing to get excited about, Oliver. I asked Miss Knight to call you downstairs for a conference.
A conference? About what?
About mysterious happenings around here, but particularly about why Harrison had you investigated by a detective agency.
Mr. Shane, what do you mean?
I mean you've been cheating the Harrison Timber Company out of thousands of dollars.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Why, Mr. Harrison trusted me implicitly.
He did, until he finally caught up with you. That's why he was going to turn you over to Inspector Faraday today.
I won't listen to this. There's no proof.
There's plenty of proof, all written down in black and white. What's more, you knew Harrison had you dead to rights. That's why you poisoned him.
You're mad. I never killed anyone.
It's no use, Oliver. You're hooked like a fish.
Oh, I didn't murder him. You can't frame
Mike,
me.
He's running towards that window.
I'll stop him. No, Don, no. Drop that gun. That's better.
You knocked the gun out of my hand. You let Oliver get away.
Oh, no. Here comes the inspector. And he's got our friend Oliver by the well-known collar.
No!
Here he is, Mike. Squirming, but safe and sound.
I didn't do it. I'm innocent.
Take him in, Faraday. You've got enough on him to make it stick and stick hard.
Yes, he's a dead duck.
Oh, Mr. Shane, I can't believe Mr. Oliver would kill my father.
But, he didn't, Betty.
What?
Well, you just told the inspector to take him in.
Sure done. I'm taking Oliver in for theft. But for Mr. Harris's murder, we'll take you.
Me?
Oh, what are you saying?
Sorry, Betty. Don wanted to marry you in the worst way.
He married a couple of other girls with wealthy
Oh,
parents.
Betty, don't listen to
When
him.
your father suddenly wired he was coming up, Don knew it was the showdown.
That's ridiculous.
Oh, no. You had a hunch Harrison engaged Miller to investigate
It's
you.
a lie. You saw the telegram Mr. Harrison sent me just this afternoon.
Sure, Don, sure you got a telegram. A telegram you sent to yourself. All you did was slip over to the Northwood City, wait until the train pulled in, and then send that telegram to your own address and sign Harrison's name.
Oh, nothing but lies.
No, son. It's a fact that we can prove. Because you made a mistake, a bad mistake, Don. You saw the train pull into Northwood City and thought that Harrison was on it. But you didn't know that there were 2 sections of that train today and that Harrison was on the second section. You sent that telegram 20 minutes before Harrison got there.
Mike, you know it's wonderful to be getting back home. Here by the Golden Gate.
Oh, I like it. You know, honey, one of these days they're going to put up a statue for me. Right on Market Street.
Oh, I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it at all. You're such a genius.
Well, maybe not a genius, but quick with the answers, huh?
Speaking of answers, is a couple you still owe me?
Oh, please, honey, no more
Now,
questions.
remember, Mike, that statue to a genius?
Okay, shoot me the question.
When did you know for sure that Don was the murderer?
When we found Miller shot, of course.
Why then?
Don't you remember, honey, when we caught up with Miller sneaking back to the house from Harrison's private train, he said he would talk to the right person when it would do him the most good?
Yeah, I thought he meant Faraday.
Oh, no. Our blackmailing friend was talking right through us to the only other party there, which meant Don. He was throwing out a hint for a payoff.
Well, of course, I know, but how about...
That's all, honey, please, that's all. Positively all. And hold on to your hat because I'm turning.
Just a minute. This isn't the way to the office. You're turning into Golden Gate Park.
Ha-ha! Is that bad?
Tune in again next week at 8:30 for another adventure with Michael Shane, Private Detective, starring Wally Mayer and Kathy Lewis, with Joe Forte as Inspector Faraday. Tonight's story was written by Richard DeGraff and based on the character created by Brett Halliday. Music was composed and directed by Bernard Katz. This is John Lang saying goodnight for the people who make 76 gasoline and Triton Motor Oil, Union Oil Company. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
What's the matter? What is it?
It's another case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Presented by the 3 great Linex home brighteners. Linex Clear Gloss, Linex Cream Polish, and Linex Self-Polishing Wax. Created by Acme, America's great producer of Acme quality paints. Today's curious adventure,
Murder in the Night. Or Nick Carter and the mystery of the milkman's discovery.
In just a moment, we'll hear how Nick Carter solved the mystery of the murder in the night. But before we do, listen to this. Homemaking is an art. And as a successful homemaker, you know that the real achievement is keeping your home attractive. That's why you use Chemtone, the miracle wall finish, to give your walls renewed loveliness. Now, to keep floors, woodwork, and furniture at their shining best, it's the three great Linex home brighteners. Linex Clear Gloss, the durable super varnish that dries to an elastic, transparent surface which protects all wood and linoleum in your home. Linex Cream Polish, which cleans as it polishes, leaving no oily film on your furniture. And Linex Self-Polishing Wax, which beautifies your floors with a satiny yet tough, non-skid finish that resists wear, water, and dirt. Get the three great Linex home brighteners at your hardware, paint, or department store. Your headquarters also for Chemtone, the miracle wall finish. And now for today's mysterious adventure with Nick Carter. Nick and Patsy are spending a short vacation at the home of Walter Summers, sheriff of a small county in upper New York State. Peace reigns supreme over the Summers household as our story opens. A peace which, unfortunately, is rudely shattered by...
All right. Just a minute. Sheriff Summers speaking.
Sheriff, this is Jed Peters.
Yes, Jed. Well, what do you want at this hour of the morning?
Sheriff, I'm at the Parsons place, out on the edge of town.
Yes, I know. What's the matter?
Well, I stopped in here a while back to deliver the Parsons their milk like I always do. And when I got here, I found Laura, Mrs. Parsons, all tied up to a chair. Well, I asked her what had happened. She couldn't talk much, but she said something about a man killing her husband and tying her up.
What?
I looked, and sure enough, Mr. Parsons is dead. Shot through the head. You better get out here right away.
Mr. Parsons murdered?
Yes, Sheriff. And Laura, Mrs. Parsons is in pretty bad shape. You better hurry up.
All right, Jed. I'll be right over as soon as I can. Now, don't touch a thing, and don't let nobody else touch nothing.
I won't.
Goodbye.
Hey, what's all that about, Walt?
Oh, I waked you up, didn't I? I'm sorry. No, I ain't neither, because I'd had to wake you anyhow.
What, so early in the morning? It can't be more than 6 o'clock.
Just 6:45. Oh. But murderers don't care what time it is.
Murderer?
Yeah.
Oh, don't tell me somebody killed somebody way up here in the country.
Yes, darn it. First time in 16 years of being sheriff I ever had a murder in this county. I'm sure glad you're here.
Oh, now, look here, Walt. I came up here for a rest, not to chase down a murderer. You're a good chap. You don't need me.
Maybe not, but you're coming along just the same.
Oh, no.
Get up now before I pull the clothes off the bed and pour this pitcher of water over you.
All right. I suppose there's no way out. But you're to be in charge.
Well, if that's the way you want it, that's all right with me. Now, hurry up and get some clothes on, while I tell the medical examiner to meet me at the Parsons place in 15 minutes. I'm surprised Patsy didn't want to get up and come along.
Well, when I asked her, she just said she'd see us later. Said she wanted to get all the beauty sleep she could first.
Looks as if she was going to get the vacation, not you.
Don't fool yourself. I'm going to see that this killing is solved in record time. If I have to prove I did it myself. Anything for peace and quiet.
You know, it's funny about the Parsonses. Young Henry Parsons and his wife, a right pretty little girl she is, too. They come to town about 2 years ago. Stayed at the hotel till they found a house that they liked. It's a little bungalow, built right smack on the edge of the cliff overlooking the river. Fellow that owns the bungalow, he sort of took a liking to Henry and got him a job in the lumber mill. He's been there ever since. Good steady worker, they tell me.
Did they have any enemies?
Oh, not so far as I know. They never went out much, but everybody liked him. He was a real nice fellow. And if ever I saw two people in love with each other, it was them two. Yeah, they was more lovers than married folks. Leastways, more than most married folks that I've seen.
This is going to be pretty bad for her, then. Losing the man she loved.
Yes, you're right. There, that's the house. The gray one with the smoke coming out of the chimney. Oh, I tell you, it's going to be terrible, Nick. I'm dreading having to ask her any questions about it. You wouldn't want to...
Oh, no, not much I wouldn't. I'm just a private in the rear rank today.
I thought you wouldn't. Well, this is it. Might as well get it over with as soon as I can. Come on, let's go in. Door's probably open. Yes, it is. Doc Winslow ought to be here in just a few minutes now. He only lives a few miles further from here than I do.
Morning, Sheriff.
What? Doc, you here already? You must have flew over.
Well, I left soon as I got your message.
Well, good for you. Meet Mr. Nick Carter, a friend of mine.
Hello, Mr. Carter.
Morning, Doctor.
Parsons is dead, all right. Shot right through the head. He's there in the dining room.
Miss Parsons taking it pretty hard, is she?
Terrible hard, Sheriff. I put her to bed in the spare room. Somebody gave her a real good sock in the jaw, judging by the looks. I'd like to give her a sedative, but I knew you'd want to talk to her first, so I've been waiting till you got through.
Oh, thanks, Doc. I knew I could count on you. Say, where's Jed? I don't see him around.
Well, Jed felt that babies had to have their milk, murder or no murder. So I told him to go ahead, but to come back soon as he could, and I told him not to tell a soul what happened here.
Well, that's something anyway. I hope he minds what you told him.
Now, look, Sheriff, you going to question Mrs. Parsons now, or ain't you?
Yes, right now, Doc. Come on, then. Come on, Nick.
Right with you, Walt.
Morning, Miss Parsons. I'm terrible sorry to hear about Henry. Now, can you tell me what happened?
I'll do my best, Sheriff.
Good girl. Now, suppose you start right at the beginning and just tell us whatever you can.
Well, I was asleep when I heard a loud noise. It woke me up.
What kind of a noise?
I don't know, just a loud noise. Like an explosion. Like...
All right. We know what you mean. And then what?
I woke up. I found that Henry wasn't in bed beside me. That scared me, so I called him. He didn't answer, and I started to get out of bed. And I saw...
Yes, Miss Parsons. What was it you saw?
Henry on the floor, dead.
All right, steady now. Take it easy. And what did you do then?
I screamed. A man hit me on the chin, that's all.
Mrs. Parsons, did you get a look at this man who hit you? Could you tell us what he looked like?
He's about medium size, stocky, and on old clothes he hadn't shaved for several days. There was a scar across his forehead and down over his cheek.
Did you ever see him before?
No, never.
Well, now suppose you go on with your story.
When I became conscious again, I was gagged and tied up in one of the kitchen chairs. The man said he was sorry he had to kill me, but he couldn't take any chances on my telling the cops about it.
Did he have a gun, Mrs. Parsons?
Yes, I could see it in his pocket. He said he couldn't shoot a woman. He knew a better way to do it.
And what did he do?
He turned on the gas. He said that was an easy way to die. And he left me.
Where'd he go then?
I heard him moving around in the dining room. And I heard him climb out the window and shut it.
And he left the gas turned on?
Yes, I almost died before Jed got here and turned it off.
And then Jed cut you loose.
Yes, it seemed hours later.
Well, that's about all she can tell us, Walt. You better let her get
Yeah. Well, thanks, Miss Parsons. That'll be all for now. We'll let you know if we want to know anything else. I'll send the doc in.
Thank you.
Doc, you can put her to sleep now. We're through with it.
About time, too. Poor kid, she's pretty near all in.
Nick, you heard her describe that man that done it.
Why, yes. Why?
I know him.
You know him?
Not personally, I don't mean, but I know who he is. Been hanging around town for over a week now. There's been 2 burglaries while he's been here, too. I've been going to arrest him on suspicion, but now, by gosh, I got a real reason to arrest him.
Yes. Looks that way. Well, let's take a look at the body.
Yeah, Doc said it was here in the dining room.
Oh, yes, there it is. Mm-hmm. He must have just been coming out of the bedroom when he was shot.
Yeah, never knew what hit him, seems like.
Now, look there, Walt. The center window.
What? Oh, the catch is smashed. So that's how he got in.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Henry must have heard him in here, got up to see what was going on, and the burglar shot him.
Footprints here on the windowsill, too. And I can see some prints down in the garden under the window. Well, sir, that settles it. I'm going to find that tramp, and I'm going to get a confession out of him.
Now, wait, Walt, wait. You have to have more evidence than a footprint to convict a man of murder.
But Miss Parsons can identify him easy, because she saw him.
Well, suppose you go after him. I'll stay here and see what else I can dig up in the way of evidence.
You don't want to go with me?
No, it's better if we each work on a separate angle. Get results quicker that way.
Okay, Nick. I'll get hold of my deputy, and we'll find that murdering tramp in short order.
Just a minute, Walt, just a minute. Thought I heard someone just outside this door.
You mean somebody's listening?
I think so. Let me open the door.
Well, Jed, what are you doing here?
Nothing.
Well, Jed, you hear anything worth listening to?
I wasn't listening. I just happened to be standing here.
Well, if you wasn't listening, I don't know
All
if
right,
you...
Walt, let me handle this.
Well,
How does it happen you're back so soon, Jed? Got your milk all delivered?
Well, just took the milk to houses where they got babies, and I came back just like Doc told me to.
Of course. You tell anybody about the murder?
No, Doc said not to.
Mm-hmm. Jed, what time was it when you first heard Mrs. Parsons moaning?
When I set her milk on the back porch, about 5 o'clock.
5 o'clock, huh?
Yeah.
But you didn't phone the sheriff until after 5:30. What delayed you?
Why, I was untying Laura, Mrs. Parsons, and trying to get her to tell me what had happened.
I see.
Did you break in the front door or the back when you came in?
Neither one. The back door was unlocked.
Oh, the back door was unlocked. So you just came in that way.
Why, sure I did. So what are you trying to do, get me balled up?
I'm not trying to do anything to you, Jed. I just want to get all the facts straight.
Okay, what else you want to know?
Suppose you tell us just what happened when you came in the back door.
Well, Laura, Mrs. Parsons, was tied up in one of the chairs near the gas stove. I smelled gas, and she said whoever it was had turned it on to suffocate her. So I turned it off. Gosh, she was almost out. Then I cut the ropes that were holding her, and I let her loose.
What else did she say?
She didn't say nothing much. She was just about unconscious when I found her. She talked about a man coming in and killing her husband and some other stuff I didn't get.
I see. And what did you do then?
Why, I took her into the spare room and I put her on the bed. Then I called the sheriff. That's all.
Jed, I notice you're pretty friendly with Mrs. Parsons.
What do you mean by that?
Why, the way you call her Laura, that's all.
Oh. Well, you see, she's been giving me grammar lessons for about an hour every day after my milk's delivered, so I got to know her kind of well.
Mrs. Parsons is very pretty, isn't she?
You're darn right she is. Swellest looker on the whole route.
You like her very much, don't you?
Sure I do. She's been awful good to me, and I just like her.
You in love with her, Jed?
In love with her? Of course not. She's married.
You weren't so much in love with her that you'd be jealous of her husband and want him out of the way, perhaps?
Hey, look here, you. If you're trying to say that I killed Mr. Parsons, you can darn...
Shut up, Jed. Nick's doing the talking here. You're just answering questions.
Well, he didn't think he can come around here making cracks like that.
I don't know if I'd call that a crack. There's been considerable talk around town about how much time you've been spending with Miss Parsons. I never took no stock in it before, but now...
I tell you, there's nothing to it, Sheriff. We was just good friends, that's all.
All right, Jed. That's all for now. But don't go anywhere.
But I ain't finished delivering my milk yet.
Listen, if Nick says wait, you wait. I'll tell you when you can go. Murder's a serious thing.
Of all the thick-headed dumb clucks I ever saw.
You think Jed really had anything to do with it, Nick?
He certainly had the motive and the opportunity. Can't afford to overlook any angle until we're sure. For the present, I suspect everyone.
What in heaven's name is that?
That's Mrs. Parsons. There may be more trouble. Come on, come on.
What new development is this? Has something happened to Mrs. Parsons as well as her husband? We'll see in just a moment. Nothing adds more to any room than a floor that's bright and shining and sparkling clean. And that's just the way all your floors look when you protect them with Linex Clear Gloss Varnish. For Linex Clear Gloss, the durable super varnish gives a beautiful transparent gloss that keeps its beauty a long, long time because it wears and wears. Linex Clear Gloss is easy to apply, drying without brush marks. And it protects your floors, protects every wood and linoleum surface in your home against damage by hot grease, boiling water, perfume, fruit acid, even alcohol. What's more, Linex Clear Gloss is easy to keep clean, for it keeps dirt on the surface where you can wipe it away in a jiffy. Yes, Linex Clear Gloss is the finest protective finish you can use to keep your home looking lovely. That's why thousands of American homemakers depend on it. Ask for it by name. Linex, Lin-X, Linex Clear Gloss Varnish. You'll find all three great Linex home brighteners and Chemtone, the Miracle Wall Finish, at paint, hardware, and department stores everywhere. We left Nick and the sheriff racing down the hall toward the room where Mrs. Parsons had been sleeping in the effort to find out why she was screaming.
Bad, Nick.
Please, Mrs. Parsons, take this. You must.
What's the trouble, Doc?
She's having hysterics. I didn't give her a big enough dose before, I guess. Now she won't take nothing.
Here, let me hold her. All right, now put the glass to her lips. Maybe she'll take it.
That did it. That'll keep her quiet.
Gosh, I thought she was being killed from the noise she was making.
You fellas find anything?
Yes, sir. We found the marks where the killer, that is, the fellow we think must have killed him, broke in through the window in the dining room. I'm going out after him now. Where'll you be, Nick?
If I'm not here, I'll be at your place. I'm going back and get Patsy as soon as I'm through here. We came up here for a vacation, you know.
All right, Nick. I'll be seeing you.
Good luck with your hunting.
Well, Nick, how does it look so far?
We know that a burglar entered the Parsons house last night and stole some silverware.
Uh-huh.
When I went back to look after Walt left, I found the sideboard in the dining room was cleaned out. He may have shot Parsons when Parsons surprised him taking the stuff.
What about Jed?
Well, he certainly had the motive. He loved Mrs. Parsons, and he had the opportunity. That of being on the spot at practically the same time the murder took place.
Do you know when that was?
Well, we got there about 6. He'd been dead roughly about an hour then.
Well, which one of the two do you think did it?
I'm not ready to answer that yet, Patsy.
Oh.
While I was looking over the scene of the crime after Walt left, I found several little things that indicate there may be a third party involved.
A third party? Well, what do you mean?
Look out for
Dick?
that kid on that bike, Patsy. Pull over, pull over.
Phew. Gosh, that was too close.
Yes.
The kids would learn to watch where they're going when they're on the main highway.
Well, we missed him.
Yeah.
So it's all right this time.
Can you see the Parsons house from this road, Nick?
No, the cliff's too steep.
How are you going to know where to look, then?
Before I left the house, I hung one of my handkerchiefs in the clothesline right at the edge of the cliff.
Oh, that's good.
I think we can see it from here. Should be just ahead. Now watch for it. Ah, yes, there it is. Slow down a little.
Okay.
Now stop. Right here.
Right. Good thing you hung that handkerchief up there. You'd never know there was a house there.
Now you know what you're looking for, don't you?
Yes. You don't think it could have gone across the road, do you?
I doubt it, Patsy. Take a trained baseball player to throw it that far. No, it's somewhere between the road and the bottom of the cliff. Now you look from here up that way, and I'll look from here down. We've got to find it if it's here. We can't give up until we do.
Careful, Pete. We don't want to warn him we're here, because he's a desperate character.
Good thing those kids seen him coming this way, Sheriff. Saves us a lot of hunting around. See anything of that shack they told us about yet?
No, but it should be just ahead. Take it easy now.
There it is. Right there.
All right, now listen, Pete. You stay out here in front. Keep behind that big tree and fire your gun over the shack once in a while to keep his attention on you. I'm going round back and creep up on him from that side. Then I'll get him before he knows I'm there, see? But keep hid. I don't want to lose deputy.
Okay, Sheriff, I'll watch him. Want me to start firing now?
No, let me get a head start so he won't see me. And then start firing. I'll signal you when.
Okay, good luck. There's a signal. Here goes.
Get your hands up. We got you surrounded. You can't get away.
Got him, Sheriff. You got him?
Dog, nabbit. There ain't nobody here.
Has he been living there, Sheriff?
Yeah, he's been here all right. But he must have cleared out right after the murder. Must have got scared and run for it.
Well, look, Sheriff.
Huh?
Here's a fork under this old piece of carpet. Got a big initial P on it.
Uh-huh. One of Parsons is likely. Oh, this our man, all right.
What now, Sheriff?
We're going back to the office and send out an alarm for him. He won't get fur before he's nabbed. I'll see to that.
But where are you now, Nick?
At your house, Walt. We found the gun. Is that the man you went after?
We sure did.
Good.
Got him and the stuff he stole, too. He was caught in the next town trying to pawn some of that silver. My deputy just brought him in.
What does he have to say?
Oh, he says he found the silver in the woods near his shack. Says he never was near the Parsons house. Well, we'll change his mind for him when we show him what we know.
Mm-hmm. Well, Walt, after I started thinking things over, I went back to Parsons' place. Found a couple of very interesting bits of evidence that I'd overlooked before. Suppose you take the burglar out there. I want Mrs. Parsons to identify him. I'll meet you there in 15 minutes.
Okay, Nick, we'll be there.
Good. I want to get back to my vacation. Well, now that we're all here, Doc, will you ask Mrs. Parsons to join us? I want her to identify this man.
She's feeling a little quieter now. I'll get her.
Have I got to stick around here forever, Sheriff? I got a job to do. If I don't get back, I'll be fired.
If you don't stay where you are, there'll be trouble. Now you sit down.
But I got to get back.
Sit down. There's some things I want to ask you as soon as Mrs. Parsons gets here. Oh, Walt, take your prisoner over to the other side of the room so she won't see him when she first comes in.
All right, Nick. Come on, you. Come on.
All right, quit shoving. I'm coming.
Mr. Carter, won't you make this as quick as you can? I don't feel I can stand much of this questioning.
We'll spare you all we can, Mrs. Parsons. But there are certain things we have to know. Won't you sit down here next to Patsy?
Yes, here, Mrs. Parsons. Let me help you.
All right, but I... Ah! There! That's the man! He did it! He hit me and tied me up!
I
you're nuts. I may have sucked you, but I never touched your old man.
Looks as if that settled it. If you're the one that hit her, you're the one that killed Henry. We found you with the silverware on you, and Miss Parsons here identifies you. Now, you're going to admit that you did it?
No, because I didn't. I swiped the stuff maybe, but I didn't cook nobody. I just gave her a clout on the jaw to keep her quiet.
Uh-huh. Well, Nick, what you got to say now? You satisfied?
No, Walt, I'm not. There's several things that don't match up here.
No, I don't know what's the matter with you, Nick. But I know you'll do it the way you want to anyway, so go ahead.
Now, you. What time did you break into this house?
About 2 o'clock.
Did you see either Mr. or Mrs. Parsons?
I looked in. They were both asleep. I didn't wake them up.
You did. You woke Henry and...
Oh, please, Mrs. Parsons, please be quiet. Nick knows what he's doing.
You just took what silver you could find and went out again, huh?
Yeah. The woman woke up and was going to stop me, so I had to sock her one to keep her quiet. And then I ducked out. And that's all.
He's a lying, thieving, murdering...
I don't think so, Walt.
But, Nick, listen...
let me finish, please. Jed, what was Mrs. Parsons wearing when you found her this morning?
Why, she had a pink sort of house coat, lots of lace on it.
Yes. Did she look pretty in it?
She sure did. But that don't mean I had...
Just answer my questions, please. Mrs. Parsons, did you ever see this gun before?
No, I never saw it before.
You sleep on 2 pillows, don't you?
Why, yes.
And you never saw this gun before?
No. No, I didn't.
That's peculiar. When I lifted the top pillow off your bed this morning, I found a little hollow on the top of the bottom one, and this gun just fits it.
That's a lie.
Mrs. Parsons, you like Jed.
He's a nice boy, but
You liked your husband better.
Of course. I loved Henry.
Yes. You loved him so much you couldn't bear to have him leave you. Isn't that true?
I don't...
What are you getting at, Nick? I don't get this.
Walt, Mrs. Parsons killed her husband.
I didn't. I didn't. It was that man.
You're nuts.
Are you crazy, Nick?
What makes you think she did it, Nick?
Think. I know she did it. As I see it, she woke up and heard the burglar in the dining room. She'd already decided to kill Henry, but hadn't decided how to do it. And now the thought came to her that she could kill Henry and blame it on the burglar. She'd undoubtedly seen the man around town and knew exactly what he looked like. Remember that very excellent description she gave us, Walt?
Well, sure, but
Well, she never saw him that clearly by flashlight.
You're lying. You can't prove any of
About
this.
5 o'clock, she got up, took a gun from under her pillow, went into the dining room, and called Henry very excitedly. When he rushed out of bed to see what was the matter, she waited for him at the dining room door and shot him as he came through. Then she took off her nightdress and put on the pink housecoat. I found the nightdress with some spots of blood on it under the mattress on her bed.
You're lying. I wore that housecoat to bed last night. I was cold.
Jed. Was that housecoat rumpled up when you saw it this morning?
Why... Well, gosh, it looked like new to me.
I thought so. Mrs. Parsons, you went to the kitchen. Waited until a few minutes before you knew Jed was due to arrive. Then you turned on the gas, tied yourself in the chair as best you could, and waited for Jed. You knew there was no danger of your suffocating before Jed arrived, and you knew that Jed was half in love with you already, and that when he found you in that very feminine and attractive garment, he'd never noticed that the knots which bound you were tied very clumsily and not very securely.
Well, that's a lie. She was all tied up good and tight.
That's what she wanted you to think.
Well, why should she do it, Nick?
Yes, Nick. What earthly reason would she have to do it?
I didn't do it. I didn't do it.
Walt.
Huh?
Remember when we approached the house this morning, we saw smoke coming out of the chimney?
Well, yes.
Well, and I remembered that smoke a little while ago. I went down to have a look at the furnace. I was curious where there should be a fire going on a warm day like this. And I found this. A letter from Henry's real wife in the city, saying that she was happy he had at last decided to return to her and his son, from whom he'd run away when he came here with Laura. And there was the motive, plain enough. Laura couldn't bear the thought of his leaving her. It was a blow to her pride that he was tired of her. So she killed him. Her fingerprints are on this gun we found, if you want definite proof.
All right, I killed him. And I'm glad. He couldn't treat me that way. But I'll never go to the chair. I'll kill myself first.
Better take her away, Walt. And keep your eye on her. Murder demands that the murderer pay the penalty for his crime.
Gosh, Nick, I still can't believe it. She was such a darn nice little girl.
Why, Nick, if she hadn't tried to burn that letter, she might have gotten away with it.
Yes, Patsy. That was what first led me to think she did it. Until I found that letter, I could find no motive for her killing him. And without the motive, nothing made sense. But the furnace was so choked with the ashes that the papers she tried to burn just smoldered. And where there's smoke, you know.
Yes, I know. Where there's smoke, Nick Carter solves the case with it.
In In just a moment, Nick and Patsy will bring you a preview of next week's exciting case. A home that's truly lovely is a place folks want to be. A place where there's fun and relaxation and real joy of living. Your whole family takes pride in your home when you keep it looking attractive with the 3 great Linex home brighteners. Linex Cream Polish, for instance, which cleans as it polishes, gives your fine furniture a handsome luster, drying to a hard surface that leaves no oily film to attract more dust, to make more work. Yes, in one quick, easy application, Linex Cream Polish actually removes the cloudy accumulation of previous polish and dust, banishes messy fingerprints, and helps conceal ugly scratches. For Linex Cream Polish cleans as it polishes, without tiresome rubbing, saving one whole step in your cleaning day routine. So depend on this modern, easy shortcut to furniture beauty. Get all 3 great Linex home brighteners at your dealers now. Linex Clear Gloss Varnish, Linex Cream Polish, and Linex Self-Polishing Wax. In case your dealer hasn't received his supply of the 3 great Linex home brighteners, he'll have them soon. Ask him to save one or all of them for you. Acme will see that he gets them and you get them as quickly as possible. And now let's hear from Nick Carter himself. How about next week's story, Nick? Can you give us a hint?
In spite of the fact that the doctor said it was heart failure, a young man felt so sure that his uncle had been murdered that he arranged a midnight seance with a famous medium.
And had everyone who could have committed the murder there to see what went on.
And did the medium succeed in contacting the dead uncle?
Well, she claimed she did. Everyone there thought they recognized his voice.
And did he accuse anyone of murdering him?
That's where the story starts, Ken. And that's where it's going to end for now.
Yes, no more until next week. So long.
So long, everybody.
And so long to you, Nick and Patsy. We'll be looking forward to seeing you again next week. Next week at this time, listen to another curious experience of Nick Carter, Master Detective, entitled
Unexpected Death. For Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Seance Murderer.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is a copyright feature of Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. It is presented at this same time and over these same stations by the 3 great Linex home brighteners. Linex Clear Gloss, Linex Cream Polish, and Linex Self-Polishing Wax. Created by Acme, America's great producer of Acme quality paints. In the Nick Carter Adventures, Lon Clark is starred as Nick. Helen Choate is featured as Patsy. Original music is played by Lou White. The programs are written and directed by Jock McGregor. This is Ken Powell speaking for the thousands of Linex dealers all over America and saying so long until next week. This is Mutual.
Come in. Oh, come right in, Mr. Adams.
How are you this morning, Mr. Parker?
Fine, just fine. I don't have to guess what you're here about, do I?
No, I don't suppose you do. Well, Mr. Parker, all you have to do to renew the fire insurance on your building is just sign this form. Here you are.
Mr. Adams, all I have to do is sign that form if I were going to renew the policies.
Oh, now come, Mr. Parker. You're not going to switch to another company, are you?
No, I'm not switching to another company. I've just decided not to carry any more fire insurance on my building.
Oh, now I know you're kidding. That building of yours is much too valuable not to be heavily insured. And the machinery in it, Mr. Parker, you'd lose a fortune if anything ever happened to that.
I've had that building and machinery covered for 3 years, and nothing has happened to it so far.
Well, perhaps not, but a fire could break out at any time, today, tomorrow, next week. Just think what a tragedy that would be. If your policy lapses at noon today, you can't be serious about not renewing.
I am serious, Mr. Adams. I'm sorry, but that's my decision.
Well, all right, Mr. Parker, it's your decision and it's your building. But if it burns down any time after 12 o'clock noon today, it's also your loss.
The
And now meet Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy, friend to those who have no friend.
Blackie, this is a lovely view from your window, but I've stared at it so long it's staring back. How soon can we go out and eat?
In just a little while, Mary. I have to finish this letter to Shorty. Long letter to the short one. That's mixed up, isn't it?
Kinda. Hurry up, will you? I'll stare at the view some more.
Go see who that is, will you, Mary?
Sure. It's probably somebody from the lovely view to complain about me staring at it.
Might be someone from down in the street who thought you were a lovely view.
Well, you say the nicest things to me. When you're so busy, you don't know what you're saying. Yes?
This Boston Blackie's apartment.
It is, and that's Blackie right over there at his desk.
Oh, yes, of course. I didn't see him.
There have been people who couldn't see me, some who wouldn't, but you're the first fellow who didn't. Oh, hello. We've met, haven't we, Mr.
Yes, my name is Gardner. Blackie. Robert Gardner. I met you at that party at your friend Charlie Kingston's penthouse last month.
Oh, yes, that's right. You and a fellow named Jim Parker are in business together, aren't you?
Yeah, that's right. We own a large factory building on 11th Street.
Of course. Oh, this is Miss Wesley, Mr. Gardner.
Miss Wesley.
How do you do, Mr. Gardner?
Well, Gardner, is there something I can do for you?
Yes, Blackie. I wouldn't ask you this if I went desperate. It's a little embarrassing, but I guess everybody in town knows I'm broke. Blackie, I've got to have $25,000, and I've got to have it fast.
$25,000?
Yes.
You came to me for $25,000? Well, that's a little out of my class, Gardner. If 1,000 will do you any good...
No, Blackie, no. 1,000 won't be a bit of good. It has to be 25,000 at least.
Well, I'm afraid I can't swing that. You say everyone in town knows you're broke. Why, I understand that you and your partner Parker are pretty well off.
Parker is, but I'm not. Really, the only thing I have is my half ownership of that building, and the machinery on 11th Street is worth a lot of money, Blackie, but right now what I need is cash.
Mortgage?
I've already done that, Blackie. My wife is the reason I have no money, and the reason I need money now. She's demanding things I can't afford to give her, and I've got to buy them for her or she'll leave me, and I can't let that happen.
No, I suppose not. Tell you what I'll do. You've met Charlie Kingston.
Yes.
Why don't you ask him for the money? Use your interest in your firm as security.
You think Mr. Kingston would lend me the money?
He might. Try. Can't do any harm. It might be a good investment for Charlie. I'll call him and tell him you'll be up.
Oh, thanks, Blackie. I'll see him first thing in the morning. Thanks a lot.
Don't thank me. I haven't done anything.
Yes, you have. You've given me hope of getting that $25,000, and you don't know how much I need it. I'd do almost anything to get it. Well, goodbye, Blackie. And goodbye, Miss Wesley. It's nice to have met you.
Goodbye.
Goodbye and lots of luck.
Luck, Miss Wesley. I don't need that. I need money.
Oh, that man is desperate, Blackie.
Yes, Mary, and there are 25,000 reasons why.
What, Robert? What did you say?
I said you could have that new coat you wanted, Harriet.
Oh, now, Robert, please don't make such stupid statements.
No, it's true.
Where would you get the money?
Well, I'm going to get it. I saw Boston Blackie a little while ago.
And he's going to give it to you?
Well, never mind about that. The money's as good as in my pocket right now. The money for the coat and a whole lot more.
Oh, why, darling, how sweet of you. I'll go down and pick out the coat this very afternoon.
Good.
Now, you're sure you're not joking about having the money?
This time tomorrow, sweetheart, I'll be rich. See you for dinner?
Oh, you know you will. Now, goodbye, darling.
Bye, Harriet.
Guess who that was and what he wanted, Jim.
I don't have to guess, darling. I know. It was your ever-loving husband. He was bribing you to stay with him. Well, what a lovely one-handed conversation it was, too.
One-handed, Jim? I don't understand.
You were holding the telephone receiver with one hand, and the other was busy holding my hand.
You're my husband's partner, aren't you? That's my part in the partnership.
You love me, don't you?
Uh-huh.
Enough to be Mrs. Jim Parker one of these days?
Could be. I haven't quite decided to leave Robert yet, especially now.
Harriet, you will leave him one of these days and come to me? I have more money right now than your dear husband has ever seen.
I know. Your money's one of the reasons I... Oh, that may be Robert. He may have been phoning from across the street. You'd better get out of here.
All right.
Out the back way quickly.
All right. Oh, but listen, Harriet. If I give you a reason to leave, Robert, will you do it?
Oh, stop worrying about it, Jim, and get out of here.
All right. Bye, darling.
Goodbye. Coming. Oh,
Mrs. Robert Gardner?
yes.
I'm Boston Blackie.
Oh, my. How thrilling.
It might be at that, Mrs. Gardner. May I come in?
I should say.
Ah, maybe you should, but not like that.
You're here to see my husband?
No, Mrs. Gardner, I'm here to see you. Your husband came to me this morning trying to borrow $25,000.
Fine. I could use $25,000. It should buy a lot of things, don't you think?
I can tell you right now what it's going to buy, Mrs. Gardner. Trouble.
And a few furs and jewels, perhaps? Having them might be worth a little trouble.
Mrs. Gardner, I know it's no business of mine to come here like this, but my friend Mary Wesley suggested...
Never mind what your friend Mary suggested, Blackie. Let me make a little suggestion. Let me run my own life.
I'd let you run your life, Mrs. Gardner, except that I'm sure you'll ruin your husband's.
Get away! Get away from that south wall, man! The flames have weakened those girders, and the walls are about to come down. Look out! There it goes! Oh, that was close. All the men out of the building okay?
Yeah, okay.
Number 5 and 6 trucks, turn your hose on the side of the building where the wall fell. We don't want that fire to spread to the next building.
Hello, Chief.
How's everything? Oh, Shoe Inspector Faraday. Well, we've been fighting the fire since 8:45, but we'll have it out in no time. It's under control now. You've got work to do on this one, Inspector.
Yeah? Why?
Well, this fire didn't start by itself, Faraday. It was set.
Arson?
That's what they call it, and I think it's slightly illegal.
Hey, what's this? Hey, you in the car. Keep moving. No parking here.
But I'm part owner of this building.
Oh, that's different. I understand your partner's around somewhere.
Hey, what happened? How did it start? Can't you say anything?
Take it easy, fella. Take it easy. What's your name?
Gardner, Robert Gardner.
Robert!
Yeah,
Robert!
Jim.
They finally got in touch with you.
Jim, oh, Jim, this is terrible.
Well, you don't know how terrible.
Hey, who's this guy?
Parker, Jim Parker, my partner. He's the other half owner of this building.
Well, from here, it looks like all you guys own is a pile of ashes.
Well, it's not as bad as it seems, Inspector. The building and everything in it is insured.
Well, that's good.
No, that's bad. It was insured, Robert.
Jim!
Like a fool, I let the policy lapse at noon today. Answer your phone this time, will you, Harriet? Why aren't you home?
Excuse me,
Huh?
sir. Oh, sorry I frightened you, sir, but this note was left for you at 7 o'clock this evening. I thought it might be important. I didn't mean to disturb you, what with the fire law.
Oh, thanks, Martin. Any word from Mrs. Gardner this evening?
No, sir.
That's strange. I've called her at her home several times tonight and got no answer. Well, I'll try her again in a few minutes.
Yes, sir.
Who brought the note, Martin?
A messenger, sir.
Oh. Wonder what it is. By the smell of it, it's from a young lady. An attractive young lady.
Yes, sir.
Let's see if it's an attractive message, too. I was right about the lady being attractive, Martin. It's from Mrs. Gardner.
Oh, splendid. Perhaps it explains why you aren't able to reach her tonight.
I hope so. Yes, it says, I've decided to leave him at once. We'll meet you at your office at 8:30 tonight.
Oh, Mr. Parker, sir, you're so pale. What's the matter?
What's the matter, Martin? It's Mrs. Gardner. If she was to meet me at my office at 8:30, she was caught in the fire. She's dead.
Look, Gardner, I've had guys sitting here in my office till they grew beards because I wouldn't talk. So you better start talking.
But I tell you, Inspector Faraday, I didn't set fire to my building.
Oh, you didn't, huh?
No.
You're not getting anywhere with him this way, Faraday.
Quiet, Blackie.
Quiet? Why, you didn't ask me down here to be quiet, did you?
No, all I want you to tell me is that Gardner came to you asking for money this morning, that's all.
Yes, and I told you he did.
And I admit I did, but that's all I admit. I didn't set fire to my building. Why should I?
Why should you? I'll tell you why. You needed money.
But the building wasn't insured. I got no money from it.
I know. But you didn't know the building wasn't insured. You didn't know it till after the fire. Do you deny that?
Oh, no, I don't deny that.
You better not. Because I was right there when you heard the news. And you admitted then it was the first you'd heard of it. You said you were ruined. And you also said this would be the end of you and your wife. Just what was the meaning of that crack, anyhow?
About my wife.
Yeah.
Ask my partner, Jim Parker, about that. He'll tell you.
What does he know about it?
He knows my wife was ready to leave me. In fact, I think she was going to leave me for him. The reason I went to Blackie was because I wanted money for her.
Oh, is that so?
Yes.
Well, you know what you're doing, don't you? You're admitting you burned down your building to get money for your wife.
Blackie, make him believe I didn't set fire to that building.
I'd like to do that, Gardner, but...
But you can't. Nobody can. Because he did set fire to that building. He needed money. He admits that. He thought the building was insured. He admits that. He set fire to that building.
Faraday, he doesn't admit that.
No, and I'm not going to.
Well, I'll tell you something you are going to. You're going to jail.
No, I didn't. Blackie, can't you help me?
I don't know, Gardner. I'll try. But whoever did set that fire certainly made it hot for you.
And now back to Boston Blackie. When Boston Blackie was unable to lend Robert Gardner $25,000, he knew that Gardner would do something desperate to get the money. But he didn't think he'd go so far as to set fire to a building for the insurance money. What Blackie didn't know, though, was that Jim Parker, Gardner's partner, had allowed the insurance to lapse and had himself set fire to the building in a plan to ruin Gardner and take Gardner's wife away from him. Gardner's wife, also unaware of Parker's plan, was to meet Parker in the building. And now Parker thinks she died in the flames. Nothing has been said about a body being found in the building, however, and with Robert Gardner in jail for arson, Blackie goes to see Jim Parker.
Yes?
I'd like to see Mr. Parker, please. Mr. James Parker.
I'm sorry, sir. He's not in.
You expect him in soon?
Yes, sir. Would you like to eat?
I wouldn't like to, but I will.
Very good.
You're Parker's butler?
Obviously. His new butler.
Oh. Well, you know, you aren't exactly the butler type.
Odd that you should say that, sir. That's one of Mr. Parker's most frequent complaints about me.
Say, do you know where Mr. Parker is at the moment?
Yes, sir. He's down at the fire.
At the fire?
Well, at the building, sir, or what's left of it.
But why? The fire's been out since late last night.
I know. Mr. Parker didn't say why he was going down to the building. Perhaps he thought you might be there.
He thought I'd be there?
Yes. You're his partner, Mr. Gardner, aren't you?
Yes, I am, of course. Maybe you can help me.
Well, I'll do anything I can, sir.
Well, I've been at police headquarters ever since the fire. My wife's probably tried to get in touch with me and wasn't able to. I wonder if she left any word for me here.
I know she didn't, sir. No word for you.
Oh, she did leave some word for Mr. Parker?
Oh, just the note.
The note? What note?
Oh, the note was for Mr. Parker saying she wanted to meet him at his office at 8:30 last night. Perhaps I shouldn't be...
Never mind what you should or shouldn't say, my friend, and don't bother to tell your master I was here to see him. I'm going down to the fire and tell him so myself.
Maybe it has to be here. Oh, not here.
Looking for something, Parker?
Huh? Who are you? What do you want?
I'm Boston Blackie, and I want to talk to you.
I don't have time to talk right now.
Why not? You seem to have time to nose around this pile of burned-up junk.
This is my building. This is still my property. I can do what I want here.
Well, maybe I can help you. Looking for anything in particular?
No.
Then what are you looking for?
Nothing. Just looking.
Looking for nothing? Well, that should take no time. Your partner, Robert Gardner, is looking for something. He's looking for his wife, and I have an idea that's bad.
Bad? Why?
She's missing.
Missing? Where is she?
You don't make much sense, Parker. If anyone knew where she was, she wouldn't be missing. I think I have an idea why she's missing.
You do? Why?
I happen to know she planned to meet you in your office in this building at 8:30 last night.
So?
So the building caught fire a little after 8:30, when she was supposed to be in your office. That's why you're down here. You know she was supposed to be in your office last night. You think she died in the fire. That's why you're here, to make sure. If you can.
I don't know anything about Mrs. Gardner.
You know plenty about her, Parker. You wanted her, and I think she was agreeable to leaving her husband for you.
I know nothing about it.
You know the whole story, Parker, from start to finish. You let the insurance policy on this building lapse and set fire to it, so you destroy Gardner's last hope of being able to support his wife. You knew Gardner's wife would leave him as soon as she saw he was flat broke. You're in a spot, Parker.
I am? Why?
I'll tell you why. Like a lot of women, maybe Mrs. Gardner was late for her 8:30 appointment with you last night.
She was?
Maybe. Maybe she got down here just in time to see the building go up in flames and you run out of the place. And maybe she got the very unpleasant thought that you were trying to murder her. She might not like that, Parker. I'd certainly hate to be in your shoes if Mrs. Gardner is alive.
Hello, Parker speaking.
Hello, Jim.
Hello. Who's this?
Don't you know me? Don't you know me, darling?
No. Who is this?
Well, maybe seeing what you tried to do to me has changed my voice a little, darling.
Is this Harriet?
Oh, you do remember me? Yes. Yes, this is Harriet. Harriet Gardner.
This is Harriet? What's the matter with your voice?
It's my throat. It's raw from all the smoke that got into it during that fire.
Oh, I see. Harriet, are you all right?
Oh, yes, I'm all right. But you aren't.
What do you mean?
I mean, I saw what you tried to do to me, and I'm going to get you for it. Good night, darling.
Harriet, listen to me. Listen to me. Hello?
Hello, Jim, darling. How are you this morning?
Harriet, is that you?
Oh, you know my voice right away this time. Why? Were you thinking about me last night?
What's the matter with this wire?
The same thing that's the matter with us. The connection is bad.
Look, Harriet, about what you said on the phone last night.
What about it?
You've got everything all wrong. You don't know what you're talking about.
No? Well, I know what I saw.
But you don't understand. Look, I'll give you $50,000. You always wanted money. I'll give you $50,000.
Too late. I don't want to get money now. All I want is to get you. Goodbye, darling.
I'll get it, Martin.
Yes, Mr. Parker. Very good.
Hello.
Hello, Jim, darling. Spending a quiet evening at home.
Harriet.
Yes. I waited till this evening to call you. I thought you'd be lonesome.
Harriet, listen to me.
Why?
Because you must. These calls are driving me mad. I'll give you $100,000 to go away.
Why, that's twice what you offered me this morning.
I know. Will you take it?
Why?
To keep quiet about what you know and to leave me alone.
Oh, I'm going to leave you alone, darling. Very much alone.
You are?
Yes. This is my last telephone call. And yours, too. I'm going to kill you for what you did to me. And I'm going to kill you tonight.
Harriet! Oh. Martin!
Yes, Mr. Parker.
Get my car right away. Right away, do you hear?
You're going out tonight, sir?
Yes, I'm going to police headquarters. through the whole thing slowly this time, Parker, so the police stenographer can take it all down.
All right, Inspector Faraday.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, sir. I set fire to my building. I canceled the fire insurance policy.
Canceled it or let it lapse?
Let it lapse.
Why?
It was Robert Gardner's only means of income. I wanted to destroy the building and therefore wipe him out.
Why?
So that his wife would leave him. I was in love with her and wanted her, but she wouldn't leave him as long as he could support her.
Then you set fire to the building yourself, and Gardner had nothing to do with it.
Nothing at all. I did it all myself. It was my idea, and I did it all myself. Now protect me, will you? You have your confession. Protect me.
Protect you, Parker? From what? From whom?
From Mrs. Gardner. She planned to meet me in the building the night of the fire. She saw me set fire to it. She thought I planned to kill her, so she's going to kill me.
I don't think she'll kill you, Parker.
But she will. She said so herself.
She did. When?
Just an hour ago on the telephone. She's threatened me 3 times since the fire.
I wonder where she was calling from. She's dead.
What?
She died in the fire.
No, that can't be.
It not only can be, Parker, it is. She kept that 8:30 appointment with you and was caught in your office when the building went up in flames. We found her body in the ruins about an hour after we got the fire out.
But if she's dead, who called me up today and again this evening?
Who? I'll show you who.
What did you push that buzzer for?
Relax. Nothing's going to harm you, Parker. Nothing but the law.
You buzz for us, Faraday?
Yeah, Blackie. Come on in. You too, Miss Wesley.
Thanks, Inspector Faraday. Case over?
Yes, Miss Wesley. For everybody but Parker here. With Mrs. Gardner dead, he wants to know who called him up and threatened her.
Why, I did. Don't you recognize my voice, darling?
It was you?
You catch on fast, Parker.
But why? Why wasn't I told that Harriet was dead? I've been frantic since the fire. Frantic.
But not frantic enough, Parker. Not frantic enough to talk until you thought you yourself were in danger.
Yeah, and then you talked, but plenty. Hey, Rollins! Rollins! Rollins, get this guy out of here. Lock him up.
Okay, Inspector.
All right, but you don't have to push me. You don't have to.
Well, I solved another one, eh, Blackie?
You solved another one?
Yeah.
Whose idea was it that Robert Gardner was innocent?
Okay, it was yours. But I was ready to let him go. In fact, I'm going to let him go now.
Sure, after a trick of mine forced Parker to confess. And whose idea was it not to reveal that we'd found the body in the fire so that the killer would go crazy wondering whether or not Mrs. Gardner was dead?
All right. That was your idea, too. But I agreed it would work, didn't I?
Yes, I'll give you credit for that much. But whose idea was it
Hey,
that we...
just a minute, you two. While you're passing out compliments, don't forget me. It was my voice that fooled Mr. Parker. I'd like to hear either one of you impersonate a woman, dead or alive. So how about a little bit of credit for me?
Oh, I'll give you lots of credit, Miss Wesley.
Yes, Faraday, give Mary the credit. But see that you give Parker the works.
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
The summer evening flows gently over Broadway, and the carousel sounds of the street's carnival begin. The brazen trumpet screams, calling the believers to the basement sanctuaries at a dime a prayer. The barkers of the night shout their spiels into passing ears, and the rustle of perfumed silk rides the June wind. You're shoved and pushed and mauled, and there's no bitterness because the taste of night melts in your mouth. You ride the rides, walk the midway, toss the hoop to win the Cupid. You try not to notice the plucking at your sleeve, but finally you turn. Your palm is crossed with violence. You hold on to it until the man in the tweed jacket and the gray flannel slacks takes it away from you, gives death back to the other man, its owner, sprawled across the silk sheets of his bed, the blood from his bullet wound draining the sleep out of him. And because blood like that can stain the reputation of an exclusive apartment hotel, the man in tweed makes a suggestion.
I offer it in all modesty, Mr. Clover. A mere suggestion. This can be...
What, Mr. Tracy? What can it be?
Handled discreetly, of course. You can do that. You have the power, the know-how. Keep it out of the papers. Treat the frightful mess with velvet gloves.
Anything else?
Nothing more I can think of at the moment. Not that I can bring to mind at the snap of your fingers.
That's good. Now you can do something for me.
Understand me, Mr. Clover. Managing this place is all-consuming. I spent years at school, here and abroad, learning the quirks, the ins and outs of the profession,
All that education, maybe you can spell out for me the murdered man's name.
Did I forget to introduce you? Pity. The fellow over there on our bed was once Frank Dunn, a bartender, of all things. A rather crude chap, I thought.
But genteel enough to pay the tab in this slick joint of yours.
They do bartenders like Dunn well at the trade winds, I hear.
The club on West 52nd?
I wouldn't know where the place was. Do you mind?
Tell me more about Dunn.
Well, he appealed to the female of the species, shall we say. They called on him constantly, at all hours.
Tonight?
Difficult to say. But do you not detect the faint odor of a lingering perfume? The aura a woman leaves? Pardon, I'll rid us of that.
Never mind, I'll get him. Hello? Hello?
Frank? Would you put Frank on the line, please?
Frank just stepped out. Could I give him a message?
Who are you? Why'd you answer for Frank? I know he's there. Does he not wish to speak with me?
Who is this? Who shall I say is calling?
No. No, there is something. This is not the way Frank would have it with me.
Hello? Hello?
Yes, please?
This is the police, operator. Trace that call. And the call was traced. Drugstore on 43rd and Broadway. A phone booth there. The third one from the left as you pass the Chiron reducing display. Only who knows who's been using the phone, the clerk in the white coat asked me. You don't have to have friends in Washington to use the phone, mister. You need a dime, that's all. Anyway, what was she, a spy or something? So if that's all, he had work to do. He left. So did I. It was a short walk up to 52nd Street and the nightclub that's known as the Trade Winds. Outside, a beach boy in a custom-made loincloth said aloha and pointed inside. And inside, a beach girl said aloha and offered her nose to be rubbed, which came with a cover charge, the price of admission to tropical paradise. And it was. Even to the tropical birds playing tropical games and singing their sad songs in huge cages of gilded bamboo. And sitting in a fan-shaped wicker chair in the corner was Trader Milt Barker, wearing yellowed linen, his eyes bleary with the grandeur of it all. Until he saw me.
Hey, Danny. Grab yourself a wicker and take a load off.
Yeah. Quite a place you have here, Milt.
Wait till you see the floor show, Danny. Got a dame here does a routine on a bed of hot coals.
Milt,
You try the authentic cuisine yet? You like fish? I got cold huma nuka nuka hapawa. That would set you crazy. You sit still. I'll slice you some from the middle.
Sit down, Milt.
Huh? All right. So I'm sitting. So?
About a bartender here, Frank Dunn.
Frankly, he ain't showed up yet tonight. He commit something?
He's been murdered.
Kismet. Pure kismet. Fate, Danny.
The way the department figures, it took a murderer to do it.
Yeah, I guess. How'd he go out?
Shot.
Like I say, kismet.
What are you talking about?
A guy like Frank, it figures. It just don't make me surprised.
Come on, Milt, talk to me. What's on your mind?
Well, he served smiles with the tall, cool ones. When Frank wiped the bar in front of a female patronesses, it had a meaning all its own. Personality.
Keep talking.
Well, Danny, a guy like him... Well, a dame would be embarrassed leaving less than a fin or a phone number for a tip.
Did he cause any trouble here?
Frank? No. An operator with a head on him. Wait until the male escort was occupied elsewhere, then... Well, Frank would drop a small onion in a cocktail glass in such a way that patronesses would leave teeth marks on the bar. Like, for instance...
Well, for instance, who?
Louise Hathaway is current, Danny. You know, the dame who's Mrs. to Edward Hathaway, the guy who manufactures hardware. You know Hathaway's hardware, nails, hose.
Yeah, tell me more about Mrs. Hathaway.
She's current. That's all I know, honest. Come on, Danny. Eat some of my cuisine. I'll make you a regular lava.
And so, as the surprise pink spotlight dimmed slowly over Trader Milt's paradise, I heaved a sigh for the regular lava that would never touch my lips, and bid a fond farewell to the land of the Huma Huma Kukanuka Apawa. At the Park Avenue apartment of Mr. and Mrs. Edward Hathaway, a maid in gray silk and high-spiked heels told me they were out for the evening. She tightened a black shoulder strap to inform me that the Hathaways never informed a person in what glamorous places they were boozing it up, that this usually took till dawn. I said I'd come back in the morning. She said sometimes a person didn't know what side his evening was buttered on, and kicked the door shut with her heel. I guess I didn't wait the polite and proper interval after dawn, because the girl who opened the door to me this time was still yawning. Another thing, the long night had left no scar on her kind of beauty.
Can't it wait? Whatever you want, can't it wait?
You're Louise Hathaway?
Uh-huh. Sleepy Louise. Tired Louise. If you weren't a stranger, you could rock me back to sleep. I need it so.
I'm from the police, Danny Clover.
Oh, you're the one Celeste told me about. Celeste the maid. What do you think of her? She thought much of you. Come on in. Tell me about it. Celeste's in bed. I let her stay because we dragged her out of it when we came in. Couldn't find the keys. You know how it is. But I'll drag her out again to whip up some eggs for us, if you like.
No, thanks. Big night last night, huh?
Ah, the biggest. You've built a lovely city here, officer. Lovely and fair. And at night it glistens.
Frank Dunn, was he a part of the night?
You just played the only sad note there is, officer. Frank wasn't in it. Not anywhere. Why do you play a sad note like that to me?
Because he's dead. Murdered.
I don't think I'd ever let you rock me to sleep. You're cruel.
And Frank, what about him?
I wouldn't know about him, wise man. Once it got bad, and I tried to... Frank winked, grinned, splashed whiskey on my dress.
That's all, huh? Just a clumsy bartender.
So much more you'll never know. Once I was at the Trade Winds having dinner with hubby mine, and there was a phone call for me, and I took it, and it was Frank calling me from the bar. And hubby mine didn't know why I suddenly turned happy. He had sense enough not to ask.
Your husband knows how you felt about Frank?
I don't know. I don't care. I always made him tip Frank a lot of money, take him with us after he was through work. Well, it's going to be cheaper for hubby mine with Frank gone. And for me, Such a high price, I don't mind telling you.
Will you wake your husband, Mrs. Hathaway? I want to talk to him.
He's awake. You can talk to him at his factory. Hathaway's Hardware Incorporated. Always the first man there. Sleeps an hour after I've kept him up the night. And off to the factory. Off to make a bed of nails for me. Off.
Just stay here in case we want you, Mrs. Hathaway.
So you can talk more to me about Frank? It'll be a pleasure. Deep and fair. A pleasure. Any time.
That'll be all, Miss Garvey. All right, sir. Who are you?
I gave my name at the gate, Danny Clover.
From the police, aren't you?
That's right.
What's on your mind?
I just came from your house, Mr. Hathaway.
My house? What's the big idea? What did you want there?
I had a chat with your wife.
My wife? You don't go to my house, policeman. No more. You understand that? You don't bother Louise. You want something? You got a ticket to sell? You got something that gives you worry? You come to me. Louise don't get bothered by police.
She gets bothered, Hathaway, any time the department feels the need.
Yeah, you think so, huh?
You get bothered, too, mister. Go ahead, call your lawyer. Say murder to him, because that's what you and your wife are involved in.
Murder?
Call your lawyer, Hathaway.
Look, now...
The death of Frank Dunn, bartender, at the hands of person or persons unknown. Your hands, your wife's hands, both...
I thought you were kidding.
I'm not kidding.
Louise is a kid. I got a young wife, Clover. Wild sometimes. Country kid come to the city wild. And not excusing her, understand? I like to watch it.
She knew Frank Dunn.
So she knew Frank Dunn. So I know Frank Dunn. 1,000 people know Frank Dunn. She didn't kill him. Why should she kill him? What could he do for her? Give her a double martini?
A couple of those go a long way.
Look, Frank Dunn was a joke passed over the bar to Louise. Louise is married. So that settles that.
All right. Who killed Frank Dunn?
I'll tell you this. If he would have put a finger on Louise, I'd have killed him. One finger on Louise. I've told her that time and time again. And she and Lily think
Who?
it's... Lily. They think it's smart. They got to have cocktails at 5. They go in by themselves.
Who's Lily?
Lily. Lily Prokosh, a dopey dame who writes poetry, wears glasses that goes like this. Lily Prokosh.
Prokosh? Foreign?
Yeah, talks accent talk.
Where do I find her?
Lily. Sometimes I pick up Louise at Lily's place in the village hotel.
Yeah, I know where it is.
Good. Maybe you're onto something, Clover, huh?
Come, please. Fell asleep here on the couch. I dreamed.
Lily?
It was painful. I opened my eyes and the knife was in me. Here. I say, open your eyes, Lily. It is still a dream. I can't feel my body. I can't move. Lie here. Look at the
Operator,
knife
get me
in
the
my
house
body.
doctor, quick.
Help me. Help me.
Wait a minute, operator. Never mind, operator.
You're listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. This combination is your open sesame to Sunday night musical delight. CBS Guy Lombardo time, featuring the sweetest music this side of heaven, and the Mario Lanza Show. Enjoy Guy Lombardo's music. Enjoy vocals, old and new, by Mario Lanza. Mario, singing sensation, called both the new Caruso and the hottest singer in a decade, may be heard Sunday nights on most of these same CBS stations.
The nice thing about Broadway, the good thing, the reason why you run the rest of the way until you get there, is that Broadway never lets you down. It's all things to everybody. For the gourmet, the foot-long wiener with a seated roll. For the musically inclined, the rosette of loudspeakers over the slightly used record shop. For the art lover, the windy corner. And for those who just like to walk and be amazed, there are people who will be amazed right back at you. Walk it or wait it out. The day's 24 hours long, kid. Take that dream along. It'll happen to you, one way or another. But where I was going, there was no dream. Only the reality of a girl lying there frail against the decor of plump upholstery, the expensive drapes, the built-in silences, the lifeless girl, the stabbed-to-death girl. And talk to a man about it, the practice talk over the telephone, because a policeman speaks of death by formula.
Apartment 612, huh? Yeah, I got it, Danny.
The door to the suite was open when I got here. The girl's name is Lily Prokosh.
Okay.
The one who called Frank Dunn when I was in Frank's apartment. I'm pretty sure that, Gino. Anyhow, coroner, lab boys, the works. I'll talk to you later, Gino.
Lily? Lily, it's me. Lily. Oh. Oh, I didn't...
Come on in.
Oh, that's all right. I can come back later.
I'm from the police. Come on in. Come on, come on. Who are you?
Police? Why, I... Lily! What happened to you, Lily? What did they do to you?
Are you somebody to her, husband or brother?
I live across the hall. It's the first time I've ever seen her this close. The first time I've ever knocked on her door. I had a little speech. I was going to tell her what my name is.
What do you know about her?
I listen for her every day. Yesterday when she came in, I
What time was
decided-
that?
About 6 p.m.
Did she go out again?
No. I know because I spent all that time making up my mind to knock on the door and tell her I was a neighbor and what my name was.
That's all you can tell me about her.
Yes. Lily? Lily, listen to me. My name is Harry. Harry Lynn.
Tartaglia.
Huh? Oh, it's you, Danny. The way I was standing here in the corner daydreaming, I'm not surprised I did not hear you come in.
Dreaming?
Because of the talent I discovered only last night in our little 6-year-old girl, Aida.
Oh, tell me about the talent.
Oh, Danny, the way my little Aida plays the piano.
Plays good, huh?
Oh, not only good, Danny, but she plays the piano underhand.
What?
And by ear. By ear.
Gino.
Yeah, Danny.
Did you run down that stuff I asked for on the phone?
Goes without saying.
What'd you
Danny, this is the only comment?
It's not important. What did you get, Gino?
Yeah. Well, Lily Prokosh, a writer of things that rhyme, gathered material nightly for her rhymes in the trade winds at the bar stool facing the station of the also deceased bartender, Frank Dunn. In the daytime, escorted said Frank Dunn to literary teas. Last night, came home at 6, an hour after the established time of Frank Dunn's murder.
Nothing else?
Only that the knife handle was wiped clean. I kept after the boys, Danny, but that's all they could dig up.
Yeah. Underhand, huh?
Yeah, Danny. You should see little Aida.
I'd like to. I really would. Be sure to invite me sometime, Gino. I see the wicker chair is still open, Milt.
Danny, sit in it, kid. 2 nights, I see you each time. To what is due this sudden harvest of Danny Clover? Not that the trade wind ain't humored, but to what is due?
You know a girl named Lily Prokosh?
Names don't register with me, Danny, unless for a reason. Is there a reason?
A tall girl, blonde, harlequin glasses, spoke with a little bit of an accent.
The one who wrote lousy sonnets on my napkin?
She was a poet.
The one who always comes in here with Mrs. Hathaway? That one, Danny. Well, what about her?
You tell me. Lily Prokosh and Frank Dunn.
Hey, yeah.
Yeah, what?
The other day.
What are you talking about?
The other day, yesterday, the day Frank met his kismet. She was in here with Mrs. Hathaway about 5:30. Asked for Frank. I told her he wasn't to work yet. I started to tell her where Frank lived, but she said never mind, she already knew, left.
And then what?
Then what? Yes, she left. Left Mrs. Hathaway with a martini at half-mast. The poet walked out.
To see Frank?
Yeah. She bumped Frank, huh? A doll like her. What do you know?
And then start all over again. Back to the room where I'd first seen Frank Dunn with his blood on the monogrammed sheets. Back to the room where this particular set of violence had begun to shape itself. And touch once more the things that had belonged to a man who had been well loved. The gold money clip with his initials written in chipped emerald, the gold cigarette case, the gold keychain, the silk robe that hung in the scented closet. And on none of these things the mark of an identity, the whisper of a killer's name. And all of it with a man in tweed at your elbow, commenting, snickering, fingering the imagined price tag.
This little trinket must have cost one of them a good deal of her rainy day savings.
Put it down.
Dead, don't touch. Is that it, Mr. Clover?
Exactly that.
There's an etiquette about these things, I've been wondering, Mr. Clover. My brow is furrowed with wonder.
I noticed. Hardly touches me, though. Sorry, Tracy.
I've been wondering why you asked me to partake with you of this, what shall I say, this chamber of horrors.
Because you're a liar, Mr. Tracy.
And I indulge myself on the proper occasion. What was the occasion of my doing it to you?
Yesterday, when you showed me Frank Dunn.
Oh, that. You mean when I didn't reveal to you who had been visiting the bartender at his siesta before death?
Now's a good time for revealing.
Sorry, but it's slipped my mind. There's nothing the police can do about a mind like mine. Is there, Mr. Clover?
Correction, there is. Who was here, Tracy? Who was here?
Else you'll beat me? You hardly make it worthwhile defending a dead woman's honor.
Who?
That foreign thing, with the wind in her hair and the mist on her eyeglasses.
Lily Prokosh?
I've heard her announce herself that strange way on the house phone. She stayed long enough with the bartender to read him her newest poem. But they had an interruption.
You can reveal that, too.
It'll cost me a dear little savings plan I had in mind.
The interruption, who was it?
Lovely, frolicsome thing. Never been here before. Knocked on the bartender's door, was waved away, it seems. Tapped on my office door. Asked if I had a deck of cards. Wanted to play away love's bitterness. Sympathized. Played against her. Won 40 cents. Would have won more, only...
Only what?
In the midst of a deal, I had a call from the bartender ordering me to whisk the Prokosh thing away by freight elevator. I did. When I got back, my card-playing lady was gone.
You won 40 cents from her. That ought to make a girl like that unforgettable.
Ever seen Louise Hathaway, Mr. Clover? I have, in society columns. And that evening, she played cards with me. She's precisely what you say. Unforgettable.
And walk the night streets and try to figure, why did Louise Hathaway call on Frank Dunn and, not being able to see him, content herself with playing cards with a hotel manager? Why had she gone to see Frank? She knew her friend Lily Prokosh was there. A lot of whys. And keep on walking, east from Broadway to Park and up to the 70s, and stop in front of the canopied apartment house, pause, smoke a cigarette, then go in. And on the second floor, ring a bell.
What do you want?
Hello, Mr. Hathaway.
I told you before...
Let's go inside. You can tell me all over again. Thanks.
Who is it, Edward?
That cop.
Yeah, me.
Oh, hi. See, Mr. Clover, I stayed as put can be.
I'm glad you did. That'll make it easier.
What are you two talking about?
Oh, we've got secrets, Edward.
Yeah. About Frank Dunn.
Oh, Danny, Edward knows all about that.
Look, Louise and I were playing chess.
Chess, huh? You know a lot of games, don't you, Louise?
All the ones that are fun.
Did you have fun losing 40 cents yesterday to that hotel manager?
What's he talking about?
What am I talking about, Miss Hathaway?
Louise.
Stop it.
Darling, listen to me. Let me handle this.
Take your hands off me, Edward.
Louise.
You knew Lily was with Frank Dunn. Why did you go there, Mrs. Hathaway?
Why?
That's right.
Lily was my friend. I didn't want to see her get into any trouble.
I told you to let me handle it, Louise.
Stop it. Stop it.
You see, like I told you, Mr. Clover, she's wild. Louise, you're in a little trouble now. Let me handle it.
Take your hands off me. Can't you understand? Take your hands off.
Oh, I'm sorry. I lost my temper. I didn't mean to slap you.
Hardware man, fat man, bald man, nothing man. Jump. Jump, Edward.
Louise, don't make me lose my temper again.
Why don't you jump for the man, Edward? You do everything else I want you to do. Tell the man what you did for me, Edward.
Crazy. What are you talking about?
About murder.
About murder, Edward.
You once told me something, Mr. Hathaway. You said you'd kill anybody who laid a finger on your wife.
Yes, he told me, too, over and over again. That's why you always followed me, Edward. That's why you followed me to Frank Dunn's apartment house that night.
Shut up.
And Frank wouldn't even look at me. He sent me away, Edward. And you killed him all because I spent an hour playing cards with a hotel manager. I was never with Frank, Edward. Never. But you killed him for me. Go ahead. Jump for the man.
I followed you. I always followed you. I couldn't stand it. You're going to see that man.
Take the hardware man away, Mr. Clover.
You, too.
What?
For killing Lily. You couldn't have Frank. Lily was luckier. So you killed Lily.
Oh, no, Edward did that for me, too. Didn't you, Edward? Didn't you, Edward?
No, I didn't. I followed you to Lily's. Her door was open, wasn't it? I saw Lily after what you did to her.
Oh, you don't know what you're saying, Edward. Listen to me. You love me, Edward.
I'm going to have to sign a confession, Louise. What I just said about following you to Lily's, I don't have to admit that. Sign my name to it. I could deny I ever said it. I don't know whether I will or not. I'll have to think about it.
I love you. Honestly. Truly, Edward. I love you.
Jump, Louise. Jump. Jump.
Broadway's quiet now. It's the 4 o'clock in the morning hour, the hour without color. But in a while, dawn will dip down, and there'll be fury again, and roar again, and crowd. The restless wandering, the puppet dance, the running after nothing at all. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover, with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia and Jack Crucian as Muggavan. The program was produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with musical score composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. In tonight's story, Mary Jane Croft was heard as Louise, Herb Butterfield as Edward, Joe Granby as Milt Barker, Edgar Barrier as Neil Tracy, and Gladys Holland as Lily Prokosh. Just once around the clock aboard the second hand for Singin' Again, an hour of comedy, music, and cash for the CBS listener who can identify the phantom voice. Jan Murray is your host, Judy Lynn, Alan Dale, the Riddlers, and Ray Block supply the music. Stay tuned now for Singin' Again, which follows immediately over most of these same CBS stations. Bill Anders speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Now, True Detective Mysteries. In cooperation with the editor of True Detective magazine and the Mutual Broadcasting System, True Detective Mysteries, brought to you by X-Lax, America's largest selling laxative.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, $1,000 reward is being offered for information leading to the capture of a dangerous criminal. A complete description will be given later on this true detective mystery, which follows in a moment.
Right now, as you're listening to this program, suppose you heard the wailing of an air raid siren. Would you know what to do? Is there time to evacuate, or do you head to the nearest shelter? In order to protect yourself and your family, you must know what the air alert signals mean. Civil defense sirens have two types of warning. One is the alert signal, a steady blast of 3 to 5 minutes. This means to evacuate in cities having evacuation plans. In cities without evacuation plans, the alert signal means to stand by your radio for further instructions. When you hear the signal, do not use your telephone. Instead, tune to the Conelrad frequencies of 640 or 1240 on your standard AM radio. Conelrad broadcasts will give you the necessary instructions for evacuation or other action ordered by your local civil defense authorities. The take cover signal, a wailing tone or series of short blasts lasting 3 minutes, means just what it says. Take cover fast, for attack is imminent. Now, you must make the best available shelter and stay there until civil defense officials tell you when it's safe to come out. This message is brought to you as a public service. Now, the voice of the editor of True Detective magazine.
The case history you are about to hear is the actual report of an actual crime. Office of Police Chief Herman Hillary, Chief of Townsend Township. Chief Hillary, for the moment, a very confused man.
Just a minute. It's my wife. One at a time. Let's get this straight. You all crowd in. Nice to
My
see
wife.
you. What's your name?
Everett Lippert.
These fellas with you?
Yes, sir. We're friends. He was so nervous.
What about
people
your
here.
wife?
She's been missing.
Yeah?
3 days now.
You a local boy?
I am, yes, sir. All my life. I work nights over to the cannery. So'd my Nellie, my wife. I never been in trouble, Chief.
Mm-hmm.
On the afternoon of the 11th, Chief, Nellie, well, before that, some folks, like my family, they maybe felt when I married Nellie she's too restless, maybe, 'cause I tend on the quiet side, and maybe too fun-loving. That's all, and only compared to me. But up to that afternoon, that was the 11th, Chief, she did appear all right. We were happy.
Sit down. Find chairs.
Oh, yes, sir.
Well, just don't keep tossing your butt ashes on my office rug.
Sorry, Chief.
Sorry. Everett, you say?
Yes, sir, Everett Lippert.
Age?
I'm going on 25.
Address?
I rent right over the post office in Townsend.
Mm-hmm. Go on.
On that afternoon, the 11th, that's 3 days back, I went to bed about 4.
It's not bedtime. Oh, you said you worked the night shift.
Just for a short nap, yes, sir, before work. When I woke up a couple hours later, she wasn't there. I wasn't too upset at the time, feeling, I guess I did, that she'd left early to do some shopping before she went on to her job. But when I got to work, Nellie, she wasn't there. She wasn't back home when I got back.
How do you explain that?
She just disappeared.
Without saying a word? Leave me a note?
How it appears, sir. It's like a bad dream that don't end, even after you wake up.
Not like Nellie at all?
She was a good girl. My friends, the boys here, they all know Nell. Not like her. She was raised better than that. Me and the boys here, we checked everybody we know all around. No one's seen her. No one's even had a word of talk with her since last Thursday night.
Not all you accomplished by private investigating is let the trail grow cold. Why didn't you come to me? Made my job twice as hard. Well, stay here while I send out a statewide, and I want you to take me to your apartment.
Mrs. Nellie Lippert, described as attractive, brunette, 19. Apartment of the Lipperts now, directly over the substation post office.
Well, you've been through these closets and bureau drawers.
Can't. I don't know.
Young people like you two live in such close quarters, no kids, no distractions. You don't have any idea what your wife might have been wearing?
Well, you see, sir, she just bought some new clothes. She might have worn an outfit I've never seen.
What about shoes?
That's funny, too. As far as I can tell, the only shoes that are missing is a pair she bought over to the highway strip last month. They were wrong for her, she said, and she was planning to give the bargain away. Hurt her feet.
What you tell me looks like she went off in the spur of the moment. Well, keep in touch, and give me a list of relatives and friends.
Investigation turned now to other channels. All of Nellie's co-workers at the cannery interviewed, questioned, each specifically regarding their last talks with the missing pretty young brunette, most remembering nothing of importance. Then suddenly a tentative lead volunteered by another cannery shipping room employee, a Miss D who'd always worked beside Nellie. From Miss D, this charged statement as follows. She was always dreaming about living in Chicago or San Fran or even the big one, New York. She liked to have fun and go dancing and things like that. Around here, dancing, any kind of intelligent fun's a dying art, particularly when you have to, like she did, work nights. Asked if Nellie had ever mentioned another man, Miss D replied, quote, No, girls don't tell other girls things like that, not when they're married, unquote. A girl resembling, seen boarding a westbound bus. Someone else, certain he had seen Nellie working as a waitress in a one-arm joint in Boston. Other people, positive they'd seen her at a track in Maryland. Leads narrowed down, washed out. Next, a young woman of great attractiveness seen hitchhiking a lift from an overland truck driver outside Highway 5 and Route 33J intersection, the night of the 10th. The trailer truck described, hunt for it, and driver on. Driver found.
Of course I deny. What do you mean I picked up a girl at 33J and 5? Sure, I stop in the crossroad diner. That's a truck stop. What are you trying to do? Me with a family? Cost me my job?
Back to True Detective Mysteries in just a moment. You probably know what you're doing every minute you drive, but do the other drivers know what your plans are? In other words, do you signal your intentions to other drivers every time you want to turn, stop, or do anything else that might not be expected of you? Now, the law says you must. Your own common sense must tell you you should. Most cars today are equipped with mechanical turn signals. Use them, but be sure to use them correctly. If you use a turn signal for indicating your direction at a fork in the road, and you should, remember that the turn may be so gradual that the signal will not turn itself off, as many do after a 90-degree turn. Be sure your signal is off after it has served its purpose. There is probably nothing more frustrating and dangerous than following a car with turn signals flashing away and the driver blithely driving straight ahead. The National Safety Council urges every driver to use his turn signals correctly, safely, at every turn. This message is brought to you as a public service. Now again, the editor of True Detective magazine.
Questioning of the indignant truck driver continuing.
Quite the ladies' man.
What do you mean by that, Craig?
Now, look, friend, the smartest thing you can do for yourself right now is to assume I know at least as much about life as maybe you do.
I still don't know what you mean by that.
Meaning we know you've stopped to pick up women with your trailer truck?
Tramps? Oh, well, on a cold night sometimes, sure. Somebody to talk to.
Meaning we know you picked up a young woman outside the Crossroads Diner. Asked her inside, bought her a blue plate dinner.
A lot of trucks. It's a big truck stop. Awful popular with us guys.
What's her name?
It's a mistake.
What's her name?
You're gonna mess me up. All around, aren't you? Yeah. I wrote it on the back here. There's a name and address. I have a date with her tomorrow night.
We'll keep that.
The address, a street corner. The date indeed kept by Police Chief Hillary. The girl, a vivid redhead, definitely not Nellie Lippert. The redhead admitting she herself had been the mysterious girl seen riding with the truckee on the night in question. Investigation grinding to a full stop. Dead end. District Attorney Charles P. Pines interesting himself in the case now. Pines' office.
Well, you lead, Chief. Any clues, eh?
What bothers me?
From what I understand, this Nellie Lippert's disappeared completely.
Too completely. In my mind, what do you want, a match? Yeah. It means only one thing.
Your mind usually runs that way.
You coming into this case to heckle me? She was murdered. If she was living, there'd be bound to be some trace of her.
Figures.
Another thing. While it's true enough she might have walked out on her husband without a word, how about her folks?
Were they close? That's the point.
One of those families that liked each other.
No, she couldn't very well have dropped them word if she was dead. No.
Some kind of word.
How old is she, 19?
Kid. Restless, the word I get back on her. But on the energy side.
Full of life.
Liked to dance, innocent fun. Yeah, there was a world outside.
Suppose it was murder. Any ideas who did it?
Mm-hmm. I have.
Anything definite for us to go on?
No.
We can't, you know that, charge anyone in this state without proof such a crime was committed first. I'd advise you to walk easy there.
Several days later, Chief Herman Hillary learning something that caused him to disregard District Attorney Pines' advice. The Lippert apartment now.
How come you're quitting your cannery job, Everett?
Well...
Bad memories?
Yes, sir. Getting away from it all. The Air Force is looking for men. I might just as well.
Mm-hmm. I'm all for being patriotic.
How'd you know I quit?
Payroll clerk. You also told me you not only picked up your own paycheck, but the check that was still due your wife. Hers was about $100.
Was I supposed to donate it to some charity? No, I mean, I'm down, Chief. Real down about Nellie being gone. You're not supposed to be pushing me down some more. You're supposed to find her, isn't that right?
You're supposed to cooperate.
Well, I will. I have.
How about taking a lie detector test, It'll clear you of any shadow of doubt.
I'm afraid not.
Once and for all.
Since Nellie's disappearance, I'm real down. Nerves shot to pieces. I'm afraid I'd be too nervous for the machine to give any accurate result.
All right.
Weeks now, months, search for Nellie Lippert, age 19, pretty, restless, and well-liked, continued. No luck. Authorities receiving word that Everett Lippert has indeed enlisted. Conference after conference between Chief Hillary and District Attorney Pines.
This Lippert seems on the level, Pines. If she was murdered and he did it, I doubt he'd enlist. He'd more than likely skip out of sight completely, not put himself in a spot where we can keep close tabs on him, at no cost and no effort to us.
Maybe you're right. Weeks, more weeks now, pressure of other police work, but Chief and District Attorney not forgetting, both increasingly upset by the continuing mystery of Nellie's whereabouts. Then, from two woodsmen out for deer, from their excited phone call...
Chief, Cobby Harris, from the lodge. Ned and me, we was out on a shoot. We come upon this mound of earth. It's a rectangle like on the old kennel property.
Yeah?
Ned and me were taken with a look of it. We took a stick, scratched some of the loose dirt away. There's a toenail. A red-painted toenail sticking up out of the dirt. And we cleared a foot and a leg, wrapped in a sheet. The Nellie Lippert girl.
Back to True Detective Mysteries in just a moment. Now, the easiest way to save is better than ever. That's right. The United States savings bonds you get through your payroll savings plan pay a higher interest faster. Yes, Series E bonds pay a higher interest than ever before. Savings bonds reach maturity faster, too, in only 8 years and 11 months. Now, this means that redemption values are higher, especially during the earlier years. Now, you'll appreciate the new size of savings bonds, too. They're smaller, in convenient punch card form that stores easily in any safe deposit box. For the best way to save for any goal, join the payroll savings plan. Talk to the payroll plan people where you work before next payday. And then sign up. Buy improved United States savings bonds. The best buy today. This message is brought to you as a public service. Now again, the editor of True Detective magazine.
The woods now, the dirt dug, the body brought up from a shallow grave, the body wrapped in what was left of a cotton bed sheet. Body identified.
No question. Nellie Lippert. All right, Coroner. Pines, one of you men, go get District Attorney Pines.
Men spread like buckshot throughout the surrounding woods. Pines arriving, coroner completing preliminary, his report as follows, quote, no wounds, no bruises, pre-autopsy, unable to determine cause of death. It might have been suffocation or it might have been poison. Yes, her ankles were tied with this frayed bit of rope. One thing certain, murder, cold-blooded, unquote. Photographs taken, body removed.
Wrap it up, men. Come on to my office, Pines.
Chief Hillary's office now.
Notify? Of course, I'll do more than notify. I just don't want to notify Everett Lippert. I want to bring him back.
On what charge?
I'm not sure. I'm not too sure now that the body's been found that he's the innocent husband. She was supposed to have walked out on him while he was asleep, right? There was a bitter night. If she disappeared the way we found her, with practically what little she had on, there's only one man who could have carried her out.
Everett Lippert. All right. Suppose he insists someone who picked her up did the job. Yeah, we better wait till we've got a stronger case, Herman. You need evidence, Herman, before you put that call through to bring him back from the military service.
Only new evidence can come from the coroner. We're weak on laboratory around here.
Give me the phone. I'll get you the state police technicians, all you need. Write down.
State police technicians rush, starting lab work on the remnants of the bedsheet, on the bits of frayed rope. Their reports in, teletype now to Oklahoma, to the sheriff nearest Everett Lippert's military base. This cooperating sheriff asked to pick up and hold while a formal warrant is flown. Everett Lippert demanding to talk to Chief Hillary via long-distance telephone.
I'm innocent, Chief. I told you
Lippert, you've got to come back.
I'm doing good here. I don't want to see any dead body.
Sheriff Carter will have a warrant in his hands in 3 hours. You're coming back for inquest.
Got somebody else. Her folks. They'll identify her.
Her mother already did.
I'm not... I got rights. I'll fight you.
The warrant is for murder. This is costing money. You'll be brought to my office right from our airport.
Suspicion. That's all I got out of you ever since you started this.
More than suspicion now. Here, look.
Oh, what do I know about laboratory reports? That's all these are.
A decomposed cotton bed sheet from your apartment. A report from the trunk of your car.
Oh.
That car you sold is still on the dealer's lot.
Suspicion.
I want you to see how she looked when we took her out of the ground.
Huh? Yeah. Put that picture away. Yeah, I did it. I killed her. We had a quarrel. That's what started it. It was on a Wednesday, I remember. Nell, she kept talking about a dance she wanted to go to on Saturday night. I didn't want to go. Didn't want to go. We kept chewing about it, and finally she told me she was going anyway. And would dance with anybody and everybody there. I socked her. I socked her on the jaw. Must have knocked her out. I don't know. I must have lost my head. Then I stuffed a tea towel in her mouth. Got a bath towel. Choked her until she stopped that heavy breathing. I tied her. Tied her hands. I tied her feet. I don't know why she was dead. I remember now. Her body. I lived there with her body 24 hours. Then I took her as she was. Dressed as she was out in the moonlight. It's cold. To a woody place. That place where you found her. The old kennel place. The ground was cold and there were roots. All I could dig was 10 inches. And that was not enough. I put some dirt on top. I guess that's how they come. Well, you know, found her so easy. Then I went home, washed. Sun up, I went over to her folks. I guess I looked calm. They didn't catch on. When I asked them if they'd seen her.
They say you ate breakfast with him.
Did I?
Hearty.
Did I now?
Formally charged, bound over, Everett Lippert pleaded guilty on the 19th of the month to the towel strangling of Nellie Lippert, his 19-year-old wife. Except for the use of fictitious names and places, this has been a real story of a real crime, solved by real people with a real criminal brought to justice. But beyond the alert, a vicious criminal is at large and may be in your neighborhood. As editor of True Detective magazine, I offer a $1,000 reward for information leading to the capture of Eugene F. Newman, 1 month from the date of this broadcast, and as a direct result of listening to this broadcast. But first...
I have a message of very great importance for all you men and women who are my age. I want you to tell your mommy that when you're trouble with That's irregularity, honey. When you're trouble with irregularity, you have her give you X-Lax, the that's chocolated, honey. Yes, that's right. You tell them.
Well, mothers, when your youngsters need a laxative, X-Lax does help them toward their normal regularity. Does it gently, overnight. You just give them pleasant-tasting, chocolated X-Lax. Taken at bedtime, X-Lax won't disturb their sleep. Next morning, they're well on their way toward their normal regularity. And X-Lax doesn't rob their systems of the vital nutrition so necessary to their growth and health. You can get X-Lax in 15, 37, and 79-cent sizes. Remember, X-Lax helps you toward your normal regularity. That's X-Lax.
And now, here are the details regarding the wanted criminal. Eugene F. Newman is wanted by the Federal Bureau of Investigation on charges of unlawful flight to avoid prosecution from Buffalo, New York. Eugene F. Newman is 32 years old, 5 feet 8 inches tall, weighs 170 to 180 pounds, and is of medium build. He has blue eyes and blonde hair. Born in Brooklyn, New York, this fugitive has many distinguishing markings. A 1-inch scar on the outside of his right eye, 2 small scars in the center of his left cheek, a birthmark on the upper part of his left arm, and a mole on his left index finger. Tattoos include the name Danny and a heart on the outside of his right forearm and the number 13 in a dotted circle on the back of his left hand at the base of the thumb. If located, notify Director J. Edgar Hoover, Federal Bureau of Investigation, Washington, D.C. Do not call your local radio station, but notify Director J. Edgar Hoover, Federal Bureau of Investigation, Washington, D.C. Then get in touch with the editor of True Detective for the $1,000 reward.
True Detective Mysteries has been brought to you by Chocolated X-Lax, America's largest selling laxative. For another detailed account of a bizarre case, read The Bride in the Lake in the current issue of True Detective magazine. Accidents seemed to pursue Wilmer Evans and his bride of 6 weeks, but he always seemed to escape uninjured. Finally, a car accident resulted in his wife's death, but Wilmer again escaped injury. It was revealed that Mrs. Evans had confided to a friend that she was afraid of her husband. He is being held for murder. Read this startling case in True Detective magazine. And for more interesting reading, don't miss The Art of Managing a Ball Club by Chuck Dressen in Sport magazine, now at your newsstand. Fair warning, you may not like this next minute. It may bother your conscience because it's about polio shots. Now, here we are with polio vaccine available to us, a God-sent discovery. It gives maximum protection against one of the world's most terrible diseases. And yet, there are literally millions of families who just haven't bothered to get their 3 shots. Why? What in the world can be stopping them? The shots work, the shots are available, and they're easy to get. All you have to do is call your doctor or local health authorities to find out where. Next summer, and the next polio season will be here before you know it. That's why this message is so brutally frank. When polio strikes, it strikes blindly. The whole family is vulnerable. Now, you may have been lucky in summers past, many of us have, but don't press it. Don't press your luck another summer. Remember, it takes 8 months to become protected against polio. So get your polio shots right now for the whole family. Be a responsible member of this community. Call your doctor or local health authorities. Thank you. True Detective Mysteries is written, directed, and produced by Peter Irving. The part of the editor is portrayed by John Griggs. Also heard were Kermit Murdoch and James Stevens. This is Ed Ladd speaking.
$20.
Told him to drive carefully, and he usually does. But a few minutes ago on WSPB, when I heard the radio news report...
Huh?
Well, it was about a man who was found dead in his car on the edge of a swamp.
Oh? Well, maybe that
The
explains
radio
why...
said he was found just off the Tamiami Trail, somewhere south of here. I don't know exactly where.
Oh, and you think maybe that's what he went out to see about, huh?
No, listen, unidentified, they said. The man, I mean. But the car, the description of the car, it was exactly like Earl's.
Well, so what? Now, take it easy, Mike. First you call WSPB.
I did. Only they didn't know any more than they said in the news report.
Okay, then call them again. Ask them where they got that story. Whatever news service they got it from knows where it came from, what police department. Or maybe they got it from the police direct.
All right, Johnny. I'll phone them again.
Sure. And when you get the information, you can call the police direct.
Yes, I'll do it. I'm sorry I sounded so upset.
Oh, well, just stop worrying. But go ahead and put through that call to the station anyway. Meantime, I'll find out how soon I can get a plane down there.
CBS Radio brings you Bob Bailey in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar. Attention Earl Poorman at the Tri-State Life and Casualty Company, Sarasota, Florida. The following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the false alarm matter. Expense account item 1, 7960, taxi and a plane out of Hartford. Flight connections were perfect. The trip was easy, and by mid-afternoon I was at the Poorman home on St. Armand's Key in Sarasota.
Johnny, oh, you sweet guy.
Okay, now, Mike, you better tell me what you learned when you called back to that station.
Oh, Johnny, I'm so sorry. I don't know what got into me, being so worried about him.
You mean that Earl is okay?
But the way he rushed out of here this morning without telling me where he was going or why, and then when I heard that awful report on the radio...
You did check back with WSPB?
They called me.
Oh?
Yes, right after I'd finished talking to you. And, Johnny, they were wonderful.
How do you mean?
Well, they'd realized I was upset because of my having called them before, so they'd checked that news report all the way back to the police who'd found that man dead in his car from a heart attack.
And?
Well, it was the police in Bonita Springs. That's down below Fort Myers.
Yeah?
And yes, the car was like Earl's. But the dead man's name was Jensen or Benson or something, so all my worry was for nothing.
Oh, well, I'm glad. You kind of had me worried, too, on the way down here.
I love that guy, Johnny, like nobody else in the world.
Well, I don't blame you a bit.
And now you've come all the way down here for nothing.
Well, maybe I'll talk him into taking me fishing. Where is he, then?
What?
Well, after all, if he left early this morning, you still haven't heard from him?
No, Johnny, I haven't. And look, it's after 4 o'clock.
Ah, easy,
and
gal.
Johnny, this isn't like him. Not to at least call or something.
Now, don't start worrying that pretty head of yours again over nothing.
But if he'd told me where he was going or why, he was in such a hurry.
Mike,
and with all these crazy drivers on the road this time
Mike,
of year.
behave yourself.
But Johnny,
Look, now, I kind of like that guy, too. And if you'd given me just one honest reason to be concerned about him...
Oh.
You see? That's probably Earl calling you right now.
Oh, dear, I hope so.
Sure, of course it is. I'll bet on it. Well, go ahead, answer it.
But if it isn't, if it's the police or something...
Okay, I'll take it.
Mike, listen to me.
Huh?
Who is it, Johnny?
Look, listen, I'm sorry not to have called.
Oh, it's Earl.
But I've been tied up on a pretty serious matter down here.
What kind of matter?
It could be a murder, one of my policy holders. So put in a call for me to Johnny Dollar up in Hartford.
Johnny.
Ask him to get here as fast as he can. You get that, Mike? Tell him not to bother stopping there at the house, but to meet me down here.
Down where, Earl?
Or maybe you can meet him at the airport and drive in. What? What did you say?
Well, I simply asked you down where.
Oh, well, down here. What? Who's that?
Well, keep talking, Earl.
No, wait. What is this? I mean, who are... Johnny?
That's right.
Oh, now look, somebody's trying to... Is this some kind of a gang?
Well, just exactly where are you? You haven't been very definite so far.
Okay. It's 9727 Sunnyvale Road. It's off the highway below Venice. But now listen...
Well, if Michael let me use her car, I'll be down there in jig time, okay?
Who are you?
I told you.
But it isn't possible.
Just keep your shirt on.
How could it be?
Why don't you sit there and patiently try to figure it out, huh?
You rascal.
But, Johnny, if you really are Johnny... Look, say something more. Talk to me some more.
Or else I'll down in Venice.
What?
Yeah, try figuring that out, too. Well, I know I can.
Oh.
Well, everything okay now, Mike?
Am I relieved?
Sure.
But you rascal, have you ever put Earl into the Department of Utter Confusion?
Well, I tried.
I'm sure you succeeded.
So if I may use your car...
Of course you may.
Then maybe I better hit the road. before Earl has a chance to call back.
Yes, you do that.
Tastes good like a cigarette should. Winston tastes good like a cigarette should. Winston gives you real flavorful, rich tobacco flavor. Winston's easy drawing too. The flavor comes right through to you. Winston tastes good like a cigarette should.
A modern filter? Sure, Winston has it. But that's only the beginning of a Winston. Up front, up where it really counts, Winston packs exclusive filter blend. Light, flavorful tobaccos, specially selected and specially processed for filter smoking. Filter blend. That's why it's fun to smoke Winston, America's best-selling filter cigarette.
Winston tastes good like a cigarette should.
And now, Act Two of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, and the false alarm matter.
The address Earl had given me on Sunnyvale Road turned out to be a huge, expensive home of white brick and stucco, surrounded by well-kept lawns and gardens with a lot of statuary. Tall palm trees lined the driveway, and there was every conceivable kind of tropical tree. Yeah, quite an estate. 2 cars were parked out front, Earl's and another one that looked familiar with a doctor's tag on it. Earl met me at the front door. After learning how come I happened to be in Florida, he got straight to the point.
But now come inside, Johnny.
Yeah, sure.
It was Dr. Crutcher who called me, dragged me over here. You remember him?
Sure do. Lives just up the street from you and Mike.
Yes. Well, Doc is here now, and he can probably tell you more about this than I can.
Well, Earl, you said something about a possible murder.
Crutcher has been the family doctor. Has taken care of Linda ever since she was a little girl.
Linda?
Which is to say, since long before she inherited the family chemical business, made it pay off, then married Frank and built this beautiful home.
Frank who, Earl?
As wrong a marriage as there could possibly have been. Frank was after Linda's money, that's all. And everybody in the world seemed to realize it but she.
Yeah, but who's to argue when love comes along?
Love? Don't kid yourself. It was out of pity for Frank that Linda married him, made him president of the plant. Typical of her, though.
What do you mean?
Harry Forrester, chief chemist and VP. Not because he knows anything about it, but because she felt sorry for him after she turned him down in favor of Frank. Jim Tarker, Bill Price, Art Higbee, sitting there in their fancy offices, collecting big salaries, and only because she'd known them as kids, heard their sob stories, and wanted to help them.
And that plant makes money?
Only because Linda really ran things herself. Now that she's dead, well, I'm sorry to have got so far away from why I'm glad you're here.
It's all right, Earl. The more general background I can get in a case like this, if it is murder.
And I'm absolutely certain now that it is. I'm glad to see you, Johnny.
How are you, Doc?
Glad you could make it, though how you got down here so quickly.
Well, maybe Earl will tell you about that later.
Yes. Now, look here.
Doc led me across the room to the bed. Lying there was the body of Linda. Even in death, she was beautiful. And I must have said something to that effect under my breath.
Yes, she was, Johnny. She is now, but not when Earl and I first arrived.
Oh?
Her body was twisted as though in pain, eyes wide, the pupils dilated.
That sounds like cyanide. But look at her now.
That's right. So I decided it must have been something far more subtle, something that would leave no obvious indication after a couple of hours. Possibly potassium theramolysilate.
Oh, I'm afraid I never heard of that.
Immediate symptoms are much the same as for cyanide, but now, as you see, the body is relaxed, and what color is left? Well, another doctor, not knowing her history, might have come to the same conclusion as the maid when she called me and said that Linda was having a heart attack.
That's why Doc had me come along with him, Johnny, in such a hurry.
What do you mean?
A heart attack, Linda?
Oh, I see.
So I immediately made some tests.
Well, ever since you got me interested in forensic medicine, Johnny, well...
Oh, I told you you'd make the best medical detective in the world, Doc.
Well, I carry quite a bit of equipment about in my car.
And I'll bet it even includes that ubiquitous microscope of yours.
Yes. Anyhow, I found definite indications now of potassium theramolysilate.
Well, how was it given to her?
I said indications, Johnny, not traces of it.
So?
I doubt if even an autopsy would show traces of it.
But then how are we going to... Well, isn't poison usually given in food?
I've checked the silverware, every piece of china, every utensil in the house. No sign of it. And she hadn't been out of the house. But now, don't forget this, Johnny.
Yeah?
Just one good breath from a PTM crystal could produce death in a matter of minutes.
Well, what about the servants? There must be servants in a place like this.
There are, and I've questioned all of them. Nothing.
Do you mind if I talk to him?
By all means, Johnny, do so.
Most of all, I wanted to see the servants, see what they were like, and, well, I must admit, they all convinced me they'd been completely devoted to their mistress, that not one of them could possibly have been accessory to this murder. The last one I talked to was Irene, Linda's personal maid, who'd been with her, helping her dress when the end came.
And I was at the closet getting her shoes for her.
Now, where was she, then?
Sitting there at the dressing table. Poor dear. She had fixed up her hair, and she was putting some perfume on herself before getting into the dress.
Wait a minute, please.
And then she clutched at her heart, and she screamed.
Yeah,
and then
Irene, thank you. That'll be all.
And she was gasping, and I helped her over to the bed, and so I laid her down and...
Hey, listen, Doc.
Yes, Johnny?
Now, let me see. Yeah, here. This perfume bottle with the stopper lying here beside it. Yeah, here you are, Doc.
Yes.
No, don't sniff it.
Looks to me like it's empty.
Sure it is. Now. But, Doc, can you run a test? Can you tell if it's ever had a crystal of that potassium thera stuff in it?
Oh, yes, Johnny, immediately.
Okay, now, Earl. You seem to have known quite a bit about Linda, whatever her name is.
Well, I should.
So maybe you can come up with some idea about who might be suspect in this thing.
Of course I can, if you and Doc will give me half a chance to get a word in it.
Who?
But it's the proof you've got to get for us.
Who, Earl?
Look, I told you about her marriage, the reason for it, didn't I?
Huh?
And who else would have access to this rare drug that Doc is talking about? And who else will get hold of the chemical plant now that she's gone?
Earl.
Of course, Johnny. Her husband, Frank Hansen. He's the only suspect.
Earl is right, Johnny.
Then where is he?
He left here early this morning, ostensibly to go to the plant. He hasn't been seen there.
Hansen.
That means only one thing. He skipped. But if you can find him, if you can prove he did this...
Johnny, there was potassium theramolysilate in this bottle.
Wait a minute. Hansen.
What?
She said a name like Jensen or Benson or something.
Who? What are you talking about?
Earl, I'm sorry, but I got a hunch this prime suspect of yours is also very dead.
Act 3 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, in just a moment. Here's a reminder to you that March is Red Cross Month. There are a lot of facts in print about the effective, broad battle the Red Cross wages to overcome human problems all year around. It's not likely at this late decade that anyone has to sell the Red Cross. It might be in order, however, to remind our listeners to send that annual check to your local Red Cross chapter. Now, Act 3 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
I made a phone call to Police Lieutenant Paul Briscoe at Bonita Springs. Yes, it was the body of Frank Hansen they'd found in that car off the Tamiami Trail. Apparently, he'd just been driving along on his way to the plant, smoking a cigarette, when his heart suddenly... Huh?
That's right. The cigarette just fell to his lap and burned up to ashes.
I told him to run a test on the other cigarettes they'd found with the body, a test for PTM. About an hour later, the lieutenant called me back.
You were right, Mr. Dollar. It was no heart attack that killed him. It was that poison.
Then I talked with Doc and Earl about the personal side of Linda's life, about her love affairs over the years. And yeah, sure enough, the one man who threatened all sorts of things if she married somebody else. But there was still the matter of getting proof for a confession.
Yeah? What is it, Johnny? What are you thinking of?
Doc, I'm going to need your help.
You know I'll do anything I can.
Now, let me think. Let me think for a minute. Yeah. Hey, listen. Can you concoct something out of those chemicals you have there? Something that will, say, make a kind of stain after a few seconds if you put it on your hand?
Well, I don't know, John. Yes, maybe there is. Yes, a combination of this colorless dye with a small amount of ferrous hide. Yes, of course it will.
A combination? Good.
But what for, Johnny?
Because I'm going to play this hunch of mine to the end.
But we need some proof.
Oh, and Doc.
Yeah?
A tiny sponge or a piece of gauze that'll absorb one of those two chemicals that I can tape it inside a finger on my left hand.
Why?
Anything you say, Johnny.
The other chemical, well, just keep it in the bottle until I'm ready to use it.
Johnny, do you mind telling me what you're up to?
Sure I mind. Just get that stuff ready for me, Doc, and we'll take off. A few minutes later, the three of us in Earl's car drove down to the chemical plant. Fortunately, the chief chemist, Harry Forrester, was still there. I was introduced, shook hands with him, with both my hands. Then we took him into a private office, and I went to work on him.
I'm afraid I don't understand what this is all about, Mr. Dollar. Insurance investigator, did you say?
Yeah, that's right, Forrester. Now listen to me.
Oh, very well.
If Linda Hanson were to die...
Linda? Die? Heaven forbid.
Oh?
I was in love with Linda at one time. Very much in love.
With Linda or her money?
I beg your pardon.
You know that's true, Harry.
Pullman, I resent that.
Just sit down, Forrester, and take it easy. Okay, now. If Linda were to die, I would assume that her fortune, including this plant, would go to her husband, Frank.
Frank?
Well,
of course it would. But why do you bring up the thing?
Suppose Frank were to die, too. You'd kind of be next in line, wouldn't you?
I?
Of course you would. After all, you were next in line in her affections, weren't you?
Well, Dollar, I don't see that
Smart, ambitious guy like you? You mean you didn't even rate next to Frank?
Of course I did.
Then you'd be next in line, wouldn't you?
And suppose I were. What difference does it make?
And you just happen to know where to get your hands on PTM.
PTM?
Potassium theramacylolate. You do have it here, don't you?
Why, I would assume so. That is,
chemist? And you aren't sure?
Well, of course we have it. But I've never had occasion to go near this stuff.
Never? You sure of that?
Absolutely. Quite frankly, I'd be afraid of any proximity to such a drug.
Never touched the stuff, huh?
Never.
May I have the bottle, please, Doctor?
There you are, Johnny.
That is PTM.
Now you know it comes in crystal form.
Oh, yes.
No, Forrester, this is just a harmless... Oh, I'm afraid I spilled some of it on your hands.
Yes, you certainly did.
Oh, that's all right. Wipe it off. It's already begun to do its work.
What?
That bluish tinge. Positive proof that you've been handling PTM.
You're sure?
Yeah, that you somehow got into Linda's perfume bottle on some of Henry's cigarettes. Well?
And you know.
That's right. Want to call the police, Earl?
Sure. No. So you're right. So I killed them both. But I'm not going to be dragged through the filthy courts. And neither you nor anybody else...
No, you don't...
Here. Look. This tiny capsule he was about to swallow.
Yeah. What do you think, Doc?
Well, of course I can't be sure. Those crystals certainly look like it.
PTM.
PTM.
So, it'll be up to the courts whether Harry Forrester likes it or not. And believe me, I'd hate to be in his shoes. Well, I keep wondering, why don't they ever learn? Expense account total, including a gift to the Pormans for putting me up for a few days while Earl and I did some fishing, $161 even. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Our star will return in just a moment.
Constipation can be a problem for anyone, even doctors. And when constipation occurs, it's interesting to see just what doctors consider important about a laxative they might use or recommend. Well, a majority of the doctors we heard from had this to say.
A laxative should be effective, gentle, close to natural acting. A medicine that can be used with complete confidence.
Now, X-Lax has been popular with many doctors and millions of people over the years because chocolated X-Lax is effective. Overnight, it helps you toward your normal regularity. X-Lax is so gentle, so close to natural acting, there's no upset. That's why many doctors and millions of people use X-Lax with complete confidence. X-Lax, the laxative that helps you toward your normal regularity, gently, overnight.
Now, here is our star to tell you about next week's program.
Next week, a lesson in how to rob a bank. You think I'm kidding? Well, I'm not. You see, it's also a lesson in how to get caught doing it. Matter of fact, it involves a modern, clever, scientific device that not very many people know about. If more of them did, well, believe me, there'd be a lot less futile attempts at bank robbery. And it's this very device that helps me solve the case I investigate by providing a picture, a simple snapshot that didn't turn up, but that gave me all the evidence I needed. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, originates in Hollywood and is written, produced, and directed by Jack Johnstone. Heard in our cast were Shirley Mitchell, Virginia Gregg, Vic Perrin, Lou Merrill, Paula Winslow, Frank Nelson, and Dick Crenna. Be sure to join us next week, same time and station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is John Wall speaking.
Stay tuned now for Suspense on the CBS Radio Network.
Okay, they're coming into the stretch and turning for home. It's Warlock and Gay Reward head and head for the lead. Here they come. Here comes the finish, and it's Warlock by an O. Man, oh, man, what a race. Man, oh, Manischewitz, what a wine. Yes, in sports, you can tell it's a great moment by the cheers. And in wines, you can tell it's Manischewitz by the raves. Man, oh, man.
Nano Manischewitz, everybody's wine because it tastes so good.
Try all three new Manischewitz fruit wines, blackberry, cherry, and loganberry, each 100% pure and specially sweetened. Serve Manischewitz fruit wines anytime and often.
In a wine glass, on the rocks, in a highball with your favorite mixer.
Man, oh, Manischewitz, everybody's wine because it tastes so good.
Manischewitz Wine Company, New York.
WROW, Albany, New York. Albany, New York. Albany, New York. Albany, New York.
So the great Boston Blackie condescends to visit the lonely Henry Rice. Aren't you afraid your friends will look out and find out about this, Blackie?
I'll take my chances with my friends, Rice. But I'm not going to take a kicking around from you.
I'm kicking you around?
You know what you're doing. You're framing a murder on my friend Shorty.
Oh, terribly unfair of me, isn't it?
You know what it is. An out-and-out frame. The police are looking for evidence on the murder of that fellow Ashley. And you have phony evidence that makes it look as if Shorty killed him.
So I do. A cigarette lighter, I think, with Shorty's initials on it.
And Shorty's fingerprints on it, too. And it was found at the scene of Ashley's murder.
I know. I made sure it would be found there. I've got it, you know.
Yes, for now. But I'm getting it back. Shorty has a record. If the police connect him with Ashley's death, Shorty's as good as dead himself.
Yes, he will be, won't he? It looks as if your friend Shorty will go to the chair for murder, and you, the great Boston Blackie, won't be able to do anything about it.
I might.
I doubt it. Unpleasant position you're in, Blackie, but very pleasant for me.
Look, I'll give you $10,000 for that lighter.
Not interested. Making you miserable is worth 10 times 10,000.
Then what will you take for the lighter?
Nothing. You see, I have everything, Blackie. Everything. Even you in a jam.
Look, you're an art collector, aren't you?
Yes, of a sort.
Of the sort who'd like the Abbott painting in his collection?
Well, now you're getting interesting. But the Abbott is not for sale, Blackie. It's in the City Art Gallery and under heavy guard.
I know. But if you promise to give me Shorty's lighter, I'll get that Abbott for you.
You will? How?
I'll steal it.
That's absolutely impossible.
You let me worry about that.
You can't do it, Blackie. You can't do it.
Can't I? It's 4 o'clock in the afternoon now. By 9 o'clock tonight, I'll have stolen that painting.
And now, back to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Look in the left-hand top drawer of my bureau, will you, Mary? I think you'll find a razor blade with a handle.
All right.
Should be right in the front of the drawer. See it?
Yeah, I have it. Here.
Thanks.
Blackie, why are you collecting all this stuff?
I can't tell you, Mary.
Why not?
Because in the first place, you wouldn't like it, and in the place that ties for first, you wouldn't believe it.
Hmm.
Now, let's see if I have everything in this bag.
Well, you have a razor blade with a handle. You have a knife, rubber gloves, and adhesive tape. That's everything you asked for so far.
Then I guess I have everything I need. Now, all I have to do is close the case. There. And be on my way. So long.
Blackie, what are you going to do? Is it something wrong?
Who, me? Do something wrong? Mary.
Yes, you do something wrong, Blackie.
Mary, you've hurt my feelings. All I'm going to do is get Shorty out of a jam.
With a knife, a razor blade, adhesive tape, and a pair of rubber gloves?
Yes.
What have they got to do with getting Shorty out of a jam?
A lot. And you're asking a lot of questions.
I'm not getting any answers. Oh, Blackie, please tell me where you're going. I'll worry myself sick.
Oh, all right. I'm going to the City Art Galleries.
With a knife?
And a razor blade, adhesive tape, and a pair of rubber gloves. I'm going to steal the Abbott painting.
You are going to do what?
Steal the Abbott painting and give it to Henry Rice.
Oh, Blackie, you're not.
But I am. And don't worry. As soon as he gives me Shorty's cigarette lighter, I'm going to see that the painting goes right back to the gallery.
Well, I should think so, but that's not what worries me. It's how you're going to steal it. There are steel doors and steel shutters on the windows of that gallery, and there are men with guns everywhere. Oh, darling, I don't know how you can possibly steal the Abbott.
Don't you, Mary? Well, don't feel too badly about it. Ask a million people, and they'll tell you it can't be done. But ask me, and I'll say it can.
Come in. Inspector Faraday.
Yeah, Rollins?
Pick up your telephone. There's a little surprise waiting for you on the other end of the line.
Who is it? Little Red Riding Hood?
No.
Rollins, you've been around Blackie too much.
No kidding, Inspector Faraday. Somebody very interesting wants to talk to you.
Yeah?
And it's funny that you mentioned Blackie because he wants to talk to you about Blackie.
Yeah? Who is it?
Pick up your phone and see.
All right, I'll pick it up. But, Rollins, if this is your idea of a joke, I'll give you an idea of what it's like to be pounding a beat. Hello?
Hello, Inspector Faraday. This is Henry Rice.
Henry Rice?
Yes, you remember me, of course.
Remember you? Rice, if it takes me 100 years, I'm going to...
I'm so glad to see you remember me and still hold me in such high esteem.
Hold you in high esteem. I'll high esteem you. I'm going to hold you for murder.
My, how you love me. But I didn't call you to have you boost my ego. I thought perhaps you'd like to know something about your friend Boston Blackie.
I know all I want to know about him.
Oh, but you don't, Inspector, you don't. You've always wanted to send Blackie to the same iron-covered cottage you have for me, but you've never been able to prove anything against him.
I will someday.
Really? Well, Inspector, this is that day.
Yeah? What are you talking about?
Blackie and what he's going to do tonight. is going to steal the Abbott painting from the City Art Gallery.
He's what?
You heard me, Faraday.
Yes, I heard you. But I don't believe you.
I'm not asking you to believe me. I just wanted you to know that the painting was to be stolen. And yet you couldn't keep Blackie from getting it. Have a pleasant night, Inspector.
Listen, Rice, hang up.
Now, wasn't that sort of a surprise, Inspector?
Oh, you still here, Rollins? Yeah, it was a big surprise. And guess what he wanted?
What?
To tell me Blackie is trying to steal the Abbott painting from the City Art Gallery tonight.
Trying to steal the Abbott?
No. Get that, Rollins. Rice thinks I'm dumb enough to fall for that.
Yeah, you'd have to be dumb to fall for it. Not even Blackie could break into the City Gallery, much less break out of it with the Abbott painting.
Yeah, not even Blackie. Why, that painting is so heavily guarded that... so heavily guarded that... Rollins, stop laughing and get me a squad car. If Blackie's going to steal the Abbott, what are we laughing about?
No, Inspector Faraday, the gallery isn't closed. We're open till 9 tonight.
I see, Mr. Lawrence. Then you still have your regular number of guards on duty, huh?
Oh, yes, of course. Even though there are few people in the gallery this late, it's almost closing time.
And nothing's missing?
Well, believe me, this place wouldn't be so quiet if anything were missing. Much less the Abbott painting you thought was going to be stolen tonight.
I didn't think it was going to be stolen, Mr. Lawrence. I just heard a rumor that somebody was after it, and I came down here to check. Just routine.
Well, I certainly appreciate your interest in my gallery, Inspector. Oh, may I show you around?
No, thanks. I have to get back to headquarters. Sorry if I had you worried about your Abbott painting, Mr. Lawrence.
Oh, I don't ever worry about it, Inspector. It's the most heavily guarded painting in my gallery. Not even... Well, what was that?
Sounds like someone broke a window in the front part of the gallery.
Yes, and there was a scream in that gallery there, too.
Come on. I think we better have a look over there.
Yes, I think we'd better. Here, what happened here? What happened?
I don't know, Mr. Lawrence. I just standing here, and all of a sudden the window behind me broke.
Someone must have thrown a stone in from the outside.
No, sir. Nothing fell in here. I'd say someone in here threw something out the window.
Well, did you see anyone throw anything?
No, sir. None of these people here threw anything. Must have been thrown by someone standing where I couldn't see them, sir.
Mr. Lawrence! Mr. Lawrence!
Here comes another one of your guards, Mr. Lawrence.
Yes, and from the Abbott Gallery, too.
Mr. Lawrence! All of a sudden the lights went out. When I turned them on, the Abbott painting was missing.
Well, turn in the alarm quickly.
Tom's gone to turn it on already.
Well, throw the switch that locks the doors and the window shutters.
All taken care of, Mr. Lawrence. Yeah, there goes the alarm.
Oh, dear, the Abbott's stolen. I can't believe it.
I can, Mr. Lawrence. Round up everybody in the place. Don't let anybody out. I want to question everybody. Even though I know the guy who stole your painting. All right, Blackie. I've questioned and searched everybody in the place, including you. And no one has the painting. Where is it?
You did the questioning and the searching. You tell me where it is.
That painting's been cut out of its frame. You cut it out and got rid of it. Now, how did you get it out of here?
The painting is missing?
You know very well it is. Because you stole it.
You can prove that, of course.
No, I can't prove it. But you're here. I got a tip you'd steal it, and the painting is missing. That's all I need to know.
Oh, no, Faraday. You also need to know where the painting is. And until you know that, you can't say I stole it.
All right. I can't say you stole it. But I can think it.
You can what? Think? You can think it? Faraday, you couldn't think your way out of a revolving door. Tell me something. There was a commotion in the other end of the gallery just before the painting was stolen. What was that?
Oh, somebody threw something out of a window.
The painting, maybe?
No, it was just a stone. I thought maybe it had the painting wrapped around it or something. But a cop on the street saw it fall. That was just a stone.
You're sure?
Yeah, that was part of the thief's scheme. To create a commotion in another part of the gallery so he could come in here, turn out the light, and grab the Abbott.
Oh, yes. Very clever idea.
It was your idea, and I know it.
But can you prove it?
No, I can't prove it.
Then, of course, I can go.
Yes, you can go. But when I find that painting, Blackie, your friends will find you in jail.
Oh, good morning, Mary. Come on in.
You better let me come in. Have you seen the morning paper?
No, what have I done now?
You've stolen the Abbott painting.
Oh, that's not news. That's old stuff. I did that last night.
Yes, but how did you do it, Blackie? The way it was guarded, with even Inspector Faraday there.
Oh, just genius, that's all. Just sort of an...
There's a phone call for you, genius.
Thanks. Hello.
This is Henry Rice.
Oh, Henry, good morning.
Yes, isn't it, though? And I see in the papers where you had a good night.
Oh, fair.
You got the Abbott, Blackie. How did you do it? How did you do the impossible?
It wasn't easy, Rice. I just made it look that way.
And now back to Boston Blackie. Blackie's friend Shorty is being framed for the murder of a man named Ashley. Gang leader Henry Rice, who hates both Blackie and Shorty, has the phonied evidence against Shorty, and in order to get it, Blackie promises to steal the valuable and heavily guarded Abbott painting. The morning papers announce that the painting has been stolen. And as we return to our story, Blackie is asking Henry Rice to keep his part of the bargain.
All right, Rice. I stole the painting for you. Where's the cigarette lighter with Shorty's fingerprints on it?
Where's the painting, Blackie?
I'll deliver it.
I'll surrender the lighter on delivery of the painting.
Oh, no. I don't trust you. You crossed me. You tipped off Faraday that I was going to steal the Abbott. But I got the painting for you just the same. Give me the lighter and I'll deliver the painting.
Fair enough. Here it is.
Thanks.
Now, when do I get the painting?
In a little while. But tell me something. What did you call Faraday and tell him I was going to steal the Abbott if you wanted the painting so much?
To tell you the truth, Blackie, much as I wanted that Abbott, I didn't much care whether you got the painting or Faraday got you.
No?
No. You see, it's hard for me to decide which I do most. Like that painting or dislike you.
Faraday speaking.
Hello, Inspector. This is your old pal, Blackie.
Listen, you. I don't want to talk to you until you're ready to tell me what you did with that painting. And then I'm going to talk to you through bars.
You mean they're putting you in a cage?
I'll cage you, Blackie. What do you want?
I want you to meet me at the City Art Gallery so I can give you the Abbott painting.
I wanted you in on this, too, Mr. Lawrence, in case Blackie's just pulling another fast one. I don't know too much about pictures.
Well, I'm glad you called me in, Inspector Faraday. The Abbott was stolen from this room. Oh, Blackie, how did you do it? And where is the Abbott now?
One thing at a time, Mr. Lawrence. You can see how I stole the painting. There's the frame for it, still there on the wall, empty.
Yes, you cut the picture out of its frame. That's obvious. But how did you do it without anyone seeing you?
Well, that was the easiest part of it. I waited until there was no one here, then caused that commotion outside.
While everybody was in the front hall of the gallery, you had time enough to cut the Abbott out of its frame, roll it up, and take it away.
Yes, but not very far. Come on. The Abbott's in the next room. Taped to the back of another picture.
Oh, thank heavens, man. I thought we'd seen the last of the Abbott forever. Where? Which picture?
Right there, the painting of the two children. Oh. Hey, it's gone.
Huh?
It was hanging there last night.
Blackie, we sold that painting not a half hour ago.
What?
Yes, to a man named Smith. Smith from Kansas City.
Smith from Kansas City, huh? I know who that is, all right. An old friend of mine. See you fellas later.
Oh, no, Blackie, you're not going anywhere. This is another one of your tricks. You're coming to...
Not to jail, Faraday. At least not with this gun in my hand.
A gun? Oh, good heavens, why...
Good heavens, Mr. Lawrence? Goodbye.
Hello?
Mary, this is Blackie.
Oh, hello, Blackie. Did you give the painting back to Inspector Faraday the way you promised?
I tried to, Mary, but I couldn't. It's gone.
Gone?
Sold to a man named Smith from Kansas City for $250.
Oh, Blackie, no.
No is right, Mary. I think I know who has it, and it's not John Smith, and he's not from Kansas City.
All right, who has it?
A man who seems to like to play tag. And, Mary, if you don't mind, I'd like you to get into the game.
I don't see any reason for this call of yours, Blackie. As you can see, I am Smith of Kansas City, and I have what I want.
You mean you're Henry Rice of New York, and you think you have what you want?
Then what is that painting hanging on the wall behind my desk? Two very lovely children. Recognize it?
Yes, that's the painting I taped the abbot to.
Surprised?
Frankly, I am. I didn't think you were smart enough to figure out how I'd steal it.
But I was smart enough, wasn't I? I arrived at your method of stealing it by the simple process of elimination, my dear Blackie. You see, it couldn't be taken out of the gallery, and so when I heard it was missing, I knew it must still be in the gallery. And so I looked, and so I found it.
Oh, fine. Is the abbot still taped to the back of that painting on your wall?
Not quite. You'll never find the abbot, I can assure you.
Even if I did find it, Rice, I wouldn't be finding the abbot.
No?
No. If you knew anything about art at all, you'd know the painting I stole for you was a phony.
I don't believe it.
Look at it closely and you'll see. Come on, we'll look at it together and I'll prove it to you.
No, Blackie. You can be more clever than that, really. I can look at the painting myself and tell whether or not it's authentic.
Then go ahead, look at it.
And have you followed me to it? Oh, no.
Then you're going to spend the rest of your days with a phony painting. But that's not my worry.
You know, Blackie, you've aroused my curiosity. I hate to think I've been cheated, but I think you'd better stay here while I go look at it, if you don't mind.
I do mind. What was the buzzer for?
You'll see. There. Turn around and look at the reason for the buzzer. Come in, Max.
Yeah, boss, sure.
Where did you find a guy this big? In the redwood forest?
Rather overgrown youngster, isn't he? Max, I have to run out a minute. Do you think you could persuade this fellow to remain here and quietly until I return?
Oh, sure, boss. I got a friend here in my pocket could convince him like this. Some convincer, huh, boss?
That's good work, Max. That should keep him asleep for a little while. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Hey, you know something, boss?
What?
I like to hit guys on the head. It does something to me. Oh, you come to now, huh? Good. I'll let you get up, and then I'll hit you again with my blackjack. Oh, hi, boss. You back, huh?
Yeah.
Oh. Hello, Rice. Did you see the painting?
Yes, and it's authentic, all right.
Huh?
Never mind, you wouldn't understand, Max. Blackie, your trick, alas, didn't work.
Well, you can't blame a guy for trying, can you?
No. You'll never find the abbot, Blackie. You know, I've outsmarted you at every turn. I feel rather good about that.
I'll get that painting back.
You'll never even see it again. Now, don't you envy me, Blackie. I have the abbot painting. I'm free and clear of any suspicion. But the police are looking for you, and you don't even know where I've hidden the painting. Well, now, I think you've done everything you can for me, Blackie. You may go now.
Well, thanks for something, anyway.
No hard feelings, Blackie. Here, I'll make amends by taking you to the top of the steps. Well, here we are, Blackie. Just one flight down, and you're in the street.
And I suppose you think out on my feet, too.
I trust not. You'll need to be rather nimble to sidestep the police. Don't forget they're looking for you.
Thanks for the warning.
Don't mention it.
Good girl, Mary. You're here right on time. Did everything work all right?
Perfectly. I did just what you told me on the phone. I waited outside Rice's office door, then I followed him down the steps, and from then on I didn't let him out of my sight till he went into another building. But, where's the abbot?
You show me the building Rice went into, and I'll show you the abbot. This is the door he went into when you followed him, Mary?
Yes, Blackie.
This is a warehouse. But warehouse or palace, this is where Rice hid the abbot.
Yeah, but it's such a big warehouse.
We'll find it. Come on, let's go in. Say, the door's unlocked.
That's good.
No, that's bad. Means there's probably a guard around here somewhere.
Shh. Well, this seems to be nothing but an anteroom. There's another door there. Shall we try that one?
Come on, but quietly.
Don't worry.
Now, shh.
I hear footsteps.
Yes, and I see the man who's making them.
Oh, I see something else, too. This is a gambling casino. It's empty now, but Rice must use this place every night.
Uh-huh. And here comes Mr. Footsteps. We'll have to take care of him before we do anything else.
I hope he isn't as big as that Max you were telling me about.
No, he isn't, but he's got a gun. Be quiet, or we'll be telling the angels about him.
You're so right.
Shh, here he comes. Hey, you. Thanks for turning your chain.
Why, Blackie, you hit him only once. You selfish. Not even a second sock for me.
Mary, I would gladly trade that second sock for a second sight that would help me find the abbot.
Oh! Any luck in finding the painting over there, Blackie?
No, Mary. But I may find it under this tabletop.
Well, I have torn things apart till I'm exhausted. It's the last place I'm going to look.
Well, look over the old places again. We may have missed something.
Oh, dear. Well, it's not here. I'm going to rest a minute.
I'll rest in a minute. Not here. I'll try this. Over here, maybe under this table. Nope, nothing here. I'll try over there.
Mind if I play a little roulette while you look?
No, go ahead.
I love roulette when it's for fun.
I love looking for things when I can find them.
Uh-oh. Red and even.
The situation here is black and odd. Oh, gosh, I guess Rice has us fooled completely.
Oh, no, Blackie, you'll find it. Want to quit for a while and, say a little roulette?
No,
stranger?
I gotta start thinking again. I'm sure if Rice came here, the painting is in here.
Red and even. Let's see where the little ball stops this time.
I wish it would stop on the painting. That's it.
What?
Stand back, Mary. That roulette wheel is turned for the last time.
What are you going to do?
Take that table leg here and smash the roulette wheel.
Oh, golly. In a million pieces. And I was just about to spin it and make a fortune.
Mary, we found a fortune. Look under what's left of the wheel.
Well, looks like a roll of canvas.
Here, look at it. When I take it out and unroll it, look.
The painting.
Yes, the painting, Mary, and suddenly the whole picture is changed.
Well, Blackie, so you went to all the trouble of stealing the abbot just because of Shorty's lighter.
Yes, and now Shorty has his lighter, and the art gallery has its abbot, and everybody is happy, I suppose.
Well, I'm not happy. Why didn't you tell me Rice was framing Shorty and let me get that lighter from him?
Because by the time you'd have cleared Shorty, he'd have been sent to the electric chair.
Shorty was innocent.
Of course he was. Well, if you're unhappy because I didn't let you help clear Shorty, I'm unhappy because Henry Rice was the cause of all this, and he's going free.
Oh, no, he isn't.
You've arrested him? Well, what for? Running a gambling joint?
No, we couldn't prove that. But the DA has a great case against him, Blackie. And all because Rice made you steal that painting.
But you can't say Rice stole the painting. I did.
Yes, you stole it, Blackie. But who got it after you stole it?
Well, Rice did. Oh. I'm beginning to see a little flaw in Rice's master plan.
And what a flaw. You didn't actually steal the abbot. Technically, all you did was move it from one room to another. So that clears you. I'm sorry to say. But the painting was taken out of the gallery, so Rice goes to jail for receiving stolen property.
Good work, Faraday. This all started with Shorty's cigarette lighter. But it looks like Rice met his match.
the start of our scheduled program to bring you a bulletin from CBS News. Washington. The State Department has issued a statement in response to the proposal by Jacob Malik, the Soviet delegate to the United Nations, for a ceasefire in Korea. The State Department said that if Malik's proposal is more than propaganda, adequate means for discussion and end to the conflict are available. The State Department said we are ready to play our part. This bulletin has come to you from CBS News. We now resume our regular program.
Broadway's my beat. From Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway is my beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
The nighttime starts at the river before it closes over Broadway. A wind drifts in with the moistened shadows, flings them into the street, flattens them against the gutter, picks a man waiting for a bus, and wraps darkness around him. And a light comes on, and another, and down the street there where the crowd is gathered against the traffic signal, high above them a neon sputters, flames. The spectaculars dance. Somebody runs into the street and yells, "Come on," and everybody does. Night has come to Broadway. And where I was, there was a wind. The built-in wind, a thing composed of poor ventilation, tears, shed and unshed, and bottled chemicals. It was the basic ingredient of the city morgue, though not to be found on blueprints or bills of specifications. It was something new to the man walking beside me.
This place? This place?
Just take it easy, Mr. Larson.
I'll tell you something. I guess it'll sound funny. I've read about places like this, and I've closed my mind to what I read. I guess I never wanted to visualize anything.
Right here, Mr. Larson. What was your daughter wearing?
Mrs. Larson wrote it down for me. You see, I wasn't home when Ruth went to the movies, so Mrs. Larson... Ruth was wearing a skirt and blouse, pink bobby socks and saddle shoes. I guess you want to know this, too. She was 5'1". She was 14 in May. She had brown hair and brown eyes. And I want you to know, Mr. Clover, I guess all fathers feel the same way. My Ruth was... Well, our friend said she was a remarkable child. We're going to send it to... under that sheet.
This girl was found in a vacant lot between your home and the theater your wife mentioned when she called.
How... I mean... Look, you know what
Beaten, fractured skull.
I have to look, don't I?
Yes. If it's your daughter.
Ruth's a nice girl. She started to go to parties with boys, and she always gets home by 11 o'clock. She's going to be a dancer. When people come to the house, she dances for them.
Mr. Larson.
You see, as I told you before... Ruthie? Oh, Ruthie. Who did it? What monster? Who did it to you? Who? Who?
The fury took over. The man, trembling with it, shivering with it, scurried from wall to wall, enraged at the wound the death of his child had clawed across his heart, torn inside his throat. The helpless, futile rage of the animal whose small range of understanding has been kicked, beaten, thrown against the barbed wall of violence. Not once more did he look at his child. Now try only to wipe out the memory, try to strangle the long-ago laughter and sobs that the child had let echo through him. And finally, the collapse, the heap on the concrete floor. And you call quietly to the officer on duty to help you lift the man, carry him to a place where he can sleep away the fury of his dead. Then back to your office and close the door on it. Stand at the window, watching the squalls of the nighttime wash against it, beat against it. and then stare at the walls. And then hear the door open for it, to let it all in again.
Danny? Danny?
What do you want?
Dr. Sinsky's report. He was busy on another. He asked me to bring it to you, so...
Leave it on my desk.
All right. You're not going to look at it, Danny?
Why? I know what's in it.
Well, I thought I did, too, till I glanced it over on the way to your office. You better take a look at it.
You're so eager, I don't want to spoil it for you. Tell me about it, Muggavan.
Danny.
You tell me, Muggavan.
We've had other kids who...
And this one's no different. That all, Muggavan?
That's what I've been trying to tell you. This one is different. Just what you saw when you first found her. That's what's in the report. Beaten, skull fractured with the butt of a gun. Nothing else.
Then give me a motive. Give me another motive why a 14-year-old child should... Clover speaking.
Sergeant Tartaglia at this end. Homicide, Danny. Woman in backyard of house at 1845 West 11. People named Murray. Upstairs wants you on it. Shall I tell him you're agreeable, Danny?
Tell him I'm... Bring me a motive, Muggavan. Upstairs wants me to run an errand.
She's over here, Mr. Clover. Right here.
Dead. Beaten. I'd say her skull had been fractured, Mr. Murray.
Oh, I don't understand it. I just don't understand it.
Tell me what happened.
We were sitting in the library. A knock came on the back door. I wanted to answer it, but Beatrice said I looked so comfortable.
There was just you two in the library. You and your wife.
And Sis.
Sis?
My sister Claudia. She can't hear anything. She's deaf. She never goes out of the house. I take care of her.
Well, who's in the house with her now? Who's playing that organ?
Oh, Sis plays.
I see. Go ahead.
Well, there was this knock on the door, and Beatrice went to the door, and I heard her talking to someone. At least I think I did. I want you to know I'm not sure about that. I kept reading, that's all. And Sis was practicing.
Didn't your wife scream? Didn't you hear any...
No, I didn't. I happened to look up from my book a little later, after she went to the back door.
How much later?
Well, I don't know. I looked up, and she still wasn't there.
She hadn't come back yet from answering that knock on the door.
That's right. So I went out back. The back door was still open, but there wasn't anybody there. I called to her, and then I started toward the alley, and I stumbled. I stumbled over Beatrice lying...
Then what did you do?
Well, I called the police, and then I told Sis what had happened.
You speak sign language?
Yes, I learned it when I was very young so that I could speak with Sis. She's been with me all the time.
Huh. How long have you been married?
14 years. Why, what's that got to do?
Happily?
Of course, happily.
You have any children?
No, that's something Beatrice and I agreed on. Sis needs taking care of, and Beatrice is always so busy.
Busy doing what?
Clubs and auxiliaries, you know. She was well-liked, got things done. She was admired and well-liked.
Then who would want to kill her?
Nobody would want to kill Beatrice. Nobody.
Mr. Murray...
She was a middle-aged woman, Mr. Clover. Everybody she knew was her friend. She did charity work. People came with troubles. Anybody. She'd help them. Why would anybody want to kill her? What motive would he have? What motive, Mr. Clover?
It was there again. What motive? A 14-year-old girl, the loved child of a quiet, nameless family, until a killer had taken the butt end of a gun, beaten their name and their dead child's name into the newspapers that choked the trash bins supplied for the purpose by the Department of Sanitation. What motive for that? And for Mrs. Beatrice Murray, admired, liked, charitable, a woman to whom the trouble came, a childless woman who sat in the evening and sewed together the patchwork of her day while her husband read and his sister released the music she couldn't hear. What motive for that brutal death? Because you find no answer, share it with Dr. Sinsky. Ask the question of him. Burden the gentle doctor with it.
You put me a question, Danny, that is not strictly in my department or in my education.
Mind if I bum another cigarette?
Oh, here. Help yourself.
Thanks. You've been with us a long time, Doctor. Some of it must have rubbed off.
Danny, I deal only in known quantities. You boys bring me the wounds you find, I wash them, bandage them. You bring me the dead, I perform autopsies. Known quantities, Danny. Like I know my name, your name, that this Mrs. Murray was murdered by the butt of the same gun that hammered away the life of the child Ruth.
Why? Tell me why. I'll go out and buy my own pack of cigarettes.
If I had gold, you could have it, Danny. No strings to it. No. For the question you ask, go consult a specialist. A man who puts the microscope of his training to the emotions.
The department psychiatrist?
Yes, to him. Perhaps he will agree with me, and I'm only an amateur, a dabbler, mind you, Danny, that this violence, this ugly, bestial violence, has been committed by what is called a paranoid.
I've read about them. Had them screaming in my office. They dream up hates against themselves.
For this they kill. An animal, a child, a woman. Excuse me, Danny. Come in, please.
Looking for me, Gino?
Yeah, Danny. Fresh homicide. Alley on West 10th. Muggerman's got a squad car.
Let me finish my cigarette, Tartaglia.
Well, sure, Danny. Well, sure, if you want.
It's finished.
A woman, Danny.
Yeah. Put your flash on her. Hold it right there. Where's that music coming from?
An apartment upstairs, Danny? The back of her head, it's...
Uh-huh. Keep your flash still.
We've seen it 2 times already. In a short space. This makes 3.
It made 3. The woman staring into the beam of the flashlight Muggerman held close to her face, staring in the final disbelief that this had happened to her in this place, in this time. She lay in awkwardness, her dress disarranged, her hand where it had frozen trying to straighten the wisp of blood-clotted hair under her black straw hat. The alley wind found the white lace at her throat, riffled it, and the murdered woman made 3.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. The Peggy Lee Show bowed in over most of these same CBS stations last Sunday night. Folks who heard it will be back tomorrow for more of Peggy's charm, Peggy's vocals, Peggy's previews of coming popular musical events. Enjoy the Peggy Lee Show for lighthearted summer listening at the Star's address.
The night music of summer spills into Broadway from the scarred throats of the loudspeakers hanging over the record shops. And this summer's kids, in the off-the-shoulder cottons and the transparent California sports shirts, squeeze each other into the doorways and lap it up. And then someone shrills a new diversion in a new shop window on a new corner, and Broadway's youth rebops on down to it. It's an old ceremony on Broadway, this dancing in the streets, and the sweating barker with a fistful of passes to happy upstairs lands. Just the price of the amusement tax, kid. That's old, too. The girl in the swimsuit lying on the billboard beach, never aging, but old. And the touch of summer's night on your eyelids, that's familiar, too. It's all happened to you before. And where I was, where Muggerman was, it had happened before, too. To a 14-year-old girl named Ruth. To Mrs. Beatrice Murray. And now to the woman lying dead in an alley, not feeling the touch of the man who had first timidly and then with effort twisted the purse out of her hand.
She was holding on to it so tight, Danny.
Open it.
So tight. Yeah. Killed the same way as the other 2, wouldn't you say, Danny?
Uh-huh.
Maybe our fair city's being honored with a mad killer, huh?
Maybe.
Sick man with a grudge against women, even if they're a kid.
Looks like it. How long does it take to go through the purse, Muggerman?
I'm just sorting the unnecessary stuff, Danny. Tissues, compact, change purse, bobby pins. There's a sales slip for... Let's see. Hold a flash a minute, Danny.
Yeah.
For China wear. A tortoiseshell comb with silver edging.
That's all? No identification?
Well, I haven't tried this inside flap yet, Danny. Yeah, here it is. New Social Security card made out to, hold it again. Alma Russell, 4212 6th Avenue. That's around 8th Street, Danny.
Maybe she was on her way home, took this alley. It cuts through to 6th. Killer knew she took it sometimes, waited for her here, slugged her, made sure she was dead.
Got a confession, Danny. It puzzles me.
You alone in the world?
3 of them dead. That girl, that woman with her husband, and the sister who plays the organ. Now this one. I could understand it if...
If what?
There wasn't a mark on him, Danny, other than the beating from the gun, but not a mark. And this girl's young.
About 25, I'd say.
Pretty. Neat. Clean. I bet she was attractive. Sweet.
What are you building, Upman?
Well, we've had them before, Danny. The guys who wait in alleys, go to moving picture houses, talk to little girls, and the vacant lot. This kind we've had before. And in a way I could understand it. But the killer who...
You said he was sick. Dr. Sinsky called him a paranoid.
Whatever they call him, it scares me sick. I got a niece lives 3 blocks from me with my brother. She's...
Funny. You're trying to talk about her like the girl's father did when... Go call them, Morton McGill.
Danny, the thought that it could happen...
Go call them. I'll wait for you. And in a little while, the young woman who had hugged death in an alley was attended to by gentle people, which is the miracle of violent death in a great city. The intern, the stranger in the white jacket, knelt beside her, shook his head, and thought a thought that included both of them. And an ambulance driver looked at her and bit his lip when he put her on the stretcher. Then the alley was no longer remarkable. It resolved back unto itself. A play of refuse, mewings, and the shortcut home. It was the end of something or another. For me, it was the end of the day. Home now in bed. Adjust the mind not to dream. This can be done by a policeman assigned to homicide. Sleep the night through and wake and have the coffee and read the paper and get to work. Go now to the address on 10th Street because a girl named Alma Russell once lived there. Ring the bell. Adjust your mind again to the fact that you're going to talk about the murder of a young woman at 8:30 in the morning.
You from the police?
Yes, I am.
Well, come in. In here. The kitchen. Sit down.
Thanks.
What's your name?
Danny Clover.
Mine's Perdon. Ethel Perdon. I'm mine host to the boarders. Had your coffee yet, Danny?
Uh-huh.
Me too. You won't mind if I try making up this face of mine, do you? I say making up because that's the phrase that's used.
How is it that you're expecting the police, Mrs. Perdon?
Well, I read the morning papers, don't I? Alma got killed, didn't she? She lived here, didn't she? So, who should I expect? Humphrey Bogart? Yeah. How does the lipstick look, Danny? Kissable or otherwise? Otherwise, huh?
Look, Mrs. Perdon, I want you to tell me everything you can about Alma Russell.
Sure, sure. Can you reach that mascara, Danny?
Hmm?
Yeah, right there on the shelf, see? Thanks. About Alma? A maid. Cleans, sweeps, dusts. $1 an hour.
Who'd she work for?
Well, she never said. Quit a job a couple of weeks ago. I think she got another one just the other day. Well, I guess that's the best I can do with my facial equipment. Mirror, mirror on the wall.
What else about her?
Well, I don't know what else. She paid board, kept to herself, was no trouble, didn't talk, except a how do you do and a very well, thank you. Nice table manners. Broke her bread and never left much crumbs. Nice girl.
What about boyfriends?
None here in my establishment. All ladies. What happens in the street, I wouldn't know. Help me with my coat, will you, Danny?
You going someplace?
Well, sure I am.
I want to look at Alma's room.
First landing, door on your right. You want to talk to me soon again, Danny?
Maybe. After I look at Alma's room.
I'll be easy to find. Your place. Your morgue. I'm going down and cry for Alma Russell. Somebody's got to cry for her.
Watch her leave for a session of weeping through mascaraed eyelashes. The pastime, the protest against her being bitter and lonely and unwanted. And enter the dead woman's room. Search it. Note its primness. Handle the modest belongings of a girl who had washed, dusted, arranged the belongings of other women in other, richer rooms. The pile of old magazines carefully saved on the closet shelf. And on the bedstand, the new ones. The fan magazines, the romances, truer than her own because they were printed on slick paper. The dresser, lined with a thin layer of inexpensive underclothes. The wardrobe with the bargain flowered prints. The starched maid's uniform, the cloth coat, and the moth-proof bag. And that was it, the sum of Alma Russell's life. And then back to headquarters and the concern of Sergeant Gino Tartaglia for your tiredness, for your paleness.
Danny, not that it is mine to meddle, but, well, you should exhibit yourself to the sunshine more. Loll on Far Rockaway on your day off.
Gino.
Bring cheeks of tan to your cheeks. Bare your pale feet to the vitamin-filled rays
My
of...
pale feet bother you?
Nothing whatsoever about your personality bothers me, Danny. It's only that
I know, Gino. You'd feel better if I got sunburned.
Well, it is the fashion of the season.
There's a rumor murder is the fashion.
Yeah, this also. 3, the members of the opposite sex.
Could be so simple. If only somewhere I could find where their lives had been touched by one man, by one killer.
Danny, don't whip yourself. I put the boys working on it like yes. They can't find it either. All they come up with is a reading on a sales slip.
Huh?
The sales slip you found in the purse of the deceased Alma Russell. It seems the girl bought a teapot from a place called Ivar's, paid $200 for it. And this makes a mishmash, upsets your colleagues in the department.
$200 for a teapot bought by a girl who makes $1 an hour. Doesn't it upset you?
Something we can do for you, sir?
Yes, there is. I'm from the police.
Good. Are we interested in some Chinaware today?
Yes, we are. I want you to take a look at this. This sales slip.
What is it?
It's for a teapot, one that costs $200.
I don't understand why we're lifting our eyebrows, sir. Of course it did. A Stratfordshire teapot on the current market is worth at least that.
This sales slip was found on a young lady that's been murdered.
I see.
The young lady happened to have purchased this teapot here.
I see.
Her name was Alma Russell.
I see.
How does $1 an hour maid buy a $200 piece of china?
By paying $200 for it. Miss Russell paid exactly that much.
Then you remember Miss Russell.
Oh, indeed, yes. We sold it to her ourselves about 3 weeks ago. I remember the transaction well. She'd called the day before to price the teapot. The next day she came in with the money about midday on a Thursday.
Unless it was her day off, she was in uniform. Didn't it seem strange that a housemaid...
Yes, it did. I might as well tell you.
Tell me what?
The sales slip says $200. She didn't pay that for it. She paid $190 for it, tax included. We paid the difference out of our own pocket. In the trade, we are known as a sucker for hard luck stories about teapots, and Miss Russell had one.
You want to tell me about it now or later?
Miss Russell was dusting the china at the home of her employer, broke a Stratfordshire teapot, hid the debris, bought another one before the accident was discovered as a replacement.
Just one more thing. Did she say who this employer was?
She did not. However, there are some regular clients of ours who eat off the stuff.
Like who?
The Llewellyns, for example, the Crandalls, second and third, the Murrays, the Westfalls.
Which Murrays?
On West 11th, the Paul Murrays. Are we being helpful?
We'll never know how much.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Clover. Please come in.
Thanks. Mr. Murray...
You want to talk to me, don't you? This way, down the hall. Oh, Claudia, that is Sis, is practicing. We don't want to disturb her. Through this door. In here, the library. Now, do you know the man who killed my wife?
We know the kind of man who killed your wife.
Yes?
A paranoid.
Paranoid?
A person who's quick to find a reason to kill, and he doesn't need much of a reason. Just cross him.
A crazy man?
You could say that.
Well, they tell me a lot of crazies are clever, but why come to tell me about it? You should be out looking for the man.
I just thought I'd stop by and let you know how we were progressing.
I'm busy.
Oh?
my hobby. Model trains. I was assembling this engine. It's a diesel.
Oh. Careful work. Must take a lot of patience.
Please, put it down. It's fragile. I don't allow anyone to touch it.
All right. I said I stopped by to let you know how we were progressing.
Come back when you can tell me the killer's name. And from what I've been reading, you'd better hurry up. 3 killings. Indiscriminately. By the same man.
By the same man. The way we figure it, Mr. Murray, is that the killer was really only interested in killing one person. He killed the other 2 to make it look like what you said, indiscriminate killings.
I don't understand.
To make it look like murder without a motive, without plan. But there was motive.
What motive for killing a 14-year-old girl?
None. Part of the plan.
And that housemaid?
None. But that was the killer's mistake. If he'd killed someone else, I wouldn't be here now.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Aren't you going to ask me why anyone should kill your wife?
There was no motive, like the others.
The killer had one. He had a wife who didn't want the burden of an afflicted sister-in-law. That's only a guess. Did your wife ever complain about your sister?
Get out of here.
You said your wife was a warm and open-hearted woman. She wanted children, didn't she?
You're presumptuous. You're crude. Get out of here.
You already had a child in your house. Sis, your sister. You never let her be anything but a child.
I don't have to take these insults. And put that down. Put that train down. You're crazy. Crazy. You broke it deliberately. All that work and you... I'll kill you. I'll kill you.
You're a broken toy train.
I'll kill you.
That's how you're going to convince me you're a madman.
You.
Cop an insanity plea. You're going to try harder than that. That's right. Settle down.
You broke my train.
Cut it out, Murray. You're no more crazy than I am.
Sis.
Paranoid would have had reason to kill that maid, that 14-year-old girl. You killed to cover up your wife's murder. She'll find out what happened. We'll let her know.
Oh, sis, what have I done?
Broadway leaps against the night. The sound it makes is the crash of life deep inside the earth and the hiss of neon, the laugh that screams. They melt together. The sound you get is shock. There's another sound, the teardrop. But no one listens. No one hears. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia and Jack Crucian as Muggavan. The program was produced and directed by Elliott Lewis with musical score composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. In tonight's story, Joseph Kearns was heard as Paul Murray. Featured in the cast were Charles Davis, Martha Wentworth, and Harry Bartell. Two styles of music, both tops in popularity, are heard every Sunday over most of these same CBS stations. Guy Lombardo's Sweetest Music This Side of Heaven is one. The other's the singing style of Mario Lanza, new vocal sensation of the airwaves. Enjoy Guy Lombardo and his Royal Canadians and the Mario Lanza Show tomorrow night. Stay tuned now for Sing It Again, which follows immediately over most of these same CBS stations. Bill Anders speaking. This is CBS, where you meet adventure with Charlie Wilde on Sundays on the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective. The people who make 76 gasoline and Triton Motor Oil, Union Oil Company, present The Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective, starring Wally Mayer and Kathy Lewis. If some of you have wondered where Mike Shane has been during regular office hours the past few days, you'll find the answer on the front page of this evening's San Francisco papers. That's right, the murder trial of Jack Holmes. At this moment, which is along about 6:30, Phyllis Knight has one of those newspapers spread out on the desk before her. As she glares at the headlines, Mike is talking on the phone to Inspector Faraday.
Yeah, Faraday, yeah, I just got back from court.
Didn't take the jury long to decide. Less than 2 hours, Mike.
That boy is no more guilty than I am. Sure, somebody killed the watchman, but not Jack Holmes.
Now, don't take it so hard, Mike, just because his sweetheart hired you to investigate.
All right. Maybe I'm sentimental about those two kids, but I say Jack Holmes isn't the killer type. And with a nice girl like Janet Miley... Oh, Faraday, I let him down, and Janet was so certain I could help him.
Take it easy, Mike. You did your best, but the evidence was against you.
Yeah, sure it was. Is that unusual? Why, I've cleared dozens of guys when it looked like...
Janet, what's wrong?
Hello, Mike.
I'll talk to you later, Faraday. The girls just walked in.
Janet, are you sick? You're white as a sheet.
Here, get her some water, honey, quick.
Yeah. Mr. Shane.
Yes?
Jackie.
Yeah?
Jackie.
Oh, here, sit down, honey. Let me help you.
Oh, the poor kid. She's all unstrung about the verdict.
No, it's more than that. Her hands are like ice.
He didn't do it. I just discovered
What?
the grocery.
What? Janet, what are you trying to say, honey?
My room. Somebody went through.
Huh?
Oh, it's just... Here, Janet, drink this water. Janet? 12:15. I just discovered. I went and told him. Thought he would... Mike, she's fainted. I'm going to call a doctor.
Phyllis.
Yeah?
Call Inspector Faraday. She's dead.
Okay, Mike, I fixed it. We can go to Jack's cell now.
All right. Now remember, honey, not a word about Janet's death. Jack will go all to pieces and we'll learn nothing.
I know, but it seems so hard-hearted.
This way, kids.
Ah, boy.
Sad business, I guess the girl figured after that jury's verdict she didn't have anything left to live for.
Suicide? No. If Janet found something she thought would clear Jack, she certainly wouldn't take poison.
Unless she took the poison before she got the information that would clear Jack.
No, then she would have called a doctor. If we can believe her dying words, she went first to some man, told him her discovery, then came to us. She didn't even know she was poisoned.
All right, but who did it? If we only knew what she was trying to tell us.
Better pipe down. That's Jack's cell with the jailer standing outside.
Oh, yes, sir. Now let me do most of the talking.
All right, Morrissey, open it up.
Yes, Inspector.
Hello, Jack.
Hello.
How do you feel, Jack?
Oh, top of the world. It's so cheering to be condemned to death for a crime you didn't commit.
You had a fair trial, my boy. The jury could decide only on the evidence presented.
I told them I left the warehouse that night way before it happened. At 12:15, I was at home. But no, they take the word of that cab driver.
He did pick you up at the warehouse door, and he said the clock in the drugstore read 12:15. I checked the clock myself the next day. It was an electric, right on time.
So did I, Jack. Unless the cab driver was lying, and he seemed like an honest guy.
I see. Even my loyal detective, Mr. Shane, says I'm guilty.
Oh, no. No, Jack, you don't understand.
Go ahead. Say I killed the watchman. Say I stole the diamonds. You never were working for Janet and me.
Yes, we were, Jack, and we still are. That's why we're here. It's about Janet. She's not so good.
What? What are you trying to say?
She came to the office a little while ago and tried to tell us something, some new evidence she had found, but, well, she got sick.
What's wrong? Is she all right? Where is she?
Now, easy, son, easy. She's still at the office. She said a lot of mixed-up things, Jack. Her room had been ransacked, something about a grocery, that you weren't guilty, and she had discovered proof and told him so.
Him? Who's him?
Oh, that's what we don't know. Does Janet have any close men friends she might go to?
Not that I know of. We've been engaged for almost a year now. She never mentioned any. Our boss, Mr. Phillips, is a good friend of both of us.
Yes, he's paying the fee on the case. She might have gone to him, or maybe to his partner.
Mr. Russell? Oh, no, not that old crab.
Well, why come to me? Janet's the one to tell you.
Well, as we said, Jack, she's all busted up over this thing, and she isn't well.
Well, she can talk, can't she? Can she?
Jack.
I can see it in your faces. Something's happened to her. What is it? Tell me. She's dead, isn't she?
We're awfully sorry, son.
I see. You went out to my home, Mr. Shane.
That's right, Mr. Phillips, and your wife told us you were working at the office this evening.
Yes, Russell and I spent so many days in court on the trial. We had to work evenings to keep up with business.
Now, I wouldn't imagine there'd be such a turnover in the wholesale jewelry line.
You'd be surprised. Our firm cuts and mounts gems for at least half the better jewelry stores in the city.
And the robbery and loss of the diamonds didn't hurt your trade?
It would have, Inspector, except for the capture and trial of Jack Holmes. Of course, we're covered by insurance. If you'll step into the office. Oh, Mr. Phillips. Mr. Phillips. Yes, Bauer?
May I see you a moment, sir?
Yes. Excuse me, please. Go right into the office.
Okay, sure.
Thank you.
Well, good evening, Mr. Russell. Miss Russell.
Good evening.
I believe you and your sister know Inspector Faraday.
Of course. Yes. How are you, Inspector?
Fair enough, thanks. So the lady executives work nights around this company, too.
If she's the treasurer, she does.
I'm sorry to keep you waiting. And now, Mr. Shane, I suppose you'd like your fee, now that nothing more can be done for poor Jack.
Well, I'd hardly bring Inspector Faraday along just to collect the check, Mr. Phillips.
Well, I assume...
The case is cracked wide open again. Janet Miley has just died.
What?
Janet? She was poisoned.
She staggered into our office about an hour ago, gasped out a few words, and she died.
I was afraid of this. Remember, Ann, I said to you, if the jury brought in a guilty verdict...
It wasn't suicide, Mr. Russell. I said she was poisoned.
Poisoned?
Her dying words were that she'd found new evidence, and that she had gone to him, some man, and told him.
Well, of course, she came to me, but she didn't say anything about evidence.
What time was this, Mr. Phillips?
About 6 o'clock. She was crying and hysterical. Begged me to help Jack to get a retrial or an appeal. I tried to comfort her.
Excuse me, Mr. Phillips, but I thought you'd like these invoices.
I'm very busy, Mr. Bauer.
Oh, yes, sir. I'll leave them here on the desk.
If Janet found any new evidence, it'd hardly be likely to clear Jack Holmes. I'm pretty well convinced that young man is a born criminal.
Mr. Russell, that's unfair.
Is it? Look at the court testimony. Phillips and I found shortages in Jack's account books. We called him back to the office that night to explain. He couldn't. Said he wanted to spend the night checking back through his records. Phillips and I left. Next thing we know, 1,300 carats worth of diamonds are missing. Night watchman's found dead.
You never found the diamonds?
Of course not. He hid them.
I'm afraid it's true. The watchman's clock was smashed. It stopped at 12:10. The cab driver picked up Jack at 12:15.
Mr. Bauer, would you mind leaving the room?
Oh, yes, sir. I'm sorry.
He's new here. Bauer is the nosiest secretary I've ever hired.
Now I remember.
Remember what?
Well, I was in the outer office this evening. When Janet came out of this room, Bauer stopped her. I heard him say something about going out to a bar and having a little chat.
I'm going to call him back.
A bar, eh?
Do you suppose the poison was slipped into a drink?
Mr. Bauer. Oh, Mr. Bauer, hold on. Stop! Inspector, what's wrong? He's running for the front door.
We'll return to Michael Shane and his adventures in just a moment. Week in and week out, a lot of motorists go along wondering why their engines lack power without realizing that much of their trouble may be due to dirty or worn-out spark plugs. Yes, that's right. Defective or worn spark plugs are to blame for a great deal of poor engine performance. For example, engineering tests show that faulty spark plugs can waste 1 tankful of gasoline out of every 10, which not only cuts down your mileage, but causes your engine to lose power. So, friends, if it's been 3,000 miles or more since your spark plugs were checked, or if your engine has been losing power, it's a pretty safe bet that the Union Oil Minuteman Spark Plug Service can do you some good. Union Oil spark plug inspection is scientifically performed. The condition of each plug is carefully measured on a special machine, and you can see the results for yourself. If your plugs are dirty, the Minuteman will clean and adjust them. Or if new plugs are indicated, he can quickly install them. The cost of this service is only a few cents per plug, and you'll soon save that in extra mileage. You'll find Union Oil Minutemen ready to serve you wherever you see the sign of the big orange and blue 76. While Inspector Faraday hurries off in pursuit of the fleeing Secretary Bauer, Mike and Phyllis have set off on an errand of their own, and now in the hallway of a certain apartment house.
Oh, here we are. 327. Oh, much better than here.
Mike, that Secretary Bauer, he's tied into this somehow. Snooping around to hear that we've said and then running from the inspector.
Well, leave that problem to Faraday, usual. Wow. Place looks all in order. Hey, wait a minute, honey. Her bed. It's not made up. It's cut to pieces.
Yeah, the stuffing pulled out of the mattress. What on earth were they looking for?
Let's go here. Let me see. Oh, the bathroom.
Mike, look at the medicine cabinet. And the floor.
Uh-huh. Bottles and jars scattered all over the place.
Oh, every one of them with its top or... Look at this cold cream jar. Here, the cream's been scooped out and dropped all over the basin.
Huh? Oh, that's an old trick, honey. Hiding gems in a woman's makeup.
Mike, you don't think that she had the diamond?
Well, somebody thought so. Maybe she did. No, that guess. That's too dizzy. Well, come on, let's check the other room again. Here, there's something worth looking into. A desk.
Yeah, somebody else found it, too. Drawers yanked out, everything's a mess.
I doubt if there's anything left for us, but I'll just double check. Bills, circulating. No, just the usual stuff. Say, how about that wastebasket, honey?
How about it? Here,
Huh?
put in my thumb and pulled out a plum. What a big girl am I?
Yeah. A check torn in half. Paid to the order of Janet Miley. $2,000. And signed by... Well, I'll be a...
Anne Elizabeth Russell. I think this note went with it, Mike. It's the same handwriting.
Janet, take this and do as I say. That's all. Take this and do as I say.
Which apparently Janet did not. $2,000 is a rather expensive no thanks.
Well, step this in your purse, Angel. We're about to go places and ask questions.
You know, if you ask me, Miss Russell...
Quiet. Somebody's at the door. Quick, snap off the lights. I'll flatten against the wall. I'll jump him when he comes in.
No, Mike.
All right, buddy. Come on, up with your hand. What? Let go of me, you dope.
What? Faraday. You?
Yeah, me.
Oh, I thought you were chasing Bauer.
Got away. I phoned Phillips for Bauer's home address. Turned out to be a gas station.
Oh, a phony, eh? Well, we've got a lead that may be better. Come on, let's go.
Give the doorbell another push, Mike.
You know, I wish these people would stay put. First we go to their homes, but they're working at the office. Now they're not at the office, they're home.
Somebody's coming now.
Yes? Oh, it's you again.
Don't strain your enthusiasm, Mr. Russell. May we come in?
Yes.
Mr. Russell, we would like to talk to your sister.
Anne? Oh, well, she's upstairs.
Will you ask her to come down, please?
Yes, if you'll go into the living room. Anne? Oh, Anne, will you come downstairs? May I ask what you people want?
Oh, you'll hear it. Oh, by the way, sir, I believe your sister is treasurer of your company?
He is.
For how long?
6 or 7 years.
How long was Janet Miley with your firm?
Several years. She worked in the same department with Jack Holmes. Look here, I insist on knowing what this is about.
Alfred?
In here, Anne.
Oh, so you're all back.
Yes, these people say they want to talk to you, Anne.
Phyllis, give me that check and note.
Ready and waiting.
Miss Russell, would you look at this note and check, please?
So Janet gave them to you. What did she tell you?
Right now, I'm more interested in what you told her. What was Janet to do for your $2,000?
$2,000? And what's the meaning of this?
I was merely trying to save you from yourself, brother dear.
Save me?
I've watched you for a long time, Alfred.
What is...
I saw the way you were mooning around Janet.
I don't know what you're talking
Oh,
about.
don't you? I know you proposed marriage to the girl. And now with Jack out of the way, you thought she'd say yes. But I'm not going to have another woman in this organization. I have trouble enough as it is.
That doesn't explain the $2,000, Miss Russell.
Of course it does. I offered her the money to get out of town and not come back.
And what right had you? You're not running my life.
Well, this puts a new slant on everything. Could be that Russell wanted Jack out of the way so he could have a clear track with Janet.
The diamond robbery might have been conveniently arranged.
That's a lie.
If Miss Russell didn't want her brother to marry Janet, and the girl wouldn't buy off, then perhaps Big Sister thought of another way out.
You mean the poison route, Phil?
How dare you?
You mustn't. I know some naughty names, too.
Oh, surely, Mr. Shane, you've got some brains. You don't believe such insane twaddle.
Are you referring to my colleagues, Miss Russell, or to your story?
No.
It could be possible you and your brother Alfred have been putting on a little act for us.
I'll answer that remark, Mr. Shane, but right now you're wanted on the phone.
What? Oh, thanks. Hello?
Mr. Shane, this is Bauer.
Yeah?
I've got to see you at once.
What? Where are you?
Listen, I have the real dope on the murder. Meet me at the old Dutch windmill in Golden Gate Park.
What time?
Let's see, it's just about 10 o'clock. Make it 10:30. And come alone. Don't tell anybody.
Okay, Bauer.
So it's Bauer. Where is he, Mike?
Quiet, Inspector. Well, Mr. Russell, I think we'll be running along. If we have any more questions, we'll be back.
I'm sure you will.
No, please. Don't bother to see us to the door.
Mike, where are we going?
Golden Gate Park. Bauer wants to talk to us secretly.
A great secret with somebody listening on the line.
What? Who's listening?
Miss Ann Russell on the extension phone right in the hall here. What time is it, Mike?
10:28. Now keep back in the shadows with Faraday.
This guy Bauer certainly picked a romantic spot to meet the old Dutch windmill in the loneliest corner of the park.
Not to mention spooky. Look at those 4 huge veins above us, like the arms of a giant hovering over our heads.
Oh, Angel, your poetry picks the doggonedest times to bust loose.
But I can't help it. I'm nervous. What time is it now?
10:29.
I don't know. This may be a trap. Bauer may be after you, Mike. I don't like anything about that bird.
I don't like anything about tonight, period.
Psst. I see a light through the bushes. Car's coming around the turn.
Got your gun, Mike?
I'm all set. Now keep back in the shadows.
It sounds like he's driving fast.
What was that? Sounded like a gun.
Why, Grandma Faraday, your nerves. Here he comes.
Mike, he's passing you. Mike?
Hey, Bauer! Bauer!
He's skidding.
Is he hurt? Is he hurt badly?
Can't tell yet. Open his shirt, Mike.
Well, it's a waste of time, Inspector. Look at the back of his head.
Oh, guess I was right. We did hear a shot.
But who would do it? Who knew he was coming here to talk? Oh, that phone call.
Yeah, Ann Russell. Well, I guess there's no mystery about this killing.
Hey, Faraday, here's his wallet. Maybe it will answer a few things for us.
Let's see.
Well, what is it? What is it? I'm old enough to be told.
Mr. Bauer wasn't any ordinary secretary. He was an insurance detective.
Planted in that office to find the missing diamonds.
Well, then maybe he ransacked Janet's apartment.
Yes, he did. It says so here in his pocket notebook. Search girl's room, no evidence, no jewels. Janet went in to see Phillips. Something's up. Took her to bar. Told me to check on mistake. 12:15.
12:15. Mike, remember?
Huh?
Janet tried to tell us something about that.
12:15. That was when Jack was picked up by the taxi driver.
Yes, according to the clock in the drugstore window. Inspector, let's telephone the coroner and then...
Then what?
Go take a good look at that clock.
Oh, this is a waste of time, Mike. I checked that clock the day after the robbery.
So did we, Inspector, before the trial began.
It's an electric. It keeps perfect time. It couldn't be wrong.
Save your breath, pal. Mike's in another stubborn spell.
Oh, the drugstore's closed for the night.
Yeah, but there's the clock. You can read it 100 feet away. Neon hands, neon numerals.
It says 11:10. What time have you got, Faraday?
11:10. Now are you satisfied?
Jack came out of the jewelry place 2 doors north of the drugstore. The taxi picked him up. The driver saw the clock in the window. The window!
What are you staring at, Mike?
The grocery store over there. Inspector, call a cab and get the driver who picked up Jack Holmes.
In just a moment, we'll return to Mike and Phyllis. A few minutes ago, we mentioned some of the advantages of Union Oil's spark plug service. As a featured part of this service, the Minutemen also inspect your ignition cables. These cables are the small, fine wires which deliver electricity to the spark plugs. Normally, they give little trouble. But if anything happens to them, if they get broken or frayed, or if the insulation is damaged, even brand new spark plugs won't help your driving. In other words, a faulty ignition cable will leak electricity. And by the time the charge gets to the spark plug, there isn't enough juice left for the rich, full spark needed for complete combustion. So for a careful check and double check on your car's firepower, have a Union Oil Minuteman service your spark plugs and ignition cables. You'll get honest, accurate work, and you'll notice the increased power and snap from your engine as soon as you drive away. You'll find Union Oil Minuteman ready to serve you wherever you see the sign of the big orange and blue 76. It's a few minutes past midnight. At a lonely street corner in the commercial district, Mike, Phyllis, and Inspector Faraday are talking to a scared little taxi driver.
Look, fellas, it's just like I said in court. I'm cruising along here and I see this guy.
The Inspector and I know that, Smitty. Now, we just want you to show us. Now, do exactly as you did that night.
Yeah, cruise down the street and pretend you're picking up Jack Holmes.
And we'll get in the back seat and ride along.
Okay. Climb in.
Here, darling, come in.
Thank you.
I turns this corner here, see? And I'm moseying along when I spots him crossing the street. He waves at me, so I slows down. I stops right about here.
Jack was standing in the middle of the street. You opened the door. Which one?
The right one. He climbs in and gives me the address.
Well, go ahead. Open the door, Smitty.
Gee, ain't you got no imagination?
Now, Smitty, when did you see the clock?
Right now, when I leans over to close the door. Everybody's in the window, see? All lit up with neons.
Okay, look at it. What time does the clock say?
Gee, it's just like that night. 12:15.
Mike, you were right.
He made the same mistake all over again.
Look at it again, Smitty. Look hard. Now, come on, look hard.
What do you mean, look hard? The clock says, hey, there's something screwy. The numbers, they're backwards.
Right, Smitty, right. You're not looking at the clock. You're looking at the reflection in the grocery store window.
The real clock is across the street in the drugstore.
The drugstore clock reads 11:45, but the reflection looks like 12:15. 30 minutes difference, Smitty.
Gee, I could have sworn. Say, I did swear. You ain't gonna pinch me, are you?
No, Smitty. Now, are you willing to do something for us?
Me? Yeah, sure. Anything, fellas.
All right. We're going to pick up 3 passengers, and one of them is the murderer.
Here we are, folks. Here's the office.
Right.
Mr. Shane, I doubt we'll find anything in here that the police haven't already gone over.
Well, they have the wrong slant, Mr. Phillips. You see, someone planned to steal those diamonds, but they needed a fall guy, Jack Holmes. So they faked the shortage in his account books. Then they called him that night, very indignant at discovering his dishonesty.
Just a minute. I was the one who found him out.
Shut up, Ann.
Jack said he wanted to check back through his records. He didn't leave till 11:45. About midnight, the thief came here and stole the diamonds. The night watchman surprised the thief and was killed.
Then the cab driver blundered about the drugstore clock, and Jack was really on the spot. For the killer, it was a beautiful out.
Janet discovered the mistake this afternoon. She told it to Bauer. He checked her story. When he discovered Janet was dead, he tried to tell me what Janet told him. That's why he was killed.
Oh, that's rubbish. Bauer ran away from the inspector. Why? He must have had a reason.
He had. He wasn't ready to talk yet. You see, there's one detail we didn't tell you people. Bauer was a detective himself.
He was what?
Oh, yes, hired by the insurance company to find those diamonds.
You mean that he was...
Do you think he found the diamonds?
I'm sure he didn't. If we can step inside the office, Mr. Phillips, I'll show you why. Now, Bauer had a suspect, but it was the wrong one. He did know, however, that Jack was innocent. And when he telephoned me, the same call you listened in on, Miss Russell, the killer knew he was trapped, unless...
I don't believe it. I didn't hear anything on that phone.
Oh, yes, you did, Miss Russell. You ought to have recognized it. Now, perhaps you will now.
Mr. Shane, stop this cat and mouse business.
Please. That clock on the bookcase there, in 5 seconds, it's going to strike the hour. Now, listen. 1, 2, 3...
This is fantastic.
4... Well, distinctive chimes, aren't they? This is the same clock I heard strike while I was talking to Bauer on the phone. He called from this very room. There was only one man who knew where I was, who could tell Bauer where to phone me. Mr. Phillips.
Me? You're insane.
Am I? Bauer told you Jack was innocent. You sat there in your chair and heard him say to meet me at the Old Dutch Windmill at 10:30. So you killed him.
He trusted the wrong person, just as Janet did. She came to you, told you about the drugstore clock. You had to stop her tongue. You poured her a drink from this water jug on your desk with poison in the glass.
You anything to say to that, Mr. Phillips?
No. No, nothing.
I thought not. All right, Inspector.
Oh, come on in the house, kids.
Huh?
Mrs. Faraday will be glad to fix us some eggs and coffee.
Oh, no. It's pretty late, Faraday, and I think we all better get to bed. Look at Phil here. She's almost asleep.
I am not. I was just thinking. How did you know, Mike, that the clock you heard over the phone was in Philip's office?
Oh, I heard it the first time we went there, dear. It just took me a little while to get it placed in my memory.
Clocks ran all through this case, didn't they? The watchman's clock stopped at 12:10, the drugstore clock that convicted poor Jack, the office clock that caught the murderer.
Yeah, sometimes a clock can tell more than the time of day.
Oh, Mike, that's corny, but I knew you'd say it. I was just waiting for it.
Well, I guess Michael's entitled to a little corn off the cob tonight. That was neat thinking, my boy. A clock reflected in the window and the hands reversed by 30 minutes. Doubt if I'd have thought of it myself.
Oh, Faraday, please, Mike's ego.
Huh?
Besides, I think I know why he's so leery of clocks lately.
Oh, now listen here, honey, if you mean yes,
Go
no,
on,
please.
Phil, let's have it.
Well, Mike had a date with me for 6 o'clock, and he was an hour late.
No, Angel, please,
And
no.
guess what his alibi was?
What?
He thought he saw a clock that said 5 p.m. It was a grocery scale with 5 pounds of potatoes in it.
This is Mike Shane again. On June 4th, we come on the air 1/2 hour earlier. Remember now, that's not next Monday night, but the Monday following, June 4th.
Tune in again next week at 8:30 for another adventure with Michael Shane, Private Detective, starring Wally Mayer and Kathy Lewis, with Joe Forte as Inspector Faraday. Tonight's story was written by Richard DeGraff and based on the character created by Brett Halliday. Music was composed and directed by Bernard Katz. This is John Lang saying goodnight for the people who make 76 gasoline and Triton Motor Oil, Union Oil Company. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Yes, Roma wines taste better because only Roma selects from the world's greatest wine reserves for your pleasure. And now, Roma Wines, R-O-M-A. Roma Wines present
Suspense. Tonight, Roma Wines bring you Mr. Richard Conte in Wind, Place, and Murder, a suspense play produced, edited, and directed for Roma Wines by William Spear.
Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills, is presented for your enjoyment by Roma Wines. That's R-O-M-A, Roma Wines. Those better-tasting California wines enjoyed by more Americans than any other wine. For friendly entertaining, for delightful dining. Yes, right now a glassful would be very pleasant, as Roma Wines bring you Richard Conte in a remarkable tale of
Suspense.
Most of this took place because you can lead a horse to water, and sometimes you can make him drink. But you can never make him win a race. I learned that from a horse named Mosquito down at Tropical Park. I was in New York and things weren't easy. The private detective business had gone flatter than a glass of beer in a boiler room. I needed to borrow money, but the only place I could get it from was a girl named Laura Lee. I'd been going with her before I got hit by that monsoon at the $2 window. And I'd marry her if she could shake her father with $5 million and a big stick. Anyway, I scratched together a little dough, and I'd sit in my office brooding about how crime doesn't pay. It didn't help any when Laura took an office across the hall and called herself a private detective. For $5 million, you can afford to play games. But after that, things went from bad to worse. And then last week, Thursday, I noticed in the paper Mosquito was running at Jamaica. I picked up the phone to call a bookie joint run by a guy named Joey Galt. And that's how it started.
Hello?
Let me talk to Joey Galt. I got a bet.
He can't talk now.
It's only going to take a minute.
Why you want him for?
I told you I want to make a bet.
Just a minute.
Hello?
Joey, you know that horse Mosquito?
Hold it, mister. This ain't Joey Galt.
Look, if I wanted to talk to everybody in town, I'd rent a subway. Let me talk to Galt.
Who is this?
Chris Draper. I want to give Joey a bet.
He's not taking any more bets.
What do you mean? I got the right thing at Jamaica. What do you mean he's not taking any more bets?
I mean it the way it sounds, Draper. Joey Galt isn't taking any more bets.
I should have known then, but I'm the kind of a guy that finds out about an earthquake when the repair squad arrives. If Joey Galt wouldn't take my bet, somebody would. It was almost 12, so I put on my coat and started for a bookie joint down on 45th. On the door, I hung a sign that said, "Out to lunch, back at 1 o'clock." I always hated to walk out that door because I had to look at the sign across the hall. Laura Lee, licensed private detective. A dame that couldn't find a spoon of sugar in a candy factory. But she had the scratch, and that's what counts. I walked down to 45th Street and put my last $100 on Mosquito to win. It was raining, so I ducked into a drugstore for a sandwich and a cup of coffee. After that, I strolled up toward my place again. I stopped a couple of times, once in front of a bookstore. The window was full of books on how we had to have a peaceful world. 3 of them were written by generals who wouldn't know peace if somebody lugged it in on a hunk of toast. It was about 1:45 when I walked up to the door of my office. Somebody had made some changes, and I got the fastest slow burn in history. My sign was gone, but there was another one that said, "Gone for 1 week. Please inquire at room 205, Miss Laura Lee." I burst into my office and called the intercepting switchboard. Come on, come on.
Yes.
What's the matter? Don't you answer these things?
Well, I only have 2 hands, Mr. Draper.
I'll bet you got 2 heads to go with them. Look, nobody's called on his phone for a week. Haven't I been getting any calls?
Of course, Mr. Draper, you had quite a few, but we switched them to Miss Lee's office.
Why?
According to your instructions.
I see. When did I give them?
Well, Miss Lee told us. She said you were working together from now on.
When did she say that?
Oh, about a week ago when she brought up the check to pay your office rent.
My rent.
Yeah. Anything wrong, Mr. Draper?
Not a thing, baby. Get a pad of paper. I've got a message for you.
Hello, Draper.
Just a minute.
All right.
Where's Pilson?
I held onto the phone and looked up from the desk. The room was full of muscle. A guy named Mike Farrago, a collection boy for Joey Galt. I'd seen him around before. A broad guy with a smile like an undertaker.
Where's Pilson?
Oh, hello. I just called your office. What happened over there?
Look, don't make me keep repeating. Where's Pilson?
Hello?
I don't know any Pilson.
You don't sound sure.
I'm awful sure, Farrago. I don't know any Pilson.
You're a nice guy, Draper. You shouldn't have made it tough.
Now, wait a minute. Put that away. It'll go off in my face.
That's so you can see it.
Now, look, you're trying to find a guy named Pilson. I don't know him. I never heard of him. As far as I'm concerned, you just dreamed him up.
The boss don't think that.
Huh?
Yeah, Pilson just knocked off the boss.
He killed Joey Galt?
Uh-huh, that's right. He just walked in, took a gun out of his umbrella, and shot Joe right in the ticker. It's a shame.
Oh, I'm sorry for Joe. Well, I hope they let him make book up there.
Everybody's got regrets. We got 'em about you, Draper.
I don't know your boy, Farrago.
You had your chance, Draper. Now...
Hello, Lieutenant. Lieutenant.
Put down that phone.
I got him on the wire, Mike. You should have asked him. Hello, Lieutenant. I got one of Galt's boys up here.
All right.
He's pushing me around a little. If he pushes too hard, you know where to look.
All right, you win this one, Draper. I'll be back when you're not so lucky.
I'm always lucky.
I don't believe it. I've seen your mutual tickets. I'll be back. Goodbye.
Goodbye. As soon as he walked out, I started hating her again. Laura Lee, girl detective. I knew now where the business was going. For weeks she'd been bypassing me on every client. I wanted to shoot her in the head, but I controlled myself and started across the hall to strangle her. Look, Laura, I want to talk to you.
Watch out, Chris. He's got a gun.
Huh?
Watch out, will you? Oh, heavens to... Oh. You all right, Chris?
Who is he?
A client.
One of mine?
Oh, please, Chris, I didn't mean anything with those signs. I just wanted to show you. Chris, if you'd marry me, things like this wouldn't happen. Will you marry me?
On my dough? Who is he?
Who?
This on the floor. He's not a carpet. Who is he?
I don't know. He gave me this ticket.
Let me see it. Yeah, check stand, Grand Central Station. But don't tell me he wanted you to pick up a suitcase.
How could you know that?
Look, I spent my life in this jungle. I know a phony pitch when I see it.
Oh, it's not a phony. He's a nice old man.
All right, he's a nice old man. If you don't mind being shot.
Well, he offered me $100 to pick up the suitcase.
Look, for 4 bits, any red cap in town will do it. The guy's a phony.
Somebody was watching for the bag, you see. He couldn't use a red cap. I was going to pick it up and meet him at track 17 at 2 o'clock.
Well, help me roll him over.
You know, Christopher, he's really an important man.
They don't wear ragged
Real
collars.
important. Talk so nice.
There. Here's his wallet. Hey, you're right. He is an important man.
Let me see it. Frank Pilson, age 47, cashier, Everywhere Umbrella Company.
Pilson, yeah. Pilson, you've got yourself a tough client, baby. This guy's wanted for murder.
Oh, he couldn't be.
He shot up a bookie named Joey Galt.
Oh, Christopher, there's some mistake.
Joey doesn't think so.
The police will find out. They'll understand.
You'll have to make a bigger sale. All the hoods in town want him.
Well, I just don't believe it, and I'm going to take the ticket and meet him with the suitcase.
Now, give me that ticket.
No, now you stay away from me, Chris. Now...
You're not big enough, sweetheart.
No.
Let loose.
Are you going to marry me, Chris?
Not today.
All right, Chris. I'm sorry, darling, but I'm a big girl now.
I don't know where she learned that trick, but by the time I got to the elevator, it was on its way down. When I got to the street, she was near 7th Avenue climbing into a cab. There was one other cab in sight, but I couldn't do business there because Farrago moved into it and started to follow Laura. If I was going to get there, I had to grab a cab down the street. I turned and ran right into a lieutenant from Homicide named Herbie Knapp, a guy that learned how to dress from Brooks and how to talk from Damon Runyon.
Ah, hello, Chris. How are the horses?
Look, Herbie, I got to run.
I asked you how the horses was.
Mosquito in the first now. Let me get by, Herbie. I got to get a cab.
Just a minute. It's a shame, but you got to stay here. Likewise, it's a shame about Joey Galt.
I don't have the time, Herbie.
Somebody walks in about an hour ago and shoots him right on the price tag.
Yeah, I heard about it.
Yeah, you know, it's most uncharitable to kill a bookie, especially he is an honest bookie. Stay here.
All right, I'm not going anywhere now.
And all and sundry along Broadway say Joey Galt is honest as the day is long, and part of the night, too. He never welches. This comes about probably because no one ever has a winner with Joey, though.
If you got a pitch, make it, Herbie.
I'm asking you the whereabouts of Pilson.
Who?
A citizen named Pilson. He drops one of your circulars in Galt's place.
Well, that proves I got a printer's bill.
It proves more. A few minutes after Joey dies, the phone rings, and it's you, Chris, pretending you want to place a bet. I have put 2 and 2 together, and I don't want 4. I want Pilson.
All right, he's up in 205. You'll find him up there.
We'll both find him, Chris.
I gotta go, Herbie. You go on up.
Being a cop is no fun. Likewise, it's lonely. You come, too.
I could see Herbie wasn't going to let me chase that cab, so I got him up to room 205. I opened the door to Laura's office. He's in here now. Check him and let me get... Hey.
He is a wee fella, Chris. He is so wee, I do not see him.
And you know I couldn't see him either? And why I couldn't see him was that he wasn't there. Lieutenant Knapp of Homicide looked at me, and I looked at Lieutenant Knapp of Homicide. And at that moment, he looked better than I did. That was because I was gaining weight. In a couple of minutes, I expected to be heavier by 13 ounces, which is the standard weight of a pair of handcuffs.
For Suspense, Roma Wines are bringing you Richard Conte in Win, Place, and Murder. Roma Wines' presentation tonight in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Between the acts of Suspense, this is Truman Bradley for Roma Wines. You receive an extra dividend without cost every time you buy Roma wine. That extra dividend is the fuller bouquet, richer body, and better taste you enjoy in all Roma California wines. That extra dividend of better taste is the reason why more Americans enjoy Roma than any other wine. Yes, Roma wines taste better, because Roma selects and presses California's choicest grapes. Then, with ancient skill and resources unmatched in America, Roma master vintners guide this grape treasure unhurriedly to tempting taste perfection. These choice wines are placed with mellow Roma wines of years before, and from these reserves, the world's greatest reserves of fine wines, Roma later selects for your pleasure. Whether your favorite is sherry, port, or muscatel, you'll find more real enjoyment with Roma. So buy Roma tomorrow. That's R-O-M-A, Roma wine, your best buy in good taste.
And now, Roma Wines bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Richard Conte as Chris Draper, with Wally Mayer as Mike Farrago in Wind, Place, and Murder, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
I felt embarrassed, to say the least. Here I have invited Lieutenant Knapp up to meet somebody who is of mutual interest to both of us. Now I had to pick up the check.
Well?
Well, he was here 5 minutes ago.
Look, don't pull my leg on account of I will use it on your teeth.
He was here 5 minutes ago. I hit him, and I thought he was out. He must have gone down the fire escape.
Oh, first you never hear of Pilson, then you have him upstairs, and now he goes out the back way. Whose place is this?
It's a girl's office, Miss Laura Lee, debutante detective.
How come Pilson was here?
He came by mistake.
Yeah, that's the way I'm taking you to the jug, Bub. I have a brother-in-law handles cases cheap.
Look, would I hide him on you, Herbie?
I'm taking you downtown, Chris.
Now, wait a minute, Herbie.
Unless you pull Pilson out of the woodwork.
All right. He's over in my office.
Oh, it's better.
Across the hall here.
Did he go down the fire escape on this side, too?
No, he's over here. In the closet. I had to lock him in. There. You can have all 5 feet of him.
Where? I don't see no...
In the back there.
Well, let me see.
Sure. Look him over good.
Wait a minute, Draper.
Sorry, Herbie.
Hey, Chris, let me out of here.
I told you I was in a hurry.
I'll shoot the bolt out.
And bring all the tenants in. The police force would look funny locked in the closet.
I'll
be back in an hour.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute, Chris.
Yeah.
Look, Chris, that filly Mosquito, she's running in the first.
Like crazy is the word.
Yeah, look, if you keep me in here an hour, I will not get a bet down, chum. Suppose she wins.
She's a 58-1 shot, too.
Chris, I will consider it a great favor if you put 20 skins on Mosquito's nose.
All right, I'll give it to Lou Golding. He works the corner. Pass it under the door.
What if it stinks?
If it's horse money, it's thin. Pass it under.
All right. You got it?
Yeah.
Be sure she wins.
I'll tell her about your $20.
Thanks, Chris. I won't forget you for this.
Go easy. She may lose.
That's what I mean.
It looked like a good trick, but I knew it wasn't. If I didn't find Pilson, Herbie'd come out of that closet burning like horseradish in a floor furnace. And that give and take about horses didn't mean a thing, because he's the kind of a guy who could win the Grand National and put the kids to bed without supper. I had to get to track 17, and I had to head off Laura somewhere in between. I walked to the corner and got down Herbie's bet. And then I cut down 44th Street to Grand Central. The station was jammed with Scarsdale club women trying to look 36 for 46 hips. But I spotted Farrago right away. We couldn't miss with his face. Most witch doctors would have turned it down. He was standing over by the telegraph window, watching the check stand. Laura was there, looking around nervously. And finally, the guy behind the counter handed her a small black bag, and she started for the Vanderbilt Avenue exit. Farrago dropped the telegram blank and started after her. If he ever got to her, she'd be counting the bruises with a slide rule. So I cut across and bumped into Farrago near the stairway.
Oh, watch out where you...
Oh. It's too late to get her now, Farrago.
Get out of my way.
Oh, come around either way, mister.
Okay, you asked for it.
Oh, come on. Now, break it up. Come on. If you want to fight, get a matchmaker.
You're a cop. He was bothering a lady.
Where is she?
Well, she's gone now.
What did she do, ride a deer? I just walked up. Were you bothering a lady?
I don't know none.
Oh, forget about it. Now, both of you get out of here.
Yeah, okay. I'll tag you later, Drew.
And you get moving too, fella.
I'm sorry about this trouble. Here, you want a cigar?
Is it one of those nickel things?
Yeah.
Well, you keep it. I don't smoke nickel cigars.
I didn't say you had to smoke it, officer. Just chew it. Farrago was up the stairs and out the Vanderbilt exit. But I knew Laura had time to disappear in the crowd, and Farrago didn't know about gate 17. I went over toward the information desk and then walked back to the gate. I didn't see Laura at first. The crowd was starting to gather for the Chicago train. Laura was over on one side, scared and hugging the wall so tight she could have hired out as a mural.
Oh, Chris!
Give me that bag.
You get out of here, Christopher.
Hand me the bag.
No.
I'm taking over from here.
Go away, Chris. Now, if you don't go away, I'll scream.
If you stick around, you'll be screaming out of a hole in your throat. I told you up in the office. Homicide wants your boy.
Oh, my stars. He didn't kill anybody, Chris. I don't want you to make a mistake.
Look, baby, I like your knees, but not on my neck. I got homicide breathing hard. Now, give me the bag.
No, I'm not going to do it. Christopher,
Hold it.
Officer,
Who you saving this time, fella?
Now, wait a minute, officer.
You need a white horse. Is he bothering you, lady?
Yes.
I'm not bothering her. I know her. She works across the hall.
Well, sometimes that helps. Goodbye, fella.
I never saw this man before in all my born days.
Look, don't get the wrong idea. This is important.
On your way, fella. Stop bothering the lady.
It's important, I tell you. It's a matter of life and death.
That's the first time I ever heard a guy put it that way.
The cop watched me as I walked off, and the way he stood at the gate, I knew I wasn't going to get to Laura with a shortwave radio. It was 1:45, and Pilson had a few more minutes before he had the show. I took a chance and called his office. It looked as if I wasn't going to get there, because the girl on the board had lockjaw.
Hello. Ever wear umbrella?
I want to talk to Mr. Pilson.
He's not here. Be back at 2.
Is he the cashier over there?
Yes?
Well, how long's he been there?
Who is this, please?
Insurance company. We're just investigating a policy.
Oh, yeah. Well, he's been here for 15 years. He was with the company at the start.
How about his personal habits?
I beg your pardon?
His habits, the big two, women and gambling.
I don't think so.
Are you sure?
I don't think he gambles. You have to take a vote on the women.
He's over 40.
That don't change anything but the blood pressure.
He gave a Mr. Galt as a reference. Do you know if he ever calls up there?
Why, yes, I think he does. It's a brokerage house, isn't it?
It used to be. Do you know if he went there today?
I don't think so. He had to pick up the payroll during his lunch hour.
What payroll?
He always picks it up on Friday.
I didn't know about that. Would it be risky to insure him?
Oh, my, no. He's been doing it for years. A small black bag. He does it every Friday.
I see. How much is in the payroll?
I don't know.
Well, make a guess.
Oh, 50,000. I'm not sure. It may be.
That's right.
What?
Maybe. I was out of the woods on that one anyway. Pilson had taken the payroll to square up with Joey Galt. But why did Pilson knock him off? And why did Joey Galt let a five-and-dimer run up a tab like that? They were big questions. And the answer walked right by the telephone booth. I was just coming out of the booth when Pilson hurried around the corner. All I had to do was reach out and yank him.
No, please.
Come here, Pilson. Get in that booth.
No, you'll hurt me.
Get in that booth.
Please.
Come on.
Don't, please.
Now sit in there and talk in a hurry.
Don't hurt me, Missy. You can have the rest of the money.
What money?
The other 26,000.
The payroll dough.
No, I didn't want to take it, but he made me take it. Your friend made you take it.
Well, I don't have any.
Farrago, he made me take it.
Well, he's on another team. I'm Chris Draper.
You're Mr. Draper, but Miss Laura Lee said...
Yeah, I know. She said she was handling my cases. Why did you want a detective?
I was in trouble. I thought you could help me.
I can't square a murder rap.
I just took the money. There's no murder.
Galt's cold enough to prove it.
Galt?
And you're wanted for murder.
You've got to help me, Mr. Draper.
You're tough enough by yourself.
No, Mr. Galt was all right when I left. He and Farrago were talking.
Farrago, huh?
He's the one who fixed it up so I could go to Chicago.
Why?
He said I'd get into trouble unless I skipped. He said to take what was left of the payroll and skip. He said I had to do it.
Or throw a lot of sevens before 2 o'clock.
No, but I got scared. When Farrago came down the stairs, he gave me the gun and he said to take care of myself. But I got scared, and that's why I went to see you. He didn't like me.
You're guessing.
He wanted that money. I know. He kept asking where it was. I didn't tell him. Then I got away from him, and I came to see you. You've got to help me, Mr. Draper.
On that much story?
Oh, please, Mr. Draper. I didn't kill him. I wouldn't do that. You can ask anyone.
Can I ask Joey Galt? I rushed Pilson up to my office. Herbie was banging around the closet
let
like
me
a
out of
farmer's
here.
apprentice.
Hey, let me out. Hey,
All
is
right,
that you,
all
Chris?
right, all right.
Chris, let me out of here.
Come on out, Herbie. How was it?
Humiliating. By the same token, it is distressing.
Yeah.
Likewise, it is distressing to throw you in the clink.
You don't have to. Here's your boy, Pilson.
He goes to the clink, too.
Tell him no, Mr. Draper. Tell him no.
The drag Draper's got won't pull a flea over a silk thread. You go to the clink, Pilson.
He says he didn't do it.
Christopher. Mr. Pilson. Christopher, I want to talk to you.
Now, wait a minute,
What
Laura.
are you doing with Mr. Pilson? Chris, I want to know what you are doing.
Draper, who is this Judy with a loose tonsil?
Now, wait a minute. Calm down, Laura. Give me that bag.
No, I'm not going to do... No.
Give me that bag.
No.
Herbie, do me a favor.
This afternoon, I would not do Bush a favor.
Do me a favor and get in that closet with Pilson.
You miscounted the holes in my head.
Look, it'll only be for a while. Please, Herbie, do me a favor. You can't lose anything now. That's it. Just stay in that closet.
Chris, I got the only sunstroke in April.
That's it, boy. All right now. Get in there, Pilson.
When do I get out?
I'll let you know.
Christopher, I won't let you do that to Mr.
Now,
Pilson.
keep still and come over here by the desk.
I'm not...
Help me get this bag open.
Oh,
There. Now we'll have a look.
well, Oh! Chris, in the bag.
Yeah, Pilson's Laundry. 26,000 green shirts. Here, help me put them on the table.
How do you know there's 26,000?
Just put the dough on the table.
Well, I'm trying.
Don't bother to count it. I'll have more time.
Oh, hello, Farrago. I was afraid you'd follow her.
Just scoop it in the bag, Draper.
Well, you don't need this. You got the rest of Pilson's payroll.
I'm just greedy. Put it in the bag.
Pilson doesn't get much out of this.
He gets a lesson.
Well, he was right then. You were after that dough. You knocked off Galt and took the dough Pilson paid him.
And I want the rest of that payroll.
Chris, I was right. Mr. Pilson didn't do it.
That's right. Farrago palmed off the murder gun on him.
Oh, I won't let him take the money. Give me that bag.
Wait a minute, lady.
Here.
All right, lady. Get down on the floor and pick it up.
And while you're down there, say a prayer for me, too.
Scattered all over the prayers. What do you mean?
Oh, he's hot now. His only chance is to knock us off.
That's right. Now hand me the bag. Thanks.
It's the only way, Farrago, but it's a big mistake. As I was saying to Lieutenant Knapp...
I'll worry about that, Draper. I'm sorry about you, lady. I got regrets, but I'll get over them.
Now, use your head, Farrago. If Herbie were here...
Sorry. Pick an angel, Draper.
Farrago, I don't want to fast-talk you, but there's a copper in that closet.
Don't kid me.
If he'll step out of there, he'll put you away for good.
I wasn't born yesterday.
But you'll die today, mister.
Draper, you're a bum horse player. But you hit it on the nose this time.
He looks pretty, Herbie.
Yeah, all such characters get sleepy along about this time.
If you roll him, you'll find the 20 grand he killed Galt for.
Yeah.
I guess that answers everything?
Yeah, except one thing.
What?
How Mosquito makes out in the first race.
Oh, I forgot all about it. Give me that phone. Switchboard. Get me Lou Golding's place. She's due this time. I know it, Herbie.
In such cases, I say heaven bless her.
Hello, how about the first of Jamaica? How'd they finish? She won, Herbie. She came in and paid 58 to 1. How do you like that? How do you like that for a horse?
58 to 1. $20 on the schnoz I got.
Think of it, Laura. 100 skins at 58 to 1.
Oh, my stars, it's $5,000. It's more than that. It's enough to get married on. You've got to do it now, Chris. You've just got to marry me now.
Well, okay, I accept.
Oh, Chris, darling.
Come here, baby. Hey, what do you think of her, Herbie? Isn't she a knockout?
To be sure, yeah.
Isn't she the most beautiful thing you ever saw?
In my born days.
Of course she is. I tell you, Herbie, there'll never be another filly like Mosquito.
Oh, Christopher, darling.
But there's always a kicker along Broadway. That price of 58 to 1 was too big. Lou Golding couldn't stand the belt. When Herbie and I went around to collect, they said he'd skip town. Now I'm broke. And Laura, top-heavy with dough, won't let me out of that marriage deal. She even claims Herbie for a witness. I could get a smart lawyer and wriggle out. But I got a sure thing at Hialeah next Tuesday. So I need $100. Laura says she'll give it to me if I marry her. I don't know. It may be worth it. This is a sure thing. A very sure thing.
Suspense.
Presented by Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, Roma, America's favorite wines. This is Truman Bradley, bringing back for a curtain call our suspense star of the evening, Richard Conte. Richard, most of our listeners know you as an outstanding young actor. We'd like to tell them something about you that they may not know. For example, the fact that you're an artist off the screen as well as on.
I'm no Michelangelo, Truman. Painting is just a hobby with me. Like having friends over for dinner and then talking about acting all night.
Well, Richard, here's something to make your talking sessions even more friendly and companionable. A gift hamper of Roma wines with the compliments of Roma, the greatest name in wine.
Thank you, Truman. That's an idea for holding my listeners.
You're right, Richard. At dessert time or after dinner, serve that fine Roma California port, and you'll really have an appreciative audience, believe me. For ruby red Roma port has a rich, full body, a mellow, natural sweetness that everyone enjoys. You'll find Roma port is the ideal finishing touch to a fine dinner, a luxurious taste treat later in the evening with cake or fruit.
Say no more, Truman. Just give me the Roma basket.
One more word, Richard, and it's important, too. Remember that in all Roma wines, you enjoy an important difference. An extra premium goodness in fuller bouquet, richer body, and better taste. Yes, Roma wines taste better because only Roma selects for better taste from the world's greatest reserves of fine wines. That's why more Americans enjoy Roma than any other wine.
You've counted with Conte, Truman. Thank you and good night.
Next week, part of the country goes on daylight saving time. If your city remains on standard time, Suspense will be heard 1 hour earlier. Check your local newspaper for time. Richard Conte appeared through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox, producers of the late George Apley. Tonight's suspense play was from the story by Emil C. Tepperman. Next Thursday, you will hear Miss Ava Gardner as star of Suspense.
Produced and directed by William Spear for the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California.
In the coming weeks, Suspense will present such stars as Robert Mitchum, David Niven, Virginia Bruce, and others. Make it a point to listen each Thursday to Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills.
Stay tuned for the thrilling adventures of the FBI in Peace and War, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
After all, there are two sides to being one of the prettiest and wealthiest girls in the world. You have all the money anybody could want and all the enemies.
The National Broadcasting Company presents The Adventures of the Abbotts, starring Claudia Morgan and Mandel Kramer as Pat and Jean Abbott, those popular characters of detective fiction created by Francis Crane. NBC invites you to join Pat and Jean each week at this time for an exciting recorded adventure in romance and crime. Now here is Claudia Morgan as Jean Abbott to set the stage for tonight's puzzle in murder.
The gorgeous and very rich girl I mentioned was destined to become involved with my husband, Pat Abbott, a private detective in San Francisco. The best. Well, this case began on the top floor in room 4C of a shabby rooming house by the San Francisco waterfront. A thin, nervous little man named Wally Russell was puffing away at a cigarette. From time to time, Wally would steal a glance at a cheap alarm clock on his dresser. Wally had an appointment with an exquisite blonde. Oddly enough, he wasn't looking forward to it.
Who's there?
It's Kay Braddock. I'd like to see Mr. Wally Russell, please.
Wally Russell? Sorry, he ain't in.
Could you tell me where I might find him? I'm sure he was expecting me.
No, I can't tell you.
Well, could I trouble you to give him a package?
Okay. Wait a minute. All right, Miss Braddock. Where's the dough?
How did you know it was money?
Well, didn't you say so?
No, I did not.
Well, I guess I must have misunderstood
No,
you.
you didn't misunderstand anything. You know perfectly well what you're talking about. You're Wally Russell.
Me? You're crazy.
Where are the letters?
What letters? Look, Miss Braddock, what do you mean?
I want those letters, Wally. Now, do I get them? Or do I have to...
Put the gun away. Look, lady, it might go off.
It certainly might.
All right. I'm Wally Russell, but I haven't got your letters.
You're a liar.
Look, I swear to you, I haven't got the letters. I haven't got them. They were stolen from me this afternoon.
I don't believe you.
Look, lady, why should I pull a phony? Didn't you say you'd buy them back?
Who stole them?
Well, I don't know.
I'm warning you, Wally. I'll take this gun.
Easy now. Easy, don't... It was Pat Abbott.
Who's Pat Abbott?
He's a private detective.
Why should he steal the letters?
Well, Look, he's had a bad run of luck lately. He's not been making any dough. He probably figured his price to you could even be higher than mine, you see.
Oh, then he gives you a cut, huh?
No, so help me, he don't. I got nothing to do with him.
Heaven help you if you've made this story
Wait
up.
a minute, Miss Braddock, where you going?
To see Abbott.
Well, you don't want to just go barging in on him. Look, he might not be ready for you. He might get sore. He might use the letters some way you won't like.
I want to catch him off guard, Wally. That's exactly what I want to do. Catch him when he's not ready for me.
Maybe a psychiatrist could tell you why Pat's name suddenly popped into Wally Russell's mind. Of course, Pat wasn't having bad luck, and he'd never have taken the letters anyway. In fact, Pat's quite unpopular with the underworld because he won't take cases that are even a little bit on the shady side of the law. Well, Pat was in his office going over some reports on recent cases, and when he heard a knock on the door, he opened it and saw this breathtaking canary blonde.
Are you Pat Abbott?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I'm Kay Braddock.
Oh, I recognize you. I saw your picture in the magazines.
Aren't you going to invite me in?
Hmm? Oh, certainly. It isn't very lavish in here, but come in. Come in, have a seat.
Thank you.
Now then, what can I do for you, Kay?
I'm Miss Braddock, if you don't mind.
Very well. And you can call me Pat.
I could call you a lot of things.
Like what, for instance?
Oh, a rotten blackmailer, for instance. A cheap crook.
Why would you do that?
Where are my letters?
Where's what?
My letters? You speak English, do you not? Perhaps not well, but enough to understand simple words.
What letters are you talking about?
The ones you stole from Wally Russell. I'll buy them back.
Look, maybe you'd better go outside and come in again. I lost my place.
Stop stalling, Abbott. I'm warning you. I'll make one offer, and that's it. 25,000?
I haven't the faintest idea what you're talking about.
Would this make it any clearer?
The gun? No. No, I've seen them before. And they've also been pointed at me before by overexcited females. So put it away. Look, I won't get hurt playing games like this, but you will.
Wait, you unspeakable...
All right, I'll take that.
Let go! Let go! Let go of that gun. Let go. All right. I'm so desperate.
I'll just keep it here in my drawer. This is National Safety Week. Kay, you all right? What's been happening?
Harvey wouldn't give them to me.
I told you to let me handle this, Kay.
Why? Would you have been any better at it?
Yes, my fine high-class Seamus. I would have been much better at it. Katie, you go on home. You leave me here with that.
All right, Harvey, but please be careful.
Must you leave so soon, Miss Braddock? You came in here, called me dirty names, cracked me in the face. It's been charming. I hate to see you go.
Oh, that's very funny. See if you find Harvey just as amusing.
Okay, Abbott. Where are the letters?
Well, which ones do you want? The sad one that I wrote to the tax bureau or the happy one I wrote to Santa Claus?
You're just full of side-splitting remarks today, aren't you?
Because I'm a little peeved, if you don't mind, chum. I never heard of any letters. And a bunch of characters come marching in waving guns at me and asking for them. I just don't dig it.
I want the 3 letters Kay wrote to me. She'll buy them back.
Why should she? You both read them, didn't you?
Because Kay is to be married, that's why. And if Everett, that's Lord Glenview, if he ever sees him, he'll call it off.
Judging by all the signs, you shouldn't want the marriage to take place anyway. Looks to me like you're torching for Kay.
What of it? She'd be much better off with him. He's rich, too. Famous, distinguished family. She's a blue blood. I'm nothing. I disgrace her. Now, where are the letters?
I've told her and I tell you. I don't know anything about any letters. Now, stop acting like a child. If I had them and I wanted to sell them, I'd talk price, wouldn't I? She offered me 25 big ones.
Wally Russell said...
Well, whoever Wally Russell is, he's a phony. That was a line. I don't know why he mentioned me. He probably saw my name somewhere and got into a tough spot.
Why should he do this, though? He's admitted stealing the letters from my apartment.
I don't know why he should do it. I just came in myself.
You know something, Abbott? I believe you.
I'm deeply touched. Now, if Miss Braddock would like me to represent her, I could talk to this Wally Russell.
Thanks. Never mind. Wally's one job I should be able to handle myself. Come on in, Wally. Happy to see you.
Harvey?
It's Mr. Scott to you.
Well, look, how did you get into my room?
The superintendent let me in. I told him you were expecting me.
But you got no right to do that.
Wicked at me, huh? Lying that way?
Look, I mean, Mr. Scott, I know why you're here. Look, I told Miss Braddock the truth. Those letters of yours were really swiped from me.
Sure, by a private detective named Pat Abbott. You'll have to do better. I just saw him.
You did? Well, he's lying then. He's covering up.
I hardly think so.
Look, why should I send you to him? Didn't the dame offer to buy him back? What kind of a merry-go-round would it be if I made it all up?
Where are those letters?
Oh, you cut it out.
If you don't tell me, I'll...
There goes my neck, you crazy...
I've had enough. I've had enough of you slimy...
Pat thought he'd heard the last of Miss Braddock and her letters, but apparently he hadn't. Several hours after Harvey Scott dropped in on Wally Russell, I was with Pat in his office.
And why are you so thoughtful-looking, sweetie?
Well, darling, the letters I wrote you. Remember them?
Sure. I used to be embarrassed to go on mail call on the Pacific. Every Marine in the outfit waited to see me get your letters.
You didn't read them aloud, did you?
Of course not. Well, they knew the kind of stuff that was in them.
Oh. They were beautiful love letters. Poetic, sensitive.
And 6 cents short.
That's very unromantic.
Darling, if only you understood the postal
I
rate.
was just wondering. Now, what can a woman say in a love letter that's worth $25,000 to get the letter back?
I'll ask her.
Ask who?
Kay Braddock. 5 will get you 10. This is Miss Braddock. Hello?
Mr. Abbott,
Speaking?
this is Kay Braddock. What do you want for those letters?
Oh, not that again.
I said, what's your price?
Well, there isn't any. I don't know anything about it. Harvey Scott just went to get them back from Wally Russell.
I know he did. Harvey's here now.
Didn't he get them?
No.
Put him on.
Just a second. Harvey, he wants to talk to you.
Abbott,
Yes. I take it you didn't do too well with your friend Wally.
you take it right.
Does he still say I have the letters?
He does.
Mm-hmm. Well, look, since you laid an egg up there, how about giving me a crack at it?
It's a free country.
No. I want an authorization. I don't work that way. I will represent Miss Braddock and put an end to this blackmail scheme, and my fee is $500. I'll return the letters to her.
And you do have them.
Of course not. Don't be a sap. But I'll find them. Look, why should I offer them to her for $500 if she said she'd pay $25,000?
Hold on. He says, why would he give them away for $500? All right, Abbott. You're hired.
Right. You'll hear from me.
Well, you got a job, dear?
Yeah, and a rough one. Give me a straight bank robbery anytime, not this blackmail, hanging up everybody's dirty wash.
Pat,
Hmm?
would you love me more if I were an exquisite blonde with, $1 million?
Of course not.
You couldn't love me more, hmm?
No, do you know what kind of taxes I'd have to pay?
I hate you. I hope the murderer in this case starts after you with a gun, a bottle of poison, and a carving knife.
You may get your wish, pal. Sooner than you think.
Pat decided to go over to Wally Russell's place, and, well, I persuaded him to let me go along. You know, he grumbles all the time about my being in the way, but he also knows my woman's intuition has paid off in a lot of cases.
Wally? Wally Russell?
He isn't here, Pat.
Wait a minute, I'll turn on this light.
Pat, look. On the bed, under that blanket.
All right, you just stay where you are, Jean. I'll take a look. Well, that gets Wally Russell off the suspect list. The hard way.
Pat, the room looks so upset. Was he strangled?
Well, there are throat marks, Jean, but actually he was killed by a knife. This knife.
Go. Was he killed by the same person who tried to strangle him?
Not necessarily. You know, this development will make things very difficult for me, Jean. I was working for Kay Braddock. The police might try to detain me.
Oh, well, darling, they know you're on the right side of the ball game.
Yes, but if it's a very mystifying case, they'd need some action. They'd have to show some results. They might try grilling me for a while. Look around. Let's see if we can find any letters. Huh?
I'll try, dear. No. Nothing much here in this drawer.
There's nothing much in the room, I'd say. No desk, no cabinets.
But, darling, where are you going?
Come on, Jean. We'll report this to the police. Then I want to have a little chat with the canary blonde heiress.
Kay, darling,
Yes, Everett.
you know you love England, especially my estate at Glenview. They say there's a legend. They say that honeymooners...
Everett, I want to ask you something.
Of course, darling.
Suppose your family doesn't approve of me.
Approve of you? Oh, why shouldn't they?
I'm an American. I'm not royal.
Oh, please, don't be absurd.
Well, suppose probably the mailman. Why don't you look at a magazine, dear? I'll be right back.
Very well, darling.
1 second, please. Just a minute. Oh.
Hello, Miss Braddock. Remember me, Pat Abbott?
No, I'm sorry. I'm afraid we've never met.
What's that?
I've never seen you before in my life.
Oh, knock it off, Miss Braddock. You retained me to recover some letters that Wally Russell stole from Harvey Scott. Now, let's not play games, I'm getting a little impatient.
I haven't the slightest idea of what you're talking about.
Next, you'll be saying you never heard of Harvey Scott.
It's true. I haven't.
Then it wouldn't interest you to know that Wally Russell is dead.
It would not.
Particularly if you killed him.
I must ask you to leave, Mr. Abbott.
I may have to refuse, Miss Braddock.
And that would be extremely rude, Mr.
Abbott. Pat Abbott.
Well, I'm Everett Seabury, Lord Glenview.
Are you?
The tone of your voice indicates you don't believe it, and I resent that.
I'm afraid I can't be responsible for what you read into what I say.
Well, my dear sir, I don't know who you are.
I'm a private
or
detective.
what you want, but you're obviously upsetting my fiancée, and I suggest that you leave.
Well, I'm sorry, but there's been a murder.
Don't listen to him, Everett.
Miss Braddock wants you to go, Mr. Abbott.
Well, that's too bad. You see, I have a little speech prepared, and I was hoping to make it.
Well, you...
Oh.
Pat, dear, how do you feel?
Like a big dope. Keeping my eye on that blonde.
Well, I told you to cut that out.
If I wasn't watching her, I'd have seen this Englishman coming with that Sunday punch. Come to think of it, I did kind of spot it coming, but he scored anyway.
Well, he would have.
Why? They don't usually get me.
Darling, he used to be an amateur heavyweight champ.
You did?
When you first mentioned the case to me, I looked up Lord Glenview's background. He was on the English team in the last Olympics.
No wonder.
Well, they packed you off into the elevator. They left you in the lobby. I came along to pick you up and found you groggy but happy. Dumped you in this cab and... Well, you caught up now.
Caught up on everything but who stabbed Wally Russell.
Well, who did, Pat?
I don't know who. I can guess why, though. Because of the letters that Kay wrote Harvey Scott. The killer must have them now.
How can you be sure?
Well, they weren't in Wally's apartment, and they're too valuable to destroy.
In other words, find the fan mail and you find the boy.
Let's go to police headquarters.
Oh, darling, what for?
Well, maybe I can persuade them that I can crack the case if they send Harvey, Kay, and Everett a wire to go to my office.
But what for?
That's elementary, my dear Jeannie. Gives me time to search all their apartments.
Find anything, Pat?
No, not a thing, Jean. We better hurry. There's no telling how long before Harvey Scott comes back here to his place.
Look.
Well, what's all that?
Bird cage, roulette wheel, poor man's Las Vegas.
Mm-hmm. Now, Harvey Scott must get pretty busy. Wonder if his landlord knows what's going on up here.
I think so.
Well, hello, Harvey. I thought you'd be at my office.
Sorry if I embarrassed you. I forgot my wallet. I presume you know searching my apartment can only be done by the police. If they have a warrant.
I sometimes forget the social amenities.
Get out. Both of you. I can't stand cheap kibiters butting into everybody's business.
Also, I'm allergic to remarks like that. Isn't that odd?
Isn't it also quite legal if I find someone ransacking my premises for me to shoot?
Is that an academic question?
No. I mean it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. We'll, run along.
I suppose you ran through Kay's apartment, too.
You know, it's funny. I don't remember.
You ruined Kay. You won't live to regret it, Mr. Detective.
Frankly, what's your angle on this? Just frustrated romance?
What do you think?
Well, I can't believe that you're just a knight in shining armor.
Don't worry about it, then. Forget the whole case.
Did Kay buy you off?
Get out. Stay out. And you.
Yes, what about me? I'm Mrs. Abbott.
Take care of your husband, then. Extra good care. He's liable to have an accident. the key, darling?
Well, it's hard to find, Pat. You and I go sneaking into so many places, I can never find the key to your office. Now, wait, I'll look in my purse. Pat, I don't understand. No letters at Harvey's, none at Kay's. What do you think about Lord Glenview?
Well, he could be a fake.
Well, then how come I found all that background on him?
You didn't find too much. Being fast with his hands, he could have patterned himself on the genuine article. Look, Jean, we could try a bluff.
Darling, here's the key.
Oh. Well, Lord Glenview, how did you get in here?
Well, shall we say this epidemic of housebreaking is contagious, and shall we leave it at that?
Where's Kane?
Well, I haven't had the pleasure of meeting this lovely lady.
My wife. Where's Kane?
How do you do? Well, I thought the two of us should have a chat, Mr. Abbott. She may be by later.
Mm-hmm. Well, what would you like to chat about?
I'd like to know why you are annoying Kay.
I was working for her.
So you said when we first met. Now, who is Harvey Scott?
Well, why don't you ask Kay?
Well, because I would prefer to get the information from you.
Well, I'm afraid you're wasting your time. And besides, by opening up this little can of peas, you might run into some questions you won't like.
Can of peas, eh? For instance?
Well, suppose your title is a fake, and suppose Kay should find out.
Yes. Go on.
You might put a few dollars aside by cashing in on the letters yourself. Even if she doesn't marry you, she'd want them destroyed.
You know, that's a very ingenious theory, Abbott. But I don't know what letters you're talking about.
You don't? All right, then we'll skip that for the moment.
I hardly think so.
Pat, it won't be a sock in the jaw this time. That gun he has...
Oh!
Oh. Well, this time, thank heaven, you were ahead of him, Pat.
Yes, darling, but it's too bad I had to smash your favorite vase in my lord's noggin. Well, maybe I can find another vase.
No, you'll never find one like that, dear.
Why?
You see what's inside?
Hey, good girl. Letters. From Kay Braddock to Harvey Scott. I'll just relieve my lord of that gun. He'll be coming around in a minute.
Pat, I'll visit you in the death house.
What do you mean?
Well, you said the killer was the man who had the letters. Well, you had him, pal, right here in your own office. In my favorite vase. Incidentally, I do wish you'd chosen another place to hide them.
Oh, stop the clowning. I have to figure out who planted those letters here, and
Perhaps we can assist you, Abbott.
Harvey Scott.
Everett. Everett, darling.
My
What's
husband.
happened?
My husband caused him, Miss Braddock.
with a vase, inside of which, Miss Braddock, I found the missing letters.
Let me have them.
Just 1 second. You're forgetting something.
You'll get money.
I don't want the money. I want the killer. One of you charming people tried to frame me.
It certainly wasn't Kay.
How can you be so sure, Harvey?
She was with me all afternoon.
Where were you at 3:30?
Why?
That's when Wally Russell was murdered.
I said she was with me.
And I said, where were you?
Well,
We were having a drink at the Fraser Bar.
Why don't you keep out of this, Harvey?
Harvey gave you the answer.
But it wasn't the right one. Now, let's face it, Miss Braddock, you don't have an alibi. But you may not be put on the stand.
Why?
That would be up to you. Shall she testify against you?
Me?
Certainly. You killed Wally Russell.
Really?
Now, don't try to leave, chum. I said don't try to leave.
Oh, no.
Just winged you, Mr. Scott. You wouldn't listen. But you'll have plenty of time for listening now. You know, might have paid you to listen before to what you said was a fine, high-class Seamus like me.
Harvey Scott was packed off to the clink. And a few days later, Kay Braddock came to see Pat.
Well, where's his lordship, Miss Braddock?
Well, I wouldn't know, Mr. Abbott. My original suspicion was correct. His family didn't approve of me.
Oh?
Especially after I was mixed up in a lurid crime. Oh, I think I owe you some money.
Well, I'll mail you a bill.
May I be a little curious?
Sure?
Why did Harvey do it?
I'm afraid the truth might be an awful blow to your pride.
Oh?
All you meant to him was money in the bank.
Well, then, why was he so concerned about the letters?
You see, Wally never stole those letters from Harvey's apartment. Harvey gave them to him to shake you down. Then Wally got smart. He figured why work on a percentage basis with Harvey when he could claim the letters were stolen from him and collect the full amount.
Oh, no. So that's why Harvey was so upset when the letters disappeared.
Mm-hmm. He knew Wally was double-crossing him, so after squeezing the truth out of him and then recovering the letters, he killed him.
But, why did he plant the letters in your office?
Because they were hot. You see, we all knew that they supplied the motive for Wally's death.
Mm-hmm.
But Harvey couldn't bring himself to destroy them. With your bankroll, those letters could be converted into cash at any time. He could always get in to see me at my office and try removing them on some pretext.
How did you know he was guilty?
Elimination. Everett didn't know about the letters. And you, well, if you had killed Wally, you're the one person who would have destroyed the letters. So, that left Harvey.
I should have let you handle everything from the beginning.
Well, I guess it might have been a little easier at that.
Yeah, it might have been more fun, too.
There'd have been a killjoy, though, Miss Braddock.
Oh, how do you do? Your wife.
It's no dice where Pat's concerned, Miss Braddock.
Oh? Don't you like blondes, Mr. Abbott?
Oh, yes, I certainly... No,
Oh, and don't you like wealthy women, Mr. Abbott?
Yes, of course. I mean, they... No.
It's just that he loves his wife more than any other woman. Isn't it, Pat?
No. Yes.
Adventures of the Abbotts has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Found it, Larry. Found it.
You're not kidding, Bill. Are you sure?
Positive. Don't get so excited you stop pumping air to me down here.
Keep your helmet on. I'll keep pumping. You sure it's the sunken ship we're looking for?
We were looking for the Argus, weren't we?
Yeah, but make sure it has the gold in it before we get too excited.
Okay. Give me a little more line.
Yeah.
There's a big gap in her side I can look into and see right into the hold.
Okay, but be careful. Don't get caught in the current and lose your footing.
Just keep my lines tight, and I won't. Keep pumping air.
I'll pump you enough air for a month if you found that gold.
Just enough for now will do.
Well, Bill, what goes? You see anything yet?
See anything? I can see everything. Larry, there's more gold here than I thought was in the whole world.
You found it, huh?
I sure did, Larry. We're rich.
You mean I'm rich?
What are you talking about?
You'll know in a minute. Pull on your tow line.
Huh?
Pull on it, Bill.
Okay, but... Hey, Larry, it's loose.
Sure. I got it loose.
What's your idea? What...
And here goes your airline, too, Bill. I'm cutting that.
No, Larry, don't. No, you can't.
I can't, huh? I already have.
Oh, Larry, don't.
I'm pulling out of here, but fast. As soon as I cut this phone line.
Oh, Larry.
So long, Bill, old pal.
And now on to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
I know just how you feel, Sarah. Your brother was a swell guy. And believe me, there was nothing I could do to save him.
I'm sure there wasn't, Larry.
Honest, there wasn't. I was pumping air to Bill when all of a sudden the phone went dead. Then I saw bubbles on the water, and when I pulled on the tow line, it was limp.
Something underwater must have cut the lines.
Yeah, I'm afraid that's what it was. Sarah, I want you to remember that Bill and I were partners. And Bill's death doesn't dissolve that partnership. You're in if I ever find that gold.
No, I wouldn't want it. It'd remind me too much of Bill. I think you'd better go now, Larry. I think I'd rather be alone right now.
Yeah, sure. Anything you say. Well, so long, Sarah. And I'm sorry.
It's all right. Bye, Larry.
Hey, goodbye.
Bye, Larry. I'll be seeing you.
Yeah, sure, kid. So long.
What are you bawling about, sis?
Bill.
Yeah, me all right. Came in the back way so nobody would see me. Thanks for feeling so miserable when Larry told you I was dead. It's very complimentary.
Bill, it really is you. You're alive.
Yeah, sure am, sis. And it was some story Larry told you about how I died.
He thought you did die. What happened?
What happened? Larry tried to kill me, and I'm alive now only because I'm a smart diver. I'm going to be just as smart a killer.
Bill, don't talk like that.
Why not? As far as anybody knows, I'm dead. So I'm going to kill the guy who tried to kill me. I'm going to get away with it, too.
Yes?
Boston Blackie?
Yes, again.
May I come in?
Yes, with a capital why not?
Thank you. Blackie,
Don't tell me. You're in trouble. Or you know someone who's in trouble, and you've come to me for help.
Yes, Blackie. It's my brother.
Well, what's he done? Swindled, embezzled, or murdered?
He hasn't done anything yet. But he's going to kill a man.
He is? When?
As soon as he finds him. And he's going to get away with it, too.
That's a popular misconception, Miss...
Bronson. Sarah Bronson. My brother's name is Bill.
Bill Bronson, the diver?
Yes.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Miss Bronson. Your brother died this morning. I heard it over the radio not an hour ago.
My brother's very much alive, Blackie. And it's because everyone thinks he's dead that he thinks he can get away with murder.
Well, I have a hunch he's right, up to a point. Who was he going to kill?
Larry Matthews, his partner. That wasn't an accident under the water this morning. Larry tried to kill Bill by cutting his lines.
Uh-huh. So Bill wants to stay dead and get his revenge. I think you'd better go to the police, Miss Bronson.
No, I don't dare.
Why not?
Bill's gone almost crazy after that experience this morning. He said he'd kill me if I went to the police. But he didn't say anything about going to you.
I see. Well, I'll see what I can do for you.
Whatever it is, you'll have to do it fast. Bill is...
Excuse me. Hello.
Hello, Blackie. This is Charlie Kingston.
Oh, hello, Charlie. I'll call you back in just a minute.
Nothing serious, Blackie. I'm just keeping a promise I made to you.
What promise?
You know about never jumping into a new business deal without telling you what I've done.
Well, tell me about this one some other time, Charlie, will you? I've got to keep a man named Larry Matthews from being killed.
Did you say Larry Matthews?
Yes.
He's going to be killed? Good heavens, no. I won't have anyone murdered in any of my offices.
What?
He's downtown in my manager's office right now, and they just closed a deal for $100,000.
What kind of a deal?
A salvage job. I bought half interest in $2 million worth of gold Matthews and Bronson, that dead diver, found. I saw the chart myself.
Look, Charlie, phone your manager and tell him to hold Matthews there. Bronson isn't dead. Matthews tried to kill him, and now the diver is out to kill Matthews.
What? Well, I don't understand.
Never mind what you don't understand. Phone your manager, tell him the whole story, and tell him to hold Matthews there. I'll get there myself as soon as I can.
So that's what the score is, Mr. Matthews. Oh, excuse me.
Sure, Mr. Walton.
Walton speaking.
Oh, Henry, this is Charlie Kingston.
Oh, yes, Mr. Kingston.
Look, is Larry Matthews there?
Yes, he is.
Good. Keep him there. And don't let him leave your office under any circumstances.
What's the matter?
His life is in danger. Somebody's looking for him to kill him. Boston Blackie will be down there in a few minutes to take over. Now wait for him.
All right, but I don't understand.
Don't try. Wait till Blackie comes and then get that chart from Matthews. I want that chart.
Don't worry, Mr. Kingston. I'll get it for you. Bye.
Goodbye.
Anything wrong, Mr. Walton? You look a little pale.
Nothing much is wrong, I hope, Mr. Matthews. That was my boss, Mr. Kingston. He wants me to keep you here in my office until Boston Blackie gets here.
Why?
Why? Because your life is in danger.
Huh?
Mr. Matthews, do you know of anyone who's trying to kill you?
No. No one in particular. But I'm not surprised my life's in danger. Yours would be, too, if you owned something as valuable as that chart of mine.
Yes, I suppose so. Well, we'll own it soon. Mr. Kingston asked me to be sure to get it from you.
Well, you've given me your check. Come on down to my house at the waterfront, and I'll give you the chart.
Mr. Matthews, I can't let you leave this office. Mr. Kingston's orders.
Well, if you want that chart, you'll come and get it now. I want to close this deal and get rid of that chart.
Well, aren't you afraid to go out on the street?
I'll take my chances. I got a gun right here, see? Come on, I want to get this deal over with.
All right. I'm going with you. Just a minute.
Hey, what are you taking out of that drawer?
My gun, Mr. Matthews. If you're in danger, I'm in danger, too.
Here's my house. Wait till I unlock the door, Walton.
Sure. Well, so far, so good. We haven't seen anyone who even looked as if he wanted to kill you.
That doesn't make me a bit unhappy. Now, come on in. Oh, wait, I'll turn on the light. There. Now, come on in. I'll get you the chart.
Okay.
I never had enough money for a safe, so I always hid anything valuable under the floor.
I see.
This loose board here is my safety deposit vault. Here. Here's your chart right here. I'll see if I can get anything else now. Let's see how do you turn out the light. You dirty double-crosser, Walton. You got me, but maybe one of my bullets got you, too.
Hi, Blackie.
Hello, Mary.
You know, I've been waiting in this office for you for 1 hour.
Well, I got here as quickly as I could, but I wasn't worried. I knew Matthews would be safe as long as you were here.
Well, I'm here, but Mr. Matthews isn't.
What?
I hope I won't have to tell you a dozen times. Mr. Matthews went out with Mr. Waltham.
But didn't Kingston phone here and tell...
Excuse me. Kingston Enterprises, good afternoon.
Well, this is Mr. Kingston. Let me speak to Mr. Waltham again, will you?
Mr. Waltham's out, Mr. Kingston.
Oh, I see. Oh, did he leave with Mr. Matthews and a Boston Blackie?
Boston Blackie? No, sir, I don't even know him.
I'm Boston Blackie. If that's Kingston, I'd like to talk to him.
Oh, Mr. Kingston, Blackie wants to talk to you.
Oh, by all means.
Here you are, Blackie.
Thanks. Hello, Charlie.
Blackie, what's the matter down there? Where's Waltham and Matthews?
Well, that's just what I want to ask you. Didn't you phone Waltham and tell him to keep Matthews here?
Yes, the minute I was through talking to you.
Well,
what is it?
he isn't here now.
What happened to you?
And I hate to think what's going to...
Wait a minute, Blackie. Here's Waltham now.
Good. Matthews with him?
No. Good heavens, Blackie. Waltham's wounded.
Badly?
Just a minute. Waltham, what happened to you? Here, sit down here. I've been shot. I went with Matthews. I got shot. Well,
Charlie.
Look, sit down. Yes,
Charlie.
Blackie, yes.
If Waltham can talk, put him on the phone, will you?
All right. Just a minute. Can you talk, Waltham? Yes, I think so. Good. Here, I'll hold the phone for you. It's Boston Blackie. He wants to talk to you.
Waltham, can you hear me?
Yes, Blackie.
Where's Matthews?
Dead, I guess. I don't know. It happened too fast.
Who shot you?
I don't know. I couldn't see. It was too dark down there.
Down where?
In Matthews' house. We went there to get the chart showing where the gold ship was located. We were in the house when the lights went out. There were shots from the darkness. Matthews fell. I was hit, but I got away.
Where's Matthews' house?
On Wharf Street.
Okay, I'll go down there and see what happened. Matthews still has the chart?
Yes. Yes, he has.
Well, maybe I can find it. Maybe I can find him. One thing, I promise you, I'll find something. Well, I can say one thing for Wharf Street, Mary. It's not pretty, but the sea here is wonderful.
Smells fishy to me.
So there's this little situation we're in. Well, the man at the fruit stand said this is Matthew's house, 219.
I don't see any signs of excitement. Maybe Mr. Waltham dreamed up his story about being shot.
If he did, he dreamed up a bullet hole, too, Mary. And that's awfully realistic dreaming. Let's go in and see if we can find anything.
All right.
The lights are on inside. Let's have a look around.
Okay. We've searched downstairs. There's nothing here. What's with you?
Hey, Mary, that's Faraday.
Hey, who was that? Keep looking, Rollins. I'll go out and see who it is. Blackie. You.
Yes, Inspector. Me.
And me, too.
Don't remind me. Blackie's bad enough.
Bad enough, Faraday. You mean good enough, don't you?
Good enough for what?
To tell you what happened here.
A guy named Larry Matthews was killed. That's what happened here. We found his body inside. I suppose you know who killed him.
Sorry to disappoint you, Faraday, but yes, I do know who killed Matthews. It was his ex-partner, Bill Bronson, the diver. Ho-hum. Want to hear more?
Keep talking. You don't know how stupid you sound. Listen, Bill Bronson's sister came to see you today, didn't she?
Yes.
And you told her to come to see me, didn't you?
Yes, but she wouldn't do it.
Well, she changed her mind. Women do that, you know.
So?
So, Blackie, you think Bill Bronson killed Matthews, huh?
I know he did. How do you like that?
Well, an hour before Matthews was killed down here, a cop arrested Bill Bronson uptown, and he's been in jail since. How do you like that?
And now back to Boston Blackie. When Bill Bronson, diver, found the sunken ship with its long-lost cargo of gold, his partner, Larry Matthews, cut his air hose and lines and left him for dead. But Bronson miraculously lived and swore vengeance on Matthews. The diver's sister, knowing of her brother's plan, came to Blackie for help. But before Blackie could get to Matthews, someone else got to him with a gun. And it wasn't Bronson, because Bronson was in jail. As we return to our story, Henry Waltham, who was with Matthews when he was shot, is having a bullet wound dressed by a doctor.
Still hurt, son?
Yes, it does, Doctor.
You're lucky you're still alive. That bullet just missed puncturing your lung.
Yeah?
Yep. You'll have to take it easy for a while. Yeah. That dressing will do for now.
Thanks. Thanks a lot, Doctor.
Well, let's see how you respond to treatment before you thank me. Here we are. What's your name, son?
You have to know that?
Yep.
Okay. It's Waltham. Henry Waltham.
Henry Waltham. Mm-hmm. And how did you get that bullet in you?
I told you when I came in. It was an accident.
I know. Now suppose you tell me the truth.
Look, what's it to you how I got shot? You're a doctor, not a policeman.
I know, but I have to report this to the police.
You've got to report it. Oh, no.
But it's the law. I'd lose my right to practice if I didn't.
Well, you're going to lose a patient if you do.
Lie down, son. You're still too weak.
I'm not too weak to get out of here.
Oh, no, you don't.
Oh, yes, I do. Here's something. Instead of your feet.
Come back here, you. Come back.
Oh, no.
Operator, get me the police.
Wonder when that diver's going to signal us, Blackie. He's been down there long enough to have found $10 million in gold.
Well, I wish he'd find Waltham while he's at it, Charlie.
Blackie, do you think Mr. Waltham killed Mr. Matthews?
I don't know, Mary.
Oh, Mr. Kingston! Mr. Kingston!
Yes, Captain Arnold.
The diver's found something down there, Mr. Kingston. He wants to talk to you.
Well, thank you, Captain Arnold. A couple of extra earphones, Blackie. You and Mary might like to listen in.
Thanks, Charlie.
Oh, I'd love to. Just wait till I get mine on. Okay, then.
This will be a great moment if he's found that gold. Hello down there. This is Charlie Kingston.
Sorry, Mr. Kingston. No luck here either.
But Captain Arnold said you'd found something.
Yes, but not a ship full of gold. Just the end of the sandbar. And a drop-off so deep, my light won't hit the bottom of it.
Well, I guess we're in the wrong place again.
I'm afraid we are, Mr. Kingston. I wish you'd had a better look at that chart. I can't make many more dives today.
I realize that. Well, come up and try just once more, will you?
Sure. Once more.
Oh, Captain Arnold.
Yes, Mr. Kingston.
Have your men bring the diver up. We still haven't found the right place.
Yes, sir. All right, men. Let's bring the diver topside. It's the only things down there worth bringing up. Come on.
I'm afraid you'll have to wait until you get that chart to find your gold, Charlie.
But I may never get it, Blackie. Remember, I only had a quick look at the chart.
Oh, look, they're cranking the thing that brings the diver up. I'm going over there and watching come out of the water.
Well, don't try to help anyone, Mary, or they may have to pull you out of the water, too.
Okay, I'll be careful.
I think we'll try looking for the gold over there a few hundred yards.
You're just wasting your time looking for it without that chart, Charlie. And I'm wasting my time out here, too. I ought to be looking for Waltham.
You think he killed Matthews, do you?
Well, I'm not sure.
I'd hate to think that Waltham killed Matthews. You know, he said a third person entered the room just as the shooting started.
I don't believe that story completely. That's why I want to find Waltham.
All right, men. The diver's broken the surface. Pull him aboard. Come on, you better step aside, lady.
Oh, I'm sorry, all right.
Better come over here by us, Mary.
Oh, shucks. I wanted to watch him take the diver's helmet off.
He's going to go down again in another spot, Mary. Maybe you can watch then.
Well, you can see him from right here now, Mary.
Well, it isn't as good as being close, but... Oh, look. He's up on deck now. He looks like the man from Mars, doesn't he?
Yes, he does.
All right, men. Stop the pump. They got his helmet off.
Well, Mary, you saw them take the helmet off.
Blackie, look! Look, there's an awfully big launch, and it's heading right toward us.
Good night. The fool doesn't see us.
Start our engines in time to get out of his way. Captain Arnold! Captain Arnold!
I see him, Mr. Kingston. Going to crash into us.
Hold on to me, Mary.
Back. Blow the whistle. Todd, grab that son and take it to the bridge. What do we do? Yell, everybody. It's the last time to swerve off.
Yes, he's not right here. Come here, Mary. Stay close to me.
All right, I will.
Is everybody all right?
Well, I'm all wet.
I think I'm all right. You all right, Blackie?
Yes. I'm okay, but look, we're 5 or 6 miles from shore. I don't like this. See if anybody can grab a plank or something from the boat.
Good idea. All your men all right, Arnold?
Yes. Yes, Mr. Kingston. And here comes a launch. It looks like a police boat, too.
Say, it is a boat.
Hello there. Hello.
Save your breath, Charlie. They see us.
Oh, thank goodness.
They're swinging around to pick us up. Here they are. Here come the lifelines. They're ready to grab them.
Okay.
That's it.
Here, Mary. You take this one.
Oh, thanks.
Well, look who's playing paupers. If it isn't Boston Blackie.
Faraday.
Haul him in, boys. All but that good-looking one there. He looks undersized to me.
Haul me up, Faraday, or I'll haul you in here with me.
What? When you know I can't swim?
That's why I'd like to have you in here.
Here, Blackie. I'm aboard now. Take this rope of mine.
Thanks, Charlie.
You ready?
Ready.
Up you go. There you are.
There. Oh, wow. Thanks, Charlie. You all right, Mary?
Oh, sure. Just dripping a little, that's all.
Well, there's some blankets in the cabin there, Miss Wesley. Better get into one right away.
All right, I guess I better, thanks.
I don't know what brought you out here, Faraday, but I'm glad something did.
Well, I came out here just in time to see that guy Waltham ram your boat.
Well, how did you know it was Waltham, Faraday?
Well, because a doctor reported treating his wound and told how Waltham slugged him and skipped out. Then the next report I got on Waltham was that he was seen getting into a powerboat in the harbor.
Oh, Inspector Faraday.
Yeah, Rollins, what is it?
Just got a radio message from shore, Inspector.
Yeah? So what?
So we don't have to look for Waltham anymore. He walked into the 18th Precinct station and gave himself up.
So you think Waltham rammed us, do you, Inspector?
Okay. I was wrong. I suppose you know who rammed you.
I have a rough idea, and I think if I see Bill Bronson, I can smooth it out.
Bill Bronson? What could he have to do with this? He's still in jail.
Good. Let's go down and see him before he's released.
What makes you think he's going to be released?
You're going to release him. He still doesn't know that his ex-partner Matthews is dead. And, Faraday, before you let him out of jail, I'm going to let you in. I have some bad news for you, Bronson.
I'm in jail, Blackie, and you say you have some bad news for me. That's funny.
Yeah, but this isn't, Bronson.
Hey, Faraday. You and Blackie got awful long faces. What's the matter?
Your sister's dead, Bronson.
Huh? Sarah's dead?
Yes. Killed by the man who tried to kill you.
Why, that dirty Matthews out.
Wait a minute. That won't do any good, Bronson. All we want you to do is give us all the information you can. We found your sister's bodies in Matthews' house. Do you know any reason why she would be down there?
Yeah, I know a reason, Blackie. I guess I'm it.
What do you mean, you're it?
Well, what am I in jail for? Because I said I was going out to kill Matthews for trying to kill me. Well, I guess this went down there to kill him just to keep me from doing it.
Only Matthews shot first.
Yeah, the low-down...
And that's enough of that, Bronson. Now, look, your sister's dead just because you wanted to take the law into your own hands. Now, if you've learned your lesson, I'll let you go free.
Yeah, I've learned my lesson, Inspector.
All right. Go home and be a good boy, because I don't want to have to teach it to you again.
Who is it?
Who's that?
It's me, Sarah. What's the idea? Bill, they let you out.
Sarah. They told me you were dead.
What?
Yeah. Said Matthews killed you. I told him you went down there to kill him for me.
You idiot, you stupid...
Now, look, you don't have to get sore. I had no way of knowing that...
I didn't have to get sore. I ought to kill you for what you've done to me.
What have I done?
What have you done? Because of you, you stupid fool, the police are going to be after me for murder. And why did I kill Matthews? For you.
You did not. It was your idea to kill him for the money and the charge.
All right, it was my idea. And it was also my idea not to get caught.
But you aren't caught yet, and I was tricked into saying that...
Sane enough to send me to the electric chair. And everything was perfect, absolutely perfect, till you had opened your stupid mouth.
Now, look, don't blame me all for this. Your plan wasn't perfect.
Oh, wasn't it? Who'd ever guess I killed Matthews? Didn't I go to Blackie and warn him that you were going to kill Matthews? Didn't I go to the police and have them arrest you to keep Matthews alive?
I know all that.
You know all that. Well, I know a lot more. After I took Matthews' shot, I risked my neck to keep Charlie Kingston from finding that gold. I rented a launch and rammed his boat. I did all that for us. And what did you do for me? Fall for a stupid trick?
Now, look, I'll go back to the police and tell them I was lying about you wanting to kill Matthews.
Just tell us now, Bronson. We're right here. Come on in, Blackie.
Police.
Stand where you are, Bronson. Rollins, go revive Miss Bronson. She's fainted.
Yes, sir.
Well, Faraday, happy now?
Yeah, I'm happy, Blackie. I've got my killers.
Sure you have. I made sure you would. Well, Inspector, you might as well take Bill Bronson downtown. He's so used to being underwater. Let's see if he's getting used to being under arrest.
Hello down there. Any luck, Diver?
I'm coming to the hull of a ship now, Mr. Kingston. I'll let you know in a minute.
Good. Well, we'll know in a minute, Blackie, if Inspector Faraday got the right chart from Miss Bronson.
Right. Waltham feeling okay, Charlie?
Yes, fine. But he feels like a fool for losing his head and running out on that doctor. He doesn't know what made him do it.
Oh, I suppose he was afraid the police wouldn't believe his story about how Matthews was shot.
Hello there, Mr. Kingston.
Oh, it's the diver. Yes, Diver?
I found it, Mr. Kingston. There's plenty of it.
Oh, you found the gold?
You bet I have. Congratulations.
Well, thank you. Blackie, Mary, he found the gold.
Wonderful.
That's fine, Joe.
Well, aren't you excited? It's $2 million in gold. I'm a rich man.
You've been a rich man for years, Charlie. Just how rich can you get? After all, what difference does $2 million make to a man who already has 20 or 30?
Do you know something, Blackie?
What is it, Charlie?
I never thought of that.
The Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective. The people who make 76 gasoline and Triton Motor Oil, Union Oil Company, present The Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective, starring Wally Mayer and Kathy Lewis. Many an exciting case crosses the desk of our detective friend Mike Shayne. Right now, there's something special on that desk. Bending over it are Mike, his assistant Phyllis Knight, and Inspector Faraday. Shh, watch. Mike frowns grimly. Then slowly, carefully, he turns to the next page of Lear magazine.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Mike, where did they get that picture of you?
Oh, no. A day from the life of Mike Shayne, San Francisco's sophisticated sleuth. Oh, anything for a story. If they were going to write about me, why didn't they interview me?
What are you kicking about? Is publicity. That super sleuth, that maestro of the clue, that glamour boy of detectives.
Yeah. Hey, here's a picture of both of us. Handsome detective inspects scene of society murder.
Oh.
The willowy damsel on his left is Mike's current heart in... Hey, current. I like that.
Sure. It seems Mike is a wizard with the ladies. But read all about it on page 7.
I'm packing my bags and heading for the mountains.
Spare the suitcase. This may be a client.
Oh.
Hello? Yes, this is his secretary. I'm sorry, he's busy right now.
Who is it?
Oh? Oh, yes, yes. When?
Who is it?
Shh. Tonight. 7:30. Well, I'm sure he'd be delighted to come.
Honey,
Yes?
I'd be delighted to what? What?
Shh. Certainly. Certainly, I'll tell him. Thank you very much, Miss Melton. Goodbye.
Now, what have you got me into?
Your magazine story is paying dividends already, Mr. Shayne. You and I are going to attend one of the exclusive parties of Miss Sherry Melton.
Oh, no, not that sob sister.
But, of course, she gives such different parties. And her newspaper column, why, she might write you up, too.
Yeah, well, I can skip that.
Kids, I don't like this setup. I don't like it at all.
Even say that again.
No, Mike, you don't understand. I'm invited to the same party.
You? Huh?
Yeah, she called me up. I told her I liked parties, but being inspector of homicide, I never know about my evenings. Then she said I had to come because she was going to recreate a murder.
Oh, one of those things.
Mike, I'm leery of this sort of stuff. Something always goes wrong.
What do you mean?
It seems someone always gets hurt.
Well, but why is she doing it? What's her reason? What goes?
Not what, darling. Who goes? And the answer? We do. You know something? This is a real party, and it's such an attractive house. Don't you think so, huh, Mike?
My collar's too tight. I told you I can't wear a tuxedo. I feel like a pallbearer.
You don't look like... Mr. Shayne.
Uh-oh.
Why, you're much handsomer than in that magazine. You should wear a tuxedo on every case.
Miss Melton, this is my... well, this is Miss Phyllis Knight.
How do you do, Miss Melton?
Oh, yes, yes. Well, come on into the lounge. I want you to meet everybody. You know, the party tonight is just a mad inspiration. The other day I was having lunch with Freddie. Oh, you know Freddie, the senator from Kansas or Florida or someplace. And I said, darling, I'm going to give a party and... Oh, wait, here's a man I want you to meet. Sherwood.
Yes, my little butterball.
Miss Knight, this is Sherwood Armstrong.
Oh, the mystery story writer. How do you do?
Rather bored up to this moment, but now I see possibilities.
Sherwood, before you ask her out onto the balcony to talk over story ideas, you better check with Mr. Shayne here.
I'm glad to know you, Mr. Armstrong.
Wish I could say the same, sir. I've always admired your ability, and now your good taste.
Oh, go away with you, you wretch. I want these people to meet somebody really important.
Well, I'll be back.
Oh, there's our man, the one with the big glasses and bushy hair. Dr. Kaler.
Yes?
Dr. Kaler, Michael Shayne, and Miss Phyllis Knight.
How do you do?
How do you do, Mr. Shayne?
Dr. Kaler studied psychology in Vienna, and he writes all those fascinating books on dreams and why people commit murder.
Oh, Miss Melton, please.
Of course, we've all heard of you, Doctor. One of our best criminologists. Mike, you must read some of his books.
Yes, I must.
Sherry, may I see you a moment, please?
Oh, Ray, I almost forgot you. Ray and I used to work on the same newspaper in Chicago. Look, darling, I want you to meet a publisher.
Dr. Kaler, I'd love to read some of your books. You must tell me which one to start on first.
You are very kind, madam, but I'm afraid you would find them very technical and perhaps dull.
Oh, no. If I can't understand what you mean, I'll ask Mike to explain it to me. He's a wonderful student, you know. You should see his library.
You really should, Doctor.
Huh?
He's got a complete file of Esquire.
Faraday. Well, I was wondering where you were.
Get you. Tuxedo and patent leather shoes. By the way, Doctor, how are you coming with that next book?
Very well indeed, thank you.
Well, then you two know each other.
Oh, sure. Dr. Kaler's helped me out with several cases. Now, jealous, are you?
Oh, of course I'm not.
Hey, wait a minute. Miss Melton's trying to say something.
We're now going to have a buffet supper. After that, I have a surprise for you. I won't tell you what it is, but I'll give you a hint. It's murder.
So much to eat.
Quiet, everybody. Quiet, please. I brought all of you upstairs to this bedroom because we're going to play a game.
Oh, I don't care what Faraday says, Mike. This is going to be fun, huh?
Now, I want 4 of my guests to pay particular attention. Inspector Faraday.
Yes?
Mr. Shane.
Yes?
Dr. Kaler.
I'm ready.
And Sherwood Armstrong. Sherwood, will you look around this room and tell us what you see? Besides people.
Well, let's see. A double bed.
Mm-hmm.
Nightstand.
Mm-hmm.
Telephone. 2 chairs and a bureau.
Yes.
Wow.
Does anything about it look familiar to you?
No.
How about you, Dr. Kaler?
It's a complete mystery.
Inspector Faraday?
Well, the arrangement and spacing of furniture does look familiar to me. Reminds me of the bedroom of a man who was recently murdered.
You're right, Inspector. The bedroom of John Hines.
Oh, yes.
I've arranged everything to duplicate his bedroom. And tonight, we're going to reenact the murder.
Mike, that killing's never been solved.
As you all know, I like to give unique parties. So I've invited 4 famous crime experts here tonight to give us their own solutions of this unsolved mystery. Mr. Shane, do you know the details of the case?
Well, fairly well. It happened about 2 months ago. John Himes was a rich old miser. He was found shot to death in his bedroom with the doors and windows locked from the inside. The only suspect was his secretary, and he had a watertight alibi.
Is that right, Inspector?
It is.
All right. Now, you, Dr. Kaler, will be John Hines. Lie down on the bed, please.
But idea, Miss
Oh,
Melton.
now, hurry up. Don't be so shy, Doctor.
All right.
And you, Sherwood, you will be the killer. Stand outside the door till we call you.
Well, this is very exciting.
Yes.
Now, as Inspector Faraday tells us what happened that night, Dr. Kaler and Sherwood will act it out for us. Now, if you please, Inspector.
Well, it's about midnight. John Hines is in bed, probably asleep. Doors and windows are locked. Somebody comes to his hall door.
All right, Sherwood.
Hines thinks it's his secretary. He gets out of bed, goes to the door, he unlocks and opens it. The killer enters. At first, there's no struggle, no outcry.
Oh, careful, Dr. Kaler. Put on your glasses. You can't see where you're going.
Of course not, madam. Neither could Mr. Himes. If he had worn his glasses, he would have seen it was not his secretary.
Correct, Doctor. The killer advances into the room, demands the old man hand over the cash he has hidden in the house. The old fellow refuses. The killer insists. He raises his gun and then... What the...
Mike!
We'll return to the adventures of Michael Shane and Phyllis Knight in just a moment. Simply because your automobile engine is rated at a certain horsepower doesn't mean it's delivering that rate. Worn or burned out spark plugs, for example, can actually cut down the horsepower of your engine even at full throttle. You see, high compression engines demand complete instant firing. If any of your spark plugs are worn or improperly adjusted, you get a weak sputtering fire which fails to ignite all the gasoline. So serious is this loss that engineering tests prove faulty spark plugs can waste 1 tankful of gasoline out of every 10. So, friends, if you're not absolutely certain your spark plugs are firing properly, why not play safe and have your Union Oil Minuteman check them. The performance of each separate plug is accurately measured on a scientific tester, and you can see the results for yourself. If your plugs are dirty, the Minuteman will clean and adjust them to the proper setting. If they're burned or worn out, he can furnish you with a new set. Union Oil spark plug service takes but a few minutes and costs but a few cents, a cost you'll soon save in extra mileage. You'll find Union Oil Minutemen ready to serve you wherever you see the sign of the big orange and blue 76. And remember, next Monday night, Michael Shane comes to you 1/2 hour earlier, 8 o'clock instead of 8:30. An unsolved murder is being reenacted at Sherry Melton's society party. Suddenly, at the very climax of the scene...
Mike!
Everybody stay where you are.
Who fired that shot?
Armstrong did. He had the gun. I saw him.
Don't be ridiculous, Ray. I was just faking a gun with my pipe.
Please, is anyone hurt?
Oh, no, only your dignity.
It was a phony?
Of course. I slapped this yardstick here on the bed pillow.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
Very amusing. A perfect example of mass psychology and suggestion.
Now let's get on with the crime. You've been shot, Dr. Kaler, so stretch out on the floor.
Yes, perhaps like this beside the bed.
Oh, that's perfect. You make a very convincing corpse, Doctor. And now, Inspector, if you'll just go on.
Well, there's nothing more to tell. The killer didn't find the money he was after, so he slipped out of the house again.
Perfect crime, eh? Well, if the police couldn't solve it, I can. Oh, at least I will in my next book. That's where a writer has it all over. The police.
Oh, we'll solve it, Mr. Armstrong. In fact, just this evening, I got a fresh angle on the case, which I can't tell anyone yet.
Wow. That means a neat headline. Sherry Melton's party gives police answer to a puzzling murder.
Oh, always the news hawk, Ray. But meanwhile, let's play my game. You 4 masterminds have 30 minutes to solve the mystery. You're each to go to a different room so you can't compare notes. In 30 minutes, we'll vote who has the most exciting solution. And the prize, champagne, of course.
Hurry up, Mike. We've got just 10 minutes to go.
Oh, honey, of all the dimwit stunts, this is it.
Come on.
We can spend all night dreaming up solutions, but none of them will be right. Crimes aren't solved by slapstick.
It's just a game.
Oh.
Think up something really dramatic. I want you to be brilliant tonight, Mike. We've got a famous criminologist and a mystery story writer. Show 'em what we can do.
Oh, we? What was that? Huh?
Mike, what was that?
Sounded like outside. Come on.
Mike, it's an accident or something outdoors.
Let's go.
I'm coming too. Well, it can't be an auto smash-up. There's nothing on the street.
Oh, sounded closer to the house. Anyway, maybe here on the grounds.
Can I help, gentlemen?
I don't know, Doctor. We got to search the garden. I got a flashlight in my car.
So have I, Inspector. I'll get it.
Okay, let's spread out. Search both sides of the house.
Right, I'll take the left wing here. No, Angel, not you.
But, Mike, I want to.
No, you're not going to prowl around through bushes in the dark. Now, go on, beat it.
Oh, all right, you old worrywart.
Who's that? Answer me. Who is it?
An elk looking for his lodge.
Oh, Faraday. Well, did you find anything on your side?
Nah, too dark. Ray was supposed to bring me his flashlight. I got tired of waiting.
Well, come on, let's go get our own flashlights.
Mike? Inspector? Where are you?
Coming.
Maybe we're just chasing our own tails. This is another one of that woman's party gags.
It isn't. It isn't, Faraday.
Huh?
What I just found doesn't belong at any party.
Found what?
On the running board of Faraday's car. A dead body.
Stand back, everybody. We can't see what we're doing.
Looks like he was knocked out first and then strangled with his own tie.
Oh, but who would want to kill Ray, and why?
And what was he doing on my running board? He said he was going to get the flashlight from his car.
Well, that's fairly simple, Inspector. Miss Melton says that's his sedan right behind yours. Looks like a riddle. But it's the same make, model, and year.
Sure, he thought he was getting into his own car.
Did any of you people see anybody come near this car?
Not me. Only this night. We were all looking for the cause of that crash.
Oh, I forgot. I found the cause.
Huh?
Here's what's left of it.
Looks like a table lamp.
An expensive one, too. It was at the end of the hall upstairs. Somebody must have thrown it out the window. The cook found it in a flower box.
That's it. Smashed on purpose to get us outdoors.
But why? I'm the only person Ray knew in town. I invited him here to the party so he wouldn't be lonely. I invited him to his death.
No one saw the killer. No one has a motive. Where do we go from here?
First off to the telephone. I got to call headquarters.
Just a minute, Inspector. Phil, stay here and see that nobody touches the body.
All right, Mike.
Now, Faraday, what is it you know about the murder of John Himes? What is it the killer's afraid of?
Huh? I don't get you, Mike.
Did you take a good look at Ray Rogers' body just now?
Of course.
No, you didn't. Not a good look. Ray Rogers was just about your height. He had the same stooped shoulders, same gray hair.
Holy jumping. And he was getting into my car.
Exactly. Somebody made a mistake, Inspector. Somebody wants to kill you.
This is the window right here, Mr. Shane. You can see it's still raised.
Mm-hmm.
The lamp fell into the flower box on the ground floor.
Yeah, but it's so smashed up. And you've handled it. I guess fingerprints are out.
But we know that the killer was here on the second floor. Miss Melton, can you place everybody at the moment you heard the crash?
Why, I was in my bedroom fixing my hair.
And where is your bedroom?
Through this door here. Oh, but Sherwood, you were in the room across the hall.
Take it easy, Sherry. You put me in there because of the contest. I was cooking up a solution for the murder. Of John Himes.
Well, how about you, Dr. Kaler? You were in the next bedroom down the hall.
I cannot oblige, madam. I also was deep in thought.
Well, I guess no one saw the man then. The inspector and Mr. Shane were downstairs, so were all the other guests.
As a writer of murder thrillers, I'd say the man came here with no idea of killing.
Hmm?
Ray was strangled with his own tie, so the man was without a gun.
You assume the unknown, Mr. Armstrong. The victim was strangled, which is a masculine technique in murder. Therefore, a clever woman with a strong arm might choose that very method.
Yes, a red herring. That's very clever, Dr. Kaler.
Miss Melton, I know you're famous for unusual parties, but why did you decide to reenact a murder tonight?
Why, it was just an inspiration of mine. And then Sherwood suggested we do the case of John Himes.
Hmm?
I interviewed the old man once, and yes, I even covered his inquest for my paper.
I see. Sherwood Armstrong suggested it. When we entered your contest, you asked all of us if the room and furniture looked familiar. You, Mr. Armstrong, said not at all.
Well, that was just an act. Sherry and I knew you'd made sketches of the actual scene, and we wanted to trip you up if we could and get a laugh.
But why did you pick the particular murder of John Himes?
I knew him. He was a fan of mine, read all my books.
So you and Miss Melton both knew him?
That is hardly a crime, Inspector. I, too, knew Mr. Himes. We were members of the same club. However, it is disturbing that they should choose that particular unsolved crime. As a psychologist, I know the subconscious desire of every killer to confess his murder. Some return to the scene. Some even talk about it to strangers. The criminal subconscious feels cheated of the drama, the notoriety which comes with his confession or capture.
Look here, I don't like the drift of this talk.
Well, I apologize, my friend. I'm always going off into a lecture. I'm sure neither of you is guilty. None of us is. We have no motives.
Here come my boys. Well, it's about time. You ready, Mike?
All set. Honey, get your coat.
Are we leaving?
Yes, we are. The answer to Ray Rogers' death isn't here. It's in a house that's been padlocked for 2 months.
Place is dusty.
Did you expect John Himes' ghost to meet us with a vacuum cleaner?
If I remember right, this is the bedroom. Yeah, it is. We left everything in place. Nothing's been changed.
Well, the old guy was a miser, all right. Not enough furniture for a dollhouse.
Inspector, you told us tonight you had a new idea about this case. What was it?
That's the blood stain over there, Mike, in front of the telephone stand.
Inspector, what was it? Maybe it's our solution.
Don't bother him, honey. Hey, there's the print of a shoe here on the edge of the blood.
Yeah. The killer made it. Wore tennis shoes. We tried to trace it.
How about fingerprints?
All identified. Well, except for one. Probably an old print. Maybe some visitors. Couldn't match it up with our files anyway.
You said his secretary lived with Himes. You sure of his alibi?
Positive, Phil. Nice young fella. He got a phone call in the afternoon that his uncle was dying down at Carmel. He got to Carmel in the evening, and it turned out to be a fake call. The murderer just wanted him out of the way.
Well, he could have sneaked back that night and...
No, he had witnesses. In fact, he telephoned long distance about midnight to tell Himes he'd be back in the morning.
Yeah, I remember it now. The operator said somebody answered the phone but didn't say a word, just hung up.
Yeah. We figure the murderer picked up the receiver to hear who was calling. He cleaned the receiver afterwards and put it back. That's when he stepped in the blood.
It doesn't add up, though, Inspector. There's only one shoe print. Now, he couldn't possibly stand here and reach over to the phone on that table. It's too far.
Well, does it matter?
Wait a minute. Let me try something. If I put one foot on the bloodstain here and then my knee on this chair, I can... Yeah. Now I can reach it.
Say, come to think of it, that's where we found the stray fingerprints. Right where you got your hands right now, on the back of that chair.
Okay, now we're clipping coupons. That fingerprint belongs to the killer of John Himes and Ray Rogers.
All right, but whose print is it? The inspector doesn't know.
Well, we'd better know, and in a hurry. The murderer tried to get Faraday once tonight. He'll try again, and the next time, who knows?
In just a moment, we'll rejoin Mike and Phyllis in their adventures. A few minutes ago, we mentioned some of the advantages of Union Oil's spark plug service. Now, as a featured part of this service, the Minutemen will also inspect your ignition cables. These are the small, thin wires which deliver electricity to the spark plugs. Naturally, if any of them are defective, even brand new spark plugs won't receive enough juice for proper firing. In other words, a faulty ignition cable will leak electricity. So for a complete, accurate check on your car's firepower, have the Minutemen service your spark plugs and ignition cables. You'll notice the increased power and snap in your engine as soon as you drive away. You'll find Union Oil Minutemen ready to serve you wherever you see the sign of the big orange and blue 76. It is midnight. Mike, Phyllis, and Inspector Faraday are at headquarters. Mike and Phyllis are bent over a desk studying a police file.
No luck, kids.
Huh?
Boys recheck those fingerprints. None on record.
But we've got to have it, Faraday. Your life may depend on it.
All right. There are 130 million people in the United States. Shall I ask every one of them to mail me their prints?
Oh, easy, Inspector, easy.
Well, we're stymied. That's all there is to it.
Well, we'll keep on trying. Phil and I have been going through the coroner's report here. So far, nothing new.
The bullet entered skull immediately below right ear. Death was almost instantaneous. Deceased fell to floor in position shown in photographs. The eyeglasses held in his left hand were crushed and embedded in his palm. In the opinion of the doctors...
Hey, wait a minute, hold it. What was Himes doing with the eyeglasses in his hand? He was nearsighted.
Oh, we covered that at the party tonight, Mike. He probably never put his glasses on. That's why he mistook the killer for his own secretary.
Why do we have to assume that? Why not the opposite?
Opposite? What do you mean?
Well, perhaps Himes was taking his glasses off.
So what? Does it make any difference?
Does it make any difference? Look, Faraday, look. All we need to get this killer are three things. A pair of tennis shoes, a set of fingerprints, and an address.
That's all. Just sit down and write ourselves a letter to Santa Claus.
No. We'll get the fingerprints from the police files.
But we just looked.
Not everywhere, Inspector. We'll get the address from the phone book and the tennis shoes at that address.
Well, party doesn't sound quite as lively as it did a few hours ago.
Mike, that paper sack, everybody will know their shoes. Carry it like a bottle of champagne.
Quiet. Here comes our hostess.
Well, at last. We thought you'd never get back. My guests want to go home.
Oh, they can shortly. Where are they?
In the bar, most of them.
Sheer escapism, gentlemen. Personally, I prefer this book of poetry.
Shakespeare's sonnets. How nice.
What's wrong with a copy of Sherwood Armstrong? Any luck, boys?
Well, I think so. How about it, Inspector?
Dr. Kaler, you're an expert on fingerprints. I have in these cards 2 sets of fingerprints. Will you examine them and tell us if they're identical?
Certainly. This whorl here and the lines. They're identical.
Do you recognize them?
No.
Mr. Armstrong, do you recognize them?
No, I don't.
And Miss Melton?
Why, no, but I'm not an expert.
May I ask where you got these prints?
From the back of a chair in the bedroom of John Himes. The second card is from the file of honorary members of the police force.
Oh, I mean, isn't that strange?
You were about to say, Miss Melton, that you, too, have been an honorary policeman for the past 3 years?
Yes. Oh, but surely you don't think that
I never did like the idea of your parlor entertainment, Miss Melton. When I came here tonight, I expected that something might go wrong. Or at least that the murder of John Himes might be present.
Now, just a minute, Inspector. I think you're going...
I told you people I had a new angle on the murder. Actually, I didn't know a thing. It's an old trick making the murderer think you have the answer. He'll stampede and give himself away.
Which is exactly what happened. The killer tried to remove the inspector, but he made a mistake out there in the dark. He got the wrong man. Now, I have here in this paper bag a pair of tennis shoes worn by the murderer. May I ask you, gentlemen, what size shoes you wear?
A number 9.
Also a 9.
I see. But the night you killed John Himes, you wore an 8.5, Dr. Kaler.
The night I... Sir, this is a joke.
Is anyone laughing? The sole of this left shoe shows traces of blood. The blood of John Himes, the blood you stepped in when you answered the phone in that bedroom.
But no, they are not my shoes. I do not play tennis.
You bought them because they were noiseless, Doctor. We found them in the closet in your room at your club.
And the fingerprints are from your honorary police card.
You convicted yourself, Doctor. When you reenacted the crime, you pointed out to us that Himes mistook the visitor for his own secretary because he hadn't put on his glasses. The crime was so vivid in your memory that you unconsciously repeated it to the last detail. Your own subconscious was what trapped you, Doctor.
Golly, Mike, I wish that magazine had waited a few days. No, they really have something to write about. Mike Shane outwits famed criminologists.
Well, I'd say the honors go equally to our friend and companion, Inspector Faraday.
Oh, I don't know. But all I did was to smoke him out with a big wiseack.
No, what gets me, kids, is why Kaler did it. He hardly knew John Himes. He had no motive.
He told us the motive, honey. His own vanity. The great criminologist commits the perfect crime. It's like a case out of the last book he published.
Mike Shane, you didn't tell me you'd read any of his books.
Oh, every one of them, honey. And I can show you a book at my apartment he wrote back in 1937, and on one of the pages I scribbled, "Someday this man's going to commit a murder."
Oh, and I thought I was the only one who suspected him.
What?
Oh, now look, Angel.
Why, you were draped on Kaler's arm all evening. Why, Dr. Kaler, how clever of you. Shakespeare's sonnets. How utterly wonderful.
Oh, I was just playing up to him. I knew.
Oh, you did? How?
Mike Shane, I suspect any man who parts his hair in the middle.
This is Mike Shane again.
And this is Phyllis.
Both reminding you that next Monday evening we'll be on the air 1/2 hour earlier. Same night, same station.
Remember, won't you? Mike and Phyllis at 8 o'clock next Monday. Good night, all.
Tune in again next week at 8 o'clock for another adventure with Michael Shane, Private Detective, starring Wally Mayer and Kathy Lewis, with Joe Forte as Inspector Faraday. Tonight's story was written by Richard DeGraff and based on the character created by Brett Halliday. Music was composed and directed by Bernard Katz. This is John Lang saying goodnight for the people who make 76 gasoline and Triton Motor Oil, Union Oil Company. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System. Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
In the time before dawn, Broadway is an island of silence torn from the blazing neon, the midnight sun of the spectaculars. The river mists mingle with the vapors rising from manhole covers. Through them move the rejects, the stragglers, the wanderers, the men without sleep. One detaches himself, scavenges in a trash bin choked with the remnants of night, finds nothing, moves on to the next. It's the time of the endless search, the restlessness of an anguish you can't understand, on the street built for the purpose. You walk it, and a shadow whimpers, and you hurry on, close your heart to it, because the whimper was yours. And finally, you must put aside whatever it was you were looking for, because on a side street a man waits for you to give you the nighttime's departing gift. The boy lying dead against the iron gate of the tenement's basement court.
Pablo Malari, Danny, from uptown, West 109th Street. Carried one of those handwritten identification cards.
Find anything else on him?
Not much. $5 bill in his wallet. His saint's medallion he's wearing on a chain around his neck. That's about all.
Now, you question the people in the...
Yeah, Danny, every door. No one ever heard of the kid, had nothing to do with him, didn't want to talk about him. You know, most of them were trying to sleep, the heat, the kids squalling, you know.
Yeah. Beaten. Jaw broken. This bruise on his throat.
Must be the one that killed him. Here, come down here, Danny.
Huh? What?
Take a look at the sign on this door. Hudson Club, Johnny Hammett, president. I guess it's one of those street clubs the kids make up for themselves. This neighborhood's loaded with them.
You think what happened to this kid is part of it?
Yeah, I think. What do you think?
Maybe. Check it, Muggerman. I'll get back to you. And wait now for the decent hour. Give to someone a few more hours of sleep before breaking the news about the death of a young man. And at 8:30, to an address on West 109th Street. Climb 4 flights and be careful of the rotting steps and the 3-year-olds at play. The door opens to your knock, and the woman who pinches her shawl close to her throat doesn't understand what you're saying, and calls a neighbor who understands, who explains to the woman, the mother of a murdered young man, explains what must be done. Accept the fact of death. Identify the body. Bury her son. Then walk away from all of it. You've started a new day. Call headquarters. Detective Muggerman gives you an address. Looked for and found and checked by the night shift. Johnny Hammett, president of the Hudson Club, a tenement on West 43rd near the docks. Johnny's glad for the company.
I dislike having my coffee alone, Mr. Clover.
You work, Johnny?
Yeah, here and there, mostly on Broadway, sir. People always want things done.
You mean you run errands?
No, if you think all it is running down to the corner drugstore, no. Broadway, Mr. Clover. It's full of tourists.
Anybody else live here with you?
Yeah, my father. I think he still does. I hardly ever see him.
How's the Hudson Club coming along?
Oh, fine. Fine, thank you.
What kind of club is it?
Oh, a little bit of everything. Sports, dances, beach parties. The girls do most of the arranging.
Girls?
Isn't that funny? About a month ago, I mentioned girls to my father. He had the same expression on his face as you do. Yeah, girls. I'm 19. I don't chalk walls anymore.
Johnny, a member of your club was murdered last night. A boy by the name of Pablo Malari.
Oh, is he dead? Nah, he wasn't a member of the club, sir. He just hung around.
What about him, Johnny? Who killed him?
I didn't. And no one's come up to me since last night and said he did it either.
Where were you last night?
We had a meeting at the club, a special one. Initiations, plans for the summer. Broke up about 2. I came right home.
I want a list of your members, Johnny. Names, addresses.
No, sure. Before you go. Look, where was Pablo found?
Outside your club, in the vestibule.
Nelson might know.
Nelson?
Toby Nelson. We had him in front of the door last night to keep away undesirables.
Where can I find him?
Works at a cigar and magazine counter in the Flick Building lobby. I wish there was more I could tell you. I really do, sir.
sis, don't forget your change. There you are, baby. Good luck at the track. What's yours, Buster?
Your name, Toby Nelson?
Someone send you to ask an important question?
Police.
That buzzer could stand a little metal polish, mister.
Don't worry about it.
Oh, sure not. Tell me what I should worry about.
About a boy named Pablo Malari.
Yeah, I've been reading him in the newspapers. What's he to me?
He was found beaten to death in front of
Hudson Club, I know. It says so in the papers.
What went on there last night?
I'll have to read the minutes of the meeting. I was outside making these two big muscles that Tatsu wanted in and couldn't get in.
What happens at these initiations, Toby?
Kid stuff. You swear to do this and that and be a nice Hudson. To tell you the truth, I was embarrassed for the kid.
Who are you talking about?
Paula got taken into us last night. Johnny Hammett wanted it, so I arranged it. Paula Chopak. Which makes us fellow members. Which makes me happy.
This Paula's your girl?
Manicures my pinkies. Look. Pretty job, huh? Gives me locks of hair. Lets me argyles. Oh, it's a nice thing we got. Tender.
Paula Chopak. Uh-huh. I've got her name on my list.
She was on top of the grocery store, corner 11th Avenue and 46.
Yeah. Thanks a lot, Toby.
Anytime. Oh, here, take a scratch sheet, mister. For free. Go ahead, take it. It's last Monday's.
And bring to the top of the list Paula Chopak. Climb the stairs, knock on a door with the curtain panels of glass, and hear the furtive scurrying behind it and the slam of another door inside. Then hear a woman's steps approaching, and an instant of silence. Then the fumbling with the catch, and the door opens. And the woman had not finished making herself presentable to the caller. The wrinkled cotton house dress needed another smoothing. The graying hair needed to be pressed back again from the forehead. The tired voice, there was nothing to be done about that.
Yes. Something?
I'm from the police, Danny Clover.
It's good you're here. We not think police come so soon. Please to come in. Please, that chair. I sit by window in it by evening. It's comfortable, clean. You be cool. Please, mister.
Thank you, but I'd like to...
By my daughter to speak. By Paula.
Paula, is she here?
Yes. By room, listening to records. But first, please, mister, first.
You want to tell me something, Mrs. Chopak?
About Paula. You see what I am, mister. But Paula, by her is great beauty, by the face, by the rich black hair.
Mrs. Chopak.
Like crown she wears it, my Paula, my baby. I comb for her, brush, wash, put in braids by night for sleep. My Paula is good, clean, respectful to me, to such as you never trouble, never bring me tears.
Will you call her, please?
Go to her. She wait for you. She say me, policeman come this afternoon. I have much thing to tell him. My Paula say this to me. What my Paula got to say to policeman, mister? What?
In that room?
Yes. You see, my Paula tell you her thing. Then you, policeman, go away from us. Mister.
Paula, I'm from the police.
I know. I heard.
Your mother said you had something you want to tell me.
Mom's wrong.
I don't think so. Tell me, Paula.
Mom can hardly speak English. Sometimes she doesn't understand the things I say to her. I've got nothing for you. Besides, I'm busy.
Brushing your hair? Let it alone for a while, Paula. Talk to me. A boy was murdered last night in front of a club where you were initiated. Pablo Malari. Is that what you wanted to tell me about? What's the matter, Paula? Scared?
Look at me. You think you could scare me?
Toby Nelson talked to me. He said...
He told you I was sweet to him, maybe. Told you I joined the Hudsons because he asked me. Because I used to jump when he asked. That he told you?
That, too.
Well, next time you see him, explain to him it's finished. Through, wiped off my memory book. As of last night.
What happened last night?
I got initiated in a club. What else can happen to a girl?
Murder, maybe? A murder she saw being committed, maybe? Something she's afraid
I said it once. I got nothing to tell you.
So go tell Mom I got nothing to say to a policeman. It'll cheer her up.
I hope you're right, Paula. For you. For your mother. I hope you're right.
Danny, I give you the evening's greetings.
Thanks a lot, Gino.
Hey, you're here so late tonight. Why didn't you go home after you saw the Chopak girl?
I had some work to do.
Uh-huh. Danny, would you mind very much if I regaled you with a tidbit that happened early this evening at the house of Tartaglia?
Please do.
Cousin Stanley from Gay Paris showed up after 10 these many years.
Not him.
Oh, him it was. And with arms akimbo with goodies. Nicks for Mrs. Tartaglia, knacks for the kiddies, and for me, a great big bottle.
Champagne, huh?
Had a call, Danny. 51.
From Paris?
Those Continentals know how to live.
Gino, did you have that list of the Hudson Club checked?
Indeed I did, and each and every member swears on the bylaws of the club that they know nothing of the murder of Pablo Malari.
Danny Clover speaking.
Squad car's downstairs for you, Danny. Paula Chopak was washed up on the beach at Far Rockaway a little while ago. Maybe an accident, maybe homicide. You going, Danny?
Right away. The night wind off the sea was soft, warm. It sighed against the flames of the beach fire strung along the coast, riffled the sand across driftwood, across the litter. It brought close the far-off sounds of a summer beach at night, the laughter from behind screened porches, the siren call of the ukulele gently strummed, the distant screeching of gulls, and closer, the other sounds, the lash and wash of the surf, the opening and setting up and adjusting of the mechanical devices that attend the dead, and then the trembling voice of the boy who tries to tell you about the girl lying there, how it was, why it was.
We were swimming, sir. Lost her someplace out there in the dark, and I heard her kind of scream.
Just you and Paula, Johnny?
Yeah, it was a beach party like the ones I told you about. The other members left. Paula wanted to stay. Asked me to stay with her.
You said she screamed. Why?
She hit her head on one of those rocks out there. The high tide covers them up. I didn't know till I hit the beach she was dead. I tried to... Dead? She is, isn't she? Look at me. I killed Paula.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. Tonight's the night. Yes, beginning this evening, there'll be a new host on Songs for Sale. He's affable Steve Allen, a young comedian whose likable personality you're really going to enjoy. Steve Allen becomes head salesman on Songs for Sale, introducing new songwriters and their tunes tonight over most of these same CBS stations.
On an early summer's night, Broadway stands on a corner, leans against the orange juice stand, and sums up the day. Some days are better than others. Some days you break even. You only had one end of the daily double, but the new blonde in the office looked over her shoulder at you and smiled. And later, when she dabbed on her lipstick with a finger, she smiled again. Oh, it was quite a day today. The Dodgers passed a miracle. You forgot to pay the check at the cafeteria and got away with it. And a girl. A song of a girl was washed up on the beach at Far Rockaway. Here's maybe a tragic day, but here is a day. It was 11:30 toward the end of it when we got Johnny Hammett back to headquarters.
Sit down there, Johnny. Cigarette, kid?
No. No, thank you.
Well, maybe you'd rather have one of Danny's.
Yeah, here, have one, Johnny.
I don't want one.
Guess Johnny doesn't like the brands we smoke, Danny.
I just don't want to smoke, that's all. Can a man not want to smoke?
Take it easy.
Sure. Sure, relax, kid.
Am I under arrest?
You said you killed Paula.
It was my fault. I shouldn't have let her swim out that far.
Did you kill her or didn't you kill her?
It was my fault.
Who killed Pablo Malari?
You think I did?
Did you, Johnny?
You think I killed him, don't you, Mr. Clover?
There you go again, Johnny. Look, kid. A couple of your friends were killed. We're police. We're asking.
I didn't kill anybody.
You don't have to explain to Johnny Muggerman. He knows why he's here. He knows we need his help.
Yeah, help, Johnny. That's what we want. We're not asking for a confession.
Who's kidding? Who?
Were you in love with Paula?
She wasn't around long enough.
She was around tonight. What happened tonight?
You know what happened. What's the matter with you?
Look, Johnny, I'm going to tell you something. You're not talking to your little hoodlum friends. You're talking to a policeman. Nobody's trying to intimidate you. Nobody's trying to make you say things you don't want to say. You're talking to a policeman who's trying to do his job. What happened tonight?
We had a beach party.
The Hudsons?
Yes, sir.
That's better, Johnny.
Paul and I came late. The others were already there.
Toby Nelson?
Yes, sir. Toby wanted to take Paula home. Paula wanted to stay. So we stayed. Paula and I. We were the last ones there.
What made Paula want to stay?
She'd never been swimming at night.
And she swam out past the breakers and a wave washed her against a rock. Is that what happened?
Yes, sir.
All right, Johnny.
Can I go now?
Uh-huh. Good night, Johnny. Thanks. What do you think, Muggavan?
You believe him?
I don't know. I'm going to check. I'm going to talk to Toby. Toby? Toby?
Who wants me? Oh, you got a long nose, mister.
Your landlady told me you were up here on the roof.
Hers is even longer than yours. What's the guy have to do to get a square foot of air to himself?
Your girl's dead, Toby. Paula's dead.
You're stale, mister. The smooth voices on the radio have been telling me Paula's dead. For an hour now. Up here, I thought I couldn't hear him. I hear him.
Johnny Hammett says it was an accident.
That makes it an accident.
You were at the beach party, Toby?
Never miss it. Gives me a chance to show off my muscles to the members.
You did that. Then what happened?
Well, let me think now. After that, I roasted the hot dogs for the group. We all ate hearty, then it broke up. I came home.
And left Paula alone with Johnny?
Yeah, that's the other thing I did.
Paula was your girl. How come Johnny took her to the party?
If she was alive, you could ask her. I wouldn't know.
Johnny says you wanted to take her home. Why didn't you?
Because she slapped me across the mouth when I asked her. They all laughed. Johnny, too. Then she laughed harder than anybody. That's how I got the message she didn't want me to take her home. She wanted Johnny.
Up to the night of the initiation at the Hudson Club, she was your girl. What happened there to make her turn on you, Toby?
She's dead. Paula's dead. What else do you want from me? What else do I have to give you? How much can you... She's dead, mister. That's all I got.
All right, Toby. And leave the boy alone. Give him the time and place of his grieving, and the quality of it that's bled out of a tenement rooftop in a city stretching into the hours after midnight. Go away. Resign yourself that another day is over. The next morning, on the legwork, go now to a corner of the city where the sign says 11th Avenue and 46th. Climb the steps and stop at a door. Intrude upon 2 rooms newly filled with grieving.
Please. Please come in. Of my daughter?
Mrs. Chopak, the police are not satisfied that Paula...
Of my daughter, Paula?
There's a possibility that it wasn't an accident.
Paula is in other room. The others. Neighbors by me. We have only boxes to sit on.
I want you to try to understand what I'm saying.
Nothing. Nothing I understand. Only up to yesterday. To yesterday when Paula said to me, Mama, I'm going to swim with this boy, this Johnny.
Johnny Hammett?
Johnny.
He called for her?
At first, my Paula, she said she would want to stay home, rather. Then the boy said something to her. Then down low over her ear. Paula took her suit for swimming, her cap not to get her hair wet. Then she said what I said to you.
I see. Just one more thing, Mrs. Chopak. The night before last, your daughter went out. Do you know where she went?
To some place. To party. Like clubhouse party.
What time did she come home?
Late, I don't know what time.
Did you talk to her when she came home?
Only when I tried to give her help.
Help?
White. like ghost. I'm sick. I hear this. I get out of my bed. I come to her. I say, Paula, you're sick. Mama, get something. She tell me, go away. Like I'm someone she never see before.
Was she drunk?
Sick. Was no whiskey I smell. Sick. White. Sick like ghost.
I see.
She's dead now. Paula is. And the neighbors by me. They're in next room. They sit. They cry. They touch my shoulder. They don't talk. They don't know what words to say to me.
Then walk the tenement street and have your passage greeted by the sudden silences of the yelling kids, the turning of backs after the furtive gesture of insult, because somehow you were guilty of that anguish over the corner grocery store. Once you had been welcomed by a mother, and for that you had left her a dead child. And on that street the guilt was yours. So I got away from it. At headquarters, reread the file on Malari, dead of a beating. On Paula Chopak, dead of a head wound while swimming at Rockaway. And finally read away the daylight and sit in darkness till a man comes in, looks at you for a moment, turns on a light.
You don't mind the light, huh, Danny?
It's all right, Gino, thanks.
I agree with you that this killing, this dying of kids, makes one wish to sit alone in the dark. However...
You got something for me, Gino?
Danny, all I can give you is a comment upon the children of today. The clubs they must make for themselves, the things they do in said clubs, the hurt they bring upon themselves for so doing.
Go on, Gino.
It's in all the papers, Danny. How they go out of the way for new thrills, new sensations, new emotions. Only this morning, while shaving, I was bending an ear to the comment from the radio. I called in the Tartaglia
You got
crowd
something, Muggerman?
I don't know, Danny. Maybe yes, maybe no.
What?
Gordon and Technical gave it to me to give to you. See if the big man can figure it, he says to me. I got news about Gordon. I actively dislike
What did
this
he give
man. He's been studying the bathing cap Paula Chopak wore to the beach party. He says it's curious.
Why?
He says the girl didn't have the cap on when she went into the water.
Paula was proud of her hair. She'd have worn the cap. Why does he say she wasn't wearing it?
Because there was no blood stain inside it. Gordon says if she was wearing the cap when she hit the rock, it would have held some of the blood. Which means, he says, that the cap was put on her after she was carried to the beach.
It means another thing, Muggerman.
What?
Paula was murdered. Get me a squad car.
Not open.
It's the police.
What do you want?
Let's go inside, I'll tell you. Inside, Toby. Are you the only Hudson here?
Hey, Johnny, look what's here. We got a caller, Johnny.
Good evening, Mr. Clover.
Nice clubhouse you've got here.
Can I show you around?
Where's everybody? I thought you had quite an organization.
They'll be around. When you leave, people will start swarming in here.
I'm glad you came, Mr. Clover.
Thanks.
Hey, what's with you, Johnny? You buy a cop for a friend?
Don't pay any attention to him, sir. He doesn't know about policemen. He doesn't know they have a job to do.
You understand all about that, though, don't you?
Hey, what's going on?
Too bad about you, Toby.
Huh?
I said too bad about you. Your muscles, your temper. The mad you had on the other night.
Hey, Johnny, what's eating you?
You never saw Toby work over a guy, did you, Mr. Clover?
No. Tell me about it.
Once, a boy tried to get in here. Tried real hard. Toby was in front of the door. The boy never made it.
Pablo Molari?
Johnny?
It wasn't premeditated, Mr. Clover. Toby didn't mean it. He was just angry about something.
You're under arrest, Toby. Put out your hands.
Gotta do something first!
Don't be a fool!
Take him off me! Yeah!
Take him off! Thanks. Thanks, Mr. Clover. That's just the way he went after that boy. He would have killed me.
Toby will rest a while.
What are you doing, Mr. Clover?
Frisking him. Nice cigarette case. Cigarette, Johnny?
Are you kidding? I don't smoke those.
Don't blame you. Marijuana brings you grief. That's what it brought Paula.
Paula?
Uh-huh. Paula was a sick girl after she got home from her initiation. You have to smoke this stuff to become a member of your club?
Oh, now look.
You look, Johnny. Paula was Toby's girl. You wanted her. That's why you insisted she become a member. Put her on this stuff, she'd lose her sense of values.
You think I'd do anything like that?
Yes, I do.
You know me better than that.
I know you killed her.
I told you what happened out there on the beach.
You forgot to tell me why she went there with you. What were you going to do, Johnny? Tell her mother she was smoking marijuana? Is that why she went with you, stayed at the beach after the others left?
I don't know what to say to you, Mr. Clover. You're wrong. And I think you ought to take care of Toby here.
Paula had beautiful hair, Johnny.
I'd go along with that.
She'd have worn her cap into the water. You killed her before she went into the water. How, Johnny? With a rock?
Mr. Clover.
Then you threw her in the surf so her suit would be wet. Pulled her back, remembered about the cap, put it on her. Why did you murder her?
She was so beautiful. She was so beautiful, Mr. Clover.
She refused more of your cigarettes?
Funny. It worked before.
Let's go, Johnny.
It always worked. You know, it got so they'd come around here begging for the stuff. A young man like me, connections, is like a king. I'll tell you another funny thing. I wouldn't touch this stuff.
Come on.
Yes, sir.
Broadway looks clean. The winds of the evening have swept away the litter. Everything looks sharp. Sharp. Like a knife at your heart. You walk against it, and it plunges deeper. Deeper until there's no pain at all. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover, with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia and Jack Crucian as Muggavan. The program was produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with musical score composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. In tonight's story, Dick Crenna was heard as Johnny Hammett, Bill Tracy as Toby Nelson, Peggy Weber as Mrs. Chopat, and Michael Ann Barrett as Paula Chopak. On July 8th next week, Broadway's My Beat will be heard on a new day, Sunday. Beginning a week from tomorrow, be sure to listen to Broadway's My Beat and the Adventures of Danny Clover, starring Larry Thor. Bill Anders speaking. This is CBS, where Phil Regan brings you the serviceman's own show every Sunday on the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Calling all detectives. Shadowing people is one of the hardest jobs a detective ever gets. And I once had a case where the shadower was shadowed. That is the situation on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. Some people have the idea that a private detective like me, Jerry Browning, makes a lot of easy money. Believe me, they don't know the half of it. When Kobina Starrett walked into the hat store on Lake Boulevard, I had to hang around outside without creating the impression that I was A, a detective, B, a masher, C, a pickpocket. About half an hour later... I've been watching you. You're making drawings of our latest imports. I mumbled something to the store manager about waiting for my wife. He showed me what he thought of that by beckoning to the cop who was directing traffic at the corner. I fled as the cops started toward us. I hurried past the hat store in time to see Kobina Starrett leaving by a rear door. But as I ran around the block... All right now. I've got you. Leave off struggling before I give you a taste of the billy. It was the cop who'd run the other way to meet me. Officer, I'm Jerry Browning, private detective. What's the use? The cop let go of me, but held his club ready. What's that you said? Never mind. My subject just drove off in that cab. A woman I was shadowing got away from me when a cop mistook me for a loiterer. I took a cab to the office of my client, Wadsworth Henley. Acting on Henley's orders, I'd been following Kobina Starrett for 10 days, during which time she'd done nothing more exciting than shop at a few dozen stores and spend long hours at her beauty parlor. Henley sat at his desk and gnawed his knuckles while I delivered my rehearsed story. So it's my conclusion, Mr. Henley, that your suspicions of Miss Starrett are completely unfounded. Henley got up from his desk and walked over to me. Browning, I'll tell you what I think of your report. Henley stood over me. Browning, I had a phone call from Kobina Starrett a few minutes ago. She has just married her hairdresser. She said nothing about returning her engagement ring. I got up slowly. I'm sorry, Mr. Henley. I guess you had a right to lose your temper. Henley frowned. No, I didn't. You tried your best. Browning, I'm well out of it. And I now realize that the one I really love is Peggy McConnell. I edged toward the door. That's fine, Mr. Henley. I hope you'll be very happy. Henley grabbed my arm. I won't make the same mistake twice, Browning. Before Peggy gets an engagement ring from me, you make sure that she loves me. Yeah? And how do you suggest I go about finding that out? You're a detective. Don't bother me with trifles. Now get going. That evening, I went down to the Lido Club, where Peggy McConnell was a featured singer. After her act, I watched Peggy circulate from table to table and made a mental note to report to Henley that she was very popular. About 11 o'clock, Henley came in for a while, got a tiny share of Peggy's attention. I hung around until after the last show, then went outside and took up a position near the stage entrance. After I'd been there about an hour, a car drove up at the stage entrance just as Peggy McConnell emerged from the club. After she got into the car, I signaled a taxi. I ran over to the cab, but as I had my hand on the doorknob... Well, if it ain't the private detective. And who are you shadowing this time? Look, I'm on a different case. Let go of my arm. Sure, and I'm only trying to be helpful. Never mind. This one got away, too. In the light of my afternoon's experience, I didn't dare report to Henley that Peggy McConnell had eluded me. Instead, I went to her home the next morning, waited outside it until she emerged. Why is it that the average woman on a shopping tour will cover approximately 18 miles in the course of any average day? That's what Peggy McConnell did. I thought it was going to be another wasted day, until... The door through which Peggy McConnell passed was at City Hall, and it was labeled Marriage License Bureau. At last, I had something to report to Henley, except that I couldn't reach him on the phone either at his office or at home. By that time, Peggy had come out of the bureau, and I had to pick up a trail which led me to the Lido Club again. All during the evening, I tried to call Henley, and never did succeed in reaching him. When it became obvious that I couldn't connect with him, I decided that the least I could do for the money I was being paid was follow Peggy and let Henley be the first to know whom she was marrying. But at the stage door...
You know something? I've been thinking. And what I've been thinking is that you're a peeping Tom and no detective at all.
Look, officer, I'm a licensed private detective. I'll show you my license. I'll do anything if you'll only go away.
I've met your kind before. You've a pocket full of fake papers and a face butter wouldn't melt on. And what I'm thinking is, you're too guileful for a simple man like me. So come on down and tell it to the sergeant. I watched dully as Peggy McConnell got into the car and drove away. Then I turned to the cop. Don't you ever get a day off? It took me about 5 minutes to identify myself at headquarters, but by then it didn't matter. The next day I went to see Henley. I had another story rehearsed this time. Mr. Henley, you were never in love with Peggy McConnell either. And it's a good thing you didn't give her an engagement ring because she's just a flirt and a heartbreaker. Browning, you're talking about my wife. I got up slowly. Didn't even try to duck in case he wanted to hit me again. But when the door opened and my nemesis, the cop, walked in, I finally understood everything. You're a good detective, Browning. But you don't have to follow me daughter Peggy around. That's why she's got her old father to look after her. Eh, son-in-law? Well, I got my $40 a day for every day I worked. But I know plenty of pugs who take a lot fewer wallops in the teeth for a lot more money than I ever make. Like I said, I won't deny that there are lots harder ways of making a living than my way. But I'm sure there must be lots that are easier. Calling all detectives. Private detectives get all sorts of clients. But I once had a murder case in which my client was me. That is the situation on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. Many people think that a private detective like me, Jerry Browning, has a lot of special rights and privileges. Far from it. I was sitting at a small table in the Montmartre, which is one of those intimate nightclubs. With luck, I hope to see Johnny Laughlin walk into the place sometime during the evening. I wanted Johnny for having worked the flim-flam, one of the basic confidence games, on a man now my client. The man who pushed his way across the floor to my table was tall, dark, heavy-shouldered. Listen, Jake. You butter my girl again and I'll slap your nose through the back of your head.
I blinked. You're talking to the wrong man, pal. I never saw you or your girl before. All that did was infuriate the guy.
Who you trying to ritz? Stand up and fight or I'll knock that smike right off your puss.
Under the circumstances, there was only one thing to do, and I did it. I yanked my blackjack from my pocket, kicked my chair out from under me, slapped the guy with the blackjack. An instant later, 3 other men surrounded me. One had a gun. I struck out at him. Heard the bullet go past my ear, and from then on was too busy to notice anything. After what seemed like hours, the lights went on. I found myself in the grip of 2 husky cops. There was a still figure on the floor.
Mister, you're under arrest for murder.
I got into a fight at a nightclub and found myself charged with murder. The next morning, I had a talk with my lawyer, and Lieutenant Dawson came over to see me from headquarters. They were both optimistic.
Jerry, we've got it pretty well established that the guy did pick the fight with you. The only question now is who killed him.
My lawyer shrugged.
That's not our question, Lieutenant. Jerry's innocent, and I want him released.
Dawson nodded absently.
Yeah, sure. That's just formality.
He turned to me.
Jerry, I want you to come down to the morgue, take a look at the body. We haven't been able to identify it yet.
I stared at the still body lying on the morgue slab, and I dreaded what I had to say. Dawson, this is not the fellow who picked the fight with me.
You mean this poor guy was just an innocent bystander?
My lawyer got red in the face.
That doesn't alter the circumstances. Jerry had nothing to do with it. A hoodlum picked a fight and...
I shrugged. Save it for court. We're liable to need it.
A license as a private detective is not a license to engage in brawls. Even though Mr. Browning did not actually shoot the victim, he is responsible for the conditions culminating in the murder. I hold him for the grand jury. However, I will accept a petition for bail. In the 4 days previous to my scheduled appearance before the grand jury, I moved heaven and earth to find out the identity of the murdered man. All I learned was that he'd come into the nightclub alone just a few minutes before the fight started, had been sitting at a table right behind mine. For a while, I thought that the murder had some connection with Johnny Laughlin, the confidence man I'd been trying to capture. But even that slim hope disappeared when I entered the grand jury room. The district attorney shook a bony finger in my face. Members of the grand jury, this man Browning has been a troublemaker for years. He claims to have been seeking the capture of Johnny Laughlin, who was in the custody of New Orleans police 24 hours before the nightclub murder, as Browning should have known if he were more interested in his business than in brawls. What do you say to that, Browning? I had one chance, and I took it. Members of the grand jury, this was no murder growing out of a casual brawl. I've uncovered evidence that makes me believe the whole thing was carefully staged. A fight picked in order to make a deliberate murder look accidental. I'm sure the man who started it did not know I was a detective. He picked on whoever was nearest, the real intended victim. But something happened in the course of the fight which makes me sure I can solve the murder, if the grand jury will give a week to do it in. The grand jury believed me, and I walked out of there with at least a technical chance to clear myself. That stuff about a deliberately staged fight was something I'd thought up in a moment of desperation. But the more I thought about it, the better I liked it. And in a conference with Dawson that same day, Dawson, the victim, came there to meet somebody. He had no papers on him because he didn't dare have any, and no money because he needed money badly. All that adds up to a Lannister of some kind. Find out who's broken out of a jail lately or double-crossed a gang someplace, and we'll at least have the victim identified. We had the identification 2 days later.
Jerry, our man is Sandy Purcell. Used to be an accountant. Ran the books for an Eastern gambling syndicate, sold inside information to another gang, and disappeared right after that. It's clear as you, Jerry.
Yeah, but that's not enough. There's a certain guy I still have to catch up with. Now that I knew the kind of man I was after, my problem became simpler. What I was looking for was a big man with a big pain in his head. Gangland has its own doctors, men who for many reasons are not permitted to practice medicine, but who, for a price, will extract a bullet or patch a cracked skull. That's why 5 days later I was waiting outside a grimy tenement building on the west side. It cost me $200 to learn this address, but I figured it was well worth it. It was about an hour later when the man walked down the tenement steps. His hat was pulled way down, but not far enough to conceal either his face or the white line of bandages under the hat. He was the man who'd started the nightclub fight. I held my blackjack in my hand as I stopped him. Hello, pal. How's your girlfriend these days? I thought he'd faint.
Don't hit me. I'm a sick man. You almost killed me the last time.
I'll finish it this time. I twirled the blackjack, let him hear its lethal whistle. What do you say? We can talk at police headquarters, or we can go to work right here.
I'll talk any place.
His name was Pete Terrell, and he worked as a dance hall bouncer, made extra money by beating people up on the side. He wasn't in on the actual murder, but he named the 3 men from Boston who'd hired him to start the nightclub fight that led to Sandy Purcell's murder. It was an old story. A guy who sells out a gang to another gang, then gets pushed off as useless. Sandy'd been threatening to talk unless he was taken care of. So they took care of him, though not as he expected. Terrell was lucky. He only got 5 years. Of the rest, 1 got the chair, 2 others life sentences. Like I said, it makes no difference who you are. When you step into a courtroom, all you get is justice.
Johnny Dollar.
Dollar? Well, thank goodness.
Thank goodness for what?
Oh, the trouble I've had getting this number of yours.
How come?
Well, I finally had to call Mr. McCracken at Universal Adjustment Bureau.
I found out from him that you're there in Hartford, Connecticut.
That's right.
Well, I thought you were going to drop by and pick up your check.
Was I?
Well, of course, you said you would.
Did I?
Well, of course.
Well, all right, but what's it for, and who are you?
Well, what's it for? Why, for your services in connection with that oil refinery investigation you made for us.
What oil refinery? When?
When? Last week.
What are you talking about, and who are you, sir?
Now, look here, Dollar. I'm Ted Beckham, Western Indemnity Company. Now, who else would be calling you regarding...
Ted Beckham?
Yes, of course.
Western Indemnity?
That's right here in Fort Worth.
Now, Mr. Beckham...
Now, I've okayed your expense account for that refinery investigation. The check is ready, and I just want to be sure that you pick it up.
Investigation?
Look, you being funny, Dollar?
There in Fort Worth?
Yes.
Texas?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Beckham...
Yes?
The only case I handled last week was right here in Hartford.
What?
The week before, I was in Little Rock, Arkansas.
Well,
the one before that, I was also here in Hartford.
Dollar?
And before that, in L.A., California.
Look, you're Johnny Dollar?
That's me.
Well, you're not.
I'm not?
Well, of course not. How stupid of me. I should have realized you weren't Johnny Dollar the minute you picked up the phone.
Now, look, Mr.
Your voice, it's not one bit like Dollar.
Now, look, will you please listen
Oh, all right, you imposter. You've succeeded in making a fool of me.
This bird's off his rocker.
But believe me, if I had time, I'd have you tracked down and arrested for impersonating him.
Me?
Yes.
Impersonating?
Yes. For impersonating Johnny Dollar. Goodbye.
Hello. Well, same to you and many of them.
CBS Radio brings you Bob Reddick in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Western Indemnity Company, to the Greater Southwest Insurance Company, and maybe to Universal Adjustment Bureau. Anyhow, the following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the Who's Who matter. That wacky phone call from Texas. From a man, a company I'd never even heard of, accusing me of impersonating myself. I was about to pick up the phone again, call him back, and demand an explanation, but the phone beat me to it. Hello?
That's a pleasant sort of greeting. Pat McCracken, Johnny, Universal Adjustment Bureau.
Oh, Pat.
Did a man named Beckham reach you?
Well, he certainly did. Who is he?
All I know is that he's heading up an outfit called Western
Indemnity Company.
Yeah, that's right. It's in Fort Worth. It's one of the many new insurance outfits there in Texas, and, well, that's really just about all I know about it.
I see.
But Beckham seemed anxious to get in touch with you, so I gave him your number.
And
if you plan to go on down there, Johnny...
Well, I certainly do.
Well, fine, because I just got a call from Al Pinker at the Greater Southwest Insurance Office.
Al Pinker?
Yes, regarding an arson job there in Dallas. The Geary Brothers department store.
Go on.
So, if you can hop a plane right away and look it over before the ashes get too cold.
Pat.
But, of course, if this man Beckham has something that's going to tie you up, well, what do you think?
Don't give it a second thought, Pat. I'll handle them both.
Good.
Yeah, I'll kill two birds with one stone.
Fine.
Did I say kill?
What?
Well, I hope not. But who knows?
What?
Pat, I'll be in touch. Al Pinker in Dallas. Ted Beckham in Fort Worth. Expense account item 1, 9805 airfare. The plane set down at the Amon Carter Field in Fort Worth. It was late in the afternoon. And item 2 is $10 even for a taxi for the 19-mile drive into the city, into the Western Indemnity Building. It was brand new, very modern, very small, and located on East Lancaster Avenue. Over the protest of a pretty young blonde secretary with pale blue eyes and well, I bullied my way into Beckham's office.
Yes?
Yes, who are you?
All right, now, Mr. Beckham, let's get a few things straight.
Now, wait a minute. I asked you, young man, who are you? What do you mean, barging in this way?
My name is Dollar, Johnny Dollar.
Don't be ridiculous.
Here are my credentials, including photograph and fingerprints. Here, look them over.
Huh? Well, now, this,
Well?
Why, you are Johnny Dollar. You were Johnny Dollar.
That's right.
And your voice, the same one I talked to over the phone early this morning.
Right.
But I made that call to Hartford.
That's right.
Oh, you were in Hartford then, huh?
Yes, but I am here now, and I would like to know what this is all about.
Well, that other young man who's been working with us did a couple of investigations for us.
You better tell me about him.
Why, he said that he's Johnny Dollar.
Oh, he did, huh?
And with that unusual name, there couldn't be two Johnny Dollars.
It's not likely.
But knowing all about you and your fine work over the years, well, when he came here and offered to undertake the two investigations, and there's a third one, and he did do a good job for us, Mr. Dollar.
He did, huh?
And yet, when I got his expense account, or that is, when I looked it over again after talking with you on the telephone, well, it kind of made me suspicious. The size of it, I mean, you see. Yeah. That expense account of his.
Well, tell me this, Mr. Beckham. Just why did you call me this morning?
Well, that was it, about the expenses for your... for his job on that refinery investigation. Now, he said he'd pick up the money here. He never had given me his address, and, well, I'd okayed the account, and the money was here waiting for him, and... but then, knowing so much about you, as I said, and contemplating the amount of his expense account,
So you tracked down my number in Hartford and called me?
Yeah.
To have me pick up the money?
Yes, and because I suddenly had a small suspicion, I mean because of the total of that expense account. Mr. Dollar...
All right, Mr. Beckham.
Oh, excuse me. Yes, Miss Carroll?
There's a Mr. Albert Pinker here to see you.
Pinker?
Send him in, Carol.
Yes, sir.
Hello. Who is Albert Pinker?
Greater Southwest Insurance Company. Al just happens to be the other reason I came all the way out here to Texas.
Johnny.
Hi, Al. Meet Ted Beckham, heads up this office.
Oh, glad to meet you, Ted.
Hi, Mr. Pinker.
Pat McCracken said you might come here first, Johnny, but listen, is whatever you're here for something that can wait?
Well, now, I'm not exactly sure.
Because if you can come on over to Dallas with me right away, this department store...
Wait a minute, the Geary Brothers department store, Mr. Pinker?
Yeah, that's right. You know about it?
Oh, I certainly do. You see, we hold part of that insurance, too.
Oh?
As a matter of fact, this other Johnny Dollar, why, he's what?
Beckham, perhaps I'd better go on over there with Al.
Yes, but now, Dollar, this
Yeah,
is...
well, all right, now, just don't get yourself all lathered up. I'll check up on our little affair later.
Oh, good, but what did Ted mean about another, that is...
Well, Al, it seems that I've come here to run down two people.
Two?
That's right. Your firebug for one.
Yeah, Johnny?
And a guy named Johnny Dollar.
What?
February is observed as American Heart Month for the sobering good reason that heart diseases take more lives than any other cause of death. This month is set aside for an appeal for funds to support a growing research program, enlisting top medical and scientific minds in the battle to overcome untimely death. The results of past generosities have already been felt in hospitals and doctors' offices and in lives saved. New techniques in surgery now save countless lives daily, here and elsewhere, because you gave for experiment into the then mysterious area of heart penetration. The money you give this year may be directly instrumental in raising the annual quota of people made whole, of lives saved, of families spared tragedy. When your Heart Fund volunteer calls, be generous, for this is a moving, pressing cause. Give to help your Heart Fund. Help your heart and the hearts of those you love.
During the 30-odd mile drive from Fort Worth to Dallas, I told Al Pinker about my own little problem. About this somebody who was impersonating me. And he was highly amused, which is more than I was. And then he told me about the arson job at Geary Brothers Department Store, and quite frankly, it sounded like something the police and a couple of private investigators working on would have been able to solve in short order. However, I agreed to look into it for him. He got me settled at the Statler Hilton, bought me cocktails and dinner, and then left me his car. Suggested I have a good night's sleep and contact the police department first thing in the morning. Well, I could have used the sleep all right, but instead, after he'd left, I decided to have a look-see at the remains of the department store before getting anyone else's opinion on the direct cause of the fire. It was in one of the new development areas far out on the edge of town. There was nobody about watching the place, so I proceeded to look around. It seems the building was a two-story affair. The fire had been pretty well contained on the second floor. A lot of damage had been done to the furniture section, household goods and appliances, that sort of stuff. Most of the roof was gone, and I found I had to be careful not to fall through several badly charred spots on the floor. Foolishly, I'd forgotten to bring along a flashlight. And although there was a moon, I had a problem locating the exact spot where the fire started, or rather where it was set. But as I shoved aside a piece of fallen timber that blocked my way into what was obviously a storeroom for bedding materials... Who's there? I did have my gun with me.
Who's there?
Oh, that was clumsy. I dove to the floor behind some kind of a box, a packing case. But all I could hear was the roar of traffic out on the highway. That is, until whoever it was...
So there you are!
But I couldn't see him. Or more important, what sort of protection he had. I only knew that if he came around a little more to my left, this packing case would be no protection for me at all.
Hey!
Then nothing. Not another sound. But because he had come around to the side, he obviously knew more about the geography of the store than I did. So unless I got out of there, found some better protection...
All right, mister, you better give up. You hear me? Because I know exactly where you are. You hear me? Stand up with your hands up over your head where I can see you against the light. You hear me, mister? What are you, don't...
To my right, clearly outlined against the sky, was something, another packing case maybe, that was bigger, heavier than the one that now gave me a scant protection. If I could feel my way over to it...
You hear me? You coming out of there?
You hear those sirens?
Yeah, I hear them.
Well, okay, then.
So I'm pushing this little steel desk in front of me, and I'm coming over there to get you.
I made a dash across the floor, but I forgot about the rotten, burned-out flooring that... Oh, no! When I came to, it could only have been seconds later. I found myself lying painfully on the concrete level below the hole in the burned-out flooring above. My gun was gone. And yeah, so was everything else that I'd had in my pockets. I tried to get to my feet, but I couldn't quite make it. And it wouldn't have done me any good if I had.
Here he is, right over here. Put your light on him, Mackenzie.
Right, you. There.
Yeah, just to make sure he don't start shooting again.
Oh, now listen to me.
Yeah. Oh.
Have a commander, welcome aboard. Have a commander, welcome aboard.
The cleaner the tobacco, the better it tastes. Have a commander and see. The cleaner the tobacco, the better it tastes. And in Commander, the tobacco is vacuum cleaned.
Have a commander, welcome aboard.
Try new king-size Philip Morris Commanders made on a new machine, the Mark 8, that takes rich, full-flavored tobacco and gently vacuum cleans it. And the cleaner the tobacco, the better it tastes. Noticeably better.
The cleaner the tobacco, the better it tastes. And in Commander, the tobacco is vacuum cleaned. Have a Commander. Welcome aboard.
This time, when I came to, it was on a cot in a small, bare room at police headquarters. It was morning. A patrolman sat with his chair cocked across the narrow doorway. I played possum for a while to get my strength and senses back. But then, a few minutes later, when he saw me move a bit...
Sergeant, looks like he's come to.
Okay, Mackenzie. Fallon just brought in the stuff we missed last night. His gun, the papers that were lying around him. Go take a look at them. Let me know what you find.
Yes, sir, I'll take a look.
All right now, mister. What were you doing out there at the Geary store last night?
Now, listen to me.
A little looting, maybe?
Listen to me, will you?
Sure, I'll listen.
I'm a special investigator.
Oh, sure. Just like all the rest of the crooks we've had to keep chasing away from that place.
No, now listen, Sergeant.
The only investigator we got any use for is that young fella from the insurance company that found the clue last night to pin that arson job on Jerry Springer.
You mean you found out?
Yep. Springer. Professional torchman from up north.
Now, look.
Now, I hate to admit it, but it was this young investigator found it out for us. So what happened? Just when he's about to come in and report to us, you sneak up on him and try to blow his head off.
What's the name of that investigator?
Well, not that it's going to make any difference to you by the time we get through with you, mister, but his name is Johnny Dollar.
Sergeant! Hey, Sergeant!
What's the matter, Mac?
This stuff we missed out there in the dark last night?
Well, what about it?
Somebody pulled them out of this man's pockets.
Pulled what out?
Look here, these credentials. Picture of them and everything.
Uh-huh.
Sure. This man's Johnny Dollar.
Dollar?
That's right.
But that other man, he told us he was Johnny Dollar. We had no reason.
So maybe if he took you in, as well as the insurance company...
Well, Mr. Dollar...
Maybe I had better run him down for you. Yeah, and for me, too. Something I'd learned the day before gave me a pretty good idea where I might find my impersonator. But only if I got there fast, about the time the insurance office back in Fort Worth opened up. In the car I'd borrowed from Al Pinker, I made the 34 miles in 34 minutes. The front door of Western Indemnity was locked, but slipping the latch on it turned out to be a cinch. The door of an insurance company yet. I parked myself in the chair of the receptionist who had brushed me off the previous afternoon. And then I noticed the envelope there on the desk, addressed to Johnny Dollar. Inside of it was a check for expenses on a job that I had never done. I tucked it back into the envelope, and then...
We've been wondering where you were and when you were coming in. Oh, there now. As soon as I turn on the lights, we'll be ready for business. There. You're awfully early, though. Are you going to wait and talk to Mr. Beckham when you... You.
That's right.
Now, you listen here, Mr. Whatever your name is. How did you get in here? And Mr. Beckham isn't here yet, but when he comes in and finds out that you... Oh, here, Mr. Dollar, here's your check.
That's fine, thank you. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Dollar, did you say? Your name is Dollar?
That's right.
Yes, Mr. Whoever you are, this is Johnny Dollar, the famous investigator.
Oh, he is?
And if you think you'll get away with breaking into this office...
Johnny Dollar, huh?
Now, listen, buddy.
You should have taken a better look at me last night.
What?
You mean...
Yeah, I mean...
You mean that you... Carol, thanks for the check. I gotta go.
Oh, no, you don't.
Oh, don't I?
No, that gun.
That's right. Now, get over there beside him, Carol.
What?
Oh, okay, now. Now, listen to me. And don't try any tricks, Dollar.
Dollar?
Are you forgetting the police know who I am now, know who you aren't?
He called you Dollar.
The police? Over there in Dallas?
Do you think they'll waste any time telling the department here in Fort Worth?
By the time those cops get the word, I'll be far, far away. Now,
Will
listen.
somebody please tell me what's going on
You
here?
made a big mistake in leaving my credentials here beside me last night.
So I made a mistake, because the cops were coming. But I'm not making any this time. Now, listen to
Do you
me.
mind telling me why you decided to pose as me?
Please, somebody explain.
How long you thought you'd get away with it?
Dollar.
And I suppose you solved a couple of cases for this company, got yourself in good with them, because you planned the crimes, whatever they were.
Okay,
Maybe
Dollar.
even pulled them off yourself.
Okay. You're stalling for time, but it's no good.
And tell me this.
Quiet, both of you. Now,
Now, both of you walk into that coat closet there beside you.
You lock us into that...
Now, listen, mister.
Go ahead, or Dollar, to help me out. Pull this trigger. Go on.
Look.
Yeah, look behind you.
Now, don't try that, old gag.
Oh, my goodness, what's going on? What's going on in
This,
here?
Mr. Beckham?
Why, Mr. Dollar, you found him.
Yeah, Mr. Beckham. I found him.
Will somebody please tell me what this is all about?
And the next time somebody barges in and identifies himself as me...
Now, but I tried to tell you, Mr. Dollar. I tried to tell you yesterday.
You tried to tell me what?
Why, I suspected this man from the minute I got his expense account on those jobs he presumably did for us. Why, that was one of the reasons for calling you in Hartford.
What do you mean, Mr. Beckham?
Well, knowing all about you, in spite of never having met you, and then seeing the amount of his expense account.
You handed in a pretty heavy one, huh?
Well, that's just the point. No.
What's that?
Well, it was so small. I just knew that he couldn't really be you.
Okay, then, Mr. Beckham. On the strength of that last remark, I will not expect you to question this. Expense account total, including hotel, transportation back to Hartford, and all the incidentals I could possibly cook up, $306.25. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Now, here is our star to tell you about next week's story.
Next week, a fireman. The dangerous kind. That carefully sets fires instead of putting them out. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Reddick, is written by Jack Johnstone. Produced by Bruno Zerato Jr. Directed by Ed Oates. Musical supervision by Ethel Huber. Heard in our cast were Ian Martin as Ted Beckham, Bill Sterling as Al Pinker, Lawson Zerby played Pat McCracken. Bill Lipton was the police officer, Rosemary Rice was Carol, Roger DeCoben was the sergeant, Leon Janney was the man. Be sure to join us next week, same time and station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Art Hanna speaking. How many times do you drive along the highway at a pretty fast clip and come upon a policeman at the side of the road writing out a ticket for some unfortunate traffic law violator? What happens? Almost automatically, you slow down to a sensible speed and pay more attention to driving safely. Nobody likes to get a traffic summons, but it's only by even stricter law enforcement that we're ever going to cut down on the shocking and shameful death and accident rate on our highways. That's why we should all get behind local and state safety programs and support any measures that will make driving a pleasure instead of a risk. A proper safety program includes not only more rigid enforcement of traffic laws and stiffer penalties for violating them, but also better public education on safer, saner driving habits and the elimination of dangerous stretches of highway. The surest way to cut down on accidents, though, is for all of us, motorists and pedestrians alike, to be more careful and more sensible about how we drive and walk. And more sensible about how we drive and walk. And more sensible about how we drive and walk. And more sensible